Chapter 1. An ailment. The ancient physician truly possesses miraculous skills. Indeed, he merely waved his hand and cured my ailment. I wish I could have him treat me once more. Me too. By the way, may I inquire what illness you are suffering from, my lady? Well, it's a bit embarrassing to say. We are all women here. There is no need for embarrassment. It's a women's condition. What a coincidence. I have the same. However, the ancient physician's skills are truly remarkable. He merely gestured and restored my health. Absolutely. His proficiency is astounding. In the city of Sodo, on the Douluo continent, two charming young women lingered as they exited a medical establishment known as the Hand of God. As they reached the entrance, the two women reminisced about the treatment they had received from the ancient physician, their eyes fluttering, a hint of playful smiles gracing their lips, clearly lost in delightful memories. Make way, make way. Do not block the entrance. We still need to go in for treatment. Exactly. It's obvious they are shameless, coveting the physician's good looks. Indeed, it is precisely these brazen individuals who have caused us, those in need of treatment, to wait for so long. Right? It has prevented me from receiving the physician's healing touch. Before the Hand of God clinic, a long line of young women clamored at the sight of the two obstructing figures. Some among the crowd wished fervently to drive the two away. The most beautiful among them, visibly distressed, wept softly, clearly suffering from a serious condition. Upon witnessing this, the two women, still savoring their memories, cast a glance at the queuing women, rolled their eyes in disdain, and turned to leave. Next, at that moment, a man's voice resonated from within the clinic. As the voice rang out, the previously sobbing beauty instantly ceased her cries, exclaiming, "Finally, it's my turn." She gracefully darted into the clinic, as if fearing someone might snatch her opportunity. Upon entering, the beautiful woman wasted no time. She eagerly approached the treatment room, expertly reclining on the bed, awaiting the arrival of the ancient physician. Soon after, a handsome man clad in a white coat entered the room. His attire seemed out of place in Sodo City or the realm of Douluo. Yet to the woman on the bed, the man approaching her appeared as a firefly in the dark night, remarkable, distinct, and irresistibly alluring. Ancient physician, my chest feels a bit uncomfortable. The beautiful woman suddenly lay sideways on the bed, one hand covering her chest, the other lightly shielding her eyes, stealing glances at the man in white, her gaze revealing a hint of flirtation. "Oh, it's you. Did you not visit yesterday?" The man glanced at the young woman and recognized her from her previous visit, a trace of exasperation flickering in his eyes. "Physician, I was better yesterday, but today my chest is once again troubling me. Please describe your symptoms." Yes. The beautiful woman's eyes sparkled with joy as she meticulously articulated her condition, wishing time would slow down so she could fully express her thoughts to the handsome physician. The man in the white coat listened, his expression deepening with a sense of helplessness. His name was Gu Yi. 3 months prior, he had been an ordinary individual from a distant world, freshly graduated from a medical university, poised to face the rigors of society. In a twist of fate, he found himself transported to the Douluo continent. Initially, he was overwhelmed, but upon realizing the world he had entered, he felt a sense of relief. After all, he was quite familiar with the lore of Douluo continent, a realm known as a sanctuary for numerous transmigrators, a veritable haven filled with breathtaking beauties. He vividly recalled the striking appearances of several women from the Douluo anime, such as Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and Zhu Zhuqing, forever etched in his memory. Now that he had traversed into this world, he was determined to engage in a splendid operation with these enchanting women, enlightening them on the essence of life. However, upon his arrival in this world, Gu Yi faced a peculiar predicament. Although his predecessor was exceptionally handsome, his talents were rather ordinary. The awakened martial spirit of his former self was a seemingly unremarkable yet uniquely special Niphian operating scalpel. While this knife might appear commonplace to the inhabitants of this world, for Gu Yi, with his profound understanding of human anatomy and unparalleled medical skills, it was an exceedingly powerful martial spirit. Over the past 3 months, he had established a clinic in Sodo City, relying on his prior medical knowledge and the extraordinary capabilities of his scalpel. garnering a reputation that attracted countless patients. Yet, Guyi found himself in a frustrating situation. Due to his striking appearance, the vast majority of his patients were women, predominantly young and attractive. Guyi sighed, for he was a man of integrity. Uninterested in the advances of these charming young women, he was no lecher. Nevertheless, he could not refuse to treat them, as doing so allowed him to grow stronger. Indeed, like many other transmigrators, Guyi possessed a unique ability linked to his Scalpel martial spirit surgical system. With each patient he treated using his scalpel or medical expertise, he earned soul power and surgical points, which he could later exchange for items within the surgical system shop. In short, as long as he healed others, Guyi would become increasingly powerful. During these 3 months, Guyi had, without a twinge of conscience, treated numerous young women for their particular ailments, all in pursuit of strength and surgical points. Listening to the satisfied young woman recount her supposed afflictions, Guyi, as he had done the day before, proceeded to treat her. His method was straightforward. He merely waved his hand, and in a matter of minutes, he had restored her health. Following this, he heard the familiar notification from the system, akin to an Alipay transaction alert. Congratulations, 5 surgical points have been credited. Gazing at the 5 surgical points, Guyi glanced at the satisfied young woman on the bed and sighed deeply. He found the system rather perplexing. Over the course of these 3 months, he had discovered that the system was somewhat discerning, perhaps even superficial, judging by appearances or status. Treating ordinary citizens yielded minimal rewards. Only 1 point. Slightly attractive individuals garnered 2 points. Those of notable beauty received 3 points, while treatments for young women of exceptional beauty earned him a staggering 5 points. He suspected the system had a bias akin to that of a lecherous rogue. "All right, you may leave now." Regaining his composure, Guyi spoke plainly to the reluctant young woman still lingering on the bed. Though she was loath to depart, she complied for the sake of her long-term goals and exited the clinic. As the beautiful woman left, Guyi continued to treat the queue of young women outside, accumulating more surgical points. At that moment, outside the Hand of God clinic, a young boy dressed in blue trousers, of ordinary appearance and around 12 years of age, strolled past the clinic. Noticing the unremarkable establishment, yet the throngs of hopeful patients, he paused, intrigued. The Hand of God, what a bold name. Yet, the fact that so many come here suggests the physician's skills must be exceptional. "Brother, I don't think the physician is skilled at all. He might even be a rogue with questionable ethics." "Little Wu, why do you say that?" The boy, Tang San, looked at the girl beside him, who wore a pink dress, sported rabbit ears, and carried a small bag. His companion, Xiao Wu. Both had recently graduated from Nodding Academy, guided by their teacher Yu Xiaojiang, and were now en route to enroll in Shrek Academy. "Brother, have you not noticed that all the patients in line are women? And they're all quite beautiful. There's not a single man among them." Xiao Wu observed the attractive young women, furthering her suspicions about the physician's ethics. Well, Tang San glanced around and indeed noticed the absence of men in the queue. Habitually employing his purple extreme magic eye, he surveyed the crowd and was taken aback, for he realized that all the women were either married or recently wed. With this revelation, Tang San reconsidered the ordinary-looking clinic, suspecting that the physician within might indeed have dubious intentions. "Brother, should we go in and take a look?" Xiao Wu proposed. "Yes, let's." Tang San was curious about the physician inside. Having spent considerable time in this world, he was familiar with healing soul masters, but this was his first encounter with a clinic named the Hand of God. Coming from the Tang sect, well-versed in poisons, he was keen to investigate whether the physician was a charlatan undermining medical ethics, thus serving to protect the populace. With that, Tang San and Xiao Wu decided to step into the clinic. However, in the next moment, the queue of youthful women glared at Tang San and Xiao Wu with eyes as fierce as hungry wolves, sensing their intention to cut in line. This sudden shift startled both Tang San and Xiao Wu. Subsequently, they found themselves bombarded by a barrage of accusations from the crowd of women. "What do you think you're doing? Don't you know that you can't cut in line when seeking medical attention? How can 2 young ones behave so poorly? I shudder to think how your parents raised you." While Tang San and Xiao Wu were not angered by the initial remarks, their tempers flared when the women began to speak of their parents. Tang San, hailing from ancient times, had always revered his elders and upheld the family hierarchy thus. Any mention of his parents struck a nerve deep within him. Just as he contemplated teaching the woman who insulted his parents a lesson, a handsome man clad in a white coat stepped forward. It was Gu Yi. Upon his appearance, the youthful women immediately disregarded Tang San, their gazes fixated intensely on Gu Yi. Yet, Gu Yi paid no heed to them. Instead, he turned to face Tang San, smiling warmly as he addressed him. "My dear brother, you are unwell." A gentle reminder. This book is a serious one, suitable for earnest readers. Characteristics of the book: it becomes increasingly serious as it progresses. New book, Sunlight Douluo. Chapter 2, The Ailing Tang San. Hey, how dare you speak like that? It is you who are unwell. Your entire family is unwell. Xiao Wu was no benevolent angel, being a shape-shifting spirit beast. Her nature was somewhat unruly. Thus, upon hearing Gu Yi declare her brother Tang San to be ill, she retorted without hesitation. The youthful women in line, incensed by Xiao Wu's rebuttal, placed their hands on their hips with scowls of indignation. "How dare you speak to Dr. Gu like that? If he says he has an illness, then he certainly does." Exactly. This man must be ill. He's your brother, right? He must be unwell." The women pointed and whispered amongst themselves, having already accepted Gu Yi's word as truth regarding Tang San's condition. For over the past 3 months, they had been thoroughly impressed by Gu Yi's medical expertise. "You all." Xiao Wu glared furiously at the women who claimed her brother was ill. "Xiao Wu, it's merely the opinion of a group of women. There's no need to take it to heart," Tang San said, pulling her back. He then turned to Gu Yi, his voice cold as he questioned, "On what grounds do you claim I am unwell? If you cannot provide a reason, you might as well close your clinic." Gu Yi circled around Tang San, finally standing before him and Xiao Wu, stating, "Because you are indeed unwell, and your condition is quite serious." He paused briefly, casting a glance at Xiao Wu. "You too are similarly afflicted. You are the one who is unwell." Xiao Wu's anger intensified upon hearing this. What illness could she possibly have? Anyone would feel displeased upon being told they were unwell upon first meeting. In her ire, she instinctively lifted her long leg, clad in white stockings, to strike at Gu Yi. Tang San, more composed than Xiao Wu, grasped her hand and shook his head. "Xiao Wu, he is merely a quack. He is not worth your anger. Let's leave." "But, brother, he insulted us by saying we are unwell. I cannot tolerate this. He must apologize." Xiao Wu glared at Gu Yi, fuming. Tang San pondered for a moment, realizing she had a point. Though he could brush off the insult directed at himself, he could not allow anyone to speak ill of his sister. Xiao Wu was his Achilles heel. He had sworn that anyone who dared to bully her would have to step over his corpse. For Tang San, this was a challenge. He then turned to Gu Yi, his voice icy. "On what basis do you claim we are unwell? If you cannot specify what ails me, you must apologize to my sister immediately, otherwise." Tang San's gaze darkened as he fixed his stare on Gu Yi. When it came to Xiao Wu, he was far from benevolent. Such arrogance truly befitting of Tang San, Gu Yi thought with a smirk. Indeed, from the moment he laid eyes on Tang Sano, it was when Tang San and Xiao Wu arrived outside his clinic that he recognized them. For at that moment, his surgical system had emitted a mission. This was the first mission he had received since his arrival 3 months prior. Looking at the task issued by the surgical system, Gu Yi felt a thrill of excitement. Name: Tang San. Identity: Transmigrator, protagonist of Douluo Dalu, Child of Fate. Strength: Level 29 Great Soul Master. Expertise: Proficient in hidden weapons and poisons, possesses the secret arts of the Tang sect. Symptoms: 1. Mild hemorrhoids. 2. Kidney deficiency. 3. Hypocrite. Upon seeing these symptoms, Gu Yi was at a loss for words. After all, Tang San was well-versed in poisons and was a soul master. He should not be afflicted by such minor ailments. However, Gu Yi had complete faith in his system, and his own medical skills were quite impressive. Just a cursory observation of Tang San confirmed that he indeed had issues. Task 1. Perform hemorrhoid surgery on Tang San. Reward: 50 surgical points. Task 2. Perform a nephrectomy on Tang San. Reward: 100 surgical points. Task 3. Conduct a neurosurgery on Tang San. Mental reward: 500 surgical points. Note: hypocrisy is also an ailment, and it is quite severe. Task 4. Perform a castration on Tang San. Reward: 5,000 surgical points. Task 5. Perform a transformation surgery on Tang San. Reward: 10,000 surgical points. Tasks. As Guyi gazed upon this series of tasks, he initially felt a sense of excitement. The prospect of rewards amounting to hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands was unprecedented. However, upon witnessing the subsequent castration and transformation procedures, Guyi began to harbor serious doubts about whether Tang San had offended the system. After all, how could such an utterly cruel task be issued otherwise? Nevertheless, Guyi gazed at the multitude of surgical points before him, then turned his attention to Tang San, his expression slightly grave and undeniably stirred. Noticing Guyi's unwavering stare, Tang San felt a pang of discomfort in his heart and coldly queried, "Do you truly believe there is something wrong with me? Are you really going to say it here?" Guyi raised his eyes to meet Tang San's gaze. "If you cannot articulate it, then at least apologize to my sister. Since you are eager to know, allow me to enlighten you." Guyi sighed, and upon seeing the enticing surgical points, he secretly resolved to carry out a grand procedure on the ailing Tang San, aiming to earn those thousands of surgical points. Failing to do so would be a disservice to his identity as a transmigrator. Now that Tang San was so curious about his own afflictions, how could Guyi deny him this wish? He then pointed to the area around Tang San's posterior and waist, declaring, "You are afflicted with several ailments. First, hemorrhoids, and second, kidney deficiency." Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Guyi. Xiaowu instinctively glanced at her brother, then returned her gaze to Guyi, her face filled with disdain. The surrounding young women couldn't help but burst into laughter, their amusement ringing out unabashedly. Tang San, confronted by their mocking laughter and the scrutinizing gazes of the young women directed at him, felt his face flush with embarrassment, especially when he noticed his sister Xiaowu casting a glance his way. Despite her skepticism of Guyi's claims, he couldn't shake off the feelings of shame and anger. He turned to Guyi, retorting coldly, "This is utter nonsense." With that, he took Xiaowu's hand and turned to leave. "Is there any truth to what he said?" Xiaowu inquired as they walked. "Though I am not an expert in medicine, I possess some understanding. How could I possibly have such a condition? Besides, we are soul masters. Our physique is inherently stronger than that of ordinary individuals, making it all the more implausible. Even if Guyi's claims were true, I would never admit to it, for I am not afflicted at all." Xiaowu pondered this and agreed. Her brother Tang San was immensely powerful, making it improbable for him to suffer from such trivial ailments. Convinced of Guyi's incompetence, she initially considered stopping to dismantle his reputation, but her brother's grip on her hand prevented her from doing so. Observing Tang San's departure, Guyi felt compelled to intervene, for in his eyes, Tang San represented a wealth of surgical points. A simple castration or a few injections of female hormones could yield thousands of points, leading to overnight riches. He called out to Tang San, "Although you are a soul master and possess a slightly stronger physique, it is still only marginally so. You are young, and these ailments are minor, primarily caused by your erratic lifestyle and prolonged nights of meditation and cultivation. Even soul masters are not immune to such issues, and you are no exception. If you wish to prevent further deterioration and seek a cure, come to me. I guarantee a remedy that will restore your vigor." Upon hearing this, Tang San paused momentarily but then hastened his pace even more. Upon witnessing this, Guyi smiled with satisfaction, confident that Tang San would soon seek him out again. After all, as a soul master himself, Guyi possessed profound understanding of the soul masters in this world. Although the soul masters of Douluo continent wielded soul power, granting them slightly superior physical capabilities compared to ordinary individuals, this enhancement was marginal. They remained subject to the basic human needs of eating, drinking, and sleeping. Consequently, ailments such as hemorrhoids were not beyond the reach of even low-ranking soul masters. Moreover, considering that Tang San often burned the midnight oil in his training, possibly while embracing Xiaowu, the whimsical spirit of 100,000 bunnies, his predicament was further exacerbated. As for certain kidney ailments, even if healers existed to treat them, they remained fundamentally rooted conditions, impervious to the skills of many healing soul masters. If someone as adept in the Tang sect's esoteric arts as Tang San could succumb to such afflictions, one could easily surmise the fate of others. However, Guyi's true objective was not to assist Tang San in his recovery, but rather to seize the opportunity presented by the multitude of surgical points available. Once he acquired these points, immense wealth would be within his grasp. Yet, Guyi was not foolish enough to act hastily against Tang San. His current strength was insufficient to contend with the ever-watchful Tang Hao. Thus, the scheme to orchestrate a grand surgical intervention on Tang San remained a distant ambition. Nevertheless, he was in no rush, for opportunities would inevitably arise. Chapter 3. Even the smallest ailments are still illnesses. Next, "It is you," Guyi declared. In high spirits upon learning of Tang San's condition, he singled out a charming young woman waiting in line for treatment, eager to demonstrate the prowess of his healing techniques. The young woman, thrilled by Guyi's attention, eagerly lifted her skirt and dashed into the clinic, anticipating his assistance. Just as Guyi was about to enter, he spotted a familiar young girl approaching the clinic, clad in a simple azure gown that radiated purity, with a neat bob of hair and skin as tender as lychee. The girl stood at approximately 1.65 meters, possessing a harmonious figure that exuded an ethereal charm. Upon seeing her, Guy felt a pang of recognition. And as he focused intently, the system's notification shined in his mind. Ding! Detected one of the original Shrek 7 monsters, Ning Rongrong. System assessment, afflicted with illness. Ning Rongrong was indeed unwell, and her condition was rather severe. Even without the system's warning, Gu Yi could discern this. He glanced back at the young woman who had just entered, and then turned resolutely toward Ning Rongrong. "Miss, please hold on," Gu Yi called out as he approached her. The young girl, who had intended to pass by the clinic, halted instinctively upon hearing the voice of the handsome man clad in a white coat. "Is there something you need?" Ning Rongrong inquired playfully, casting her gaze over the striking figure of Gu Yi. The pristine white attire undeniably captured her attention. Yet it was Gu Ye's handsome visage that truly captivated her. As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong had encountered many handsome men. Yet she found herself momentarily entranced by Gu Ye's striking appearance. Gu Yi observed Ning Rongrong as she scrutinized him, not responding to her immediately. Instead, he took a moment to examine her, ultimately fixating on her bosom. With a smile, Gu Yi gazed at Ning Rongrong and uttered his customary phrase, "My lady, you are unwell. It is you who are unwell." Ning Rongrong, appearing approachable, was in good spirits as she assessed the handsome young man. However, being the headstrong and willful young lady that she was, upon hearing Gu Ye's remark about her health, she promptly retorted with a scathing remark, reminiscent of her friend Xiao Wu's earlier response. Gu Yi remained unperturbed. Ning Rongrong's reaction was entirely within his expectations. He continued, "My dear lady, your martial soul is afflicted, and I possess the means to remedy it." This assertion was not a falsehood. His medical expertise extended beyond mere ailments to encompass the flaws of martial souls. For such deficiencies were indeed akin to illness. During the past 3 months of running his clinic, he had treated a woman with a flawed martial soul, successfully restoring her condition with the aid of his unique martial soul and surgical system. This woman regarded Gu Yi as her benefactor and even her master, having joined the Spirit Hall a month ago under his guidance. At that moment, however, Ning Rongrong had just emerged from her sect. Her temperament still that of a proud young lady. Her sect's martial soul was renowned as the world's foremost auxiliary martial soul, capable of bestowing 7 soul rings. The notion that her martial soul was afflicted was utterly unheard of, and she was unwilling to accept such a claim. "Considering your decent appearance, I shall offer you a warning. Keep this assertion to yourself. If others were to learn of it, you would face dire consequences." Ning Rongrong cautioned Gu Yi, her gaze lingering on his handsome visage and peculiar attire of white garments, which she found rather striking. Yet, despite her appreciation for handsome men, she was not one to fall head over heels. No matter how charming Gu Yi might be, he could not sway her heart. With a haughty snort, she cast him a fleeting glance before turning away, leaving him with the image of her graceful figure as she departed. She was out without her family's knowledge, and now she needed to hurry to enroll at Shrek Academy, ensuring she did not miss the deadline. Upon encountering Ning Rongrong, who appeared to be departing, Gu Yi felt a deep yearning within him to retain her presence and provide her with the care she so desperately needed. However, he had no intention of ingratiating himself. Healing, after all, is a pursuit initiated by the patient seeking the physician, rather than the physician beseeching the patient. Nonetheless, Gu Yi examined Ning Rongrong's condition, finding it increasingly displeasing, while the prospect of treatment rewards stirred his interest. He leaned in and softly introduced himself, saying, "My name is Gu Yi, a physician here. I possess the ability to heal not only the ailments of your martial spirit but also any afflictions afflicting your body." Startled by his implication of her having a malady, Ning Rongrong halted her steps, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at Gu Yi. "What ailment could I possibly have? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I assure you, I shall make you regret your words today." Her voice rang out clearly, drawing the attention of the young women queuing outside the clinic. Each gaze turned to Ning Rongrong, and as they glanced downward, they noticed their own toes were visible. The presence of an ailment was evident, even to those untrained in medicine. Gu Yi's gaze remained fixed upon Ning Rongrong, his expression sincere and earnest, realizing the collective scrutiny from the young women. And even from Gu Yi himself, Ning Rongrong instinctively looked down at her own figure and then back at the slender forms of the ladies around her. Suddenly comprehending the nature of Gu Yi's remark regarding her health, "Rogue," she exclaimed, her cheeks warming as she scolded Gu Yi, turning swiftly to depart. She felt uncomfortable amidst the presence of these youthful women. However, at that moment, Gu Yi produced an object and placed it before her. Speaking in a tone only she could hear, "It is merely a minor ailment. I am a reputable physician. Should you wish for treatment, you may seek me at any time, requiring only a few sessions. Oh, and here, take this as a gift. You may try it out and see if it proves effective. I have detailed the method of consumption on the package." Gu Yi pressed a small white medicine bottle into Ning Rongrong's hand, offering her a reassuring smile before turning to enter the clinic. Next, he called out habitually, The thought that the doctor had gifted such a remedy to this young lady was quite remarkable. She was indeed fortunate. How enviable. I wish for a bottle too, remarked another young woman still waiting in line, glancing at the white vial in Ning Rongrong's hand. She lowered her gaze to her own chest, deep in thought. Observing this, Ning Rongrong looked at the other women, then at herself, before turning away with a haughty snort and briskly striding off, the white vial discreetly tucked into her pocket. Chapter 4. Is great misfortune also a malady? As Guyi reached the entrance of the clinic and noticed Ning Rongrong concealing the small vial, he smiled knowingly. He believed it would not be long before she sought him out again, a testament to a physician's understanding of their patient. Surely, this little dumpling would be able to resist the allure of transforming into a large white rabbit. In the near future, his skills would undoubtedly prove invaluable to Ning Rongrong. Just as Guyi prepared to assist the next young lady in need of treatment, his foot caught on the threshold once more. A chime echoed as he recognized one of the original members of the Shrek 7 monsters, Zhu Zhuqing. Doctor, what seems to be the matter? Inquired the young woman waiting for treatment, clutching her chest and presenting a graceful posture as she shyly gazed at Guyi. Ignoring her question, Guyi swiftly turned to look outside the clinic. A woman approached from a distance, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her stunning physique with remarkable curves. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her fair skin contrasting sharply with her voluptuous figure, which belied her age. Her expression was notably indifferent. A sincere and pure coldness reflected in her black eyes, which lacked any hint of anger, creating a striking contrast with her otherwise exquisite features. What a coincidence! Just as Tang San and Xiao Wu departed, Ning Rongrong followed, and now here stands Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed. The woman passing by Guyi's clinic was none other than Zhu Zhuqing. The system's notification allowed Guyi to recognize her instantly. After all, her beauty and figure were breathtaking, making it nearly impossible not to remember her. Guyi pondered for a moment, realizing that today marked the enrollment day for Shrek Academy. His medical clinic was located in Soto City, so it was only natural that he would cross paths with the academy's visitors. Encountering Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing was entirely to be expected. The instant Guyi's gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, she too sensed a fervent stare directed her way. Possessing the spirit of the Nethercat, she was endowed with an innate heightened perception. Upon sensing this intense gaze, she turned to investigate its source. She discovered a strikingly handsome man clad in an unusual white coat gazing at her, causing her to pause momentarily. Though Zhu Zhuqing acknowledged his appealing appearance, it failed to capture her interest. For her, strength and survival were her true pursuits. With that thought, she resumed her journey towards Shrek Academy, determined to confront the man who had abandoned her to revel in his escapades. Miss, you seem unwell, Guyi remarked, addressing Zhu Zhuqing once more. Indeed. Zhu Zhuqing was not merely unwell, she was quite afflicted. This ailment could be remedied by Guyi with just a gentle touch upon her most prominent features. It is important to clarify that Guyi's intentions to assist Zhu Zhuqing stemmed solely from a desire to address her condition. He was not captivated by her beauty, for he was a dedicated physician with a serious system to uphold. As Zhu Zhuqing was about to depart, Guyi's words made her halt. She turned her head to face him. What did you say? She inquired, her voice as frosty as her expression, devoid of any warmth. You are unwell, Guyi affirmed, meeting her gaze with unwavering certainty. After speaking, he appraised Zhu Zhuqing once more, his eyes ultimately resting upon her remarkable bosom. Could it be that having a generous bosom was a malady? Certainly not. How could such a trait possibly be considered an ailment? The reason why Guyi's gaze lingered upon Zhu Zhuqing's bosom is undoubtedly significant. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing Guyi's unabashed scrutiny, remained rather indifferent. However, when Guyi remarked that she was unwell, she felt compelled to inquire about the rationale behind his statement. A few days prior, you had sustained an injury to your left leg, which was a minor fracture. Although you have relied on soul power for treatment and some recovery, the injury has not fully healed. In addition to your leg, the muscles in your lower abdomen have been damaged, and residual bruising remains within your body, evidently a consequence of a life-and-death struggle you endured days ago. As Guyi spoke, he turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing. Am I mistaken? He inquired. Who are you? Upon hearing Guyi accurately identify the location of her injury, Zhu Zhuqing regarded him with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Her doubts arose, prompting her to scrutinize Guyi more closely. Upon realizing the depth of his formidable strength, she refrained from making a move and continued to observe him warily. I am the physician here, dedicated to healing the afflicted. If you are unwell, I possess the remedy. If you wish to uncover the truth, step inside with me. Guyi, upon finishing his words, turned his gaze towards the line of young women waiting at the medical clinic and, with a hint of resignation, announced, I sincerely apologize, but the treatments for today must come to an end. You may all return home for now. Oh, but I feel such heaviness in my chest. I truly wish for Master Gu to treat me, exclaimed one. I too am experiencing discomfort. I long for the miraculous touch of Dr. Gu to alleviate my suffering. Another chimed in. Master Gu, my condition is quite severe, pleaded yet another. The young women in line were reluctant to depart, each feigning illness and striking poses that suggested their ailments. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yi found himself compelled to resolutely dismiss his loyal patients. In comparison to Zhu Zhuqing, these youthful women were lacking in certain attributes, and Gu Yi discerned the weight of priorities with clarity. Throughout the encounter, Zhu Zhuqing observed Gu Yi and the group of women, reflecting upon his earlier words. After careful consideration, she ultimately chose to step into the renowned medical establishment. Inside the clinic, Gu Yi awaited Zhu Zhuqing while seated, and upon her entrance, a smile of genuine delight graced his countenance. Zhu Zhuqing approached him, and her mere presence seemed to chill the atmosphere around them. With her arms crossed over her chest, she formed an impressive silhouette, her dark, lifeless eyes fixed intently upon Gu Yi, simply gazing. I am pleased you could come. It is a physician's duty to treat patients, and I can assist you in thoroughly eradicating the injuries you bear. Zhu Zhuqing, however, paid little heed to Gu Yi's words. Her primary motivation for entering was to unravel the mystery of how he possessed such profound knowledge of her afflictions. Task 1. Assist Zhu Zhuqing, one of the Shrek 7 monsters, in healing her wounds. Reward, surgical points 100. Task 2. Obtain a drop of Zhu Zhuqing's blood. Reward, surgical points 500. Task 3. Gu Yi glanced at the rewards for assisting Zhu Zhuqing with her illness, as well as the peculiar tasks related to her. Intrigued, he spoke. In addition to healing you, I can also help you grow stronger and even facilitate the evolution of your soul spirit, the spectral cat. What did you just say? Zhu Zhuqing remained unresponsive to Gu Yi's promise of strength, but her expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing about the potential evolution of her soul spirit. It was a term she had never encountered before. Wait, how do you know that my soul spirit is the spectral cat? Who exactly are you? Zhu Zhuqing, ever vigilant, scrutinized Gu Yi with suspicion. She realized that not only was he aware of her, but he seemed to possess an unsettling level of understanding about her. Recalling the individuals who had pursued her days prior, Zhu Zhuqing felt compelled to doubt him. Oh dear, I inadvertently let something slip. It's all Zhu Zhuqing's fault for being so captivating that it unsettled my mind. Gu Yi chided himself internally. With a calm smile, he replied, I am merely a physician, one who heals others. You are unwell, and I can provide treatment. It is as simple as that. Should you harbor any doubts about my intentions, you are free to leave. The exit is to your left. I shall not see you off. Upon finishing his words, Gu Yi snapped his fingers, and immediately a remarkably sharp knife materialized in his hand. The blade, with a sleek and flat handle, gleamed a silvery hue, measuring over 13 centimeters in length, with the blade itself extending approximately 3 centimeters, equally flat and shimmering with a cold light. It was none other than Gu Yi's martial soul, the scalpel. Following this, Gu Yi snapped his fingers once more, and an assortment of items appeared before him. He grasped the scalpel, leisurely attending to his tasks. As for Zhu Zhuqing's healing mission and the blood extraction task, Gu Yi glanced up and remarked, Oh, you're still here? I thought you had left. His expression, which could easily be mistaken for genuine confusion, intrigued Zhu Zhuqing. She lowered her arms, let out a cold snort, and turned to leave. However, her steps faltered as she recalled Gu Yi's earlier assertion about helping her grow stronger and enabling the evolution of her martial soul, which piqued her curiosity. Regarding Gu Yi's knowledge of her and whether he was affiliated with her pursuers, Zhu Zhuqing discerned that he was not. Do you wish for me to heal you? Gu Yi inquired, noticing she had not departed. Zhu Zhuqing touched the area where she had sustained an injury days prior, still feeling a slight pang of pain, and nodded. In that case, please take a seat on the nearby bed. Gu Yi spoke as he tidied up the items before him, leaving behind a bottle labeled with the word serum. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Gu Yi and chose to trust him, settling herself onto the white bed nearby. The decor of the room and Gu Yi's attire struck Zhu Zhuqing as somewhat peculiar. Everything was white, which diverged from her usual perceptions. However, she refrained from asking further questions. Gu Yi approached Zhu Zhuqing, holding a vial inscribed with the word serum in his left hand and grasping his sole weapon, surgical knife, in his right. He intended to extract a single drop of blood from her. Chapter 5. A drop of blood from Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Gu Yi, who brandished an oddly shaped knife in one hand and a small vial marked serum in the other. Her delicate brows furrowed, particularly given that Gu Yi was clad in a white coat, creating an indescribably strange impression. Do you intend to treat me with that knife? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. This is no ordinary knife. It is a surgical instrument designed for healing. I have only heard of knives used for killing. I have yet to encounter one employed for healing. Is that so? Then you shall soon witness how a knife can indeed cure. As Gu Yi concluded his words, a purple soul ring emanated from his body, and immediately, the surgical knife in his hand radiated a brilliant white light that spread towards Zhu Zhuqing. At the instant the white light approached, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively raised her guard. However, upon realizing that the light passed through her without inflicting any harm, she gazed at the purple soul ring on Gu Yi and gradually relaxed. In that moment, she suddenly sensed a feeling of ease and comfort enveloping her. What is this? Zhu Zhuqing observed the translucent space infused with a hint of white before her, casting a puzzled glance at Gu Yi. As the patient you are now, simply accept my treatment. Gu Yi did not respond to Zhu Zhuqing's words. With a flick of his wrist, The surgical knife in his hand transformed the surrounding translucent space into a blade of corresponding size. Swiftly, he made a delicate incision, slicing through her black leather attire before Zhu Zhuqing could fully react, revealing the fair skin of her thigh. However, Guyi did not linger on the side of her exposed skin. Instead, he deftly maneuvered the surgical knife. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was astonished by Gu Ye's lightning-fast movements and the state of her own leg. To her surprise, the flesh and blood on her thigh were vividly apparent, with clear veins visible, yet she felt no pain whatsoever. In fact, as Gu Ye's hand glided over her thigh, she experienced a warm and soothing sensation, akin to him gently tracing along her veins. It was tender and remarkably comforting. For a fleeting moment, Zhu Zhuqing, enveloped by the soothing feeling, forgot to resist Gu Ye and willingly accepted his treatment. Gu Ye's treatment was swift. Zhu Zhuqing's injury, which had affected her meridians, was swiftly healed, and he subsequently focused on the wound beneath her chest. Lying on the bed, she felt an authoritative presence that carried a hint of solemnity, compelling her to obey and recline. In this moment, her alluring form lay before Gu Ye. Yet, he did not hesitate, expertly parting the fabric that concealed the injury on her chest. Soon, he was met with the radiant glimmer emanating from her body, but as a dedicated physician, he refrained from lingering, instead concentrating on addressing the concealed wounds along her waist. With the precision of a skilled surgeon, the blade glided through flesh, unveiling the intricate network of her meridians. Gu Ye's gentle touch worked diligently, and in but a fleeting moment, all of Zhu Zhuqing's hidden injuries were wholly mended. The entire procedure was remarkably brief, lasting merely a minute or two, yet its efficacy left Zhu Zhuqing astounded. She was unbothered by the fact that Gu Ye had seen her in such a vulnerable state. Instead, she reveled in the sensation of her injuries being completely healed at their source. Reflecting on the terrifying ability he had displayed, his capacity to separate flesh and expose her meridians, she gazed at the handsome man before her with a dazed admiration. However, Guyi paid her no heed, absorbed in the euphoric sensation of his enhanced powers and the satisfaction of accumulating 100 surgical points. His greatest delight stemmed from the fact that his single treatment had yielded over 100 points, a stark contrast to the meager 5 he had received for treating a group of younger women over the past 3 months. The thought of being able to tend to Zhu Zhuqing daily was tantalizing. Regaining his composure, Guyi exhaled deeply, glancing at the vial of serum in his hand before addressing Zhu Zhuqing. Your wounds are healed. Now, we can discuss the payment for your treatment. I have no money, Zhu Zhuqing replied, a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. I lost my funds during a recent altercation. Not to worry. My methods differ from those of other physicians. I do not require your money. All I ask is for that one precious drop of your blood, Guyi said, his excitement palpable as he held the serum-labeled vial, that most precious drop of blood. Zhu Zhuqing frowned, seeking confirmation that he had not misspoken. Yes, that treasured drop of blood, Guyi affirmed with a nod. Shameless, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, indignant. She was not an innocent girl who lacked understanding. The most precious drop of blood for a young woman, without a doubt, referred to her maiden blood. Although she felt a deep appreciation for Gu Ye's healing prowess, his request ignited a flicker of anger within her. She was not the kind of woman to be so casually approached for such a thing. Gu Ye's audacity was preposterous. How am I shameless for asking for a single drop of blood? Zhu Zhuqing huffed. I've never encountered a man so brazen in his demands. Guyi found her anger amusing, pondering whether she had misunderstood his intentions. He merely sought a drop of blood from her martial soul. Indeed, there was blood within a martial soul, but it was not of the ordinary kind. It was the essence extracted from his martial soul, aided by his surgical blade and system, known as the source energy of the martial soul. Forget it. Just consider the treatment fee settled for now. I will pay you once I have the means, Zhu Zhuqing declared. But when she saw that Gu Yi was undeterred in his pursuit of her blood, she rose and prepared to leave. Wait, you must have misunderstood something, Gu Yi called out. Gu Ye's remark caused Zhu Zhuqing to pause momentarily. All I desire is a single drop of blood from your martial soul, not your maidenly blood. You must have misconstrued my intentions. You claim you do not wish for my maiden blood. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Gu Yi, her cheeks slightly flushed, though still young. Her thoughts wandered towards the alluring. Do you think I covet your body? Gu Yi retorted with irritation. He, Gu Yi, harbored lofty aspirations and bore the legacy of Wei Wu, having long since dedicated his heart elsewhere. As for Zhu Zhuqing, Gu Yi scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing's alluring figure, particularly her astonishingly voluptuous attributes, shaking his head in disbelief. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of pride as Gu Ye's gaze lingered on her bosom, but upon witnessing his disdainful expression, she inexplicably felt as though she had been insulted. With a cold huff, she crossed her arms and took a seat on the bed. What is martial soul blood? Realizing her thoughts had strayed, Zhu Zhuqing found herself increasingly curious about what Gu Yi meant by martial soul blood. Chapter 6. The Purity of Martial Soul Blood. Gu Yi glanced at the vial of serum in his hand and then turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, Release your martial soul, the nether spirit cat, and you shall soon understand. Zhu Zhuqing, intrigued yet unperturbed, complied and summoned her martial soul. Next, I shall extract a drop of blood from your martial soul as compensation for this healing. Is that agreeable? Certainly. This was Zhu Zhuqing's first encounter with the notion of martial soul blood, and she was uncertain of the potential harm it might inflict upon her. However, given that Gu Yi had just healed her, she deemed it a fair exchange. Upon receiving her consent, Gu Yi promptly set to work. The martial soul scalpel glimmered with a faint white light, and he directed it towards Zhu Zhuqing's nether spirit cat, to everyone's astonishment. Although Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul was not corporeal, Gu Yi managed to inflict a cut upon it. Instantly, a drop of black blood flowed forth from the nether spirit cat. Gu Yi swiftly collected this drop of blood in the serum vial, sealed it, and then restored Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul. All done. Gu Yi observed as the drop of black blood swiftly dissolved and merged with the serum within the vial. He recalled the serum abilities he had exchanged through the surgical system, and a smile of delight graced his lips. Indeed, there exists blood. As Gu Yi contemplated the blood he had just extracted from his martial soul, the nether spirit cat, Zhu Zhuqing felt her understanding of the world profoundly transformed. Of course, it exists. The martial souls in this realm are, in essence, a unique form of hereditary energy. What I refer to as blood is merely a manifestation of the special energy inherent in martial souls, so do not be overly astonished. By the way, Zhu Zhuqing, I have taken a precious drop of your blood. You may not feel any immediate effects, but in a couple of days, you might experience some weakness. Therefore, allow me to offer you something to replenish your vitality, and then, Gu Yi was acutely aware of the perils associated with extracting blood from a martial soul. For he was drawing from the primordial essence of the soul itself. He found Zhu Zhuqing quite pleasing to the eye and held a fondness for her figure and beauty. Just as he was preparing to assist her, the surgical system unexpectedly issued a task. Ding. Task. Extract the martial soul blood of the Shrek 7 monsters. Reward. 4 vials of martial soul blood, 1 vial of martial soul enhancement serum, 1 vial of martial soul evolution serum, and 5,000 surgical points. Upon encountering this task, Gu Yi glanced at the martial soul blood serum in his hand, then at the system's task, and finally at Zhu Zhuqing, deep in contemplation. The serum was exceedingly precious. A unique item of the surgical system, for merely exchanging for the martial soul blood serum had cost Gu Yi 3,000 surgical points. The effects of this serum were nothing short of miraculous. Once infused into the blood of a soul master, it could bestow that soul master with a martial soul upon injection into an ordinary person or another soul master. The martial soul enhancement serum was even more costly, requiring 5,000 surgical points for a single vial. Its effects were remarkably potent, capable of bolstering a soul master's martial soul in specific aspects, such as enhancing speed for speed type or strength for strength type. The martial soul evolution serum was the most expensive of all, demanding a staggering 10,000 surgical points for a single vial, and its effects were extraordinarily powerful, enabling comprehensive evolution of a martial soul. Its efficacy surpassed that of the celestial treasures consumed by the Shrek 7 monsters in the original tale. 1 vial of martial soul evolution serum could guarantee a soul master the potential to attain divine status. Regrettably, Gu Yi could only sigh in despair, for his current surgical points barely exceeded 3,000, making the acquisition of such an expensive serum impossible without resorting to extreme measures, such as performing a castration surgery on Tang San. The serum he currently possessed was the martial soul blood serum, already infused with Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul blood. Once injected into an ordinary person or a soul master, it would grant them the martial soul of the nether cat. However, Gu Yi entertained an alternative notion. What if he were to inject this nether cat martial soul blood serum back into Zhu Zhuqing herself? The system had not provided any clarification on this matter, and Gu Yi remained in the dark. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhu Zhuqing noticed Gu Yi's prolonged gaze and inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, Gu Yi replied, snapping back to reality. I just extracted the most precious drop of your blood. I'm preparing something for you to help you recover. Please wait a moment. Gu Yi entered another room and, after some time spent fiddling about, emerged with several items in hand. Zhu Zhuqing glanced over and noticed that Gu Yi was holding a peculiar tubular object, its tip sharp and glinting with a cold sheen. The middle section was hollow, seemingly containing some extraordinary liquid, accompanied by a vial and an odd bottle. Gu Yi placed 3 items before Zhu Zhuqing and said, "This vial contains a potion that will replenish your vitality, allowing your martial soul to regain some strength while also enhancing your abilities. If you feel weakened in 2 or 3 days, you may take it. As for its composition, there is no need for you to concern yourself. Simply trust in my word and use it if you wish, or refrain if you do not." Gu Yi glanced at the syringe that resembled the one from his previous life and remarked, "This is an instrument of offense, containing a potent anesthetic fluid. Once injected into another's body, even the most formidable individuals may not be immune. Consider it a gift for your self-defense. The instructions for use are included." The last item is a wolf repellent spray, filled with a unique gas, also intended for offensive purposes. Its effects are amplified against men, yet it poses no harm. It is solely for defensive use. Should you find yourself displeased with that man one day, simply spray this on him, and the results will be remarkably effective. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he handed the 3 items to Zhu Zhuqing and gestured for her to leave. However, Zhu Zhuqing regarded Gu Yi with confusion, unable to comprehend why he would bestow these items upon her. If they were medicinal, she could understand, but the needle and the so-called wolf repellent spray were evidently formidable weapons. Undoubtedly of great value. They were not related, so why would he? Don't overthink it. I'm giving you these items merely out of consideration for your blood. Now, take the items and leave, as I need to rest. Gu Yi urged Zhu Zhuqing to depart as if he were dismissing her. Zhu Zhuqing accepted the 3 items, glanced at Gu Yi, and turned to leave. Upon reaching the door, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to stop and inquire, I still do not know your name. Gu Yi, he replied casually, returning to his tinkering at the table. Gu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing murmured, casting a grateful glance at him and saying, thank you. No need for thanks. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, if you wish to grow stronger, feel free to seek me out anytime. As Zhu Zhuqing exited the door, she paused momentarily upon hearing Gu Yi's words before continuing on her way from the clinic. As she departed, Gu Yi observed her retreating figure, hoping that she would put those 2 items to good use for the right individuals. Gu Yi has just handed the needle and the pepper spray to Zhu Zhuqing, and there is certainly a rationale behind his actions. His current objective is to collect the soul blood of the Shrek 7 monsters, and it is implausible for him to venture into Shrek Academy, as he harbors little fondness for it. Additionally, Gu Yi's psychological age has long surpassed the stage of schooling. Presently, he seeks to avoid Shrek Academy. And the only way to accomplish his task is to have the Shrek 7 monsters seek him out. If Zhu Zhuqing skillfully utilizes the 2 items in her possession, it is likely that someone will come to find him by tomorrow or the day after. Chapter 7. The Insecure Ning Rongrong. I hope it aligns with my expectations. But for now, I must focus on completing this task. Gu Yi gazed at the serum in his hand, belonging to Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal spirit, cat martial soul. He intended to conduct an experiment to ascertain whether he could independently develop this martial soul serum. Should he succeed, he would no longer need to rely on the system for exchanges, thus enabling him to achieve his goal of mass production. Subsequently, he let a single drop fall into a container, whereupon the martial soul scalpel conjured a transparent space to encapsulate the sample. Gu Yi possesses a remarkable ability, granted by his surgical system, which endows his martial spirit with the inherent qualities of a surgical scalpel and the capacity to create a surgical space. When this ability is activated, it conjures a realm specifically for performing surgeries, within which nothing can evade the precise cuts and interventions of Gu Yi's scalpel. His path to strength also follows the extreme genre, as no matter how many soul rings he may acquire, his capabilities remain intrinsically linked to this surgical space, and naturally, his soul skills pertain to surgical and medical practices. This bears a resemblance to Trafalgar Law's surgical fruit ability in One Piece. However, there is a distinction. Gu Yi is superior, bolstered by the advantages of his surgical system. I wonder how her integration into the spirit hall is progressing. Gu Yi recalled the woman he had previously cured of her martial soul defect, eagerly anticipating the good news she would bring from the spirit hall. When she departed, she had made a solemn promise to Gu Yi, vowing that she would join the spirit hall and earn the favor of the Pope, Bibi Dong. Gu Yi found himself quite intrigued by the noble Pope Bibi Dong. He mused that if only he could receive news about her at any time, it would be delightful. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, having left the Divine Hand Medical Pavilion, grasped the methods for using the 3 items Gu Yi had provided and hastened her way to Shrek Academy. Nestled in a secluded village outside Soto City, Shrek Academy was neither too far nor too close to the city itself. Zhu Zhuqing soon arrived at the outskirts of the academy. Upon her arrival, she was greeted by the sight of a dilapidated village and a crooked sign bearing the words Shrek Academy, which filled her with a sense of doubt. Was this truly an academy? However, upon seeing students queuing to enroll, she approached them. Is this really capable of making me grow? Zhu Zhuqing overheard a girl in front of her whispering such words, piquing her curiosity. The girl, of course, was Ning Rongrong, who was pondering whether the potion given by Gu Yi would indeed work as promised. Just then, Ning Rongrong sensed someone gazing at her from behind and instinctively turned to look. Upon glancing down at herself, she felt a wave of insecurity wash over her. After a moment of silence, she introduced herself. Hello, I am Ning Rongrong. What is your name? Recovering from her self-doubt, she enviously addressed Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, you are here to join Shrek as well, so we shall be classmates. That seems to be the case, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Their brief exchange was pleasant. When it came time for their assessments, they undoubtedly passed. At that moment, several figures emerged at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Daimubai. Upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing, was instantly captivated by her stunning figure and angelic visage, igniting a fervor within him. Over the years, he had lost count of the women he had encountered, yet a beauty of such caliber joining Shrek Academy was an opportunity he could not let slip by. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable connection with her, stirring a realization within him. As Daimubai gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, she too turned to meet his gaze. It was evident that, due to that fleeting connection, Zhu Zhuqing recognized him as the one who had abandoned her in her time of peril. Remembering the harrowing events from days past, she cast Daimubai a cold glance and chose to ignore him. All right, you may come in with me now. Daimubai snapped back to reality, acknowledging their successful assessments. He then led Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to the subsequent evaluations. Both girls possessed exceptional talents and progressed to the final test. As they entered, Ning Rongrong's gaze lingered enviously on Zhu Zhuqing's prominent features, recalling her own modest endowments. Just then, she remembered the potion given to her by the handsome physician Gu Yi. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved it. As she held the vial, a decision formed in her mind. She would give it a try. Had she not encountered the strikingly alluring Zhu Zhuqing, perhaps she would not have entertained such thoughts. Yet, in the presence of Zhu Zhuqing's overwhelming beauty, Ning Rongrong felt an acute sense of inferiority. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong discreetly consumed a white pill while the others were distracted. Coincidentally, Zhu Zhuqing turned just in time to notice the vial in Ning Rongrong's hand and, recognizing its resemblance to her own, inquired, "Have you also visited the Divine Hand Medical Pavilion?" Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing mention the medical pavilion, Ning Rongrong's curiosity intensified as she regarded Zhu Zhuqing's alluring figure. Could it be that Zhu Zhuqing had also taken the potion, resulting in her captivating form? With a hint of intrigue, Ning Rongrong asked, "Zhuqing, have you undergone treatment at the Divine Hand Medical Pavilion?" Zhu Zhuqing confirmed with a nod. Yes, the physician there possesses extraordinary skills. Ning Rongrong's heart soared at this revelation. If Zhu Zhuqing's transformation was a result of treatment there, perhaps she too could achieve similar results. As they walked, Xiaowu, who had overheard their conversation, recalled her own encounter with Gu Yi and interjected, "Zhuqing, Rongrong, you are familiar with the Divine Hand Medical Pavilion as well? Xiaowu, do you also?" Ning Rongrong's excitement grew upon realizing Xiaowu was aware of it too. Xiaowu huffed in annoyance. "That man is nothing but a quack. He claimed I was ill and said my brother, what's wrong with your brother?" Ning Rongrong pressed for clarification. Zhu Zhuqing's curiosity was piqued as well. And Dai Mubai paused to listen intently. "About my brother," Xiaowu hesitated, recalling the quack's assertion regarding Tang San's supposed condition. Ultimately, she could only retort, "Regardless, he's undoubtedly a quack." "Indeed, a quack," Tang San scoffed. Though he was not well versed in medicine, he could not accept Gu Ye's claims. How could it be that he, Tang San, was afflicted in such a manner? Suddenly, Dai Mubai had an epiphany and asked, "Is the physician you were speaking of named Gu Yi, who runs the Divine Hand Medical Pavilion in Soto City?" "You lecture. You know him?" Xiaowu exclaimed. Dai Mubai shot her an irritated look, but refrained from retorting. Chapter 8. The First Needle of Douluo. Dai Mubai nodded. "I do know a bit. I've heard that this Gu Yi appeared 3 months ago and opened a medical pavilion in Soto City, reputed for miraculous healing. None of the patients leave without a remedy. Is he truly that remarkable?" Xiaowu questioned, skeptical. "I can only relay what I've heard. I don't have extensive knowledge on the subject. However, I did notice that most of the patients visiting the pavilion were women, and they all seemed quite alluring." Xiaowu had little patience for those who were lascivious, referring to Dai Mubai as a lecherous fool. Perhaps it's simply that women tend to have more ailments, Dai Mubai speculated. Though he too had felt envious seeing so many attractive women queuing outside the pavilion just days prior. Meanwhile, Tang San pondered Dai Mubai's assertion of Gu Ye's miraculous healing abilities. He recalled Gu Ye's diagnosis of him and instinctively touched a certain area, only to feel a slight twinge of pain. In that moment, a sense of dread filled his heart as he began to investigate further. To his astonishment, he discovered that he indeed exhibited certain symptoms. Could it be that he truly had such a condition? Tang San was engulfed in self-doubt. He resolved that he must thoroughly investigate his physical condition tonight. Dai Mubai engaged in conversation with several companions. Soon arrived at the Shrek Academy Square for the final phase of the test. Originally, the last test was designated for Dai Mubai. He intended to utilize this opportunity to showcase his strength to Zhu Zhuqing, hoping to foster a closer bond between them. However, Zhao Wujie, reclining in a rocking chair, upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San, felt an insatiable itch to move his muscles and seize the chance to take over Dai Mubai's test. "Teacher Zhao, is this really appropriate? This final challenge is meant for me," Dai Mubai began, but Zhao Wujie interjected, "What's inappropriate? Since Flender is absent, I hold the authority at Shrek Academy, understand?" With a stern glare, Zhao Wujie clearly yearned to stretch his limbs. Reluctantly, Dai Mubai complied. Zhao Wujie then tossed out an incense stick, instructing Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others to strategize their approach. At that moment, Tang San took the initiative, articulating his decision, and after some discussion, the four turned their gaze towards Zhao Wujie. "Have you come to an agreement?" "Very well, regardless of your methods. As long as you can endure for the duration of one incense stick under my supervision, you shall pass," Zhao Wujie declared, rubbing his fists with excitement as he eyed Tang San and his companions. Ning Rongrong activated her soul skill, Ensnare. Before Zhao Wujie could speak again, Tang San sprang into action. "Eager, are we?" "Just the right moment to loosen up," Zhao Wujie grinned menacingly, cracking his knuckles before launching a massive palm strike towards Tang San, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Should Zhao Wujie's palm connect with Tang San, not only would Tang San be bedridden for days, but Zhao Wujie himself would also suffer repercussions, especially with a certain Tang Ritian watching from the shadows. Ghost Shadow Mist. As Tang San narrowly evaded the blow, his blue silver grass ensnared Zhao Wujie. Phantom Piercer. At that instant, Zhu Zhuqing appeared behind Zhao Wujie, launching a full-force attack to his back, closely followed by Xiaowu. Xiaowu, with her agile form, swiftly climbed onto Zhao Wujie's shoulder. attempting to grapple him down with all her strength. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not budge Zhao Wujie an inch. Is that all you've got? Zhao Wujie scoffed, and with a resounding boom, a surge of soul power erupted from him, sending both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who had latched onto him, hurtling away. Xiao Wu, Tang San shouted in alarm, leaping to catch her midair. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing being flung back, thought to himself that an opportunity had arisen. Knowing that Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée, he aimed to play the hero and alleviate the tension between them. Dai Mubai leaped forward, intending to catch Zhu Zhuqing in his arms and offer her comfort while relishing the softness of her form. However, Zhu Zhuqing, upon being thrown back, immediately turned to see Dai Mubai approaching with a lecherous intent. This sight ignited a surge of resentment within her, recalling how Dai Mubai had abandoned her in the past. In a reflexive motion, she reached into her bosom and retrieved a bottle, remembering that Gu Yi had told her it was pepper spray designed to ward off predators. In her eyes, Dai Mubai's approach appeared distinctly predatory. Just as he was about to embrace her, Zhu Zhuqing wasted no time. She pressed the button on the bottle, releasing a cloud of white mist that enveloped Dai Mubai's face. Ah! He cried out in pain, desperately trying to wipe the irritant from his face. But the mist clung to him like a curse, causing him both agony and itchiness. He fell to the ground with a thud, writhing in distress. Dai Mubai's predicament drew the attention of Zhao Wujie, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Originally intent on continuing the confrontation, Zhao Wujie rushed over to inquire, Zhu Zhuqing, what did you just use on Mubai? He fixed her with a cold stare. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the bottle in her hand and then at the fallen Dai Mubai, remaining silent. Just as she began to doubt Gu Ye's words, Dai Mubai surprisingly regained his composure and stood up without a trace of injury. Teacher Zhao, I'm fine, he said, wiping his swollen eyes. Although he claimed to be unhurt, he felt an unusual itch in his body and a hint of anger brewed as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Since you're fine, let's continue, Zhao Wujie declared. Just as he finished speaking, a thick tendril of blue-silver grass shot toward his rear. Sensing the impending strike, Zhao Wujie deftly leaped aside, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. The impact created a crater, obliterating Tang San's blue-silver grass attack in its wake. With such feeble strength, I suggest you surrender, Zhao Wujie said, surveying Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong with a dismissive gaze. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, noting that only a quarter of the incense had burned. After a silent agreement, they nodded in unison. Ning Rongrong initiated her support, while Tang San provided cover. Zhu Zhuqing aimed for a surprise attack, and Xiao Wu launched her offense as the four coordinated their assault on Zhao Wujie. Yet, against Zhao Wujie's might, they remained utterly inadequate. Boom. The tremendous force sent them flying once more. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai clutched his lower back, grimacing in discomfort as he observed Tang San and the others being knocked down again. He intended to voice his concern, but the pain in his back hindered him. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others were wholly focused on the battle, oblivious to Dai Mubai's plight. He is too strong at this rate. We will never pass the test, Tang San thought gravely, feeling the weight of the Soul Saint's power for the first time. Zhu Zhuqing, watching Zhao Wujie prepare for another strike, suddenly recalled the needle Gu Yi had gifted her for self-defense, which he claimed contained a potent paralytic substance. If it could incapacitate even the strongest of foes, what effect might it have on a Soul Saint like Zhao Wujie? With that thought in mind, Zhu Zhuqing felt compelled to give it a try. I have something that may help us pass the test, she announced, steadying her stance as she looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu. Are you certain? They inquired. Not certain, but it's worth a shot. All right. We'll buy you some time, they agreed. After concluding his words, Tang San continued to control with the blue-silver grass entwined around his opponent, while Xiao Wu executed a leaping attack. Together, they bought Zhu Zhuqing a precious moment. At that very instant, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed the full potential of her ghostly feline agility. Her figure zipped through the darkness like a bolt of lightning, swiftly arriving behind Zhao Wujie with a whoosh. Hey, you all seem to be working well together, Zhao Wujie said with a grin, appearing utterly unconcerned about Zhu Zhuqing's presence behind him. It was not mere boasting. Given his defensive prowess, it would be nearly impossible for Zhu Zhuqing, a formidable soul master, to breach his defenses. However, in that moment, Zhu Zhuqing reached into her bosom and retrieved a special anesthetic needle given to her by Gu Yi. As the needle emerged, it gleamed ominously under the sun, its sharp tip reflecting a cold light. With incredible swiftness, Zhu Zhuqing aimed the needle at Zhao Wujie's back. Humph! Zhao Wujie scoffed disdainfully, allowing a protective layer of earthy soul power to envelop him. He did not evade, exuding confidence that Zhu Zhuqing could not penetrate his soul power defenses. Yet, sometimes, reality delivers a swift blow to one's arrogance. With a barely perceptible sound, the anesthetic needle pierced Zhao Wujie's back without any resistance. In the next moment, the specially formulated anesthetic concocted by Gu Yi surged from the needle into Zhao Wujie's body, spreading rapidly. Zhao Wujie's face froze, and his body stiffened, rendering him immobile. Chapter 9. The doctor is coming. Xiao Wu observed Zhao Wujie's transformation, her long legs wrapped around his neck, her waist bent, and with all her strength, She executed a powerful throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, Tang San seized the opportunity, unleashing countless tendrils from his blue-silver grass martial spirit to ensnare Zhao Wujie, binding him tightly before lifting him skyward and slamming him back down with tremendous force. The ground buckled beneath the impact, creating a sizable crater as Zhao Wujie became lodged in the earth like a nail. After their combined assault, Tang San and Xiao Wu noticed that Zhao Wujie remained rigid and unresponsive, embedded in the ground. They exchanged puzzled glances with Zhu Zhuqing, eager to uncover the secret behind Zhao Wujie's condition. Zhu Zhuqing herself was equally astonished, gazing at the syringe in her hand. Surprised at the potency of the anesthetic needle provided by Gu Yi, which even a soul saint like Zhao Wujie could not resist. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai stood by, bewildered at the sight of Zhao Wujie, the renowned soul saint, being so thoroughly subdued by Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. How could this be the Zhao Wujie I know? He thought, feeling a surge of indignation. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a powerful soul pressure emanating from Zhao Wujie, who had freed himself from the ground. In an explosive surge of soul power, he inadvertently sent Xiao Wu flying with a shockwave, causing her to crash heavily to the ground. The force of the soul saint's fury left Xiao Wu spitting blood and slipping into unconsciousness. Xiao Wu, Tang San gasped, his pupils contracting in alarm as he rushed to check on her. But at that moment, Zhao Wujie's 7 soul rings blazed to life, and an overwhelming wave of soul saint pressure bore down on Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. Crack, bang, without question. Tang San found himself pinned to the ground by the explosive force, and Zhu Zhuqing shared the same fate. Zhao Wujie, now visibly enraged, glared at Zhu Zhuqing and coldly demanded, "What did you do to me? Why could I not move and felt so rigid, unable to use my soul power?" The memory of his sudden immobilization filled him with dread. His anger stemmed from the humiliation of being incapacitated by Zhu Zhuqing, who had effortlessly breached his defenses and rendered him powerless. "Teacher Zhao," Dai Mubai interjected, sensing the escalating tension. Zhao Wujie gradually calmed down upon hearing Dai Mubai's voice. Realizing he had overreacted upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San lying on the ground, he quickly withdrew his oppressive aura. However, just as he did, Tang San sprang into action, fueled by rage at Zhao Wujie's earlier attack on Xiao Wu. With a swift motion, a piercing needle was hurled at Zhao Wujie the moment Tang San stood up. Following this, a barrage of various concealed weapons shot towards Zhao Wujie, each one propelled by Tang San's fury. The most formidable of these, the Dragon Whisker Needle, was unleashed with full force. In his momentary distraction, Zhao Wujie failed to notice the onslaught of peculiar projectiles until it was too late. The lingering effects of Zhu Zhuqing's anesthetic needle slowed him just enough for Tang San's Dragon Whisker Needle to breach his defenses, puncturing his backside with a soft thud. Ugh! Zhao Wujie's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe fruit. At that moment, his fury reached its zenith. Being so thoroughly embarrassed by these 2 youngsters was intolerable for someone of his esteemed reputation as the unmovable king of the Soul Master community. Boom! In a fit of rage, Zhao Wujie unleashed a powerful strike with his massive palm, sending Tang San flying. Unsurprisingly, Tang San fell unconscious upon impact. Just as Zhao Wujie prepared to retaliate against Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong shouted, "Time's up." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie glanced at the burnt incense and then at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, realizing that despite his anger, he had no choice but to relent. "What did you use on me?" He pressed Zhu Zhuqing, unable to shake off the memory of his earlier paralysis. Zhu Zhuqing did not answer directly but instead retorted, "Did you not say that any means were permissible as long as we could endure for a short period? It seems we have successfully tested that." Zhao Wujie reflected on his earlier words, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and conceded the test's success. He then instructed Dai Mubai and Oscar to assist the unconscious Tang San and Xiao Wu, along with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, in finding suitable accommodations. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were comfortably settled. "Zhuqing, you were absolutely incredible just now, managing to bring down Zhao Wujie, the soul saint. By the way, what exactly did you do to him?" In a woman's residence, Ning Rongrong praised and inquired about Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing examined the remaining syringe given to her by Gu Yi, remaining silent in response to Ning Rongrong's questions. She was astonished by the immense power of the seemingly casual gift from Gu Yi, realizing that the syringe could easily penetrate Zhao Wujie's defenses. Ning Rongrong, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's fixation on the object, quickly recognized that it was the very instrument that had previously brought Zhao Wujie to his knees. Upon seeing the label on the syringe, which bore the mark of the Divine Hand Medical Clinic, Ning Rongrong's gaze shifted thoughtfully to Zhu Zhuqing's impressive figure. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing let out a faint groan, her body succumbing to weakness as she collapsed to the ground. "Zhuqing, what is wrong?" Ning Rongrong asked, concern etching her features. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "I'm fine. Perhaps it's just the exhaustion from the recent consumption of soul power." Yet, she soon realized that it was not merely fatigue, but a transformation within her martial spirit. She recalled Gu Ye's words and quickly rose, retrieving a white vial to consume its contents, the very medicine Gu Yi had entrusted to her. Her condition mirrored Gu Ye's description, leaving her with no choice but to trust his guidance. As she ingested the medicine, a wave of warmth flooded her body, revitalizing her. Ning Rongrong, witnessing the resemblance between Zhu Zhuqing's vial and Gu Ye's, widened her eyes in realization, connecting the dots with the syringe and Zhu Zhuqing's previous remarks. She confirmed her suspicions. Zhu Zhuqing had indeed taken Gu Ye's medicine or received his treatment to achieve such a transformation. I must try this medicine myself in a couple of days, Ning Rongrong resolved inwardly, glancing at her own figure and smiling with delight. Zhuqing, rest well? I will check on Xiao Wu. Yes, go ahead, Zhu Zhuqing replied. After Ning Rongrong departed, Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged on her bed to cultivate her soul power. To her astonishment, she found her cultivation speed had increased significantly. Holding the white vial, she pondered, is this the reason behind it? Gu Yi, who exactly are you? Can you truly empower me to grow stronger so swiftly? Recalling Gu Ye's assurance of rapid enhancement, Zhu Zhuqing decided to investigate further in a few days. Meanwhile, at Zhao Wujia's residence, he grimaced in pain. These little brats are surprisingly ruthless. After extracting the syringe that had been forced into him, he reflected on how Zhu Zhuqing had breached his defenses and injected something that rendered him immobile. Now, he was eager to discover the nature of the object Zhu Zhuqing had used, given its astonishing potency. Never mind, they are students of Shrek Academy. And I can inquire later, he thought, finding solace in the notion that, despite their formidable abilities, he was their instructor. Just then, a deep voice resonated beside him. Zhao Wujia, who dares to play tricks? Show yourself. Zhao Wujia shouted angrily, scanning his surroundings. I await you outside. The voice continued. And upon realizing it was a soul power transmission from outside, Zhao Wujia leaped through the window in pursuit. Arriving in a forest, he spotted a figure ahead and coldly demanded, Who are you? Unmoved King Zhao Wujia, it seems you have a reputation for bullying the young. Zhao Wujia's eyes widened in disbelief at this encounter. Well, I too wish to witness the prowess of the unmoved king. Bang, bang, bang. A series of anguished cries echoed through the serene night surrounding Shrek Academy, as the forest bore witness to the unfolding chaos. Time passed, and Zhao Wujia emerged from the wilderness, his clothes tattered, one hand clutching his swollen face and the other nursing his rear, casting a reproachful glance at Flinder beside him. Flinder struggled to suppress laughter as he assisted Zhao Wujia, the two making their way back to Shrek Academy. Wujia, take care of your injuries tonight. If you have time tomorrow, consider visiting a healer in Soto City. I've heard of a clinic called the Divine Hand, renowned for its miraculous cures. Flinder patted Zhao Wujia's shoulder before departing. Zhao Wujia glared at Flinder's retreating figure, recalling how Flinder had merely spectated during his thrashing, feeling a pang of betrayal. This injury is beyond the recovery sausage Xiao Ao provided. I must indeed seek out the doctor Flinder mentioned. He grimaced, tenderly touching his bruised face. Chapter 10, The Valuable Zhao Wujia. Another beautiful day dawned. In Soto City, at the Divine Hand Medical Clinic, Guy stretched lazily and eagerly opened the clinic's door, anticipating a long line of young women seeking his treatment. He was well aware of their fervent desire for his expertise. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find not the usual throng of eager patients, but a stout man resembling a small hill. This man, not particularly tall and with a face swollen like a pig's head, was someone Gu Yi recognized from a previous encounter in Soto City. Zhao Wujia, Vice Dean of Shrek Academy. With a commendable martial spirit of the mighty bear, Gu Yi mused, noting the man's impressive soul sage strength, now marred by his grotesque appearance. Gu Yi, however, dismissed it, peering around for his loyal clientele, only to frown in disappointment. Are you searching for the women who were just here? Yes, where are they? They must have left. Left? Did you send them away? Gu Yi questioned, casting a skeptical glance at the swollen-faced Zhao Wujia. Well, it's a bit complicated, Zhao Wujia admitted sheepishly, wishing to conceal his injuries from the academy. He had taken measures to disperse the crowd of women who might see him in such a disheveled state upon arriving at the clinic early that morning. Upon seeing Zhao Wuji's appearance, Gu Yi was certain that it was Zhao Wuji who had driven away his loyal patient. Gazing at Zhao Wuji, whose face was swollen like that of a pig, Gu Yi felt an immense anger. Did they not realize how many youthful ladies he could treat in a single day? Did they not comprehend the number of charming and graceful young women he could comfort and heal with his skilled hands in just one day? Gu Yi was indeed quite fond of providing treatment to those beautiful young women on a daily basis. Yet now, however, Gu Yi took another glance outside and confirmed that only the swollen-faced Zhao Wuji, resembling a pig's head, remained. With no other option, he turned his attention to this unfortunate figure. You have come for treatment, haven't you? He inquired. Indeed. I heard that your medical skills are extraordinary and that you offer your services free of charge, so I decided to seek your expertise, Zhao Wuji replied, grinning while touching his inflamed face. Please, come inside. As a physician, Gu Yi was principled and selfless, never shying away from any surgical challenge, even when it involved the pig-headed Zhao Wuji. Upon entering the clinic, Gu Yi first utilized the surgical system to skin Zhao Wuji, only to discover that the rewards for treating him surpassed those for the youthful women by an astonishing margin, reaching a staggering 50 points. This revelation left him utterly astonished. He approached Zhao Wuji, scrutinizing what rendered him so much more valuable than that group of young women, his worth was tenfold. Was it his stocky physique? His solid pectoral muscles? Or was it something else entirely? Gu Yi cast a glance at a certain spot on Zhao Wuji, lost in thought. Are you employing the power of your gaze for healing, esteemed physician? Zhao Wuji inquired, perplexed by Gu Ye's scrutinizing gaze. Were it not for his knowledge of Gu Ye's identity as a healer, Zhao Wuji might have suspected this individual of being a charlatan. Given the intensity of his stare and the way he surveyed his surroundings, Gu Yi withdrew his gaze and lightly cleared his throat, stating, I have a general understanding of your illness and symptoms. However, before we proceed with treatment, let us discuss the matter of payment. Isn't this place free of charge? Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow. Upon his arrival, he had distinctly heard the group of women outside proclaiming that visits here were complimentary. Moreover, Gu Ye's reputation in Sotoa City was quite illustrious, renowned for offering free medical care. Why, then, was he being asked to pay? Well, it is indeed free for the women you just mentioned. However, your situation is different. Zhao Wuji knitted his brow further, questioning how it could be different. They're all women, each possessing enchanting beauty and captivating figures. Assisting them with their troubles is my duty. This is what one might call a mutual understanding. You, as a man, wouldn't he comprehend? Of course, this thought of mine is something I would never express to Zhao Wuji, a rugged and burly man. The reason they referred to it as free is that they contributed something of equal value in return. Most of them are ordinary women, humble members of society. As a physician, I merely wish to allow them to experience the warmth of human kindness and social compassion. Your status as a soul master, however, sets you apart. To speak frankly, I can assure you that, given your current condition, I will be able to assist you in a short time, and naturally, there will be a fee. Can you truly facilitate a swift recovery? Zhao Wuji, initially skeptical of Gu Ye's claims, now inquired eagerly upon hearing of a quick remedy, while gingerly touching his swollen face. The reason your face is so swollen is due to the repeated impact of a powerful iron hammer, correct? Zhao Wuji nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed been struck by Tang Hao's hammer. With his soul saint-level prowess, he knew that recovery would take no less than half a month. In addition to the injuries on your face, your body has also suffered from two types of sharp instruments. One is exceedingly fine and sharp, while the other could also be classified as a needle. The former has evidently inflicted greater harm, correct? Zhao Wuji continued to nod. As a soul saint, he recalled with irritation how Zhu Zhuqing had incapacitated him with that infernal needle, leading to a beating from 3 others. Furthermore, he had been shot in the backside by Tang San and later slapped by Tang San's father, leaving him in a rather unfortunate state. Bi smiled and replied, in a moment, I shall heal all your wounds, but I require something in return. What is it? Zhao Wuji inquired. Gu Yi did not respond. Instead, he scrutinized Zhao Wuji with a penetrating gaze for a moment. In that fleeting instant of being appraised by Gu Yi, Zhao Wuji felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort, as if goosebumps had risen on his skin. Once the fees were determined, Gu Yi pointed to Zhao Wuji's chest and stated, I require a drop of your martial spirit blood. What is martial spirit blood? Zhao Wuji pondered, having never encountered such terminology before. He looked at Gu Yi with confusion, unable to grasp its meaning. You will soon understand. If you consent, we can commence the treatment immediately, and I will restore you in a matter of moments. Do you agree? Very well. Zhao Wuji was primarily eager to revert his swollen visage, which resembled that of a pig's head, to its original state. He wished to avoid the mockery of Flinder and Dai Mubai upon returning to Shrek Academy. Moreover, he felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the martial spirit blood that Gu Yi had mentioned. Lie down, Gu Yi gestured towards the examination bed. Without further contemplation, Zhao Wuji reclined upon it. He was quite intrigued by this young physician, who, despite his youth, had acquired a reputation for extraordinary medical skills among the outside world. Zhao Wuji was keen to ascertain whether such claims held merit. With a flick of his wrist, Gu Yi summoned a surgical scalpel into his grasp. He then approached Zhao Wuji with a serious demeanor and said, My method of healing is rather unique. Gu Yi waved the scalpel playfully, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Zhao Wuji. Is your martial soul truly of the healing type? Zhao Wuji inquired, his interest piqued by the scalpel in Gu Yi's hand. I too belong to the healing category. This blade is known as a surgical scalpel, serving as my instrument for healing. As Gu Yi spoke, the surgical knife glinted with a luminous sheen, and he made a swift motion across Zhao Wuji's face, enveloping it in a veil of radiant light. Initially, upon witnessing Gu Ye's blade approach his visage, Zhao Wuji instinctively recoiled, driven by an innate sense of caution. However, to his astonishment, before he could evade, the ethereal light had already graced his countenance. Soon after, a tingling sensation began to permeate his face, and it was only upon realizing that Gu Yi was indeed administering genuine treatment that Zhao Wuji finally lowered his guard. The white light emanating from Gu Ye's scalpel serves merely as a facade. The true remedy for Zhao Wuji lies within a specific pharmaceutical. Subsequently, Gu Yi approached the medicine shelf and retrieved a particular potion, designed to reduce swelling, produced by the system and possessing remarkable efficacy, making it perfectly suitable for Zhao Wuji. As Gu Yi applied the ointment to Zhao Wuji's face, he observed the latter's stocky physique and was suddenly struck by a thought. What if certain parts of Zhao Wuji's body were to be modified? Or if he were to inject him with additional substances, what results might they yield? As these thoughts danced through his mind, Guyu realized he was veering into morally dubious territory. After all, he was a legitimate physician and could not act recklessly. Moreover, given Zhao Wuji's current prowess as a soul sage, he would be unwise to provoke him. It was best to defer such considerations to a later time. Under Gu Ye's treatment, Zhao Wuji soon felt the swelling in his face subsiding. He was also astonished to discover that the wounds inflicted by Zhu Zhuqing's paralyzing liquid were healing as well. He gazed at Gu Yi, impressed by the young man's medical skills. Ding. Reward for treating the original character, the unmoved King Zhao Wuji, 50 surgical points. A series of random collection tasks were then issued. 1. Collect 10 samples of top-tier martial soul blood. Reward, 3,000 surgical points, 2 martial soul serum. 2 martial soul enhancement serum, 2 martial soul evolution serum. 2. Collect 30 samples of advanced martial soul blood. Reward, 3,000 surgical points, 1 martial soul serum. 1 martial soul enhancement serum, 1 martial soul evolution serum. 3. Collect 50 samples of intermediate martial soul blood. Reward, 1,000 surgical points, 1 martial soul enhancement serum. 4. Collect 100 samples of low-tier martial soul blood. Reward, 500 surgical points. Upon receiving the surgical points reward for treating Zhao Wuji, Guyi was then met with the system's announcement of new tasks. Over the past few months, the surgical system had issued few tasks, however. Upon encountering significant characters from the original narrative, it seemed to awaken with fervor, as if it had consumed an invigorating tonic. Clearly, in order to grow stronger and amass a wealth of surgical points, intimate surgical engagements with these original characters were imperative. After contemplating several matters in his heart, Guyi turned to Zhao Wuji and said, "Well, now that your injuries have healed, it is time to settle the payment." Chapter 11. Ning Rongrong's ambition. Zhao Wuji touched his face in the area on his back where Zhu Zhuqing had applied acupuncture, marveling at how completely healed he truly was. He had to acknowledge Gu Ye's medical skills. After all, the injuries on his face were inflicted by Tang Hao, and even he could not recover in such a short time. Yet, Gu Yi had managed to cure him in less than 15 minutes. Such prowess surpassed that of even healing-type soul masters. When Zhao Wuji heard that Gu Yi required compensation, he politely inquired, "How should I provide you with the so-called soul blood?" "It's quite simple. You just need to release your martial soul," Gu Yi replied. "Is it really that easy?" Zhao Wuji asked, slightly puzzled. "Indeed, it is that simple." After some consideration, Zhao Wuji decided to unleash his martial soul, the mighty golden bear. After all, he was not one to take advantage of others. Upon witnessing Zhao Wuji's martial soul being released, Guyu swiftly sprang into action. A radiant light emanated from his scalpel, enveloping the entire clinic in a transparent shield-like space. In an instant, he made a swift incision on Zhao Wuji's mighty golden bear, extracting a drop of energy resembling yellow blood and sealing it in a vial. The entire process was as quick as lightning. Zhao Wuji felt nothing, completely unaware that Guyi had extracted his soul blood. "All done," Guyi said as he secured the vial and looked at Zhao Wuji. "Is that it?" Zhao Wuji rubbed his head, gazing at the small vial in Guyi's hand with confusion. Earlier, he had seen Guyi make a cut, and somehow, a drop of liquid resembling blood had emerged from his martial soul. Yet, he felt no pain, not even the slightest hint of discomfort. If he hadn't witnessed the so-called blood himself, he might have suspected Guyi was deceiving him. "Yes, it's done. If you have no further issues, you may leave," Guyi stated, glancing at Zhao Wuji as if to urge him to depart. Zhao Wuji scratched his head, still puzzled by the peculiar vial in Guyi's hand. His injuries had completely healed, and lingering here served no purpose. He turned to Gu Yi and asked, "I know your surname is Gu, but what is your full name?" "Gu Yi. Gu Yi is it? Your medical skills are remarkable. Would you be interested in joining my academy?" Zhao Wuji proposed, his interest piqued by Gu Ye's unique martial soul and formidable healing abilities. He was certain that Flandra would be thrilled to learn about such an extraordinary soul master. "Not interested," Gu Yi replied nonchalantly. "Our academy only accepts exceptional individuals. Are you certain you will not join us?" Zhao Wuji pressed on, undeterred. "Are you referring to the Shrek Academy located in the village outside Soto City?" Gu Yi asked with a smile. "Yes, exactly." Zhao Wuji beamed with pride upon realizing that Gu Yi was familiar with Shrek Academy. However, Gu Yi then rolled his eyes at Zhao Wuji and remarked, "From what I know, Shrek Academy is a rather lackluster institution, lacking even the most basic training facilities. The entire academy is situated within a village. Why would I want to join?" It was not that Gu Yi looked down upon Shrek Academy. Rather, he believed its facilities were subpar. Aside from a few instructors, it lacked essential resources, and the teachers present had their own issues, particularly the likes of Yu Xiaojiang and Flandra, who were hardly exemplary individuals. Gu Yi had no intention of entertaining Zhao Wuji's invitation. Zhao Wuji felt embarrassed and somewhat irritated by Gu Yi's comments. After all, to label his own academy as lackluster was a bitter pill to swallow. Although it was indeed the truth, as the vice president, he could hardly remain indifferent. However, recalling how Gu Yi had healed his injuries, he ultimately decided to leave the Divine Medical Clinic. Before departing, Zhao Wuji glanced back at Gu Yi, resolving to bring Flandra next time to discuss the matter. Gu Yi likely held misconceptions about Shrek Academy, and he needed to set the record straight. If someone as talented as Gu Yi were to join their academy, it would surely be a tremendous honor. After Zhao Wujie left, Gu Yi dismissed the thought of his invitation to Shrek Academy and instead took out the vial containing Zhao Wujie's soul blood to assess its quality. Mighty Golden Bear Martial Soul, rank, high. High-grade soul blood collected, completion, 130. After observing the system's assessment of the Mighty Golden Bear Martial Soul, Gu Yi surmised the tier of martial souls in the Douluo world. On the Douluo continent, the top-tier martial souls are renowned names such as the Ice Phoenix, 7 Killing Sword, 9 Treasure Glazed Tao Pagoda, Hao Tian Hammer, and White Tiger. Meanwhile, martial souls like the Six-Winged Angel and Sea God could be categorized as divine-level martial souls. Gu Yi contemplated the challenge of gathering the blood of these soul spirits for his task, which proved to be quite formidable. By the way, he pondered the classification of Zhu Zhuqing's spectral cat soul. Out of curiosity, Gu Yi decided to examine the blood extracted from Zhu Zhuqing's soul. To his surprise, the analysis revealed that it barely reached a high level. It seemed that this little feline would soon seek him out. Upon discovering the rank of Zhu Zhuqing's soul, Gu Yi, with his understanding of her fervent desire for power and her background, coupled with his earlier discussion about the evolution and enhancement of souls, was confident that she would approach him shortly. He then mused about when Ning Rongrong, the adorable dumpling, would arrive, speculating that it should be soon. Retrieving the blood of the 7 treasure glazed tile soul from her would undoubtedly be the most fitting choice. If he were to collect the soul blood of all the soul masters in this world, and subsequently cultivate a few subordinates to bestow multiple souls upon them, he wondered whether success could be achieved. What might the outcome be if such an endeavor were to succeed? Gu Yi contemplated, envisioning the scene, and smiled. He was a man of lofty aspirations. How could he possibly confine himself to the small confines of Soto City? Upon arriving in this world, Gu Yi set a modest goal regarding that woman in the spirit hall. When the opportunity arose, he intended to administer a life-altering surgery to Bibi Dong. For now, he focused on preparing the spirit essence for Zhu Zhuqing. How could this magnificent feline be so feeble? With that thought in mind, Gu Yi dismissed all other concerns and dedicated himself to his preparations. Meanwhile, in the Shrek Academy, within the female quarters, Ning Rongrong had just awakened after a late-night conversation with the revitalized Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, habitually rubbing her eyes and then her conscience. She was abruptly jolted awake upon realization. Could it be true? In disbelief, she approached the mirror, lifting her clothing to scrutinize her form. Indeed, it was genuine. Gu Yi's concoction had truly worked. Excitedly, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her voice echoing loudly. What is this about? Xiao Wu, who had been soundly asleep, was startled awake by Ning Rongrong's outburst. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, she inquired, Rongrong, what is happening? Nothing, Xiao Wu. You're awake. Let us go have breakfast. Ning Rongrong quickly replied, tidying her attire as she approached Xiao Wu's bedside. She had no intention of revealing her secret to Xiao Wu. She yearned to astonish everyone in silence. At that very moment, in the adjacent room of Zhu Zhuqing, after a night of training, she exhaled deeply, sensing the transformation in her soul power, her face radiating joy. She had successfully ascended in rank, breaking through from level 27 to 28. Quickly, Zhu Zhuqing retrieved the small white vial. Gazing at the last remaining pill within, her curiosity piqued about its contents. Gu Yi, can you truly make me stronger? What do you mean by spirit evolution? Will my spectral cat spirit evolve into something more powerful? Zhu Zhuqing pondered, realizing that her breakthrough was not solely due to Gu Yi healing her injuries but also significantly influenced by the substance within that vial. Her heart raced at the thought. No one knew the relentless efforts she exerted day and night to grow stronger. For only through strength could Zhu Zhuqing secure her survival. As for Dai Mubai, the man who had abandoned her, she scoffed inwardly. She was already aware of his scandalous exploits. Encountering such a debauched individual compelled her to strive for strength, lest she fail to thrive within her family. I'll pay Gu Yi a visit. If what he said is true, perhaps I can. I shall not yield. Sister, await my return. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fist, her gaze resolute. Zhuqing, are you awake? At that moment, Ning Rongrong entered the room, radiating happiness, her steps imbued with a sense of vigor. Upon entering Zhu Zhuqing's room and noticing she was already up, Ning Rongrong eagerly took her hand, intending to head to breakfast with Xiao Wu. However, the three women were taken aback to discover that there was no cafeteria at Shrek Academy. Had it not been for Oscar guiding them midway, they might have suspected they were being abducted. The academy resembled a rustic village more than a reputable institution. Chapter 12. How many heads do women have? Within the Shrek Academy cafeteria, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of regret. She questioned whether joining Shrek Academy was a mistake, for it was even more dilapidated than she had imagined. Yet, now that she was enrolled, regret was futile. Alas, Ning Rongrong sighed. Inside the cafeteria, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Oscar observed the trio of beauties, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, whispering among themselves. Oscar's gaze lingered on Ning Rongrong, his eyes widening. Yet, Ning Rongrong paid them no mind, hastily finishing her breakfast. Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, I have something to attend to shortly, she announced. Rongrong, where are you going? Xiao Wu inquired. Just some errands, Ning Rongrong replied, unwilling to divulge that she was heading to seek medical attention. After exchanging a few words with Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing, she departed the cafeteria. As Shrek Academy's classes were set to commence the following day, Ning Rongrong, with a day free of obligations, made her way to Gu Ye's chamber to retrieve her small vial before leaving for Soto City. Rongrong, where are you heading? As she exited the door, Oscar, who had just finished breakfast, called out to her. Upon realizing it was Oscar, Ning Rongrong merely stated she had matters to attend to and ignored him. Compared to her affairs, Oscar was of no significance. Feeling awkward as she brushed him off, Oscar scratched his head in embarrassment. Not long after Ning Rongrong's departure, Zhu Zhuqing also exited Shrek Academy. Zhuqing, where are you going? Oscar inquired as he spotted her. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not even glance back as she exited the academy, leaving Oscar feeling increasingly awkward. Just as Zhu Zhuqing left, Dai Mubai emerged, having followed her out. Spotting Oscar at the entrance, he approached and asked, Xiaoyao, did Zhu Zhuqing leave? She just stepped out. Dai, do you know Zhuqing? Oscar replied. Yes, Dai Mubai affirmed. As Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, he was keenly aware of her whereabouts and felt compelled to ascertain what she was up to, promptly pursuing her. Shortly after Ning Rongrong's departure, she arrived outside the Divine Physician's clinic in Soto City. Upon stepping outside, she glanced at the small vial in her hand, pressed her palm against her chest, hesitated for a moment, and then entered. Upon entering, Ning Rongrong saw the handsome physician, Gu Yi, engrossed in his work. Not pausing his tasks, Gu Yi inquired, here for treatment? It's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Gu Yi looked up and beamed. You actually came. Is what you said yesterday true? Ning Rongrong asked, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with shyness. Naturally. Your presence here now is proof of its authenticity, is it not? Indeed, Ning Rongrong nodded, reflecting on her transformation. Then, could you? Of course, for a minor ailment like yours, I merely need to make a few adjustments to assist you, Gu Yi replied. Is it truly just a matter of adjustments? Ning Rongrong hesitated, regarding Gu Yi with skepticism. What? Do you expect me to do something else? And no then. Please explain how you intend to treat me, Ning Rongrong requested shyly, now determined to receive treatment. Come, sit down, and let me examine you, Gu Yi beckoned. Ning Rongrong nodded obediently and gracefully took a seat before Gu Yi. Subsequently, Gu Yi clasped Ning Rongrong's hand, adeptly feeling her pulse. As he examined her, he shook his head with a sigh. Indeed, Ning Rongrong's skin is truly exquisite. Observing Gu Ye's demeanor, Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat concerned that he might declare the treatment challenging, so she softly inquired, what is it? It's nothing. Just open your mouth, he replied. Oh. Gu Ye's words carried a commanding tone. In this unique environment, Ning Rongrong's guard was low, and her desire for Gu Ye's assistance in her healing made her quite compliant as she willingly opened her mouth. Gu Yi glanced over with a semblance of composure, his pure gaze ultimately resting upon Ning Rongrong's chest. With a deep sigh, he lamented, what a pity, indeed a pity. Ning Rongrong, perplexed, looked at Gu Yi, questioning his words. Had he not claimed to possess the means to heal? Yet his tone conveyed a different sentiment. She had approached Gu Yi with aspirations of blossoming into beauty as she matured. Gu Yi gently touched Ning Rongrong's delicate hand and inquisitively inquired, do you know why you are so small? Ning Rongrong shook her head, her voice soft and fragile. No, I do not know. It is because your head is small. My head? Small? Ning Rongrong gazed at Gu Yi in confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. What could her head size possibly have to do with anything? She then patted her own head, finding it to be just right, neither too big nor too small. Have you ever heard the saying a head as large as a basin? Gu Yi continued to stroke her small hand, posing another question. Ning Rongrong shook her head once more. In that moment, she resembled a patient yearning for a physician's remedy, instinctively compelled to trust and respond to Gu Ye's inquiries. Then let me ask you again. Do you know how many heads you possess? Gu Yi pressed on. Isn't it just one? Wrong, it is 3. How could it be 3 when there is clearly only one head? Ning Rongrong looked at Gu Yi, perplexed. Gu Yi smiled in silence. He then fixed his piercing gaze upon Ning Rongrong's chest and inquired, do you know what it means to possess 3 heads and 6 arms? Ning Rongrong, perplexed, responded with a look of confusion, unable to grasp the meaning behind Gu Ye's words. The term 3 heads and 6 arms refers to the epitome of a woman's grace and physique, representing an ideal and harmonious state. Achieving such a condition would render the flaws of both mind and body easily remedied. So what exactly are 3 heads and 6 arms? Ning Rongrong curiously asked. 3 heads. Precisely, and what about the 6 arms? Gu Yi scrutinized Ning Rongrong and remarked, the term 6 arms naturally refers to delicate arms, elongated legs, and a well-proportioned figure. This is what one might call the 6 arms of a woman. If you can achieve harmony and balance in your proportions, what you desire will surely come to pass. Ning Rongrong appeared to grasp the concept, realizing that her lack of proportion was the root of her concerns. What should I do? She inquired, her urgency evident as she gazed at Gu Yi. I trust you took the medicine I provided yesterday? He asked. Yes. Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously, internally marveling at its effectiveness. That was a quick-acting remedy. Results should manifest within a couple of days. However, I do not advocate relying solely on medication, as all remedies carry some risk. My preferred method of treatment is, I will personally assist you. Gu Yi said with a gentle smile, his gaze pure and earnest. How will you help me? Ning Rongrong was eager to attain perfection, wishing to transform from a mere dumpling into a grand bun, dazzling all who beheld her. There are two methods of treatment. One is a manual technique, which is highly effective, albeit time-consuming and entirely natural, with no side effects whatsoever. The other is an energy therapy, equally effective but more costly and somewhat painful, especially since it would be your first experience. Upon hearing about the two methods, Ning Rongrong pressed for details. How does the manual technique work? It is quite simple. It requires only the use of hands, Gu Yi replied, extending his hands before her. As such, I will then apply some special medicinal solutions to stimulate certain hormones within your body, thereby achieving the desired enhancement. Rest assured throughout this process, as a dedicated physician, I regard every part of your body solely as an organ. The treatment will proceed accordingly. Gu Ye's gaze was pure and earnest as he looked at Ning Rongrong. However, upon discovering that Gu Ye's treatment method required him to personally assist her, her cheeks flushed slightly. She glanced at the handsome Gu Yi and, begrudgingly, admitted to herself that he was indeed quite dashing. If only she could. No. She quickly dismissed such inappropriate thoughts and said, please, could you explain the second treatment method? She would never agree to the first method, despite Gu Ye's striking appearance and his status as a serious physician. It was simply too embarrassing. Gu Yi felt a tinge of disappointment. He had initially hoped to personally mentor Ning Rongrong. However, she did not permit it. And he would not impose, for he was a respectable physician. Very well, let me discuss the second method. This alternative treatment, of course, is energy therapy. I shall prepare a medicinal solution for you, which you can apply to your body upon your return. You will notice slight effects in a week, and significant results will begin to manifest after half a month. To achieve perfection, however, it may require as long as 6 months. What kind of solution? Ning Rongrong inquired. Her curiosity piqued. You need not concern yourself with the specifics, merely understand that it is a beneficial remedy, and it will not harm you, he assured her. Oh. Ning Rongrong expressed no skepticism, having already experienced its effects the previous day. Yet, she pondered whether 6 months was too lengthy. She aspired to surpass Zhu Zhuqing in a short span, secretly developing her abilities to astonish Xiaowu and the others. The astute Gu Yi discerned her thoughts with ease, a testament to a physician's understanding of their patient, as well as a woman's desire for beauty. He then inquired with a smile. Are you finding 6 months to be too long? Ning Rongrong responded softly. If you find the duration of 6 months excessive, you might consider the first treatment method. Rest assured, I shall not pressure you, for you are not the first patient I have treated. And the final decision lies with you. I would prefer to try the second option first, Ning Rongrong replied, unable to make such a decision, as she was still an innocent maiden. Very well, he conceded. Gu Yi retrieved a vial containing a white liquid from beneath the cabinet and placed it into Ning Rongrong's hands, simultaneously instructing her, when applying it. Remember to dab some on your head as well. Keep these 4 words in mind. Head as large as a basin. The specific usage instructions are also inscribed within. Chapter 13. Caring for Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong's voice was delicate and soft. At this moment, she had comprehended the significance of Gu Ye's words regarding the head, and she understood why he referred to women as possessing 3 heads. Indeed, women do possess 3 heads. After carefully stowing the potion he had given her into her bosom, she pondered Zhu Zhuqing's curvaceous figure and softly inquired, can I transform to be like Zhu Zhuqing? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong mention Zhu Zhuqing, Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback. How ambitious she was, aspiring to become as formidable as Zhu Zhuqing. It is admirable for one to possess dreams, yet excessive contemplation may lead to misfortune. Wait a moment, why would Ning Rongrong inquire about Zhu Zhuqing in his presence? Could it be that she harbored suspicions regarding the undulating contours of Zhu Zhuqing's figure, attributing them to him? Upon further reflection, considering that both were currently at Shrek Academy, it was conceivable that upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's striking physique and comparing it to her own rather flat figure, Ning Rongrong might indeed question whether Zhu Zhuqing's remarkable curves were in any way influenced by him. Gu Yi smiled and then nodded without hesitation. Ning Rongrong, witnessing this, immediately felt a sense of relief. If she were to end up like Zhu Zhuqing in the future, wouldn't that be? The more she pondered, the happier she became. Very well, for 1 week, I shall charge you no fee while the treatment takes effect. After a week, should the results be exceptional, I will require a single drop of your blood as remuneration. Do you understand? Ning Rongrong readily agreed, as it was merely a drop of blood, and she perceived no loss in that. However, she was unaware of what kind of blood it would be. After discreetly inquiring about some private matters, she prepared to leave. But at that moment, someone walked in from outside. It was Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong felt an awkward embarrassment akin to encountering an acquaintance at a hospital. Rongrong, what brings you here? Zhu Zhuqing was equally surprised to see Ning Rongrong, not expecting her to know Gu Yi. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what brought Ning Rongrong to this place. Zhuqing, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Ning Rongrong, wishing to conceal her reason for visiting Gu Yi, hastily bid farewell and hurried away. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Ning Rongrong's behavior, feeling as if something was amiss. You've arrived. Gu Yi, ignoring Ning Rongrong's departure, smiled at Zhu Zhuqing. He knew that a woman like Zhu Zhuqing, who ardently pursued strength with unwavering goals, would certainly return. He just hadn't anticipated her return would be so swift. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and approached Gu Yi, inquiring, "What was that about with Rongrong? Do you know her?" "Indeed, she came to seek my medical assistance." "Medical assistance? Is Rongrong unwell?" "That I cannot disclose, as confidentiality is the cornerstone of my profession." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing ceased her inquiries. She refocused on her purpose for being there and gazed at Gu Yi, saying, "You previously mentioned you could help me become stronger and allow my martial soul to evolve. Is that true?" "That depends on you." "What do you mean?" Zhu Zhuqing's strikingly beautiful eyes, clear and expressive, regarded Gu Yi with confusion. "This matter is highly confidential. Please, come with me into the room and take a seat on the bed. I will explain the details inside." Gu Yi swiftly closed the door of the medical clinic before stepping into the room, followed closely by Zhu Zhuqing without a moment's hesitation. Regarding any potential danger, Zhu Zhuqing, upon observing Gu Ye's strikingly handsome appearance, felt reassured of his benign nature. Furthermore, with Ning Rongrong's acquaintance with Gu Yi, her concerns dissipated entirely. As the duo entered the room, not far from the esteemed clinic, a figure emerged, Dai Mubai, who had followed Zhu Zhuqing. Earlier, Ning Rongrong had mentioned that Zhu Zhuqing had ventured into the clinic, prompting Dai Mubai's curiosity about her motives. Coincidentally, as Ning Rongrong made her way back to Shrek Academy, she encountered Dai Mubai and informed him of Zhu Zhuqing's whereabouts. However, Dai Mubai was perplexed as to why Zhu Zhuqing would visit the clinic. He was well aware of Gu Ye's reputable standing within Soto City, and this led him to hasten his steps towards the esteemed clinic. Eager to discern Zhu Zhuqing's purpose there, he had heard whispers of the young physician's extraordinary handsomeness and prowess. The thought stirred a frown on Dai Mubai's brow, prompting him to quicken his pace. Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of the clinic, the atmosphere awaited further developments. He gazed intently at Zhu Zhuqing before him. Leaning against the door, Zhu Zhuqing showcased her alluring and curvaceous figure to the fullest. At that moment, as she looked at Gu Ye's handsome face, she could not comprehend why he was regarding her with such intensity, accompanied by a gaze that bore an air of aggression. Gu Yi gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, not merely because of her striking beauty, her alluring figure, her long legs, or her slender waist, which is often touted as possessing a remarkable bosom. His scrutiny of Zhu Zhuqing was devoid of any ulterior motives. His gaze was innocent, for he was now a physician. To him, every individual was a patient, and he regarded her with utmost integrity. "You wish to grow stronger, do you not?" He inquired softly, leaving behind a towering silhouette for Zhu Zhuqing. As she gazed at Gu Ye's figure, Zhu Zhuqing contemplated her family's matters and felt a curiosity about Gu Ye's martial soul evolution. She resolutely acknowledged with a sound of agreement. "Once a decision is made, strength must be pursued. Do you comprehend the sacrifices required to become stronger?" "It is essential to understand that there are no free lunches in this world," Gu Yi remarked, with his hands clasped behind his back. "What is needed?" Gu Yi did not respond immediately. After careful consideration, he recalled the soul blood serum extracted from Zhu Zhuqing's body and said, "First, when the time is right, you must not oppose my taking that most precious drop of blood from you. Second, I have an experiment that I wish to conduct on you. Upon its completion, it will elevate your innate qualities to the pinnacle of this world and enhance your strength significantly. I assure you that there will be no adverse effects. Would you be willing to proceed?" Indeed, Gu Yi intended to apply the essence of Zhu Zhuqing's nethercat martial soul on her, a testament to the experiment he sought to validate, and Zhu Zhuqing was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. As for extracting that precious drop of blood from her, Gu Yi was entirely serious. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Gu Yi and readily agreed to the first condition, believing that he only wished to collect her martial soul blood. However, the second condition stirred a sense of conflict within her. She yearned for strength, as only power could shield her from the fate imposed by her family. Yet she grappled with whether to trust Gu Ye's words. "Will there really be no harm?" she asked, seeking confirmation as she gazed at him. "Naturally," Gu Yi replied. "If it were to cause you any harm or leave you unable to walk for the rest of your life, I would provide you with a guarantee." As he spoke, Gu Yi turned and approached Zhu Zhuqing slowly, their eyes locking in an intense gaze, the distance between them shrinking to a mere 10 centimeters. Gu Ye's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his eyes upon Zhu Zhuqing's captivating visage. He continued, "I, Gu Yi, can care for you, Zhu Zhuqing, for a lifetime." As he whispered these words, Zhu Zhuqing felt her heart race. With a subtle nod, she consented to Gu Ye's experiment. Aside from her own desire for strength, she discerned the sincerity reflected in Gu Ye's eyes, which ultimately swayed her decision. "Come, let us proceed to the bed." Upon receiving Zhu Zhuqing's agreement, Gu gently guided her to the bedside. Since she had acquiesced to the experiment, she instinctively followed his lead, lying down as per his commanding tone, awaiting his actions. Chapter 14. Zhu Zhuqing. So swift at this moment. Gu Ye's focus was unwavering as he observed Zhu Zhuqing reclining on the bed, especially noting the expression of surrender that graced her features, stirring his emotions. After all, the Zhu Zhuqing before him exuded an allure that was undeniably mature, devoid of any youthful innocence, far more sophisticated than the youthful women he had treated in recent times. igniting a fervor within him. Yet, Gu Yi remained the composed individual he always was. Dispelling the distracting thoughts from his mind, he produced a vial and a syringe. Isn't that the blood extracted from my martial spirit? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, recognizing the familiar vial in Gu Ye's grasp. Indeed, it is the blood of your martial spirit. This single drop, through my research, possesses a unique effect. Shortly, I shall inject it into your body, merging it with your martial spirit, the phantom spirit cat. The resulting transformation will undoubtedly enhance your strength. This is my promise to you. Should any unforeseen consequences arise, leaving you in a state of disrepair, rest assured. For I have vowed to care for you for a lifetime. Guy smiled sincerely, asserting that the matter of taking care of Zhu Zhuqing with a shared blanket was undoubtedly true. Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft hum, signaling the beginning. Guy possesses strikingly handsome features. However, Zhu Zhuqing, with her self-discipline and resilience, does not require Gu Yu to care for her throughout her life. It is evident that Zhu Zhuqing has misconstrued Gu Ye's words, for he referred to a quilt, while she interpreted it as a lifetime commitment. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's insistence, Guy wasted no time. He swiftly extracted a needle, tested the syringe, and proceeded to draw the blood serum from the spirit cat of the underworld. Holding the needle firmly in his grasp, Guy cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. The first time my needle pierces your skin, it will be rather painful. Brace yourself. Zhu Zhuqing, eyeing the considerable size of the needle in Gu Ye's hand, felt a flicker of trepidation deep within. Yet, having already made her declaration, retreat was not an option for her. Resolutely, she steeled herself, whispering, "Bring it on," as she closed her eyes, awaiting the prick of Gu Ye's needle at some undisclosed point on her body. Unbeknownst to her, she was unaware of where Gu Ye intended to strike. Thus, curiosity compelled her to open her eyes for a fleeting moment. To her astonishment, she discovered that Gu Ye had already completed his task. How swift! Zhu Zhuqing marveled at Gu Ye's unexpected speed, realizing that the procedure had concluded before she even felt a thing. Had Gu Ye been privy to her thoughts, he might have been tempted to wield an even larger needle to elicit a more pronounced reaction from her. Is it done? Were you not supposed to say it would be painful the first time? Why did I not feel anything? And how could you be so fast? Zhu Zhuqing's barrage of inquiries struck Gu Ye like a relentless hammer, rendering him momentarily speechless. In that instant, he discerned that Zhu Zhuqing was not as cold as he had initially perceived. Each of her words pierced directly to the heart of the matter. He regarded Zhu Zhuqing, the audacious woman who dared to question his speed and the absence of pain. Soon, Gu Ye would ensure she understood the true meaning of discomfort. Why are you silent? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, noting the somber expression on Gu Ye's face. Her cool yet slightly concerned tone only added to his bewilderment. At that moment, Gu Ye, embodying the essence of manhood, resolved to impart to Zhu Zhuqing a profound understanding of inner anguish. 3, 2, 1. Gu Ye observed as Zhu Zhuqing counted down 3 seconds. The moment she completed her count, her previously indifferent expression shifted dramatically. Instinctively, she clutched her chest, her countenance growing increasingly pained. Gu Ye gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. For the anguish etched upon Zhu Zhuqing's face mirrored his expectations almost perfectly. The blood essence of her nethercat martial soul was indeed beneficial to her, and the evident signs of her torment indicated that she was in the midst of assimilating this essence. In the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly arched her body, the expression of agony on her face intensifying further. Gu Ye firmly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder and said with grave intensity, "Zhu Zhuqing, you must endure this. It is the herald of your martial soul's fusion. If you wish to grow stronger, you must withstand whatever pain this brings. Do you understand?" "I understand," Zhu Zhuqing replied with great difficulty. The infusion of the martial soul's essence into her own was a first experiment, and the agony it entailed was not something an ordinary person could bear. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing was no ordinary individual. Having grown up in the Douluo Empire, closely associated with the merciless royal family of the Zhu clan, she had been a witness to numerous acts of cruelty from a tender age. Brother turning against brother, sister betraying sister, these were experiences she had endured firsthand. Had she not fled the Douluo Empire, she might have already become a victim of her sister's ruthless ambitions. She was a woman with a clear objective. She yearned for strength, and she was determined to defeat that woman. No matter how excruciating the process, she would persevere. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the room. Without warning, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been doubled over in pain, rose and fiercely embraced Gu Ye, sinking her teeth into his shoulder. In the throes of intense agony, her bite was fierce, and her grip around him was strong. At that moment, her clothes were drenched in sweat, and blood flowed from Gu Ye's shoulder into her mouth. In her haze of torment, Zhu Zhuqing tasted the sweet yet faintly metallic flavor of his blood. Unaware that it was Gu Ye's blood she was consuming, she clung to him with unwavering tenacity. His broad chest seemed to provide her with a sense of security, and as she held on, she found herself unwilling to release her grip. Time became a blur as the excruciating pain of the martial soul fusion rendered Zhu Zhuqing unconscious in Gu Ye's embrace. During her unconscious state, the essence of the Yum Ing Eling Mo martial soul had completely merged with her own. At this moment, her martial soul underwent a profound transformation. The originally dark purple Yum-ing-ling-mo became even darker, radiating a lustrous sheen of profound blackness. Simultaneously, the dark aura emanating from her Yum-ing-ling-mo began to spread, as if forming a flame of darkness. Guyi gazed down at Zhu Zhuqing, who lay unconscious in his embrace, and then glanced at the wound on his shoulder, letting out a bitter smile. It seemed that he had indeed succeeded. Subsequently, Guyi delved deeper into the changes within Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul and finally arrived at a conclusion. The martial soul serum could indeed be utilized on soul masters possessing the same martial soul, yielding remarkable results. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing not only experienced certain transformations in her martial soul, but also witnessed a significant enhancement in her soul power. Earlier that morning, her soul power had ascended from level 27 to 28, yet now, she had reached level 30. This clearly attests to the potency of Guyi's martial soul serum. However, this remains but a singular instance. Full confirmation requires further experimentation, and the agony endured is not something an ordinary individual could withstand. Guyi gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who had fainted from pain, and found himself somewhat fond of her resilient character. Nevertheless, he decided to tend to the wound on his shoulder first. Guyi withdrew his gaze from Zhu Zhuqing's face and glanced at the shoulder marked by a row of bite marks, hastily tending to the bleeding. Even as Zhu Zhuqing lay unconscious in his embrace, her delicate face flushed and fragrant sweat trickling onto his garments, he paid it no heed. At that moment, Daimubai had arrived outside the clinic. Observing the establishment with an expression of ire, he could no longer contain himself and forcefully kicked open the clinic's door. Chapter 15. A grievous slap for Daimubai Bang. With a furious kick, Daimubai stormed into the clinic. Earlier, he had approached the clinic only to find the door closed, initially believing that the physician Guyi had already departed. However, as he neared the entrance, he heard a woman's voice from within. Recognizing it as Zhu Zhuqing, his mind, accustomed to the company of numerous women, was immediately flooded with disquieting thoughts. He suspected that Zhu Zhuqing was entangled with the man inside the clinic. As Zhu Zhuqing's fiancée, he felt humiliated to discover her clandestinely meeting another man, and his already volatile temper flared at the betrayal. Upon bursting into the clinic, Daimubai headed straight for the room from which the voice emanated, only to witness a scene that ignited his fury. It turned out that after Guyi had treated his own shoulder wound, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing dripping with sweat from the pain, her clothing thoroughly soaked. With an attentive disposition, Guyi had removed her outer garment to provide her some relief. Once he had done so, the delicate contours of her figure were inadvertently revealed to him. However, being a man of principle, Guyi refrained from taking undue advantage of the situation. He merely fulfilled his promise to care for Zhu Zhuqing by draping a quilt over her to shield her modesty. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing leaned against Guyi, the quilt barely concealing her exquisite shoulders, her cheeks glowing with a rosy hue, a bead of fragrant sweat lingering on her flushed face. Their intimate proximity suggested that something tender had transpired between them, and it was no wonder that Daimubai, upon barging in, was consumed by rage. Anyone would be incensed to find their stunning fiancé so exposed and nestled in another man's arms, especially given that Zhu Zhuqing was in a state of unconsciousness. Who could tell what had transpired between the two before her collapse? What have you done to Zhu Zhuqing? Daimubai glared at Guyi, struggling to suppress his wrath as he coldly inquired. Does it concern you? Guyi replied. Guyi cast a glance at Daimubai, responding with indifference before tightening his embrace around Zhu Zhuqing and pulling the covers over her to shield her from prying eyes. What does it matter to me? Humph. How dare you lay a hand on my woman? You are courting death. Seeing Guyi's brazen actions towards Zhu Zhuqing, Daimubai could no longer contain the fury that surged within him. In a moment of explosive rage, he launched an unreserved assault on Guyi, believing that Zhu Zhuqing had betrayed him by becoming involved with this man. Consequently, his attack was merciless, unleashing a fierce wave of white tiger energy directed at Guyi on the bed. As Guyi's irritation simmered when Daimubai barged in without his consent, disturbing his treatment of Zhu Zhuqing, it was evident that he was not a man of a forgiving temperament. What further incensed him was Daimubai's indiscriminate assault. The sheer ferocity of the attack suggested no intention of restraint. Kneel before me, Guyi commanded, raising his hand as a brilliant white light swiftly emanated, forming a semicircular space that enveloped the entire clinic. Almost instantaneously, an invisible hand materialized above Daimubai, descending with force and landing squarely upon him. With an inevitable thud, the 37th level Soul Master found himself kneeling, crashing heavily against the ground in a most intimate encounter. Guyi cast a frigid glance at Daimubai, who lay sprawled on the ground. You dare to intrude into my medical chamber and resort to violence? Do you take me for a fool? Daimubai struggled, channeling his soul power, but soon realized he was being pinned down by an unseen force, leaving him no choice but to glare furiously at Guyi, who was cradling his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, on the bed. You scoundrel! If you have the audacity, then release me and see if I won't end you. He spat, his anger unabated. The reason for his fury was clear. Guyi's hand had inexplicably slipped beneath the covers where Zhu Zhuqing lay. What was Guyi planning? Daimubai's imagination conjured unspeakable scenarios, fueled by the numerous women that Guyi had been with. Yet, Guyi merely responded with a cold chuckle. raising his hand to deliver a slap through the air towards Dai Mubai. The sound of a resounding slap echoed throughout the room. In that instant, an invisible hand struck Dai Mubai's face forcefully. This slap is the consequence of your uninvited intrusion into my sanctuary. Another slap followed. This one is a reward for your indiscriminate aggression towards me. A third slap resounded, and this one is for meddling in others' affairs. After receiving 3 heavy blows, Dai Mubai's face was left swollen and disfigured, a testament to the weight of Gu Ye's strikes. He struggled valiantly, yet Gu Ye's ethereal grasp held him firmly down, leaving him to flail helplessly. You, scoundrel. I will not let you off easily. Dai Mubai's bloodshot eyes burned with rage as he directed his ire at Gu Ye. He had never endured such humiliation. Not only was he being subjected to this indignity, but he was also forced to witness Gu Ye embrace his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, while he remained powerless on the ground. How could someone with Dai Mubai's pride bear such a sight? In that moment, however, he began to comprehend his own limitations. Though he remained unaware of Gu Ye's true strength, the fact that he had been bested in a single move was undeniable. Despite his fury, Dai Mubai was no fool. He averted his gaze from Gu Ye and Zhu Zhuqing, gradually regaining his composure. Meanwhile, Gu Ye paid no further heed to the defeated Dai Mubai. As his attention had shifted to Zhu Zhuqing, Gu Ye noticed a trace of blood lingering at the corner of Zhu Zhuqing's mouth. He reached out to wipe it away, only to smear the crimson stain onto the pristine white sheets. In an instant, the immaculate linen was marred by a vivid scarlet. At that moment, Dai Mubai, having regained some composure, struggled to lift his head. Aware of his inferior strength, he intended to invoke his identity as a member of Shrek Academy, hoping to make Gu Ye ponder the consequences of offending such a prestigious institution. However, upon raising his gaze, he was met with the glaring red streak on the sheets. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and his expression, once calm, twisted into one of barely contained fury. Unquestionably, Dai Mubai imagined that the bloodstain was Zhu Zhuqing's maiden blood. The beautiful fiancée he had encountered just the day before was now entangled with another man, an affront he had witnessed firsthand. It was easy to fathom the seething rage that would consume a man of Dai Mubai's tempestuous temperament. For a prince as arrogant and domineering as he, the anger would only intensify. You, wait for it. Dai Mubai's voice was frigid as he struggled to suppress the inferno of rage within him, his nails digging into his flesh as he glared at Gu Ye. Were it not for his current disadvantage, having been bested and laid low, he would have already unleashed a torrent of violence upon Gu Ye. Nonetheless, Gu Ye remained unfazed by Dai Mubai's presence. After cleaning the blood from Zhu Zhuqing's mouth, he gazed intently at her flawless visage. Truth be told, even the most serious Gu Ye found himself somewhat enchanted by Zhu Zhuqing's beauty. Instinctively, he yearned to press his lips against her delicate, luscious mouth, especially in front of Dai Mubai. The thought was rather tantalizing. However, being a person of medical ethics, he refrained from taking advantage of the situation. Instead, he shielded Zhu Zhuqing from Dai Mubai's view with his sleeve, feigning a gesture of affection as he leaned down toward her. It is essential to emphasize that Gu Ye did not actually kiss her. He was, after all, a man of principle. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, unable to discern the reality of the situation due to the obstruction, could only imagine the worst. His eyes widened in disbelief as he silently screamed that Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée, destined to belong to him alone. And how could she be kissed by another man? Just then, with a swift motion, Gu Ye cast the bothersome Dai Mubai out of his clinic. Were it not for the knowledge that Dai Mubai was affiliated with Shrek Academy, where formidable soul saints like Zhao Wujin and Flander resided, Gu Ye would have relished the opportunity to confront him directly, abhorring the notion of allowing such a scoundrel, who abandoned his fiancée, to linger before him. Over the years, Dai Mubai had indulged in debauchery in Soto City, cavorting with countless women, while Gu Ye had merely shared a fleeting kiss with Zhu Zhuqing, who had offered no objections. What right did Dai Mubai have to rage and protest? With the cacophony of Dai Mubai's outbursts finally silenced, Gu Ye breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing and smiled with satisfaction. Subsequently, he lifted Zhu Zhuqing and gently placed her on another bed, allowing her to rest. Given the recent changes to her martial spirit, it would be some time before she regained consciousness, providing Gu Ye with the opportunity to observe her condition closely. Of course, his intentions were strictly to assess her martial spirit. He would never dare to intrude upon her physical privacy. Chapter 16. Tang San visits for treatment. Splendid, truly splendid. Zhu Zhuqing is remarkable. Her physique is simply exquisite. Oops, that was a slip of the tongue. The cat has grown, and after integrating the serum, it has become even larger. Truly, Zhu Zhuqing is exceptional. Gu Ye rested his chin on his hand, contemplating as he gazed at the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing lying gracefully on the bed. In her current state of unconsciousness, Zhu Zhuqing exuded an enchanting aura, her figure exquisite and her beauty captivating. Were it not for Gu Ye's seriousness, an unprincipled physician might have taken advantage of her vulnerable position, perhaps even staging a reckless duel. However, Gu Ye was notably earnest, meticulously examining each part of Zhu Zhuqing's body and observing the changes in her martial spirit, the phantom spirit cat. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, who had been unceremoniously expelled from the clinic, lay sprawled on the ground in a disheveled heap. Though the 3 slaps he received from Gu Yi had not inflicted severe damage, they rendered him unable to move, as each strike targeted his vital points, proving too much for someone of his modest soul rank to withstand. As Dai Mubai contemplated the prospect of summoning aid from Shrek Academy to seek revenge on Gu Yi, a figure approached the clinic, Tang San. That day, Tang San had initially accompanied Xiao Wu to explore the village of Shrek, but after a brief encounter with Ma Hongjun, he discovered something was amiss with his body. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu sought out Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Alone, Tang San returned to his room to assess his condition, realizing he was indeed experiencing some internal imbalance, and decided to seek Gu Ye's counsel. However, he did not perceive himself as ill. Upon reaching the clinic, Tang San noticed someone lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, what happened? Why are you lying here? Tang San inquired, rushing over to assist him. He soon discerned some peculiar injuries on Dai Mubai, and his expression turned to one of astonishment. Although the wounds were not severe, each one struck a crucial area, indicating that the assailant possessed a profound understanding of human anatomy. It was the physician inside, Dai Mubai managed to utter with difficulty. The physician inside. Tang San pondered, glancing toward the clinic. Did Dai Mubai offend someone? Or what could have led to such an altercation? After briefly using his soul power to aid Dai Mubai's recovery, he stated, Dai Mubai, please wait here. I will go inside to investigate the situation. Wait, Tang San. Dai Mubai attempted to call out, wishing to accompany him back to the academy to seek assistance from their teachers. However, Tang San seemed to disregard his words. Striding directly into the clinic, Tang San approached the entrance, calling out, I am Tang San, seeking the physician here. May I request a moment of your time? After his announcement, he awaited a response. Inside the rear room, Gu Yi instinctively glanced at the task associated with Tang San upon hearing his voice. Task 1. Perform hemorrhoid surgery on Tang San. Reward, 50 surgical points. Task 2. Perform nephrectomy on Tang San. Reward, 100 surgical points. Task 3. Conduct a neurosurgery on Tang San. Reward, 500 surgical points. Note, hypocrites can also be ill, and their ailments can be quite severe. Task 4. Perform castration surgery on Tang San. Reward, 5,000 surgical points. Task 5. Conduct gender reassignment surgery on Tang San. Reward, 10,000 surgical points. Gu Yi promptly dismissed the first 3 tasks, his attention shifting to the 4th and 5th, which offered a substantial reward. With Tang San's arrival, it seemed he could devise a plan after all. As an idea materialized, Gu Yi emerged with a smile. Oh, isn't this the young man with kidney issues? Have you come to believe my words? Upon hearing Gu Ye's remark, Tang San's expression darkened. He felt a twinge of displeasure, as he did not suffer from such an ailment. Nevertheless, he refrained from retorting and instead questioned, Did you injure Dai Mubai, the one lying outside? If so, then yes. I did strike him. Are you here for revenge? Gu Yi replied, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Tang San scrutinized Gu Yi and, sensing the depth of his power, shook his head. He had only recently become acquainted with Dai Mubai, although he was now a classmate at Shrek Academy. Their relationship was still superficial. Furthermore, having battled Dai Mubai before, Tang San understood that Gu Yi was capable of easily overpowering him, leaving no inclination to defend Dai Mubai's honor. Since you are not here to defend him, you must be seeking treatment, correct? Fear not. Kidney issues are merely a minor concern. If you wish for treatment, I can restore your vitality, Gu Yi said, stepping forward with a hearty smile. Gu Yi understood that young men like Tang San often hesitated to admit their vulnerabilities. Yet he was willing to assist for the sake of his own financial gain, though this treatment would be laden with irony. However, he needed Tang San's consent for the treatment. Otherwise, he would struggle to justify his actions should a certain individual come looking for explanations later. After a moment of hesitation, Tang San resolved to test whether Gu Ye's medical skills matched the rumors circulating outside. If they were indeed remarkable, what harm could come from undergoing treatment? With that, Tang San discreetly reached into his robe, swiftly retrieving a vial of poison and releasing it toward Gu Yi. This poison served to gauge the physician's prowess. As he observed Gu Yi, Tang San felt an overwhelming confidence in his concealed actions and the potency of the poison, envisioning the physician's impending embarrassment. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Gu Yi had already seen through his actions. At the instant Tang San unleashed the poison, Gu Ye's heart harbored a mocking smile, further solidifying his intention to administer a dose of female hormone to Tang San. With a flick of his wrist, Gu Yi conjured an invisible space, neutralizing the poison that Tang San had released in an instant. To Gu Yi, the substance was merely another form of medicine, utterly inconsequential. Moments later, Tang San noticed no discernible change in Gu Yi and felt a surge of surprise. Still intent on using poison? Gu Yi inquired, his smile broadening, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. You knew I was poisoning you? Tang San frowned, though he maintained his composure in the face of Gu Ye's revelation. Seeking to test whether I possess the means to counter your poison, while simultaneously probing my medical skills. If I succeed, you would perhaps consider my assistance in addressing your kidney issues. Young man, I understand your intentions. Rest assured, I will restore your vitality, Gu Yi replied, adopting a patronizing tone as he patted Tang San on the shoulder. Tang San instinctively tried to evade, but Gu Ye's hand seemed to follow him regardless of where he moved. Astonished by Gu Ye's methods and strength, Tang San quickly checked his own condition. And upon finding himself unharmed, he relaxed. Your medical skills are indeed impressive. Very well, I have come to seek your treatment, Tang San acknowledged. Deciding to allow Gu Ye to examine him, though he would never concede to being ill, he was merely seeking a consultation. Gu Ye smiled with satisfaction. The day when he would inject Tang San with female hormones or castrate him was drawing near. I have a prerequisite when it comes to treating others, complete trust in me, for my medical skills differ significantly from those of ordinary healing soul masters. While healing soul masters can only provide partial restoration, I possess the ability to facilitate a thorough recovery from the root cause. If you do not trust me, then there is no point in seeking treatment. Do you understand my meaning? Gu Ye inquired, gazing at Tang San. After a moment of hesitation, weighing the truth of Gu Ye's words, Tang San finally nodded. I believe you, but that person outside, Dai Mubai, is my classmate. Could you perhaps release him? Very well. Having already imparted enough of a lesson to Dai Mubai, Gu Ye, recognizing his own limitations, agreed to Tang San's request. Additionally, releasing Dai Mubai was a small price to pay to inject Tang San with female hormones and fulfill a lucrative task. With that, Gu Ye raised his hand, directing a beam of white light toward the entrance of the medical hall. Outside the medical hall, Dai Mubai suddenly realized he could move again. He quickly sprang to his feet, the intimate posture between Gu Ye and Zhu Zhuqing igniting a simmering rage within him, compelling him to charge in and seek revenge. However, recalling Gu Ye's formidable strength, he understood that he could not match him, especially since Tang San had been inside for quite some time without emerging. What if something had happened to him? This thought made him hesitate, and ultimately, he retreated, concocting an excuse to swiftly flee the medical hall and run back to Shrek Academy. He intended to seek reinforcements to regain his honor. Dai Mubai always remembered a saying from Dean Flinder, a soul master who does not dare to stir trouble is not a true soul master. Now that he had stirred trouble, yet found himself unable to resolve it, it was only natural to call upon the mighty soul Saint Flinder to restore his dignity. As Dai Mubai departed, inside the medical hall, Gu Ye led Tang San to another room in the backyard. Please, take a seat. Gu Ye instructed Tang San before approaching the shelf to retrieve various medicines and certain special items. Many of the items on the shelf bore resemblance to those from his previous life, yet these medicines originated from a surgical system, boasting far greater efficacy. In the fantastical realm of Douluo continent, the drugs produced by this system were akin to miraculous elixirs. As for the female hormone, it could easily assist Tang San in enhancing his appearance and stature. However, Gu Ye was not foolish enough to inject a large quantity of hormones into Tang San all at once, for an overdose would be conspicuous. If Tang Hao, Tang San's father, were to come seeking him, Gu Ye's current strength would be insufficient to contend with him, which would lead to dire consequences. Moreover, given Tang San's ancient lineage from the Tang sect, he was unlikely to trust him easily. Thus, Gu Ye resolved to proceed cautiously. Setting a modest initial goal, administering a small dose of the female hormone to allow Tang San to experience its benefits gradually. A smile crept across Gu Ye's face as he contemplated this. Meanwhile, Tang San, seated nearby, surveyed the peculiar room as Gu Ye gathered items from the shelf. It resembled a pharmacy he was familiar with, yet the herbs on the shelves were entirely unfamiliar to him. He could not recognize a single one. When he caught sight of the needle in Gu Ye's hand, memories of the needle Zhu Zhuqing had used on Zhao Wujie the day before flooded back to him, revealing that the two needles were identical. Realizing that Zhu Zhuqing had visited this medical hall, he speculated that Gu Ye must have provided her with that needle. Furthermore, recalling how Zhao Wujie, a soul saint, had not escaped unscathed from a single injection, Tang San's wariness heightened. If Gu Ye were to administer a similar injection to him, he would find himself utterly defenseless and at the mercy of his opponent. With this apprehension, Tang San stood abruptly and said, Gu Ye, I have other matters to attend to and no longer require your treatment for the time being. With that, he hastily departed, sensing the overwhelming mystery surrounding the medical hall. The medicines Gu Ye employed were all unfamiliar to him. He could not fathom whether Gu Ye might misuse them. Tang San's sudden change of heart left Gu Ye momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, he had agreed to treatment, and now he was retracting his consent. Gu Ye gazed at the syringe filled with female hormones in his hand, then turned his attention to Tang San, who was walking away. Could it be that he harbored suspicions? Or perhaps Tang San was aware that this hormone could enhance his beauty. It seemed unlikely. Watching Tang San exit the room, Gu Ye refrained from intervening, uncertain if Tang Hao was lurking nearby, observing him. As long as Tang San did not willingly accept his treatment, Gu Ye would remain passive. It was prudent to conserve this vial of female hormone for the time being. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing. Upon emerging from the secluded room into the main hall of the medical clinic, Tang San noticed Zhu Zhuqing's astonishment. Similarly, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback to see Tang San. Where's Gu Ye? He is inside, isn't he? At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing did not dwell on why Tang San was there. Her sole desire was to see Gu Ye. Having just awakened, she had already perceived her transformation. Not only had her soul power surged to the 30th level, but her martial soul had also undergone profound changes. She was now certain that Gu Ye's previous assertions were indeed true. Yes, he is inside. But Zhu Zhuqing, are you not at Shrek Academy? What brings you here? Tang San, seemingly reluctant for Zhu Zhuqing to discover his purpose for being there, questioned cautiously. I have some matters to attend to. Zhu Zhuqing paid no further heed to Tang San. In comparison to Gu Yi, he did not warrant her concern. After all, her relationship with Tang San was tenuous, while she had shared encounters with Gu Yi. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing recalled the incident where she had bitten Gu Yi, after which she had fainted in his embrace. Subsequently, she bypassed Tang San and entered the courtyard room. Tang San observed Zhu Zhuqing as she walked in. Yet he did not leave. Inside the courtyard, upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's entrance, Gu Yi instantly forgot about Tang San and smiled. You're awake. How do you feel? Very well, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, glancing at Gu Yi's shoulder. In a hushed tone, she inquired, is your injury all right? It's nothing, Gu Yi replied, shaking his head as he approached her, taking her hand earnestly to check her pulse. The pulse was steady, indicating a seamless fusion of martial souls. Her soul power had indeed surpassed the 30th level, establishing a solid foundation. Congratulations, Zhu Zhuqing. Upon acquiring another soul ring, you will attain the rank of Soul Master. The changes in your martial soul are for you to explore. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude. Although she had known Gu Yi for merely 2 days, he had offered her such assistance. For the first time in many years, she felt the genuine concern of another, devoid of ulterior motives. There's no need to be so formal. After all, I intend to take a drop of your blood. Moreover, this is the result of your cooperation in the martial soul blood integration experiment, so your gratitude is unnecessary. Gu spoke in a rather loud voice, seemingly intending for someone to hear. That someone was naturally Tang San, who had been standing at the door ever since Zhu Zhuqing entered. Upon overhearing some of the conversation between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing, he was immediately taken aback, especially upon learning that Zhu Zhuqing had broken through to the 30th level. He distinctly remembered that just yesterday, when Zhu Zhuqing had registered, she was at the 27th level. To advance to the 30th level in merely 2 days was astonishing. His curiosity piqued further when he heard Gu Yi mention Zhu Zhuqing's consumption of martial soul blood, prompting the ever-inquisitive Tang San to listen intently. Inside the room, after a lengthy discussion, Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing finally exited. Upon stepping out, Gu Yi noticed Tang San still lingering in feigned ignorance, asking, aren't you leaving? Tang San was at a loss for words. Then, turning to Zhu Zhuqing, he quickly regained his composure, stating, I am waiting for Zhu Zhuqing. She is now a student of Shrek Academy, and we are classmates, so it is only fitting that I wait for her to return together. Oh, I see. Gu Yi replied, nodding as if he understood. He then looked at Tang San and smiled, saying, remember, you are always welcome to seek my treatment. However, I must kindly remind you that some ailments should not be delayed. The longer you wait, the more severe the condition may become, which could ultimately affect your future happiness. Gu Yi's heartfelt assistance to Tang San in administering female hormones was truly touching. Chapter 18. The arrival of the Shrek team upon hearing Gu Yi's words. Zhu Zhuqing cast a doubtful glance at Tang San and inquired, are you here for treatment? This caught Tang San off guard, and he scratched his head awkwardly. It was impossible for him to disclose his true purpose to Zhu Zhuqing, as it pertained to a man's dignity. A person like Tang San, who valued his pride, would never admit it. And what about you, Zhu Zhuqing? How is it that you are with him? Tang San swiftly reacted, turning his gaze towards Gu Yi. Eager to understand the nature of Zhu Zhuqing's relationship with him and why Gu Yi would assist her, as well as the true essence of Wuhuan blood. Zhu Zhuqing refrained from answering and instead looked towards Gu Yi, seemingly inquiring whether he could share the details about Wuhuan blood with others. Gu Yi shook his head and smiled. Tang San, Zhuqing is merely my patient. A few days ago, she was injured, and I helped her heal. It is as simple as that. I assent it, Zhuqing? Gu Yi smiled at Zhu Zhuqing, who nodded in agreement, affirming the simplicity of their relationship. While Gu Yi was conversing with Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing in the clinic, Dai Mubai, who had fled back to Shrek Academy in disarray, had already returned with reinforcements outside the clinic. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai informed Flender that Gu Yi had assaulted him indiscriminately and that Gu Yi had potentially charmed Zhu Zhuqing, possibly leading to her being harmed, along with a series of events that could jeopardize Tang San. Flender, having heard of Gu Yi's reputation as a physician, was initially skeptical, but upon seeing the injuries on Dai Mubai and the sincerity in his expression, he began to believe him. Thus, he set off for Soto City with Dai Mubai. Coincidentally, Zhao Wujin, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were also present and decided to accompany them after hearing Flender's account. Ning Rongrong, naturally, found it hard to believe Dai Mubai's claims, as she always perceived Gu Yi as gentle, handsome, and polite, and could not fathom him committing the acts described by Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu followed because Dai Mubai had mentioned that Tang San might be in danger, and she was concerned. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were merely attracted by the spectacle and were curious about the beautiful Zhu Zhuqing. They had also heard of Gu Yi's esteemed reputation and wanted to investigate. Mubai, are you certain about what you're saying? Zhao Wujin asked skeptically upon arriving outside the clinic. Teacher Zhao, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Gu Yi was holding Zhu Qing on the bed, and she was unconscious in his arms, Dai Mubai exclaimed. His face filled with indignation. Though he did not finish his sentence, the implication was clear to everyone present. I refuse to believe it. I came to find Guyi today, and I even met Zhu Zhuqing. They have known each other for quite some time. How could Guyi possibly harm her? I think it's just her jealousy talking, Mubai, Ning Rongrong retorted sharply. Indeed, from what I understand, Guyi does not seem like that kind of person, Zhao Wujin, who also sought treatment today, remarked, observing Guyu closely. Enough talk. Let us go in and uncover the truth. If what Mubai says is true. And if Guyi has truly harmed someone from Shrek Academy, Flender interjected with a cold snort, revealing his less than virtuous character. With that, Flender and Zhao Wujin led Dai Mubai and the others into the clinic. To their astonishment, they found Guyu seated calmly, engaging in conversation with Zhu Zhuqing, while Tang San remained by her side, not having left. At that moment, Tang San was absorbed in Gu Ye's explanations to Zhu Zhuqing, growing increasingly astonished and impressed. He began to realize that Gu Ye's knowledge and insights greatly surpassed his own understanding, with some of it even beyond what his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, could impart. For instance, Gu Ye's discussion on Wuhuan and the specifics of Wuhuan blood left Tang San both surprised and admiring, gradually convincing him that Gu Yi was indeed capable of healing him and genuinely wished to do so. Just then, Gu Yi paused and looked towards the entrance of the clinic, as did Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San. The intrusion of Flender, Zhao Wujin, and Dai Mubai disrupted their conversation. Zhuqing, are you alright? Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu rushed to Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San's side, inquiring anxiously. Why would I be in trouble? Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly. I'm fine. Why are you all here? Tang San looked at Zhao Wujin and Dai Mubai, puzzled by their sudden appearance. It's that lecherous old tiger who claimed that San Gu was in danger here and suggested that Shu Qing might have been harmed by Gu Yi. We came out of concern for you. Xiao Wu expressed her discontent, clearly upset by Dai Mubai's deception. Zhuqing, are you really okay? Ning Rongrong examined Zhu Zhuqing closely. I'm fine, Zhu Zhuqing replied tersely, saying no more. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu turned their attention towards Dai Mubai, as did Flender and Zhao Wujing. Mubai, didn't you say they were in danger? What is going on here? Flender questioned sternly, clearly believing that Dai Mubai had lied. Dai Mubai was at a loss for words. He glanced at the unharmed Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, his expression turning grim as he recalled the scene of Zhu Zhuqing lying in Gu Ye's arms. Dai Mubai pointed at Gu Yi and exclaimed, Principal Flender, I'm telling the truth. It was he. I witnessed him doing those things to Zhuqing. Zhao Wujin scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing carefully, noticing no signs of the events Dai Mubai described. Moreover, she appeared to have broken through to the 30th level. Wait, the 30th level? Suddenly, Zhao Wujin recalled something and looked at Zhu Zhuqing again, astonished to find that her spirit power had indeed reached 30. He had distinctly sensed that her spirit power was only at 27 during his test yesterday. How could she have achieved such a leap? Flender, too, exhibited surprise, as he was well aware of Zhu Zhuqing's entrance exam results. What on earth is happening? Flender feigned anger as he turned to Dai Mubai. I say, shouldn't you all be mindful of the circumstances? This is my clinic. You barged in without cause and are blocking my path as if this were a marketplace. Gu cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai and others, ultimately resting his gaze upon Zhao Wuji. Director Zhao Wuji, he remarked. I had just finished treating all your injuries this morning. Are you now bringing these individuals here to wreak havoc upon my clinic? And you, Dai Mubai? Today I was in the midst of treating Zhu Qing when you intrusively barged in and launched an attack against me. What is your intention by arriving with such a multitude? Gu Ye's voice was somewhat frigid as he gazed at Dai Mubai and the others, clearly displaying his irritation. In his anger, he felt no need to regard the two soul saints, Flender and Zhao Wujia. Should it come to blows, he would not shy away. After all, with his system, even if he were to be bested, he could easily escape. 3 years hence, Gu Yi would emerge as a formidable figure once more. Chapter 19. A request for the ancient healer Zhao Wujre and Flender, upon witnessing Gu Ye's displeasure, did not pay it much heed. However, upon hearing Gu Ye's words, they turned their attention towards Dai Mubai. Prior to their arrival, the version of events recounted by Dai Mubai was entirely at odds with Gu Ye's account. Faced with the unscathed Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San, the truth seemed to reveal itself before them. Yet, as the head of Shrek Academy, Flender had a natural inclination to protect his own. Dai Mubai, being one of his students, was of great importance to him. Now that Gu Yi had injured him, Flender felt compelled to voice his concerns. Otherwise, he would be remiss in his duties as a leader. Zhu Zhuqing, I am Flender, the head of Shrek Academy. Since you have all joined our institution, you are my students. Now, please recount the events that transpired. Flender directed his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San exchanged surprised glances upon hearing Flander's words. They had not anticipated that he was the head of their academy. Moreover, Tang San quickly recognized Flander as the very merchant who had once been unscrupulous in his dealings. Zhu Zhuqing cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yi, then gradually rose to her feet, succinctly outlining the situation. I came to seek Gu Yi's assistance. He was treating me. As for what Dai Mubai said, it is entirely unfounded. It was evident that Zhu Zhuqing stood firmly in support of Gu Yi. She had yet to forgive Dai Mubai for abandoning her to indulge in debauchery in Soto City, and thus held no affection for him. And you, Tang San? Flander inquired, shifting his focus to Tang San. Tang San looked from Dai Mubai to Gu Yi and replied, I did not witness the events Dai Mubai described. When I arrived, I found him injured outside the medical hall, and Zhu Zhuqing appeared unharmed. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing's advancement to the 30th rank was due to the assistance of ancient healer Gu Yi. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San's statements conveyed a singular message. Dai Mubai's words were not truthful. Flander seemed to grasp the situation. However, the fact that Zhu Zhuqing had reached the 30th rank genuinely surprised him, and he yearned to inquire further, yet deemed it best to wait until they returned to Shrek Academy. Ancient healer, might I request that you allow this matter to conclude here, for my sake? Flander asked Gu Yi. He wished to avoid escalating the situation, as it would yield no benefit for Shrek Academy, and given Gu Ye's considerable reputation in Soto City, it would be unwise to allow the matter to spiral further out of control. Gu Yi glanced at Zhao Wujie and Flanders, remaining silent for a moment. When one's strength pales in comparison to others, arrogance becomes an untenable luxury. Now that Flanders had graciously offered a way forward, Gu Yi had no choice but to acquiesce. Subsequently, his solemn demeanor transformed in an instant, replaced by a warm and inviting smile. I am Gu Yi, the proprietor of a medical clinic. I consider my medical skills to be quite commendable. Should you, Director Flanders, or any of your students find yourselves unwell, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I assure you, my remedies are effective. Gu Yi deliberately cast a glance at Dai Mubai and the others, including Ma Hongjun, who bore a flaw in his martial spirit. Flanders and his companions took no offense at Gu Ye's words. After all, coming from a physician, although somewhat uncomfortable to hear, it was still rather palatable. Certainly, certainly. Zhao Wujie responded. Gu Ye's medical skills had been witnessed, and indeed, they were remarkable. Flanders said nothing, glancing at Dai Mubai and the others, and stated, You all must return to Shrek Academy, classes commence tomorrow. Understood, Dai Mubai replied resignedly. He knew that any protest would be futile, leaving him no choice but to comply. However, when he looked at Zhu Zhuqing, a flicker of anger was evident in his eyes. Is Dr. Gu in? At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the clinic. Upon recognizing the familiar tone, Gu instantly knew who it was. Come in, he called out, anticipating the entrance. Soon, a middle-aged man with a well-groomed beard and dressed in luxurious robes stepped inside, flanked by two tall guards. The guards wore rigid expressions, unmistakably formidable, exuding an aura of immense power, clearly above the rank of Soul King. Dr. Gu, what brings you here? The elegantly dressed middle-aged man inquired, observing Flander and Zhao Wujie, who were gathered in the clinic, looking perplexed at Gu Yi. It's merely a trivial matter. I wasn't aware of your esteemed presence at my clinic, Gu Yi conjectured. Glancing at the opulent man, the middle-aged gentleman nodded, stating, Indeed, my wife is feeling slightly unwell, and I have come to request Dr. Gu's assistance at our residence. Ah, I see. Gu Yi comprehended the man's intention instantly. His thoughts drifted to the man's wife, that stunningly beautiful woman, and his expression turned slightly serious. Flander and Zhao Wujie were also taken aback upon seeing the middle-aged man, for they recognized who he was, Qin Shao, a formidable expert close to the Lord of Soto City, a soul sage and one of the guardians of the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. As Flander was aware, the Lord of Soto City was a prince of the Balik Kingdom, and although his personal strength was not exceptional, his princely status endowed him with considerable influence. Closely tied to the Tiando Empire, within Soto City, it was common knowledge that the Grand Soul Arena was protected by two soul sages, one of whom was Qin Shao. In terms of power, Flander and the others couldn't help but regard Qin Shao with a measure of respect. Furthermore, Qin Shao was among the closest confidants of the Lord of Soto City. It was important to note that the area where Flander established Shrek Academy fell under the jurisdiction of Soto City. Should Qin Shao speak a word to the Lord, Flander's Shrek Academy might be compelled to vacate. Ah, are you not Flander? Qin Shao remarked, scrutinizing Flander and gradually recalling their previous encounter at the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Yes, you are the head of that academy called Shrek situated outside Soto City. Correct? And you are also a soul sage. I remember you well. Haha, it is indeed an honor for me that Brother Qin can remember me. Flander replied with a hearty laugh. Given that Qin Shao was also a soul sage, Flander was keen to avoid any offense. Is there possibly a misunderstanding between you and Dr. Gu? Qin Shao inquired. Dr. Gu has saved my lord's life, and his wife holds Dr. Gu's medical skills in the highest regard. If there is any discord between you and Dr. Gu, I would suggest we put an end to it for my sake. What do you think? Though Qin Shao did not issue any explicit threats, his words carried an implicit warning. A perceptive individual like Flander could easily discern the underlying meaning. To disregard Qin Zhao's sentiments would be to invite trouble. Naturally, Flander had no intention of antagonizing a soul sage, especially one who served as a guardian of the Grand Soul Arena. Brother Qin, you misinterpret my intentions. I merely sought Dr. Gu's counsel on a few matters. And I was about to escort these students back, Flander said with a cunning smile. That is good to hear. I initially feared there had been some conflict between you and Dr. Gu. It seems we have merely encountered a misunderstanding. Indeed, it is a misunderstanding. Now that it has been resolved, might Dr. Gu be available to visit my residence to examine my wife's health? Qin Shao turned to Gu Yi, inquiring. Very well. Gu nodded in agreement. I appreciate your assistance, Dr. Gu, Qin Shao expressed courteously. Chapter 20. The Enigmatic Beauty, Cadden following this. Gu relayed some instructions to Zhu Zhuqing before proceeding with Qin Shao towards the Lord's mansion in Soto City. Meanwhile, Flander led Tang San and the others back to Shrek Academy. Dean, was that man very powerful? Why were you so courteous? Ma Hongjun asked, puzzled during their journey back. He recalled that Flander was not one to bow down easily. Another soul sage, much like myself. What do you think? Flander glanced at Ma Hongjun. The latter was taken aback, realizing that Flander's usual teachings against being timid were perhaps because they had encountered a formidable adversary. Moreover, let me inform you. He is not merely a soul sage, he is a personal guard to the Lord of Soto City, a royal connection, and one of the protectors of the Grand Soul Arena. His strength cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, you all will be attending classes at the Grand Soul Arena tomorrow. If we offend the master behind the arena, how will I earn a living? Flander replied, somewhat irked. I see. Ma Hongjun nodded in understanding. However, he sensed something amiss as he exchanged glances with Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, all of whom appeared skeptical of Flander's motives. Ahem. Let us return to Shrek Academy first. We can discuss it later. Flander awkwardly cleared his throat, hastening his pace. He paused briefly to add, and Zhu Zhuqing. Once we return, please recount the details of your breakthrough to level 30. With that, he quickened his steps even more. The group regarded Flander's sudden anxiety with suspicion, questioning his true intentions. Meanwhile, Gui arrived outside the Lord's mansion in Soto City. This was a place he had been reluctant to visit, yet felt compelled to do so. The reason lay within. There was a woman, the exquisite wife of the Lord of Soto City, Shui Hong, with whom he shared a complex history. To clarify, it was not his own history but that of the former Gu Yi, who had been entangled with this enchanting woman 3 months prior, before his arrival in this world, and the root of it all was undoubtedly Gu Ye's striking appearance. On a moonless night, Gu Yi vaguely recalls a fateful encounter with a stunningly beautiful woman in the wilderness, an experience that left an indelible impression on him. Subsequently, they engaged in a profound exploration of one another amidst the wild. Ultimately, they found themselves reunited under the starlit sky, where a radiant moon hung high, igniting a spark of passion in the secluded grove. 3 months prior, Guy had traversed to this time, clandestinely meeting the enchanting woman in the great outdoors. In those moments, he grappled with self-doubt, pondering whether the reason for his soul's transmigration into this body was somehow connected to the captivating woman. Dr. Gu. My wife has been waiting for quite some time. Please, do come inside, Qin Shao gently reminded Gu Yi, who had been lost in thought at the entrance. Indeed. Gu Yi nodded, letting out a sigh within as he entered the city lord's residence. Is the city lord present in the manor? Gu Yi inquired. Indeed, he is here. Upon learning that the esteemed physician would be visiting, the city lord and his wife have long prepared a banquet in anticipation of your arrival. Is that so? Then I am truly honored. Gu Yi let out a dry laugh, feeling utterly speechless regarding the lord of Soto City, Prince Yehong of the Balak Kingdom. The memory of that fateful night 2 months prior lingered in his mind, rendering him even more at a loss for words. At that time, Gu Yi had only been in this world for a month. His abilities were rather mediocre, being merely a level 32 soul master, barely able to secure a foothold in Soto City. It was on that night, compelled by a forceful invitation from the Lord's wife, that Gu Yi found himself bound to meet that exquisite beauty in the Lord's mansion. His attendance was predicated on the belief that Lord Xiehong was away. But fate had other plans. Just as Gu Yi was engaged in conversation with the alluring lady, Xiehong returned, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Fortuitously, Gu Yi possessed considerable medical expertise and was able to save Xiehong's life. From that moment on, he became Xiehong's savior, and the Lord treated him as an esteemed guest, frequently sending invitations for gatherings at the Lord's mansion. Yet, Gu Yi, feeling guilty, continually declined these invitations. Today, however, his primary intention was to sever ties with the enchanting lady, as he was not one to indulge in such entanglements. Under the guidance of Qin Shao, Gu Yi soon arrived at the Lord's mansion. Within the grand hall sat a man in his mid-30s, the Lord of Soto City, Xiehong, a prince of the Balak Kingdom. His father, King Kandera of Balak, was the cousin of Emperor Okura Shiweye of the Tiando Empire, bestowing upon him a noble lineage. Besides Xiehong sat a woman in her early 30s, elegantly attired in a purple gown, her golden hair cascading freely. Her visage, reminiscent of autumn waters, was captivating, with a perpetual smile gracing her luscious lips, making her exceedingly alluring. The exquisite contours of her figure accentuated by the gown left one in awe, pondering how such a woman could exist in this world. This lady was none other than Xiehong's wife, Princess Cadden of the Sylvis Kingdom. Though they were a prince and a princess, their union was merely a political alliance devoid of genuine affection. Xiehong, with his penchant for indulgence, often squandered his time reveling outside the mansion, which is precisely why Cadden sought out Gu Yi some time ago. Is the esteemed physician arriving soon? Xiehong inquired, glancing at the beautiful Cadden. Yes, he should be here shortly. However, is it appropriate to deceive the physician in this manner? Cadden feigned concern, though her heart was filled with eager anticipation to see Gu Yi again, as it had been 2 months since their last clandestine meeting. Without this ruse, I fear he might not come, Xiahong replied with a smile. Indeed, I've heard he has been tirelessly tending to the sick in Soto City, offering his services pro bono. Is that true? Cadden asked. Indeed, his medical prowess is truly admirable. Were it not for him, I might not be here today. Xiahong remarked with a sigh, then turned to his wife. My dear, I regrettably missed the opportunity to express my gratitude to the physician before he hurried away. Lately, I've been preoccupied with work and Haven T had the chance to visit him. When he arrives, we must ensure we extend our heartfelt thanks. Cadden nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I shall extend him a warm welcome and more, she mused internally. At that moment, Qin Xiao and Gu Yi arrived at the entrance of the hall. Lord, lady, the physician has arrived. Upon hearing this, both Xiahong and Cadden sprang to their feet, excitement radiating from them as they laid eyes on Gu Yi. Esteemed physician, please take a seat, Xiahong urged, moving to invite Gu Yi to sit down. Cadden, filled with eagerness, nearly reached out to grasp Gu Yi's hand, wishing to lavish him with attention. No need for such formality, Lord Xiahong, Gu Yi replied with a smile, then turned to Cadden with a hint of confusion. Lady Cadden, did you not mention needing my assistance for your health? Cadden, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, glanced at Xiahong. She yearned to express her true feelings to Gu Yi. As thoughts of him stirred emotions within her, yet surrounded by others, such intimate confessions remained unspoken. Esteemed physician, I had to resort to this ruse to entice you here. As you've been elusive these past 2 months, Xiahong chuckled. Indeed, Cadden added, her gaze reproachful as she looked at Gu Yi, clearly displeased with his absence. Ah, I see. Gu Yi understood their intentions. One genuinely wished to see him, while the other harbored deeper desires. Esteemed physician, I have yet to properly express my gratitude for saving my life. Today, I've arranged this banquet to convey my sincere appreciation, and I hope you will not decline. Xiahong insisted. You are too kind, Lord. I am but a humble physician, unworthy of such honor. Gu Yi responded modestly, though his gaze drifted toward Cadden. Cadden, her lips, slightly parted, seemed to convey a clandestine message to Gu Yi, making an alluring gesture with her hand, as if to say, meet me in the grove tonight. Chapter 21. A familiar plot. Esteemed physician, do not be so modest. Your life-saving deed far outweighs any gestures of hospitality, Xiahong insisted. Let us eat and converse. Reluctantly, Yi settled down to partake in the meal, aware of Cadden's lingering gaze upon him. Is it true that you have been providing free medical care to the citizens of Soto City? Xiahong inquired while sipping his wine. It is merely a small contribution on my part. As a physician, it is my duty to heal and save lives. When I witnessed you gravely injured, how could I turn a blind eye? Yi replied humbly. Indeed, such altruism is rare among physicians nowadays. Come, let me raise a glass to you, esteemed physician. In gratitude for your life-saving intervention 2 months ago. Xiahong raised his cup and drank deeply. Your kindness is appreciated, but saving you is simply my duty, Gu Yi remarked. Similarly lifting his cup and drinking, yet his attention was drawn again to Cadden. At that moment, Cadden, seizing an opportunity while Xiahong was distracted, made a gesture to Gu Yi that was all too familiar, as if to communicate a secret rendezvous. Meet me tonight in the grove. Gu Yi cast a glance at the beautiful lady, Cadden, who was earnestly sipping her drink. After a series of toasts and exchanges, they had already indulged in several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes. Throughout the gathering, Gu Yi maintained a serious demeanor while sharing meaningful glances with Cadden, deftly deflecting the various conversations initiated by Xiahong, the city lord. To be frank, had it not been for his intimate relationship with Cadden, he would not have graced this occasion. Moreover, it had been 2 months since Gu Yi had rescued Xiahong, and the timing of this invitation, devoid of any prior reasons, suggested an ulterior motive. Sure enough, Xiahong, with a hint of inebriation evident on his face, set down his wine glass and turned to Gu Yi, saying, Dr. Gu, I have a matter I wish to discuss, though I am unsure if it is appropriate. Please, speak freely, my lord, Gu Yi replied. It is about the Soul Arena in Suatua City, which falls under my jurisdiction. This venue hosts daily Soul Master battles, generating considerable revenue, yet it also results in numerous injuries among the participants. Despite the assistance of healing Soul Masters, the demand for treatment remains overwhelming. Hence, I thought of you, Dr. Gu. Your exceptional medical skills are renowned. Would you be willing to assist me at the Soul Arena in Suatua City? Clearly, this was the primary reason for Xiahong's invitation to Gu Yi. As soon as Xiahong finished speaking, Cadden, seated beside him, exchanged knowing glances with Gu Yi, urging him to acquiesce. Cadden's interest in Gu Yi stemmed from a desire to rendezvous with her lover. Her marriage to Xiahong was merely a family arrangement, devoid of genuine affection. Additionally, Xiahong was often preoccupied with his own indulgences, neglecting her needs. Otherwise, she would not have sought out Gu Yi, nor engaged in their intimate encounters, which had led to clandestine meetings. Her heart had long been captivated by Gu Yi. Of course, this entanglement was a remnant of Gu Yi's former self, having little to do with him now. In all honesty, Cadden was strikingly beautiful, possessing a mature allure that appealed greatly to Gu Yi. He had thoroughly enjoyed their intimate encounters 2 months prior. However, the present circumstances were quite different. Gu Yi cast a glance at the nearly intoxicated Xiahong, and then contemplated the task assigned by his system to collect the blood of soul masters. Finally, he turned his gaze to the enchanting woman, Kadan, and made a resolute decision in his heart. Lord City Master, I have agreed to assist the injured soul masters at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. However, upon hearing Gu Ye's agreement, Shui Hong's heart leaped with joy. And he hastily inquired, however, what? I tend to be quite busy and cannot frequently be present at the Grand Soul Arena. I can only attend when time permits. Oh. I was wondering what it was. As long as you, esteemed Dr. Gu, can come, everything will be just fine. Moreover, the Grand Soul Arena operates mainly in the evenings. You may come at that time, and I will ensure my wife treats you with the utmost hospitality. Very well, then it is settled. Gu smiled gently at Kadan. His agreement to Shui Hong's invitation was solely for the purpose of collecting the blood of soul masters, devoid of ulterior motives. After all, Gu was a man of integrity, devoted to aiding others in their ailments while simultaneously exploring the profound truths of life. Kadan, the beautiful woman, beamed with delight upon Gu Ye's agreement. As the true mistress of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, she typically spent her days there. With her lover Gu promising to assist her every evening, she saw an opportunity to rendezvous with him. Meanwhile, Shui Hong, elated at having secured such a talent for his wife, indulged himself with several more drinks. Having already been tipsy, he consumed even more. And the intoxication began to take hold. Esteemed doctor, allow me to toast you once more. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. In his drunken state, Shui Hong disregarded all decorum and raised his cup, drinking heartily. However, amidst his revelry, he suddenly collapsed onto the table with a thud. Though Shui Hong was the city lord and a prince of the Ballot Kingdom, he lacked the prowess of a grand soul master, epitomizing the archetype of a hedonistic noble. He was accustomed to a life of indulgence, revelry, and pleasure. Initially, the room had been occupied by Gu Yi, Kadan, and Shui Hong. Now, with Shui Hong sprawled inebriated, only Gu Yi and Kadan remained in the chamber. One was a strikingly handsome man, while the other was a voluptuous woman. Moreover, there was a subtle connection between the two. With Shui Hong inebriated, Kadan's longing for her lover turned her gaze intensely upon Gu Yi, revealing a captivating allure that was utterly enchanting. Gu Yi glanced at the inebriated Shui Hong, sprawled across the table, and then turned his gaze to the fervent Kadan, whose eyes were fixed intently upon him. Why did this scene, this moment, this narrative feel so strikingly familiar? Gu Yi pondered for a moment. A certain host invited a gentleman to his home, where his beautiful wife resided. The three of them engaged in lively conversation over drinks. The host was the first to succumb to intoxication, leaving the strikingly beautiful wife alone with the handsome gentleman. Subsequently, the handsome gentleman and the beautiful wife. Gu Yi seemed to have an inkling of how the unfolding narrative would proceed. He cast a glance at Kadan, whose gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon him. Subsequently, both turned their attention to the inebriated Shui Hong, sprawled across the table. Gu Yi, Kadan called out first. Her voice was melodious, a gentle and alluring timbre that possessed an enchanting quality. It was the kind of voice that could effortlessly penetrate one's heart, especially given the deep affection with which Kadan spoke at that moment. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered in Gu Ye's heart. The reason was simple. He was all too familiar with this scene and its storyline. He took a moment to observe, fully convinced that Shui Hong was indeed intoxicated. After all, as a physician with remarkable medical prowess, discerning the state of another's inebriation was a mere glance away. Moreover, Gu had sensed that only he and Kadan remained in the room. If only, Gu seemed to have recalled something. Rising to his feet and approaching Kadan. As Kadan noticed Gu Ye's approach, memories of their past clandestine meetings and affectionate moments flooded her mind, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She could hardly contain herself and stood up eagerly. Gu Yi approached Kadan from behind, gently leaning in to whisper in her ear. You remain as beautiful as ever, stirring the heart. Upon hearing this, Kadan's face lit up with a joyful smile, as Gu Ye's words resonated deeply within her heart. However, she added, at present, I have other matters to attend to. When I find a moment of leisure, I shall seek you out for a more profound conversation. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he intended to take his leave, for he wished to sever ties with the beautiful lady, Kadan. However, Kadan grasped Gu Yi's arm, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at him reproachfully. Can you bear to witness my physical and emotional afflictions worsening day by day? As a physician, Gu Yi considers healing the sick and saving lives his fundamental duty. However, the affliction of Kadan proves to be rather challenging to remedy. After all, becoming a monk is no simple endeavor. Chapter 22. The remarkable eloquence of Zhu Zhuqing. Gu Yi, only you can cure my ailment. Kadan gazed intently into Gu Yi's eyes, placing his hand upon her heart. Alas, Gu Yi sighed deeply. It is indeed challenging to be a physician. Not only must one heal the sick, but also guide others on their spiritual journeys. Now, Kadan, this enchanting woman, has latched onto him, refusing to let him leave until she is cured. Gu Yi felt helpless. I shall return to prepare, and then I will head to the Soul Arena in Soto City. Ultimately, Gu Yi declined Kadan's invitation for the night, leaving her with an ambiguous promise of a future meeting. If only he possessed greater strength, he would have whisked Kadan away to his quarters, galloping into the night. Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, Kadan's spirits lifted. The Soul Arena was her territory, and once Gu Yi arrived, it would be exceedingly convenient for her to share her innermost thoughts with him. Shall I take my leave? Indeed. Allow me to escort you out. As Gu Yi departed from the residence of the city lord in Soto City, at Shrek Academy, Flinder had returned and convened the Shrek 7 monsters, announcing that classes would commence the following day. He then inquired of Zhu Zhuqing how she managed to break through to level 30 so swiftly. It was Gu Yi who assisted me. Gu Yi? How could he help you advance 3 levels in a single day? It must be the soul blood, Dean Flinder. Tang San interjected. Soul blood? What is that? Flinder was perplexed, as were Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. According to Gu Yi, it is the most primal energy of the martial soul, and it was this that enabled Zhu Zhuqing's rapid advancement. Tang San had gleaned this information from eavesdropping on a conversation between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing, a detail Gu Yi had intentionally revealed, as he needed to pique the curiosity of the Shrek members to facilitate his ulterior motives. It appeared Gu Yi was not as simple as he seemed. Possessing such profound insights, Flinder thought of his good friend Yu Xiaojiang, who studied martial souls. Were he here, he would undoubtedly be intrigued by Gu Yi's revelations and might even seek him out for further clarification on soul blood. Zhuqing, since you have just joined Shrek Academy, although you have surpassed level 30, we must observe your progress for a few more days. During this time, you can solidify your cultivation, and we will wait a few days before assisting you in acquiring your 3rd spirit ring. You are to gather tomorrow morning for the commencement of classes. If there are no objections, you may disperse. Oh, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, you two remain. Zhu Zhuqing did not oppose Flinder's words and returned to her quarters after his dismissal. Tang San and Oscar followed suit. Ning Rongrong, confused, looked at Flinder, uncertain why he wished to keep her behind. Oscar, however, understood the reason. Recalling Flinder's stern demeanor, he wore a bitter expression. But upon laying eyes on the fair and beautiful Ning Rongrong, his eyes brightened, standing tall before Flinder. Flinder's intention in keeping the two behind was to have them undergo running drills, teaching them about the weaknesses of support-type spirit masters. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, having departed, could not shake the image of Zhu Zhuqing resting in Gu Ye's embrace. A thorn lodged deep in his heart, for Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée. He gazed at Zhu Zhuqing ahead and called out, Zhu Zhuqing, halt. The forward-moving Zhu Zhuqing paused, turning to Dai Mubai with a cold demeanor. What is it? Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun also stopped to observe the exchange. What is your relationship with that Gu Yi? Is there something going on between you two? Although Dai Mubai did not articulate his thoughts, Zhu Zhuqing and the others seemed to grasp his meaning. What business is it of yours? Zhu Zhuqing replied indifferently. Business of mine? Don't forget your identity, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai retorted, his tone filled with indignation. Tang San, is Dai Mubai acquainted with Zhu Zhuqing? Ma Hongjun leaned closer to Tang San and whispered. They must know each other, Tang San speculated. As the tone of their conversation and Dai Mubai's intense gaze at Zhu Zhuqing suggested a deeper connection, Ma Hongjun assessed Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes lighting up. Indeed. Zhu Zhuqing is exceptionally beautiful, with a figure to match. Could it be that Dai Mubai has taken a liking to her? Upon this realization, Ma Hongjun wore a look of regret, well aware of Dai Mubai's notorious reputation with women. Is there anything else? Zhu Zhuqing queried, her voice frosty. She needed to return to her cultivation, lacking time for frivolities. I will ask you once more, what is your relationship with Gu Yi? What is going on between you two? Dai Mubai clenched his fists, evidently irked by Zhu Zhuqing's aloofness. Utterly tedious, Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. Dai Mubai, instead of wasting time here in jealousy and suspicion, you should devote yourself to your cultivation. Or have you squandered these years running away? Dai Mubai clenched his fists, feeling insulted by Zhu Zhuqing's words. He had indeed worked diligently, achieving his current status as a 37th level soul master. Yet, her words dripped with sarcasm, as if she deemed him unworthy. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun had confirmed that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing knew each other. Their curiosity piqued regarding the nature of their relationship. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Dai Mubai, observing his suppressed anger, and expressionlessly turned to leave. If Dai Mubai had reacted with anger, it might have earned her respect, but his current demeanor made her unwilling to waste any more time with him. Dai Mubai watched Zhu Zhuqing depart without attempting to stop her again. Dai Mubai, what exactly is your relationship with Zhu Zhuqing? Why did she mention you were running away? Ma Hongjun approached Dai Mubai after Zhu Zhuqing had left. To his surprise, Dai Mubai merely snorted and walked away, clearly unwilling to divulge anything. There is definitely something amiss between them, Ma Hongjun remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, considering Dai Mubai's martial soul is the white tiger while Zhu Zhuqing's is the spirit cat, there is a connection, Tang San concurred. The two exchanged glances before heading back to the men's quarters, while Xiao Wu followed Zhu Zhuqing back to the women's dormitory. Once back, Xiao Wu, curious about Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's relationship, pressed her for answers. Zhuqing, do you know Dai Mubai? Yes, Zhu Zhuqing replied flatly. Ah, that explains it. So, what is your relationship with him? Xiao Wu inquired further. We were betrothed as children. Betrothed so, you are Dai Mubai's fiancée? Xiao Wu gazed at Zhu Zhuqing in astonishment. Essentially, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a calm voice, regaining her composure after the initial shock. Xiao Wu recalled the day she encountered Dai Mubai and quietly remarked, Zhuqing, I must tell you something. When San and I visited Soto City, we saw Dai Mubai carrying a pair of twins to a hotel. Humph, such a repulsive individual. Zhu Zhuqing let out a cold huff. Evidently having discerned the character of Dai Mubai, she regarded him with disdain, for her current focus was solely on enhancing her own strength. If Dai Mubai continued in his state of decline, she felt no compulsion to comment further, as it was simply not worth her time. Chapter 23, The Temptation from Cardan. Ah, how exhausting. I can't go on. I can't endure any longer. Meanwhile, within Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong, a member of the support system, found herself panting after running several laps around the academy. Oscar, who was jogging alongside her, heard her weak gasps and hurriedly suggested, Rongrong, if you're tired, perhaps we should slow down a bit? Ning Rongrong glanced at Oscar, reflecting on her upbringing and the hardships she had never encountered before. Just as she paused to catch her breath, she recalled the words of Gu Yi, who had previously mentioned that increased physical activity would aid in her development and growth. The mere thought of blossoming filled her with renewed vigor, and with a determined grit of her teeth, she resumed her run. This clearly illustrated her fervent desire to transform her rather unremarkable physique. Oscar, possessing a physique superior to Ning Rongrong's, maintained a light jog behind her, captivated by her graceful silhouette. As he observed her, her image became etched in his mind, and he suddenly realized he harbored feelings for her. Subsequently, Oscar quickened his pace, positioning himself beside Ning Rongrong in hopes of engaging her in conversation while seizing the opportunity to learn more about her, pondering whether he might win her affection. Unbeknownst to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, Flanders had been watching the entire scene unfold. After witnessing Ning Rongrong complete several laps, he returned to his office to prepare for the upcoming lesson at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena the following day, where he intended to earn some money. Elsewhere, in Soto City, Gu Ye's clinic awaited. Upon returning from the Lord Mayor's residence, Gu Ye found himself inexplicably elated at the thought of his various connections with the enchanting Princess Kaden, as well as his promise to attend the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Moreover, this opportunity would allow him to gather the soul blood of those soul masters. After tidying up his medical quarters, he devoted the night to cultivating his soul power. The following day, Gu Ye rose early to prepare for his journey to the Grand Soul Arena. Just as he was about to leave, a luxurious carriage arrived outside the clinic, and two figures emerged, none other than Shui Hong, the mayor of Soto City, and the lovely Princess Kaden. My dear, if you had only invited Dr. Gu to stay and entertain him yesterday, we wouldn't need to come here so early, Shui Hong lamented, recalling how he had drunkenly failed to persuade Gu Ye to stay the night. Oomph, it was your own doing. You insisted on drinking to excess, leaving me, a woman, unable to retain Dr. Gu. Princess Kaden feigned indignation. Caught off guard by his wife's reproach, Shui Hong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Wasn't it just a moment of revelry? However, my dear, our visit to Dr. Gu now serves a purpose. Just the same, he chuckled, deftly changing the subject. As fate would have it, upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Gu Ye, who was just about to step out. Dr. Gu, they both exclaimed in unison. What a coincidence. I was just about to leave when Lord Mayor Shui and Lady Kaden arrived, Gu Ye replied. Indeed, quite the serendipity, Lady Kaden said, her smile softening as she scrutinized Gu Ye. Shui Hong affectionately referred to him as Dr. Gu, fostering an atmosphere of camaraderie akin to that of close friends. After a brief exchange, Shui Hong, seemingly distracted, quickly suggested, Dr. Gu, shall we proceed to the Grand Soul Arena? Certainly, Gu Ye agreed with a nod. Thus, he climbed into the carriage alongside them, and they set off towards the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. However, midway through their journey, the carriage suddenly halted. A powerful soul master named Qin Xiao leaned in to whisper urgently to Shui Hong. After listening intently, Shui Hong's expression shifted from grave to exuberant. He turned to Gu Ye with a hint of reluctance, saying, Dr. Gu, I have some matters that require my attention. Perhaps my wife could escort you to the Grand Soul Arena, and she can discuss the subsequent matters with you. Gu Ye cast a glance at the beautiful Princess Kaden, then turned his attention to Shui Hong, the lord of Suatu City. With a gentle cough, he inquired, might this be somewhat inconvenient? Ah, what inconvenience could there possibly be? It is settled then. My lady, please escort Dr. Gu to the Grand Soul Arena in Suatu City later. Remember, you must treat Dr. Gu with the utmost hospitality, Shui Hong declared, preparing to depart with Qin Xiao, a soul saint. Before leaving, he earnestly reminded his wife to ensure that Gu Ye was well taken care of, not to let him feel slighted. Rest assured, I shall attend to Dr. Gu splendidly, she replied. Very well, I shall take my leave now. With that, Shui Hong dismounted the carriage and approached Qin Xiao, asking with a serious tone, are you certain the Crown Prince will depart in a few days? Qin Xiao affirmed with a nod, confirming the news from Tiando City, assuring its authenticity. That is excellent news. Shui Hong replied joyfully before departing to prepare for the upcoming events, leaving his wife Kaden alone with Gu Ye, seemingly unperturbed by their company. Inside the carriage, once Shui Hong had exited, the beautiful Kaden could no longer suppress her thoughts and gazed at Gu Ye, the man with whom she shared a connection. In the carriage, only Gu Ye and Princess Kaden remained. With a hint of enchanting spring fervor in her eyes, Kaden, who had initially sat across from Gu Ye, shifted to sit beside him, drawing in close. Dr. Gu, just now Shui Hong mentioned I should take excellent care of you. You need not worry. I will indeed ensure your comfort. Cadden's voice was soft and inviting, stirring something within Gu Yi. However, being a man of propriety, he resisted the temptation to act inappropriately. Clearing his throat, he promptly asked, "Might I inquire, Lady Cadden, how fares your health?" "Well, my ailment is indeed a consequence of you, Dr. Gu. Would you not agree?" Cadden replied with a teasing smile, her enchanting gaze fixed upon him. "Perhaps I could take a look at your condition, if you would allow it." Gu Yi suggested thoughtfully. "That would be most kind of you, Dr. Gu," Cadden said, gently taking his hand and placing it upon the area in need of his healing touch, her heart located at her chest. Thump, thump, within the carriage. Gu Yi felt Cadden's heartbeat quickening palpably. Her autumn-like eyes gazed into his, causing Gu Yi to question whether her ailment was truly genuine. "Dr. Gu, my heart races so swiftly, do you feel it?" Cadden inquired softly. Gu Yi nodded slightly, acknowledging the rapidity of his heartbeat, which still felt somewhat tender. After speaking, he gazed solemnly at Lady Cardan's voluptuous and charming face. "Your condition is rather severe. Recovering is not a matter that can be accomplished overnight. Then, esteemed physician, could you elucidate the treatment process for me? It would help me mentally prepare," Lady Cardan implored, clasping Gu Ye's hand tightly against her chest, her eyes filled with anticipation. Gu Yi glanced at his hand, which was resting upon Madame Cadden's bosom, and said lightly, "One must invigorate the meridians. The path is obstructed, yet shall be traversed. Thus, esteemed physician, I entrust my ailment to your capable care." Madame Cadden, feeling a mix of shyness and understanding, gazed at Gu Yi, having grasped the profound implications of his words. Gu Yi nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, it is my duty to assist patients in their healing. And I am the most suitable person to treat your ailment." Lady Cardan tightened her grip on Gu Ye's hand. The carriage continued its journey towards the Grand Seoul Arena of Soto City. As the rhythmic hooves of the horses echoed, the previously stable carriage swayed with a bit more intensity. Inside the carriage, Gu Yi began to employ his exceptional skills, using his techniques to tend to Lady Cardan's condition. Upon arriving at the Grand Seoul Arena, the two alighted from the carriage. Lady Cardan's cheeks were now flushed and radiant, appearing significantly improved in health. Although Gu Yi has been in Soto City for some time, this is his first visit to the Grand Seoul Arena. Gazing at the magnificent circular structure before him, Gu Yi exclaims in admiration, "What a grand sight! Dr. Gu, let us enter. The soul battle competition does not commence until evening. Once inside, please accompany me to my room. I wish to treat you well." As the evening progresses and the battles intensify, the number of injured soul masters will undoubtedly increase. And I will then require your expertise. It is no trouble at all. As a physician, it is my duty to heal. Gu Yi smiled and greeted as he entered the Soto City Great Soul Arena with Cadden. Chapter 24. A reunion at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Madam. The staff of the Soto City Great Soul Arena promptly bowed and greeted Cadden upon her entrance. Cadden nodded and continued to lead Gu Yi inside. Upon entering the arena, the manager, a middle-aged man in his 40s, hurriedly approached Cadden. After bowing in respect, he addressed her, "Madam, this is Dr. Gu. From today onwards, Dr. Gu will be treating the injured soul masters here in the arena. You should regard him as you would me. Do you understand?" Cadden announced. The middle-aged man glanced at Gu Yi and replied, "Yes, madam, we understand. Furthermore, inform all staff at the arena that they should regard Dr. Gu with the same respect as they do me." As the true authority of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, Cadden's words were not to be contested. And the middle-aged man promptly relayed the message. After addressing some matters, Cadden brought Gu Yi to the highest VIP room in the Soto Great Soul Arena, which served as her residence. "Madam Cadden, I did not expect you to wield such influence here." "Well, it's not too bad. By the way, Gu Yi, when we are alone, you should address me as Cadden, just as before. Do you understand?" "Certainly, Madam Cadden." Under the arrangements of the charming Cadden, Gu Yi smoothly became the healing physician of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, with a significant amount of time remaining before the soul battles commenced. As they typically began in the evening, Gu Yi followed Cadden back to her room to attend to her ailments. Time flew by swiftly during the treatment, and both Gu Yi and Cadden became so engrossed that they failed to notice the passage of time until dusk approached. Meanwhile, not far from the Soto City Great Soul Arena, Flinder had brought several members of Shrek Academy to a nearby tea house. At that moment, Xiaowu frowned at the tea filled with leaf residue and remarked, "Dean, we aren't having our first class here, are we?" Flinder replied, "Of course not. Your class will be held there." He gestured outward. Following Flinder's direction, Tang San and the others looked over, spotting the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Daimubai's expression shifted slightly as he whispered, "Dean, is it appropriate for them to go there on the first day?" Flinder, however, replied nonchalantly, "You must remember, you are not ordinary individuals. You are all exceptional. As such, you must adopt the training methods befitting your status. That arena is the largest and most renowned battleground within Soto City, and today, you will participate in real combat. That is your lesson for today." Flinder then shared insights about the Soto City Great Soul Arena and the rules of the soul battles with Tang San, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing. After listening, Tang San curiously inquired, "Dean Flinder, Have Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun participated in these soul battles before? Flinder nodded affirmatively. Dai Mubai then smiled modestly, stating, I began competing in the Soto Great Soul Arena when I was at level 29, and I have fought 56 battles since then, with a record of 29 wins and 27 losses. My points stand at 2. To advance from Iron Soul to Copper Soul, one requires 100 points. Each victory grants you 1 point, so the battles within are indeed quite challenging. Upon finishing, Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly aiming to impress upon her that his years at the arena were not spent in vain. However, Zhu Zhuqing paid him little attention. Noticing her indifference, Dai Mubai felt a twinge of irritation but suppressed it, having discerned that Zhu Zhuqing remained untouched. This realization spurred his desire to reconcile with her. Yet her coldness was unexpected. Flinder observed the sky outside and remarked, It's about time. Let us head over. I will provide you with further details once we arrive. After settling the tea bill, the group of 6 exited the tea house and proceeded towards the Soto Great Soul Arena. As they approached, the sheer magnitude of the arena was even more astonishing. When Tang San and Xiao Wu first arrived in Soto City, they had not ventured to this part of the city, thus failing to recognize the existence of such a grand structure. The Soto Great Soul Arena was oval-shaped, towering at a height of 120 meters, comprising a main arena and 24 sub-arena, capable of accommodating 60,000 spectators, including 100 VIP boxes. It served not only as a venue for soul masters to hone their skills, but also as a stage for various factions to showcase their prowess. While walking towards the Soto Great Soul Arena, Flinder shared additional details about the arena with Tang San and the others. As the group entered in the highest VIP room, he concluded his treatment for Madame Cadden. Madame Cadden, I have just helped to clear the blocked meridians. You have had a long day. Please rest well. I will step outside for a moment. You may go. I will rest for a bit. Madame Cadden appeared fatigued, her eyes reflecting a hint of spring warmth, and she spoke softly before settling down to rest. Guyi glanced at the beautiful young woman, Kadong, and let out a faint sardonic laugh, muttering, The cunning never perish. He then exited the room. Upon stepping outside, the chief officer of the Soto City Soul Arena approached him promptly, inquiring softly, I trust that Dr. Gu has rested well? Indeed, Gu nodded with satisfaction. Doctor, our soul battle is about to commence, and your expertise will be required shortly. That is part of my duty. I shall take a brief stroll first. Injured soul masters will seek me out in due course. Very well, might I offer you a guide? There's no need. Guyi replied curtly as he began to wander within the grand arena. Today, he had been preoccupied with treating the lovely Kadong, and now he relished the opportunity to observe the unique soul battles characteristic of the Douluo continent. Coincidentally, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, Flinder, and Tang San approached him. It's him. The sharp-eyed Dai Mubai immediately spotted Guyi, his expression darkening. Dr. Gu, what brings you here? Tang San, who held a measure of admiration for Guyi's medical skills, posed the question with a hint of cordiality. Similarly, Zhu Zhuqing's previously aloof demeanor softened as she regarded Guyi, curious about his presence at that moment. What a coincidence indeed. Guyi chuckled as he gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and the others. I am the healer here. You have come to participate in the soul arena, haven't you? Should you sustain any injuries, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I would be more than happy to help. Guyi would not reveal to Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others that his seemingly courteous desire to assist them in treatment stemmed from his intention to conduct some rather questionable procedures during the process. For instance, considering Dai Mubai's notorious flirtations, it would be remiss not to administer a special hormone to him. Similarly, if Guyi's memory served him correctly, Ma Hongjun, with his mutated martial soul and the affliction of insatiable fiery urges requiring female release, bore a striking resemblance to someone who practiced the sunflower manual without undergoing castration. Perhaps assisting Ma Hongjun in such a manner would alleviate his fiery plight, rendering unnecessary the search for female companionship. Chapter 25. Guyi's close guidance of Zhu Zhuqing healer. When Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Flinder learned that Guyi was indeed a healer at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, their expressions varied. Given Guyi's previous intimate encounter with Zhu Zhuqing, though it had not culminated in the final act, Dai Mubai harbored lingering animosity towards him. Meanwhile, Flinder, familiar with Guyi's reputation and recently apprised of his connections with the city lord Shui Hong and the significant backing behind the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, was in high spirits. As a shrewd merchant eager to bring his students to the arena for training while simultaneously profiting, Flinder jovially proclaimed, Of course. The spirit battles are about to commence. Feel free to participate. After Guyi made a remark, casting a meaningful glance at Zhu Zhuqing, he departed. Upon witnessing Guyi's gaze, which seemed laden with unspoken words, Zhu Zhuqing appeared to grasp something profound. Following Guyi's exit, Flinder urged Tang San and the others to partake in their respective spirit battles. Principal, Xiao Wu and I shall proceed to our match, Tang San remarked, as Xiao Wu, intrigued by the spirit arena, followed him to compete. Principal, I shall take my leave as well, Dai Mubai said, being quite familiar with the arena due to his numerous participations, and made his way to the battle platform. However, Zhu Zhuqing, reflecting on Guyi's profound look, chose not to join the competition but rather to seek out Gu Yi. At this moment, Gu Yi stood upon a railing, observing a spirited battle of souls unfolding below. As he watched, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing approaching slowly. Without turning to face her, he merely smiled with satisfaction. A single glance was sufficient for Zhu Zhuqing to comprehend his intent, a realization that brought great joy to Gu Yi. Gu Yi, did you call for me? Zhu Zhuqing inquired as she reached his side. Gu Yi observed the fierce combat unfolding in the soul-fighting arena below, nodding thoughtfully. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Gu Yi, positioning herself beside him to follow his gaze. In the arena, a robust soul master wielding a formidable iron hammer relentlessly struck at another soul master. The latter, whose martial spirit manifested as a patterned leopard, nimbly evaded the hammer's onslaught with remarkable agility. Aren't you curious as to why I summoned you here? Gu Yi inquired casually. Zhu Zhuqing regarded him with a sidelong glance. Though she remained silent, her curiosity about his intentions was palpable. What do you think of their strength? Gu Yi gestured toward the two combatants on the fighting stage. Both were soul masters, each adorned with a century-old soul ring, signifying their formidable prowess. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi merely shook his head. In his eyes, the two individuals appeared feeble. Their techniques were excessively rigid and ostentatious. No one possessed a deeper understanding of the human body than Gu Yi, nor was anyone more acutely aware of its vulnerabilities. Presently, he wielded the soul of the scalpel and commanded a surgical domain. Should he find himself in the soul arena, he could effortlessly eliminate the two. Moreover, after a brief observation, he noted that the combatants on the arena displayed a lamentable lack of creativity in their techniques. Essentially, the soul masters in this realm operated in a similarly mechanical fashion, executing their soul skills with a predictable routine. It resembled a video game, where one unleashes a skill and the other dodges, and if evasion fails, they counter with identical techniques, alternating in a monotonous sequence. However, this was not the case for all soul masters. According to Gu Ye's insights, those who reached higher ranks could manipulate their rigid soul skills with remarkable finesse, thereby developing their own unique styles. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Gu Yi in confusion, struggling to grasp the essence of his perspective. Gu Yi turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing and instructed, "Extend your hand." The commanding tone was one she was all too familiar with, prompting her to instinctively comply. Gu Yi then took hold of Zhu Zhuqing's hand and gently felt her carotid artery. "Have you experienced any changes in your body since yesterday?" he inquired. "No," Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head. "Any discomfort?" He pressed further. Once again, she shook her head. "Have you noticed any enhancement in your martial soul?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded in affirmation. After returning home, she had sensed a peculiar black aura enveloping her martial soul, the phantom spirit cat, akin to a flame. However, this flame remained somewhat unrefined and weak. She was yet to discover its specific capabilities, as she had not sought anyone to test it. She had kept this revelation to herself until now, but upon encountering Gu Yi, she felt compelled to share it. After listening intently, Gu Yi examined other aspects of Zhu Zhuqing's body, nodding in satisfaction. "You are set to participate in the soul fighting tournament shortly, correct?" "Indeed," she confirmed. "Follow me. I have something to discuss with you." Gu Yi grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand and led her towards a VIP room within the arena. As she followed him, Zhu Zhuqing noticed a surprising absence of resistance within herself, allowing Gu Yi to guide her into the chamber without hesitation. After Gu Yi closed the door, he turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Unleash your black flames so that I may observe them." All right. Zhu Zhuqing had unwavering faith in Gu Yi, for her possession of such power was entirely due to him. Without hesitation, she released the flames. She raised her hand, and with a whoosh, a small, seemingly feeble orb of black flame materialized in her palm. This flame had gradually formed within her martial spirit since her return yesterday, yet she remained unaware of its capabilities. "Do you know what it can do?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, gazing at Gu Yi. "Fool." Gu Yi playfully flicked her forehead, retorting, "How would I know your martial spirit better than you do?" Upon hearing his teasing remark, Zhu Zhuqing's previously stoic features flushed with a hint of crimson, the cause of which was uncertain, whether it was Gu Yi's affectionate gesture or something else entirely. "Later, when you compete, you can utilize this black flame to test its abilities, and then inform me of its precise capabilities, understood?" Zhu Zhuqing shared the same sentiment. "However, before the soul battle, let me impart some knowledge to you." "What is it?" Zhu Zhuqing asked with curiosity, her gaze fixed on Gu Yi. "The vital points of the body." "The vital points of the body?" "Indeed. Understanding the vital points can enable you to strike with precision, making it easier to overpower your adversaries. Take for instance the earlier duel between those two soul masters. It was utterly lacking in substance. Although it seemed impressive, it was devoid of significance. You must grasp one essential truth. The purpose of combat here is to pursue victory. My teachings are aimed at ensuring your success." Listening intently, Zhu Zhuqing fell silent for a moment before gazing earnestly at Gu Yi. "Why are you being so kind to me?" "Because you still owe me a drop of your most precious blood," Gu Yi replied with a mischievous grin. "Ah, I see." Acknowledging Gu Ye's intentions, Zhu Zhuqing accepted his guidance. Throughout the conversation, she had envisioned that drop of blood as being related to her martial spirit. Gu Yi then began to instruct her on various aspects of the human body. Due to the lack of physical objects in the room for practical demonstration, Gu Gu Yi had no choice but to allow Zhu Zhuqing to observe his robust physique. He then looked at her seriously and said, "Remember, I am here to teach you. Do not dwell on trivial matters or let your thoughts wander. Understood?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded affirmatively, her focus unwavering as she attentively absorbed Gu Yi's teachings. Gu Yi gently took Zhu Zhuqing's soft little hand and placed it upon his own chest, imparting wisdom. This is the most vulnerable spot of a human being, the heart. However, during battle, individuals tend to guard this area meticulously, leaving you with scarce opportunities to strike. Thus, in such moments, you must seek to exploit another's weakness. Gu Yi held Zhu Zhuqing's hand, demonstrating step by step the most vulnerable parts of the human body, those areas most susceptible to fatal harm. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently, her gaze equally focused, aware that Gu Yi was genuinely imparting knowledge without ulterior motives. Through this instruction, she acquired a wealth of valuable information and uncovered truths previously unknown to her, while also witnessing the remarkable strength of Gu Yi's physique. As a woman, observing Gu Yi in this manner stirred a profound sense of embarrassment within her, despite her outward calm and composure. Yet, seeing Gu Yi's earnestness in teaching, she was determined not to disappoint his expectations. Her attention was unwavering. No, it was her diligence in learning that truly shone through. In the room, Gu Yi dedicated half an hour to meticulously elucidating human anatomy to Zhu Zhuqing, followed by an in-depth discussion on combat techniques, before finally stepping out. Reflect on my words carefully. Ponder them again before you retire for the night. Revisit these thoughts each evening, and the knowledge will be etched in your memory forever. Do you understand? I understand, Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. She avoided meeting Gu Yi's gaze, as if fearing he might discern her inner turmoil. Very well, you may now proceed to your soul battle. All right, Gu Yi, I shall take my leave, Zhu Zhuqing responded, taking small, hurried steps as she swiftly exited. Chapter 26. The eruption of Ma Hongjuan's fiery fury. Gu Yi gazed at the departing silhouette of Zhu Zhuqing, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He was certain that his personal guidance would leave a lasting impression on her. When the opportunity arose, he was determined to claim that precious drop of her blood. Subsequently, Gu Yi meandered through the Grand Soul Arena, and by chance, he stumbled upon Tang San and Xiao Wu participating in a duo battle. After observing for a while, he decided to divert his attention. He found it far more worthwhile to watch Zhu Zhuqing, the little cat, than to linger on Tang San and Xiao Wu. However, at that moment, a staff member approached Gu Yi from behind. Upon hearing his name being called, Gu Yi turned around to see the urgency etched on the staff member's face. "Is there an injured individual?" he inquired. "Yes, indeed. We would like to request your assistance in providing treatment," the staff member affirmed with a nod. "Lead the way," Gu Yi replied. "Certainly, esteemed healer, please follow me," the staff member said respectfully, stepping ahead to guide Gu Yi. Before long, they arrived at a battle platform where an injured soul master lay, a gaping wound marred his chest, a condition that ordinary healing practitioners would find challenging to remedy. After observing the situation, Gu Yi retrieved several essential surgical instruments and summoned his martial soul, a surgical knife. A flash of white light emerged, creating a surgical space that enveloped the injured and unconscious soul master, allowing him to commence the operation. The staff and visitors nearby were left in awe of Gu Yi's remarkable healing technique. Moments later, the soul master, whose chest had been penetrated, regained consciousness, and his injuries had been nearly fully treated by Gu Yi. "Now, please release your martial soul," Gu Yi instructed. Having completed the treatment, it was only natural for him to collect a fee, with the martial soul's blood being his primary objective for being there. "Certainly," replied the patient without hesitation. Releasing his martial soul, a long staff emerged, appearing to possess considerable power. Gu Yi swiftly drew a blade to extract the blood of this stick-like martial spirit. After collecting it, the system assessed it and, with a sigh of regret, deemed it merely a low-level martial spirit blood. Subsequently, Gu Yi continued his leisurely exploration within the soul arena of Soto City. Where there were injured souls, there too was his presence. "Attack! Kill him! Kill him!" As he passed by a fighting platform, Gu Yi was struck by the fervent shouts. Glancing at the arena, he was surprised to find Ma Hongjun, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters, engaged in battle. He paused to observe for a moment. On the fighting stage, Ma Hongjun unleashed torrents of flames, exuding a majestic aura, while his opponent, a seasoned soul master with 10 victories, wielded a martial spirit in the form of a hunting falcon, yet was being relentlessly pushed back by Ma Hongjun. With Hongjuan's prowess, victory is surely within reach. It appears this match could yield considerable rewards. Just as Gu Yi contemplated departing after watching Ma Hongjun's duel, he heard a familiar voice dripping with commercial intent. Turning around, he found none other than Flinder, the cunning merchant himself. Only he would resort to wagering his own disciples for profit. Upon encountering Gu Yi, Flinder naturally recognized him as well. "Ah, is this not the esteemed Dr. Gu? Are you also observing the captivating duel of the Red Handsome?" Flinder concealed his sly grin and cheerfully approached Gu Yi, greeting him with courtesy. Gu Yi shook his head and chuckled. Director Flinder is indeed quite enthusiastic. "Alas, it is not an easy task for the head of my humble academy to earn a living." After speaking, Flinder stood beside Gu Yi. Gazing at the platform above with a joyful smile on his face, Gu Yi observed that Flandre had not departed. Instead, he remained unhurried in his gaze towards the soul-fighting platform. Gu Yi's gaze was piercing as he observed Ma Hongjun, who was being relentlessly pushed back by the Falcon Spirit Master in the soul arena. He chuckled and said, "Dean Flandre, it seems your disciple may be in a precarious situation." Curious, Flandre inquired, "Why do you say that, Dr. Gu?" Since Gu Yi was now the physician of the Soto City Soul Arena, Flandre treated him with considerable respect. "Your disciple's vital energy is surging within him. Although his flames possess considerable power, his opponent is an agile and cunning spirit master who adeptly exploits his speed advantage. Moreover, it appears that your disciple's spirit harbors certain flaws. It is precisely these shortcomings that will undoubtedly lead to his defeat in a matter of moments." Upon hearing this, Flandre's smile faded as he turned his gaze towards Gu Yi. He recognized the validity of Gu Yi's observations about Ma Hongjun's spirit flaws, a realization that took him by surprise. Then, as he looked back at the arena, he noticed that Ma Hongjun's complexion was indeed amiss, prompting a sudden alarm in his mind. "Oh no!" Flandre exclaimed, recalling Ma Hongjun's malevolent flames. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, who had been dominating the Falcon Spirit Master, suddenly felt his energy surge uncontrollably, causing his face to flush as if engulfed in flames. This unexpected change led to a sudden halt in his attacks. The Falcon Spirit Master, sensing an opportunity, sneered, "Finally, a flaw has revealed itself. Second soul skill, Bloodthirsty Eagle Claw." In a flash, the Falcon Spirit Master lunged at Ma Hongjun like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, clearly in distress. Ma Hongjun was struck heavily in the chest by the beastly claws of the Falcon Spirit Master. With a resounding crash, the tremendous force sent Ma Hongjun flying, leaving several crimson streaks across his chest as he tumbled out of the arena. "Ah, it's so hot, so hot." In excruciating pain, Ma Hongjun writhed on the ground, desperately tearing at his clothes. The referee, about to announce the outcome of the match, was momentarily stunned by the sight of red-hot steam emanating from Ma Hongjun. Flandre, observing from outside the arena, recognized that Ma Hongjun's malevolent flames had erupted. He swiftly leaped into the arena to support Ma Hongjun. However, in his dazed state, Ma Hongjun mistook Flandre for a woman. To the astonishment and amusement of the crowd, Ma Hongjun, believing Flandre to be a woman, attempted to embrace him and leaned in to kiss him, making some rather inappropriate gestures. Curse it! Why must the malevolent flames erupt at such a moment? Flandre paid little mind to Ma Hongjun's advances. Instead, he channeled his soul power to suppress the tumultuous flames within him. Having dealt with Ma Hongjun's malevolent flames on numerous occasions, he was accustomed to the situation. It seemed imperative to escort this troublesome lad to a brothel to resolve his predicament. Just as Flandre contemplated knocking Ma Hongjun unconscious to take him to a place where he could alleviate his malevolent flames, he suddenly recalled Dr. Gu. The people of Soto City spoke of his miraculous healing abilities, and as the physician of the Soto City Soul Arena, he had just discerned the flaws in Ma Hongjun's spirit and the eruption of his malevolent flames. Perhaps he could provide assistance. Thus, Flandre called out to Gu Yi. "Dr. Gu, you are the physician here at the Soto Soul Arena. Ma Hongjun has sustained injuries. Will you not come to assist in his treatment?" Gu Yi was rendered speechless as Flandre unceremoniously requested his assistance in treating Ma Hongjun. Chapter 27. The Treatment Method for Ma Hongjun. Gu Yi glanced over and immediately discerned Ma Hongjun's current predicament. He produced a sedative and swiftly administered an injection into Ma Hongjun's posterior. Once the medicinal fluid entered Ma Hongjun's system, he, who had been howling and inappropriately groping Flandre, instantly calmed down. Flandre, still embracing Ma Hongjun, marveled at how effortlessly Gu Yi had subdued the raging Ma Hongjun. Curiously, he inquired, "Dr. Gu, what is this miraculous substance? Its efficacy is remarkable. It is noteworthy that in the past, Ma Hongjun's outbursts could only be quelled by the presence of multiple women. Yet Gu Yi had managed to resolve the situation with a mere injection. What a splendid remedy." Gu Yi chuckled softly, stowing the sedative away. "Is that so?" Flandre retracted his gaze and assessed Ma Hongjun's condition. Upon observing that Ma Hongjun's fiery turmoil had subsided, he recalled Gu Yi's esteemed position and the enigmatic substance he had just used. His eyes gleamed as he remarked, "Dr. Gu, as the healing physician of the grand fighting arena, shouldn't you assist in treating this lad who has sustained such grievous injuries during the battle?" With that, Flandre regarded Gu Yi with a knowing smile. As Gu Yi beheld the treacherous smile of Flandre and glanced at Ma Hongjun, he contemplated the task at hand and remarked, "Please, follow me." "Certainly, I appreciate your assistance, Dr. Gu," Flandre replied, cradling Ma Hongjun as he trailed behind Gu Yi. He was uncertain whether Gu Yi would genuinely provide treatment, nor did he harbor any hope that Gu Yi could remedy Ma Hongjun's martial soul defect. However, witnessing Gu Yi administer a shot that subdued Ma Hongjun's malevolent fire instilled a glimmer of hope in him. Should he acquire this remedy from Gu Yi, he would no longer need to fret about the sudden eruption of Ma Hongjun's dark flames in the future. Soon, Gu Yi arrived at the treatment room within the Great Soul Arena. Flandre followed closely, placing the unconscious Ma Hongjun onto the bed before turning to Gu Yi with a beaming smile, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, Dr. Gu. Guyi remained unfazed as he approached Ma Hongjun to examine the internal condition of his body. Initially, he intended to extract Ma Hongjun's martial soul blood. However, it was unfortunate that only through Ma Hongjun's voluntary release of his martial soul could Guyi seize the opportunity for extraction. Now, with Ma Hongjun in a state of unconsciousness, such extraction was rendered impossible. After conducting a thorough examination, Guyi turned to Flander and remarked, "I have a general understanding of his condition. The defect in his martial soul has led to an uncontrollable eruption of malevolent flames." Flander, filled with urgency, inquired, "Is there any way for the ancient physician to provide treatment?" He had previously sought the expertise of numerous healing soul masters regarding Ma Hongjun's martial soul defect. Yet it seemed that no one in this world possessed the capability to remedy such flaws. Nevertheless, Guyi's immediate recognition of Ma Hongjun's martial soul deficiency, coupled with his ability to swiftly suppress it, ignited a flicker of hope within Flander. If Guyi could indeed cure Ma Hongjun, he would no longer have to worry about Ma Hongjun's physical condition as he had moments ago, nor would he have to endure the unwanted advances from Ma Hongjun, ultimately leading him to the need to escort Ma Hongjun to a brothel in search of women. Upon hearing this, Guyi smiled without uttering a word. After a brief silence, he glanced at the unconscious Ma Hongjun and extended a finger, revealing a method to quell his malevolent energy. "What method?" Flander inquired, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Guyi. Guyi shook his head and said, "This method is rather unconventional, and it is likely that both you and Ma Hongjun will find it hard to accept. Whether you speak of it or not, it makes little difference. However, esteemed physician, whatever the approach may be, if it can alleviate the malevolent fire within Hongjun, I implore you to share it with me. This is of utmost significance for both Hongjun and myself." Guyi glanced at the unconscious Ma Hongjun, then turned his gaze to the anxious Flander, letting out a sigh. "Very well, since it has come to this, I shall divulge the method." Flander's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Guyi, eager to learn how to treat Ma Hongjun's evil fire. "The solution is to castrate Ma Hongjun," Guyi stated with an unperturbed tone. Flander's expression darkened in disbelief, fixating on Guyi with an utterly bewildered look. "You cannot be serious, Guyi. Are you jesting with me?" The previous cordiality vanished from Flander's demeanor, replaced by a flicker of anger. To castrate Ma Hongjun would mean to sever his lineage. How could you even suggest such a thing? In the depths of Guyi's heart, a subtle smile emerged as he spoke. "Dean Flander, this is precisely what you asked me to convey, and indeed, it possesses the capability to alleviate Ma Hongjun's malevolent flames. You should be aware that Ma Hongjun's martial soul is flawed, and when it erupts, it unleashes sinister fire upon his body. Am I correct?" "Indeed. But how does this relate to castration?" Flander inquired. "Naturally, there is a connection," Guyi replied with a confident smile. "Let me ask you, during the times when Ma Hongjun's malevolent flames ignite, do you not frequently escort him to seek the company of women to relieve his fiery outbursts?" "That is accurate," Flander nodded. "This is the crux of the matter. Ma Hongjun's malevolent flames necessitate the presence of women. After engaging in intimate relations, his diabolical fire is subsequently discharged. However, on days when he finds himself devoid of female companionship, or in exceptional circumstances when his flames erupt, he may find himself unable to contain it, potentially leading to a catastrophic explosion. This procedure of castration, however, would enable Ma Hongjun to expel his malevolent fire without the need for women, as it can be released independently or vented at will." Although Guyi secretly chuckled to himself, he refrained from jesting. His words were grounded in reality. Ma Hongjun's predicament resembled that of someone who had practiced the evil spirit sword manual without undergoing self-castration. If he were to take such a drastic step, his malevolent energy would naturally dissipate, or he could expel it willingly. Subsequently, Ma Hongjun would ascend to become the most formidable figure in the Douluo continent. Upon hearing Guyi's elucidation, Flinder's brow remained furrowed, yet after careful consideration, he discerned that there was indeed a semblance of truth in Guyi's claims. Ma Hongjun's sinister energy required a woman to alleviate it. Should he be castrated, it seemed plausible that he might indeed find release, or perhaps Ma Hongjun himself. Wait a moment. Flinder was astonished to realize he was following Guyi's line of reasoning, which left him feeling somewhat agitated. Ma Hongjun was not only his prized disciple but also a man. What would it mean to castrate him? Not only would he refuse, but Ma Hongjun himself would never consent to such a fate. "Dean Flinder," Guyi remarked, "I previously indicated that this approach is tantamount to saying nothing at all. Now that I have shared it with you, whether or not to pursue it is a matter between you and Ma Hongjun. For now, he is stable, and I must attend to other matters outside. Take the time to ponder this over, or perhaps discuss it with him upon his awakening. What holds greater significance? His life or his dignity?" After Guyi finished speaking, he turned to leave. However, Flander called out to him again, his expression grave. "Is there truly no other way?" "Esteemed doctor?" Guyi replied, "Not at the moment. Even if there were, I would not be able to assist Ma Hongjun with his treatment, as we are not related. Were it not for my desire to collect Ma Hongjun's martial soul blood, I would not be so courteous as to inform Flander that castration might alleviate Ma Hongjun's malevolent fire." As Guyi exited the treatment room, Flander gazed at Ma Hongjun, his face contorted with concern. The only means to treat Ma Hongjun's affliction was through castration. Without it, Ma Hongjun would resort to seeking release through women, ultimately facing a horrific demise. Alas, perhaps it is best to postpone this matter for a while. After all, Ma Hongjun's condition is not dire at present. Flander resolved not to disclose this course of action to Ma Hongjun just yet, believing that if the situation became truly desperate, perhaps Ma Hongjun could be given a choice. Having left the treatment room, Guyi made his way to the Soul Master arena in the Grand Soul Master area. Just as he stepped outside, a staff member rushed over. "Doctor, there is a rather troublesome patient requiring your assistance." "Lead the way," Guyi responded. Soon enough, Guyi discovered the identity of the troublesome patient, a male Soul Master injured by Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing stood to the side, arms crossed. And upon seeing Guyi, her previously unexpressive face gained a hint of warmth. Chapter 28. Another encounter after parting ways with Guyi. Zhu Zhuqing had come to partake in her first soul battle, only to encounter a lecherous man who shamelessly declared his intention to claim her as his own. Naturally, Zhu Zhuqing would not tolerate such behavior. She swiftly defeated him using the techniques Guyi had taught her and scorched him with her black flames. To her surprise, her flames rendered him incapable of rising. "Did you inflict that injury?" Guyi inquired as he approached Zhu Zhuqing. "Yes," she nodded. "It was indeed the black flames." "Is that so? How did he offend you?" Guyi glanced at the male Soul Master, who lay on the ground, clutching his groin and howling in distress. His lips twitching slightly. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, yet Guyi understood her intent. The arena staff, noticing Guyi and Zhu Zhuqing engrossed in conversation while the injured male Soul Master continued to wail on the ground, stepped forward and asked, "Doctor, will you not assist this patient in recovering?" Guyi gestured for the other to remain calm, assuring him that he was not in any immediate danger. With Guyi, the physician, offering his guarantee, the staff of the Soul Arena felt a sense of relief. "Thank you, Guyi." Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude, reflecting on the transformation of her martial soul. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words of thanks, Guyi chuckled lightly and teased, "This is rather uncharacteristic of you, Zhu Zhuqing. After all, in my eyes, you would not typically express such sentiments." Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing this, felt a slight flush of embarrassment, though she often appeared aloof and indifferent. That demeanor was reserved for strangers. To those she deemed close and kind, she revealed her genuine warmth. Just like Guyi, she perceived the sincerity of his goodwill towards her. Guyi exchanged a few words with Zhu Zhuqing, and upon noticing the Soul Master on the ground crying out in distress, he ultimately decided to intervene and provide treatment. However, to his surprise, upon investigation, he discovered that Zhu Zhuqing's black flames had inflicted damage upon the male Soul Master's spirit. This indicated that Zhu Zhuqing's black flames were capable of launching a spiritual assault on Soul Masters. It is essential to understand that the soul is of utmost importance to a Soul Master, as it is intimately connected to their mental prowess. Therefore, the scorching of the opponent's soul by Zhu Zhuqing's black flames inevitably resulted in a corresponding mental injury to herself. Guyi's healing abilities were indeed effective, albeit somewhat taxing. He briefly tended to the injured male spirit master, pausing only when it appeared that he had sufficiently recovered. Subsequently, Guyi turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing and inquired, "Shall we take a stroll?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. The two walked side by side, engaging in conversation that reflected mutual respect and camaraderie. As Guyi walked, he remarked, "How did it feel to battle with your new martial soul just now? It seems stronger than before, and your speed has increased, along with your attacking power." "Indeed, both speed and attack have improved." Guyi continued, "Zhu Qing, listen carefully. Speed is your greatest characteristic and your advantage. In the realm of martial arts, while all skills may be formidable, none can surpass the swift. Should you reach this realm, your strength will rival that of anyone at the same level." Zhu Zhuqing pondered Guyi's words. She followed a route focused on agility, with her martial soul abilities emphasizing speed. If she could indeed attain the pinnacle of speed, perhaps she could achieve the level Guyi spoke of. Upon reaching a corner, Zhu Zhuqing paused and looked up at Guyi, her eyes reflecting a unique sentiment, akin to gratitude. "Guyi, why are you so kind to me?" she inquired. "Because I crave your essence." This was not Guyi's true reason. He stopped, placing his hand on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, and earnestly stated, "Because you owe me a drop of your most precious blood." "Is that the only reason?" Zhu Zhuqing sensed there was more, feeling that Guyi had other motives. "What, do you wish for me to perceive your intentions? Or do you hope for something deeper? Such as, me developing feelings for you, wanting to draw closer, and then consume you?" As Guyi spoke, his hand gently caressed Zhu Zhuqing's cheek, and he leaned in closer to her ear. In that moment, their postures appeared intimately aligned, exuding an air of ambiguity. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling Guyi's hand on her face and listening to his nonsensical words, realized she felt no aversion. Perhaps it was merely a jest. Just then, a figure appeared in the distance, glancing around. It was Dai Mubai. After finishing his battle, he sought out Flinder and the others, but could not locate them. Ultimately, he decided to find his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, but upon realizing she was also missing, he recalled Guyi in the Grand Soul Arena. The thought of Guyi led Dai Mubai to consider Zhu Zhuqing's close relationship with him, causing a wave of unease to wash over him as he hurried to search. At that moment, Dai Mubai's gaze fell upon the corner where he spotted the two, intimately leaning against the wall, Zhu Zhuqing and the physician Guyi. Zhu Zhuqing. What are you doing with him? Dai Mubai's cold voice cut through the air as he approached with an impassive demeanor. Upon hearing that chilling voice, Zhu Zhuqing turned to find Dai Mubai and, glancing at her posture with Gu Yi, realized how close they appeared. From behind, it seemed as if she was nestled in Gu Ye's embrace, resting against his shoulder. No wonder Dai Mubai questioned her. However, recalling Dai Mubai's repugnant behavior with the twin sisters, she felt disinclined to engage with him further. Meanwhile, Gu Yi, upon hearing Dai Mubai's voice, turned to see him striding over, his demeanor furious. You, Qin. Dai Mubai approached them, noticing Gu Ye's hand still resting on Zhu Zhuqing's face. The two remained oblivious to his presence, maintaining their intimate posture, which ignited his ire. In response to Dai Mubai's arrival, Gu Yi withdrew his hand from Zhu Zhuqing's face, instinctively placing it around her slender waist. Dai Mubai, what has you so incensed? Is it because I have my arm around Zhuqing? But why should you be upset? I recall just days ago you were embracing a pair of twin sisters at a hotel. Moreover, I remember several instances when you passed by my clinic, each time with a different beautiful woman in your embrace. Now, why the anger? Gu Ye's seemingly jesting inquiry caused Zhu Zhuqing's expression to turn icy. Disgusting. She cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai. Knowing that Gu Ye's words held truth and that she possessed knowledge of certain details that made her regard Dai Mubai with disdain. If Dai Mubai could pursue numerous women, then why could she not seek companionship with men? Embracing this mindset, Zhu Zhuqing nestled into Gu Ye's embrace without an ounce of shame. Finding a peculiar sense of solace in the moment, Dai Mubai watched the scene unfold, his anger and embarrassment intensifying as he observed Gu Yi holding Zhu Zhuqing close. Yet, he was Dai Mubai, the aristocratic prince steeped in traditional masculinity. He could indulge in romantic pursuits as a man, but Zhu Zhuqing, as a woman and his fiancée, was expected to behave otherwise. Gu Yi, release her, Dai Mubai commanded, his fists clenched in fury as he glared at Gu Yi. Yet, how could he forcefully intervene? Gu Yi retorted with a mocking tone, defiantly glancing at Dai Mubai while tightening his embrace around Zhu Zhuqing's waist. You. Zhu Zhuqing found a strange sense of satisfaction in witnessing Dai Mubai's seething anger. Zhuqing, what are you two up to? Came the voice of Xiaowu from a distance, interrupting the tense atmosphere. Chapter 29, Dai Mubai's questionable character. Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, Gu Yi turned to look. He noticed Xiaowu, Tang San, and the awakened Ma Hongjun approaching alongside Flandre. He still did not release his hand from its affectionate hold on Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Xiaowu and her companions arrived beside Dai Mubai. Her large eyes glanced at Dai Mubai before shifting to observe the intimate interaction between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing. Noticing Gu Ye's arm wrapped around Zhu Zhuqing's waist, and her lack of resistance or discomfort, her eyes widened in surprise. Zhuqing, what is your relationship with him? Xiaowu inquired, pointing at Gu Yi. Flandre, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San also noticed the closeness between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing, casting puzzled glances in her direction. The way these two embraced so tightly certainly seemed unusual. Realizing the attention directed at her, Zhu Zhuqing blushed slightly, looking at Gu Yi with a silent plea for him to release her. Gu Yi held a deep respect for Zhu Zhuqing, and after releasing her waist, he turned to Flandre and sighed. Director Flandre, it appears that there are issues with the character of your students. Flandre furrowed his brow, perplexed by Gu Ye's insinuation. He glanced at Dai Mubai and then at Zhu Zhuqing, wondering if there was some connection between them. Since Dai Mubai had never mentioned it, he was entirely unaware of their relationship. Mubai, what is the matter? He inquired, directing his gaze at Dai Mubai. Director Flandre, Qing is Mubai's fiancée. Xiaowu whispered into Flandre's ear. Upon hearing this, Flandre was taken aback, suddenly understanding why Dai Mubai had reacted with such anger. It was natural for a fiancé to be incensed upon witnessing his betrothed in close proximity to another man. Dr. Gu, your words seem rather misplaced. I do not perceive any issues with my student's character, Flandre replied with a neutral tone. If Zhu Zhuqing was indeed Dai Mubai's fiancée, then the one with questionable character should be Gu Yi himself. After all, who was it that was being familiar with another man's betrothed in front of Dai Mubai? Director Flandre, surely as the head of Shrek Academy, you are aware of Dai Mubai's reputation? His private life is quite scandalous. He frequents establishments of ill repute. And at such a tender age, the number of women he has consorted with is unfathomable. Recently, he was even involved with a pair of twins. Surely, as his director, you must be aware of his illustrious exploits? Consider this. I have observed him escorting numerous women to hotels during my time running a clinic in Soto City over the past few months. Now, Director Flandre, would you not agree that a man with a fiancée who has lost count of the women he has dallied with exhibits questionable character? Furthermore, to my knowledge, your student Dai Mubai has also achieved the remarkable feat of abandoning his fiancée to flee alone. Director Flandre, do you not think such behavior warrants scrutiny of one's character? Gu Ye's words detonated in Xiaowu, Tang San, and the others' minds like depth charges, prompting them to glance at Dai Mubai, eager to discern the truth behind Gu Ye's assertions. Flandre, being somewhat acquainted with Dai Mubai's personal life, and Ma Hongjun, who frequently indulged in carnal pleasures alongside him, were well aware of the implications. Yet, despite their knowledge, their expressions soured at the public exposure of such truths by Gu Yi. Similarly, Dai Mubai's face darkened with fury, for every word spoken by Gu Yi was undeniably factual, leaving him with no grounds for rebuttal. Beside Gu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing observed him with gratitude, recognizing that he was standing up for her. However, she was puzzled about how Gu Yi had acquired such extensive knowledge. Dean Flander remarked that while the academy prioritized the quality of its students, a lack of moral integrity would inevitably lead to trouble. Of course, this was a matter for Shrek Academy. As a mere physician, he had no authority to intervene. Nevertheless, since Zhu Zhuqing was his patient, he felt entitled to express his concern. With that, he indicated that he would return to his duties, preparing to take his leave. Just as Gu Yi was about to depart, a thought struck him, causing him to pause. Ah, Dean Flander. I might soon have new insights regarding the treatment of Ma Hongjuan's martial soul deficiency. You may come to me when you have made your considerations. After speaking, Gu Yi exchanged a glance with Zhu Zhuqing and whispered something in her ear before taking his leave. Observing Gu Yi's departure, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others refrained from intervening, and neither did Flander, for they were in the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, a place where their arrogance could not prevail. After Gu Yi's departure, Flander's grim countenance finally began to ease. After all, as the dean, he found it difficult to maintain his dignity when the students of the academy were so disparagingly spoken of. Mubai, upon returning to the academy, "You are to reflect thoroughly," Flander declared, glaring at Dai Mubai. "Yes, Dean," Dai Mubai replied, lowering his head in embarrassment. A glance at Zhu Zhuqing revealed her arms crossed and her refusal to meet his gaze, prompting him to silently vow that once he resolved the matter with Zhu Zhuqing, he would demonstrate his strength to her. And one more thing, Flander continued, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. "I do not wish to hear of your indulgences with women again." Recalling Gu Yi's earlier remarks about Dai Mu by abandoning his fiancée to escape, he added, "As for your relationship with Zhu Zhuqing, you must handle it yourselves. However, remember this, once you enter Shrek Academy, you are students of Shrek Academy, and mutual support is fundamental." Flander remained the protective dean he had always been, unwilling to expel Dai Mubai for his questionable conduct with women. After delivering his admonition and inquiring about the day's soul-fighting affairs, he departed from the Soto City Soul Arena. Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at Dai Mubai and, after a disdainful snort towards Flander, also exited the arena. "Zhuqing, wait for me," Xiao called out, turning to Tang San as she followed Zhu Zhuqing. The two engaged in conversation as they made their way back to Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others could only leave as well. On the journey back to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun recalled Gu Yi's earlier comments and quietly asked, "Boss Dai, is it true that you abandoned Zhu Zhuqing to flee?" Tang San looked at Dai Mubai with curiosity. If Zhu Zhuqing were indeed Dai Mubai's fiancée, abandoning her would certainly be inappropriate, raising questions about his character, as Gu Yi had suggested. Dai Mubai remained silent for a moment, a conflicted expression on his face. Before responding, "Fatty, Tang San, if faced with a life-threatening situation where escape is the only option, would you think it wrong for me to act thus?" Well, Ma Hongjun scratched his head, uncertain how to respond. Tang San, too, chose not to elaborate. Their relationship with Dai Mubai was not yet such that he felt comfortable voicing his thoughts, but given a choice, he would not flee. If he were to switch places with Zhu Zhuqing, he would fight fiercely for Xiaowu. Dai Mubai seemed to understand their reactions. A flicker of light crossed his eyes. He did not believe he had erred. Should such a situation arise again, he would make the same choice. For only by fleeing could he hope to survive. As for abandoning Zhu Zhuqing, at that time, there had been no feelings between them, and being born into royalty, cold-bloodedness was merely a fundamental trait. "Let us not dwell on this any longer," Tang San interjected, sensing the atmosphere was heavy. "What of Dean Flander?" "Ah, he is likely off gambling again," Ma Hongjun replied. "Gambling?" Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun in confusion. After Ma Hongjun explained, Tang San finally understood Flander's intentions. He had gone to wager on their soul-fighting match and was likely off to collect his stakes. Chapter 30. The Battle of Wits with the beautiful Madame Cadden. By the way, Tang San, Boss Dai, do you know what Gu Yi meant when he spoke of treating my martial soul deficiency? Ma Hongjun inquired, recalling Gu Yi's conversation with Flander. Dai Mubai shook his head, as did Tang San. "Let us wait for Dean Flander to return before we inquire further." Ma Hongjun reflected on how fortunate he had been not to seek out women following his earlier bout of chaos, suspecting it might be connected to Gu Yi. Meanwhile, at the Soto City Soul Arena, after completing his treatment tasks for the day, Gu Yi cast a glance at the Soul Arena in Soto City. Having collected around 20 soul bloods, he sighed, noting that although there were more soul masters in the arena, most of their martial spirits were of a lower grade, with few being of intermediate quality, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that there would be ample opportunities in the future. As he was about to depart from Soto City to return to the clinic, a beautiful young woman named Ka Dan called out to him. "Dr. Gu, are you leaving?" "Yes, Mrs. Ka Dan. The night is late, and I have matters to attend to at the clinic tomorrow, so I must return. Allow me to escort you home," she offered. "Oh, I couldn't possibly impose," Gu Yi replied, feeling a bit hesitant. "It's no trouble at all. Shui Hong has instructed me to take good care of you." Given the late hour, it would be unsafe for you to return alone. It is much better for me to accompany you, Mrs. Dan smiled, as she arranged for her servants to prepare a carriage. Gui understood that he could not refuse, so he merely made a feeble excuse before acquiescing. Let us go, Cadden smiled as she invited Gui into her car. Gui assessed the enchanting and graceful figure of Cadden as he entered her carriage. The vehicle moved slowly, carrying Gui and the beautiful young woman away from the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City, heading towards the medical clinic. Inside the carriage, Gui sat upright with an air of seriousness, while Cadden's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze imbued with a hint of playful allure as she regarded him. In this confined space, the atmosphere between them was charged with a subtle tension. At that moment, Cadden shifted closer, settling beside Guyu. She lifted the curtain to glance at the escort outside, then surveyed the nearby guard before drawing the curtain closed and leaning into Guyu's embrace. Dr. Gu. I find myself feeling unwell once more, she murmured, taking his hand and placing it over her heart, inviting him to truly sense the rapid beating that resonated within her chest. Guyu promptly withdrew his hand, saying, Cadden, this is inappropriate. It may lead to misunderstandings. However, Cadden tightened her grip on Guyu's hand, preventing him from pulling away, and reproached him. What is inappropriate? Besides, are there any others present? But Cadden, you are the wife of the Lord of Xiehong City. I cannot. Guyu's expression betrayed his hesitation, revealing a tumult of desire and reluctance. Cadden shook her head, stating, Gui, sure, you must understand, I am a princess of the kingdom of Silvis, and Xiehong is a prince of the Balak kingdom. Our union is merely one of political alliance, devoid of genuine affection. Furthermore, he frequently frequents places of indulgence, showing little regard for me. I, too, am a woman in need of care. Have you forgotten, Guisher? Just a few months ago, we gazed at the moon together in the forest. You held me close, affectionately calling me your beloved little sweetie. But now, you seem to. Cadden covered her face, on the verge of tears. At this moment, a myriad of frustrations surged through Guyu's mind. Was it truly appropriate to refer to Madame Cadden as sweetheart? Clearly, the romantic entanglements of the past were his own doing, and had no bearing on him. However, upon witnessing the delicate beauty of Princess Cadden quietly weeping, Guyu felt a twinge of compassion in his heart. Please, do not call me Madame Cadden. Simply Cadden will suffice. Very well, Cadden. As a gentleman, Guyu could not bear to see the lovely lady in distress, so he acquiesced to her request. He then took Cadden's petite hand and said, I am a physician. Should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall ensure your comfort and well-being. Do you understand? And what if my mouth is unwell? Cadden inquired, gazing at Guyu with her enchanting eyes. Guyu hesitated for a moment, contemplating his words, before leaning closer to Kadong's ear to whisper something that transcended the boundaries of language. Kadong's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she shyly nodded in response. If I find myself unwell, I shall seek you out. You must not refuse me. Rest assured, attending to patients is my duty, he replied. Indeed, Lady Kadong said with a satisfied smile. Then, a thought crossed her mind, and she remarked, by the way, I have something to tell you. What is it? Today, wasn't Shui Hong summoned away by Qin Xiao? Yes. Yi felt a tinge of curiosity regarding Snow Hong's abrupt departure today, especially since he had entrusted him to accompany Cadden. This was particularly noteworthy as the crown prince of the Heavenly Empire, Shui Qinghe, was scheduled to pass through Soto City in 3 days. The crown prince of the Heavenly Empire, Shui Qinghe? Guyi inquired, gazing at Cadden. Indeed. Lady Cadden nodded in affirmation. How could the crown prince of the Heavenly Empire leave the imperial capital? Guyi asked, perplexed as he looked at Cadden. By the command of His Majesty, Snow Knight, he is to inspect the kingdoms under the Empire's jurisdiction. In 3 days, he will arrive in the kingdom of Balak. Snow Hong, being a prince of Balak, must traverse Soto City to reach the capital. It is for this reason that upon receiving the news today, Snow Hong hurriedly returned to prepare for the crown prince's arrival in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Guyi instantly grasped the situation. Shui Hong was the prince of the Balak kingdom, with Suatua City being his fief. Although he had been granted this territory, the current king of the Balak kingdom was aged and ailing, and it was evident that Shui Hong harbored ambitions regarding the throne. The crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe, was visiting the Balak kingdom. Additionally, Shui Hong, being a relative, could be considered Shui Qinghe's cousin. If he were to garner the crown prince's support, there would be a tangible possibility of ascending to the throne of the Balak kingdom. After Cadden shared further details with Gu Yi, he became increasingly convinced of Shui Hong's aspirations for kingship. In 3 days, Shui Qinghe will arrive. Shouldn't you prepare for this? Gu Yi inquired, looking at Cadden. Cadden shook his head. These matters will be handled by Shui Hong. My responsibility is to maintain the Great Soul Arena in Suatua City, as it is a vital source of funding for the city. I see, Gu Yi replied. Gu Yi understood the significance of the Great Soul Arena in this world. The phrase golden sunsets at the arena barely encapsulates the essence of these soul battlegrounds. On the carriage, as Gu Yi conversed with the enchanting Cadden, they soon arrived at the medical clinic. Upon reaching the entrance, Cadden personally escorted Gu Yi inside, reluctant to part ways. Her captivating gaze lingered on him with an air of wistfulness. Gu Yi comprehended the intentions of the charming young woman, Cadden. Casting a glance outside the clinic to ensure the guards could not see within, he wrapped his strong arm around Cadden's slender waist, pinning her against the wall with a fervent kiss before finally releasing her. I still desire. Cadden seductively gazed at Guyi. Chapter 31. The Repentant Dai Mubai? After savoring the softness of Mrs. Cadden's delicate lips, Guyi remarked, "All right, you may return for now. When I find the time, I shall seek you out. To attend to my lips." Mrs. Cadden smiled in acknowledgement before departing from Guyi's clinic, observing the enchanting sway of her figure as she exited. Guyi reminisced about their previous intimate encounters and mused to himself, the allure of a mature woman is indeed irresistible. Once Mrs. Cadden had left, Guyi's thoughts shifted to the impending arrival of Xue Qinghe in Soto City 3 days hence. He was acutely aware that Xue Qinghe was but a guise for the formidable Qian Renxue of the Spirit Hall, and he contemplated whether a meeting with her would be prudent when the time came. Guyi contemplated silently. Making a resolute decision, he would perform a life-altering procedure for Qian Renxue and leave within her a drop of essence that would forever remind him of her, undoubtedly benefiting her immensely. The night passed without incident, and the following day, Guyi resumed his duties at the medical clinic, attending to patients. As evening approached, he planned to venture to the Soul Arena in Soto City to collect soul blood, while also taking the opportunity to visit the lovely Cadden to tend to her injured lips and soothe her troubled heart. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the bell for class rang, summoning the students to the playground. The first to arrive was Dai Mubai, who, having returned to the academy the previous night to write a self-reflection, was still stung by Guyi's mockery and Zhu Zhuqing's disdain, leaving him restless throughout the night. Ning Rongrong, hand in hand with Xiao Wu, arrived at the playground cheerfully. Unlike in the original narrative, Ning Rongrong had not clashed with Flinder or Dai Mubai. Thanks to Guyi's treatment and her newfound understanding of the benefits of exercise for her growth, she completed her running tasks punctually without Flinder's reminders. On only the third day, she had already noticed significant changes, further solidifying her trust in Guyi's healing abilities. Zhu Zhuqing, standing beside Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, noticed Dai Mubai's early arrival and merely scoffed, choosing not to engage further. Similarly, Ma Hongjun and Tang San recognized Dai Mubai's presence, but they sensed a subtle difference in him compared to the previous day, though they could not articulate what had changed. The lesson was once again conducted by Flinder. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San waited a full quarter of an hour before the esteemed dean sauntered in, announcing it was time for the second class. "Where is Oscar? Has he overslept again?" Flinder frowned upon noticing Oscar's absence. "I saw him practicing early this morning." "Perhaps he fell into a meditative state and failed to awaken in time," Tang San replied hastily. "Today's lesson cannot commence without him. Go fetch him," Flinder instructed. Just as Tang San was about to head to the dormitory, he spotted Oscar rushing towards them from that direction. His expression not one of panic over tardiness, but rather brimming with excitement. "Oscar, are you planning to go for another run?" Flinder shot him a disapproving glare. Oscar quickly shook his head. "No. Dean, please let me explain. I've had a breakthrough. I've reached level 30. "What?" Flinder, Tang San, and Dai Mubai exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. At just 14 years of age, Oscar, the youngest among them, achieving level 30 in soul power was quite an astonishing feat, especially considering that he possessed a food-type martial soul, one of the most challenging types to cultivate. Flinder's eyes gleamed with pride. "Excellent, Oscar. You have not disappointed me. You are the third student in our ranks to achieve level 30. On behalf of the Academy, I extend my congratulations." Even Dai Mubai's demeanor lightened as he approached Oscar, patting him on the shoulder. "Congratulations, little Oscar. Although it took you a bit longer than I, as a food-type soul master, you are undoubtedly the most outstanding talent I have ever encountered." Oscar shot Dai Mubai an embarrassed glare. "Please, don't mock me. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing, I hardly qualify as a genius." Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes to Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, she was the youngest among them at just 12 years old. Yet she had already reached level 30. Such aptitude could hardly be described as mere genius. Dai Mubai, realizing Zhu Zhuqing's achievement was linked to Guyi, made a decision in his heart. He approached her earnestly, stating, "Zhuqing, I recognize that my past behavior has been reckless. However, after last night's reflection with the dean, I assure you that such conduct will not repeat. I will sever ties with my former associates." His tone bore a resolute gravity, demonstrating his sincerity. "Mubai, I am heartened by your determination," Flinder remarked, giving Dai Mubai a supportive pat on the shoulder. He then turned to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "You are both students of Shrek Academy now. Let bygones be bygones. In the future, you will need to support one another. Do you understand my meaning?" "Indeed, Zhuqing. Dai Mubai is a good man. Though he may have lived a somewhat indulgent life, he possesses a noble character, and I, as his brother, can attest to that." Ma Hongjun chimed in. "Without a doubt, for all his flaws, Dai Mubai is fiercely loyal to his friends. Therefore, Zhuqing, it speaks volumes of his sincerity that someone of his pride would humble himself to apologize to you," Oscar added, further bolstering Dai Mubai's case. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, sensing her hesitation, spoke up. "Dai Mubai, how can we be sure your words hold any truth?" Dai Mubai cast a wary glance at the meddling Ning Rongrong before turning back to Zhu Zhuqing. I understand that you may find my words hard to believe now, but let time be the judge. Enough of this. Remember, you are all part of Shrek Academy, and mutual support is fundamental. Now, I have an announcement to make. Flinder declared, scanning the group before continuing. After today's lesson, you will set off tomorrow under the guidance of teacher Zhao Wujie to the Star Dough Forest to hunt for Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar's third soul rings. Previously, Flinder had deemed it unwise for Zhu Zhuqing to venture into the Star Dough Forest upon reaching level 30, but with Oscar now also having attained that level, the timing was appropriate. Understood. The Shrek 7 responded in unison. Following Flinder's next lesson, he dismissed the students. Before they dispersed, he called Ma Hongjun aside. Dean Flinder, is there something you require? Ma Hongjun inquired. Yes, you will accompany me to Soto City shortly to procure something from Guyi. And what might that be? He asked. Something to cure your evil fire. Indeed, Flander sought to obtain a tranquilizer from Guyi before Ma Hongjun set off for the Star Dough Forest. The announcement today includes an additional chapter. Prior to the official release, there will be 2 updates daily. With occasional 3 updates, rewards and monthly votes can increase this. After the release, there will be a daily update of 10,000 words, a fact that readers familiar with Greenlight are undoubtedly aware of. The author guarantees the word count, so dear readers, feel free to express your support through votes. Chapter 32. Flander in need of supplies due to the instability of Ma Hongjun's malicious fire, which could erupt at any moment. Flander was concerned that without a woman to help him relieve his urges during the journey to the Star Dough Forest, the consequences could be unimaginable. Thus, he thought of requesting a tranquilizer from Guyi as a precaution against Ma Hongjun's potential outburst. Upon learning of his dean's concern for him, Ma Hongjun felt deeply touched and decided to accompany Flander shortly. Meanwhile, upon returning to their residence, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong both thought of Guyi when they realized they would set off for the Star Dough Forest the next day. Zhu Zhuqing recalled Guyi's previous words. In the world of martial arts, speed is invincible. Moreover, since she had injected Guyi's martial spirit serum, her martial spirit, the spectral cat, had undergone significant changes. Guyi was the one who understood her martial spirit's transformation best and had profound insights regarding her cultivation direction. Zhu Zhuqing discovered a sense of reliance on him. Thus, as she prepared to embark on her quest for the third spirit ring, Guyi was the first person who came to mind. For this reason, she intended to visit Soto City to speak with Guyi and inform him of her upcoming journey to acquire her third spirit ring. Ning Rongrong's thoughts of Guyi were naturally linked to her own experiences, where her Xiaolong Bao had triumphed over the giant steamed bun. With her journey to the Star Dough Forest approaching, she realized that her back and forth would take at least half a month, if not longer. Before departing, she felt compelled to visit Guyi in Soto City for assistance and to strategize about her counterattack plan. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to sense Ning Rongrong's intentions, and Ning Rongrong appeared to understand Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts as they exchanged glances. In unison, they asked, "You intend to find Guyi, don't you?" After a moment's pause, they exchanged another glance, and together they proposed, "Shall we go together?" Both had come to a mutual understanding and decided to seek out Guyi in Soto City. Ning Rongrong knew that Guyi would keep her secrets, and Zhu Zhuqing had previously visited the clinic, making it a logical choice for them to go together. However, upon their decision, Xiao Wu expressed her discontent. "Zhuqing, Rongrong, you are both going to find that Guyi. What about me?" "Xiao Wu, aren't you going to look for your third brother?" "Humph. He is probably busy training and won't have time for me." Xiao Wu felt frustrated that Tang San, oblivious to her feelings, remained unaware of her intentions. "Why don't I join you both?" Xiao Wu suggested, glancing at them. Ning Rongrong, though reluctant to have Xiao Wu accompany them, found it difficult to refuse her since Guyi would keep her treatments confidential. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing decided that the 3 of them would go to Soto City together. In the afternoon, at Guyi's clinic in Soto City, just as Guyi was preparing to take a break after treating numerous patients, Flander and Ma Hongjun approached him. "Ah, is this not the esteemed Dean Flander of Shrek Academy? What brings you to my humble clinic?" Guyi teased upon seeing Flander. Flander chuckled heartily as he approached, saying, "Gu physician, I have come seeking your assistance." "Oh, assistance, you say? Might it be that your disciple's malicious fire has erupted again?" Guyi scrutinized Ma Hongjun beside Flander. Indeed, it was related to the malicious fire. However, they were here to request something rather than to deal with an outburst. "Request something? What might that be?" Guyi inquired amusingly. "It is the substance you previously introduced into Hongjun, which effectively suppresses his malicious fire." "Oh, that item. Well, that is quite a precious commodity. And the price?" Guyi smirked slyly. Seeing Guyi's demeanor, Flander grimaced slightly but, with a determined heart, produced a pouch and tossed it before Guyi, saying, "Will this amount of gold coin suffice?" Guyi picked it up and examined it. There was quite a substantial quantity. However, as he was not in want of money, he shook his head. "Not enough?" Flander stared wide-eyed at Guyi. "Yes, I require one more thing." "What is it?" "His martial soul blood." Guyi pointed towards Ma Hongjun. "Martial soul blood? Is it the type that Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing mentioned before?" Flander recalled the details, having heard some from Tang San. "Indeed, it is the blood from the martial soul. You wish to remedy Ma Hongyuan's martial soul deficiency, do you not? I intend to extract a drop of his martial soul blood for experimentation. Perhaps, in the near future, I will be able to develop a remedy that could cure his martial soul deficiency. Really? Ma Hongjun looked at Guyi with excitement. If it could truly resolve his martial soul flaw, he would rise to greatness, transforming from a mere mountain chicken into a phoenix. Will extracting that martial soul blood be harmful? Flander inquired with concern. Guyi shook his head. It won't be harmful, at most. It will leave him weak for a day or two. Is that so? Flander pondered for a moment before glancing at Ma Hongjun. Ultimately, he decided to permit Guyi to draw blood. Come in. Seeing their agreement, Guyi beamed as he led them into the room in the backyard. He then produced a tranquilizer obtained through the system and handed it to Flander, saying, the usage is quite simple. Just inject it into his body when the evil fire erupts, and you have witnessed its effectiveness. Flander examined the tranquilizer for a moment before putting it away. Well, I've given you the medicine, Ma Hongjun. Now, unleash your martial spirit. Ma Hongjun glanced at Flander and then released his martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix. Observing Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, Guyi swiftly summoned his martial spirit, the surgical knife, and imbued it with a glimmer of white light. With a quick slash at Ma Hongjun's martial spirit, a drop of crimson blood flowed forth. After receiving the vial, Guyi promptly stored it away. With the addition of Ma Hongjun's spirit blood, Guyi has now collected the spirit essence of 2 members of the Shrek 7 Devils, leaving the remaining 5 to be deliberated upon in due course. Flander, observing Guyi's actions throughout, was taken aback when he saw genuine blood flowing from the spirit. He resolved to share this revelation with his friend Yu Xiaojiang, believing he would find it immensely intriguing. Once the spirit blood was securely stored, Guyi signaled to Flander and Ma Hongjun that they could take their leave. Dr. Gu, should you discover a remedy for Hongjun's spirit deficiency, please inform me. It is of utmost importance to me. I implore you, Flander said politely, gazing at Guyi. Certainly, certainly. I shall not impose further on you, Dr. Gu. Flander replied before departing with Ma Hongjun. Principal, do you truly think he can develop a cure for my spirit deficiency? Ma Hongjun inquired shortly after they had walked some distance. I cannot say for certain, but his medical skills are remarkable, and I hold great admiration for that. While there is but a glimmer of hope, it is better than having none at all, Flander responded. Indeed. Ma Hongjun was acutely aware of the gravity of his spirit deficiency. As time passed, or as he grew older, the failure to rectify his condition could lead to a fate of being consumed by malevolent flames. Guyi had now offered him a sliver of hope. Should Guyi succeed in formulating a cure for his spirit deficiency, he would go to great lengths to acquire it, no matter the cost. Chapter 33. In-depth conversations with Zhu Zhuqing within the medical hall, Guyi paid no heed to the departing Flander and Ma Hongjun. He examined Ma Hongjun's spirit blood, soon uncovering its peculiarities. Although Ma Hongjun's spirit was referred to as the evil fire phoenix, it was not truly that. Presently, the quality of his spirit could only be classified as a high peak, falling short of the top tier. However, his spirit possessed a singular strength, fire, or rather, malevolent fire, desire fire. Guyi endeavored to delve into this area of study, pondering the potential of enhancing the flame attribute of this drop of martial soul blood. Or perhaps even extracting it. Just then, several individuals approached from outside the medical hall. It was none other than Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu, the 3 beauties of Shrek Academy. Guyi. Ning Rongrong called out as she entered, and Guyi, noticing the trio, felt somewhat taken aback by their presence together. Yu Qing. What brings you here? Of course, we have matters to discuss with you. And Guyi, despite being the first to arrive, why did you only notice Zhu Qing? Oh, I see. You must have a fondness for her. It's only natural, given Zhu Qing's beauty and figure, Ning Rongrong teased with a playful smile, prompting a faint blush from Zhu Zhuqing. What are you saying, Rongrong? Zhu Zhuqing replied, casting a shy glance at Guyi, unable to believe that he would harbor feelings for her. However, when she caught Guyi's warm gaze upon her, she felt her cheeks warm in embarrassment. Ning Rongrong, observing the subtle dynamic between Guyi and Zhu Zhuqing, stifled a chuckle before continuing, Guyi, we plan to venture into the Star Dough Forest tomorrow, which is why we came to seek you today. By the way, Zhu Qing mentioned that you possess considerable knowledge about her martial soul, hence her special visit. Is that so? Guyi asked with a smile directed at Zhu Zhuqing, who nodded in affirmation. Very well, in that case, Zhu Qing, come with me. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Please wait outside for a moment. Guyi instructed as he rose and made his way toward the backyard. Zhu Zhuqing, after asking Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu to hold on, followed him inside. Ning Rongrong, filled with curiosity, began to examine the interior of Guyi's medical hall with keen interest. Xiao Wu, noticing Ning Rongrong's intrigue, whispered, Rongrong, aren't you worried about Zhu Qing being alone with Guyi? Worried about what? Guyi is quite handsome. If there were any concerns, it would be about him. Ning Rongrong replied with a grin. Besides, Xiao Wu, haven't you noticed the way Guyi looks at Zhu Qing? It's rather different, don't you think? And Zhu Qing seems to reciprocate that sentiment. Well, that does seem to be the case, Xiao Wu conceded after reflecting on Ning Rongrong's observations. Meanwhile, in the room at the back of the medical hall, Guyi instructed, please take a seat. I will retrieve something for you. As he rummaged through the shelves, Zhu Zhuqing obediently settled onto the bed, her gaze fixed on Gu Yi as he searched for the item. Regarding the path of your martial soul, you must have some understanding of the soul beast required for your third soul skill, correct? Gu Yi inquired while continuing his search. Indeed, my family has conducted research on the soul skills of the spectral cat martial soul, and we possess a specialized set of soul skills. Typically, during breakthroughs, we tend to follow that direction, Zhu Zhuqing explained. The Zhu family spectral cat martial soul has retained a legacy of similar soul skills for generations, a tradition passed down through the centuries. Gu Yi is aware of certain matters, yet the current manifestation of Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul has transformed, rendering the traditional tactics of the Zhu family rather unsuitable. Moreover, Gu Yi harbors a certain fondness for this version of Zhu Zhuqing. She owes him a drop of her most precious blood. He must empower this feline like Zhu Zhuqing, enabling her to grow stronger and larger. Very well, that shall suffice. Gu Yi gazed at the object in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He then approached Zhu Zhuqing and took a seat before her, extending his hand. Deep within her heart, Zhu Zhuqing harbored a sense of trust and reliance towards Gu Yi, and without hesitation, she reached out her hand in response. Gu Yi extracted the syringe and withdrew the liquid from the vial. After testing the syringe, he injected it into Zhu Zhuqing's body. What is this? She inquired softly. It is something that will greatly benefit you, he replied. Oh. Zhu Zhuqing trusted Gu Yi. If he claimed it would be advantageous, it must be true. Why do I feel some pain? A look of discomfort crossed Zhu Zhuqing's face as she bit her lower lip, gazing at Gu Yi. Bear with it. The pain will pass shortly. She nodded, yet the discomfort persisted. This pain was not akin to a severe injury, but rather a mild, irritating sensation, akin to being nibbled by countless ants. The sensation compelled Zhu Zhuqing to emit a soft moan, which she quickly stifled. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Gu Yi, appearing somewhat pitiable. Unbeknownst to her, that very sound had been transmitted outside. In the hall of the medical clinic, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exchanged glances. They then turned towards the backyard. Rongrong, why would Zhuqing make such a sound? I don't know. Ning Rongrong shook her head. Do you think she could be with that Gu Yi? Xiao Wu speculated, her gaze fixed on Ning Rongrong. That seems unlikely. Zhuqing is not that kind of person. True. Although they had only known Zhu Zhuqing for a few days, they were well aware that her character was not that of a frivolous woman. Yet, both were curious about what Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Yi were doing in the room behind. In the backyard room, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, feeling a sense of embarrassment. I'm sorry, Gu Yi, she uttered apologetically. Gu Yi glanced at the bite mark on his hand and let out a wry smile. This was already the second time Zhu Zhuqing had left her mark on him. Does it still hurt? He inquired. Are you aware that this is the second time you have left your mark on my body? Gu Yi pointed out, showing Zhu Zhuqing the bite mark on his arm. Upon seeing it, which had drawn blood, Zhu Zhuqing felt an even greater sense of embarrassment and lowered her head. Gu Yi assisted her. Yet she reciprocated with actions that caused him harm. Even if Zhu Zhuqing remained indifferent, she would still feel a twinge of guilt. How about this? I shall leave a mark on you as well, thus evening the score. What do you think? Gu Yi smiled at Zhu Zhuqing. Are you going to bite me? She inquired, glancing at the bite mark on his arm. Indeed. Gu Yi nodded, though he refrained from mentioning where he would bite her. Very well. Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before agreeing. It was merely a matter of allowing Gu Yi to take a bite, and she, Zhu Zhuqing, was unafraid of pain. With innocence, she lifted her black leather jacket, exposing her fair arm. She placed it before Gu Yi, closing her eyes, seemingly apprehensive of the discomfort. Observing the adorable Zhu Zhuqing in such a state, Gu Yi couldn't help but find amusement. I shall bite now. Gu Yi gently touched Zhu Zhuqing's fair arm and offered a reminder, you may bite. Zhu Zhuqing recalled the excruciating sensation of countless ants gnawing at her, apprehensive that Gu Yi's bite might be even more painful. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's readiness, Gu Yi glanced at her slightly anxious face and leaned in to bite. Chapter 34. Zhu Zhuqing's Development Plan. Zhu Zhuqing's closed eyes flew open, staring wide-eyed at Gu Yi, who was so close. She had not anticipated that Gu Yi would choose to bite her in such a sensitive spot. Momentarily dazed, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback as Gu Yi bit her. Zhu Zhuqing yelped in pain, glaring at Gu Yi with a mix of indignation and embarrassment while touching her lips. All right, I've bitten back, Gu Yi stated in a calm tone. He felt no disquiet regarding the mark he left on Zhu Zhuqing's lips with his teeth. After all, it was a mutual exchange. Zhu Zhuqing had bitten him, and he had merely reciprocated, all within her consent, rendering it a rather ordinary occurrence. Zhu Zhuqing huffed, caressing her bitten lips. Her previously expressionless face now tinged with annoyance. Gu Yi, seemingly unfazed by the adorable display of anger from Zhu Zhuqing, inquired instead. What is the age designation you have set for your third soul ring? Due to her irritation, Zhu Zhuqing took a moment before responding to Gu Yi, finally stating, approximately 1,000 years. Gu Yi's commanding tone prompted Zhu Zhuqing to respond instinctively. After replying, she felt a sense of bewilderment within. Why was she so obedient? A millennium has passed. Do you wish to grow stronger? Gu Yi's words caused Zhu Zhuqing to forget the pain of her bitten lip. She gazed at Gu Yi, contemplating the meaning behind his statement. For an ordinary soul master, a 1,000-year third soul ring is deemed most appropriate. However, for true prodigies, 1,000 years is far too meager. As for you, Zhu Zhuqing, your martial soul transcends the ordinary spectral cat. And having just received an injection of my special enhancement serum, your third soul ring can indeed possess a greater longevity. Is that true? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? The enhancement serum that Gu Yi just administered to Zhu Zhuqing is a bodily cell reinforcement agent produced by the surgical system. It was procured at a considerable expense by Gu Yi through the system's exchange. Gu Yi harbored a profound intention within his heart. He aspired to personally cultivate Zhu Zhuqing into a formidable warrior, subsequently conquering her mind and body step by step, ultimately becoming the man behind her. He relished the notion of nurturing her himself, which elucidated the kindness he bestowed upon her. Naturally, his desire for Zhu Zhuqing's form was not absent either. The excruciating sensation she recently endured, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at her, was a result of the cellular enhancement serum reshaping her physique, fortifying her very cells. In a matter of days, once Zhu Zhuqing's transformation reaches completion, her physical constitution will ascend to an entirely new echelon. In the fantastical realm of Douluo, Gu Ye's cellular enhancement serum will not only augment Zhu Zhuqing's cells, but will also enhance her meridians, physical resilience, and flexibility, enabling her to absorb soul rings of approximately 2,000 years without any hindrance. Yuqing, he stated. Let me articulate this clearly. Your third soul ring's harvesting range is approximately 2,000 years, within which you may freely absorb. However, I have never encountered anyone capable of absorbing a third soul ring of such a high caliber. Since no one has achieved this, you, Zhu Zhuqing, must become the first. If you desire to grow stronger, your mindset must undergo a transformation. Do not presume that what others deem impossible is beyond your reach. If you persist in this way of thinking during your cultivation, you shall never become a true powerhouse in this lifetime. Do you understand, Zhu Zhuqing? Gu Ye's words resonated in Zhu Zhuqing's mind like thunder, leaving her in a state of profound contemplation for an extended period. Gu Ye's words illuminated a profound truth for her. Her character was not yet sufficient to elevate her to the rank of a true warrior. Yet, she resolved not to surrender. She would strive to become a formidable force, determined to shatter the shackles of her family's prescribed fate through her own efforts. The mere thought of this made Zhu Zhuqing gaze at Gu Yi, suddenly realizing the immense influence he had on her. Before their acquaintance, she had never entertained the notion of breaking free from her destiny solely through her own strength. Otherwise, she would not have journeyed to Soto City in search of Daimubai. However, now, inspired by Gu Yi, she possessed that ambition. She aspired to be a warrior who could transcend her fate without relying on Daimubai. Gu Yi, I understand now. I shall become a powerful being. I will be the foremost among all, Zhu Zhuqing declared, her gaze resolute as it met Gu Yi's. I believe in your potential. Moreover, with the substance I administered to you earlier, you already possess the foundation to emerge as a strong contender in this world. As long as you exert yourself, you shall not be outdone by anyone. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with a determined nod. One thing I must caution you about, tomorrow and the day after. You will experience 1 or 2 instances of pain akin to what you felt earlier. You must endure it. Do you understand? I will, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Her gaze drifting to the bite mark on Gu Ye's arm, a testament to her resolve. She gently touched her own lips. Recalling how Gu Yi had also bitten her once, she would cherish this as a symbol of her transformation, a testament to her emergence as a warrior. As Gu Yi observed the glimmer of unwavering resolve in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, a satisfied smile graced his lips. His plan to cultivate her prowess had commenced. Now, allow me to suggest a few soul beasts that would suit your third soul skill. Zhu Zhuqing, roused from her reverie, gazed intently at Gu Yi, fully aware that she could glean invaluable insights from him. In this moment, Gu Yi appeared to her as a mentor, and her trust in him was profound. A thought began to take root in Zhu Zhuqing's mind. She yearned to take Gu Yi as her master. Once this notion surfaced, it lingered in her thoughts, refusing to dissipate. Unbeknownst to Gu Yi, who continued his discourse, Zhu Zhuqing contemplated her desire. Your martial spirit, the nether spirit cat, is characterized by its swiftness. However, your martial spirit has now manifested the ominous black flames, which possess the terrifying ability to sear the soul. Clearly, this is your most formidable power. While you must not abandon your speed, it is equally essential to harness this black flame ability. I have researched various soul beasts that would be appropriate for your third soul ring. Among the numerous candidates, I believe the following are most suitable: the cat demon, the black flame fox, the 9 lives cat demon, and the dark gold terror claw bear. The cat demon is said to have once graced the Stardew forest, possessing ghostly speed and wielding 2 flame-like tails that command 2 distinct abilities. Should you encounter one, it would be a stroke of luck. The black flame fox is also a speed-oriented soul beast, yet it boasts incredibly sharp claws capable of unleashing black flames that can scorch the soul, making it an excellent match for your nether spirit cat. The 9 lives cat demon, however, has not been seen for quite some time, so finding one would depend on fortune. Lastly, while the dark gold terror claw bear is primarily a strength-type soul beast, its formidable claws possess an extraordinary attack power within the soul beast realm. If you were to acquire a soul skill related to its claws, combined with your speed, your strikes would become utterly unstoppable. Zhu Zhuqing attentively absorbed Gu Ye's analysis, committing his words to memory. Upon her arrival at the Douluo forest the following day, she would seek out these soul beasts, determined not to disappoint Gu Ye's expectations of her. After Gu Ye shared a few more thoughts, he turned to Zhu Zhuqing, inquiring, "Do you understand?" Zhu Zhuqing confirmed with a nod. Observing her earnestness, Gu Ye smiled with satisfaction. However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew serious as she gazed intently at Gu Ye and said, "Gu Ye, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "Speak," Gu Ye replied. Intrigued by her solemn demeanor, "I wish to take you as my master," Zhu Zhuqing declared earnestly, fixing her gaze on Gu Ye. Chapter 35, Astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing seeks to be my disciple. To take me as your master? Gu Ye asked, pointing to himself, taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's serious expression. "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with determination. "Why?" Gu Ye inquired, puzzled. Honestly, Gu Ye was only a few years older than Zhu Zhuqing, possessing slightly greater strength and experience. He merely intended to nurture her abilities, so it bewildered him that Zhu Zhuqing wished to be his disciple. Had she been captivated by his extraordinary prowess? "I want to grow stronger, to become so powerful that I can shatter the shackles of my own fate," Zhu Zhuqing declared, her fist clenched. Her expression earnest and devoid of jest. She saw hope in Gu Ye, a hope he had instilled within her. In recognizing this hope, she yearned for a mentor, which led her to seek Gu Ye's guidance. She understood that Gu Ye was undoubtedly formidable, possessing knowledge and insights that could serve as her foundation. Gu Ye fell silent. "I understand that you may look down upon me, but I am willing to strive. Gu Ye, would you be willing to be my mentor?" Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Gu Ye with hopeful anticipation. After careful consideration, Gu Ye finally nodded. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face illuminated with joy. However, in the next moment, Gu Ye shook his head again. Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted from delight to sorrow. Was it because my aptitude is too poor? Her spirits began to wane. "No. If you truly wish to be my disciple, I would not concern myself with your abilities. For I can transform even the most mediocre talent into a genius of this world. Then why do you refuse?" Zhu Zhuqing, feeling rejected, lowered her gaze, disheartened. "Yu Qing, I can accept you as my apprentice, but not at this moment. It will be after our return from the Douluo forest." "Really?" Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, Zhu Zhuqing's joy was rekindled. "Indeed, however, this journey to the Douluo forest alongside Shrek Academy will serve as a test for you. If your third spirit ring meets my expectations, upon our return, I shall take you as my disciple. I will then cultivate you into one of the world's most formidable powers, strong enough to effortlessly shatter the chains of fate you so dread. Do you accept this challenge?" "Yes, I will achieve it." Zhu Zhuqing suppressed her bubbling excitement and nodded earnestly. Observing Zhu Zhuqing before him, Gu Ye couldn't help but let out a faint, bitter smile within. Initially, he intended to nurture her into a capable individual, gradually melting her icy heart, before ultimately claiming her for himself. Unexpectedly, this had now transformed into the desire to take her as a disciple. Nevertheless, this apprenticeship seemed quite promising. By first cultivating Zhu Zhuqing into a powerhouse, the bond of master and student would likely facilitate a deeper connection with her. For reasons unknown, at this moment, Gu Ye found himself reminded of Bibi Dong while gazing at Zhu Zhuqing. Ultimately, he resolutely embraced the decision to accept her as a disciple. "Zhuqing, since you are about to embark on your journey to the Douluo forest, there will undoubtedly be dangers ahead. Allow me to provide you with 2 items for your protection. Come with me." Gu Ye was aware of the challenges that Zhu Zhuqing would encounter during her journey through the starry sky. Since he intended to take her as his disciple, he naturally could not neglect his future protege. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in understanding and rose to follow Gu Ye. Gu Ye approached the medicine shelf, rummaging through its contents before retrieving a syringe. Within the syringe resided a crimson liquid, imbued with an exceptionally potent neurotoxin. Meticulously concocted by Gu Ye through the amalgamation of his previous life's medical knowledge and his surgical spatial abilities. In the fantastical realm of Douluo, this substance wielded formidable power. He extended the syringe to Zhu Zhuqing, his expression slightly grave as he remarked, "This is a neuroparalytic toxin, immensely powerful. Should you ever find yourself in peril, do not hesitate to use it. The method remains the same as the last time I entrusted you with a similar vial." "Thank you, teacher," Zhu Zhuqing replied, glancing at the syringe before carefully stowing it away, not forgetting to address Gu Ye with a respectful title. "That title shall await your return from the Douluo forest. For if you do not fulfill my requirements, I shall not accept you." Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Gu Ye, silently vowing to meet his expectations. "By the way, you haven't exhausted the wolf repellent spray I gifted you last time, have you?" "No, I haven't tea," she replied. "This item is quite effective against lecherous individuals. Should anyone dare to approach you with ill intentions, make sure to utilize it, understood?" After Gu Ye's admonition, he retrieved an object from the shelf. The object was a transparent vial containing a single green capsule. "This is for treatment. If you suffer a grave injury but remain alive, consuming this life capsule will facilitate a swift recovery. Remember, this is a gift from me to you, and it is meant solely for your use. For there exist only 2 such life capsules in this world. Do you understand?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded resolutely. accepting the vial and holding it tightly for a moment before placing it against her chest. This was a gift from her teacher, Gu Yi, and she vowed to cherish it, hoping to never have to use it throughout her life. Gu Yi gazed at Zhu Zhuqing as she carefully stored away the life capsules, feeling a pang of sorrow. These 2 life capsules were truly precious, having taken him an entire month of accumulating surgical points to exchange for just 1 from the system. This was precisely why, despite his daily efforts to treat those youthful women and earn surgical points, he remained so impoverished. It was all for the sake of these 2 life capsules. Having conveyed everything that needed to be said, he added, "I will await your return from the starry forest." Zhu Zhuqing, with a resolute gaze, replied, "Rest assured, Gu Yi, I shall meet your expectations, for I aspire to become strong." "Very well, I shall be waiting," he responded. Gu Yi gently patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, and the 2 of them stepped outside. In the hall of the clinic, Ning Rongrong, who had been waiting for a full half an hour, rushed to Zhu Zhuqing as soon as she saw them emerge. She scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing from head to toe for an extended period, only releasing a sigh of relief when she confirmed that Zhu Zhuqing was unharmed. "Yu Qing, I am truly relieved that you are all right." The half hour that Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Yi spent in the room had caused considerable anxiety for Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Had it not been for their trust in Gu Yi, they would have barged in long ago. "Xiao Wu, what do you mean by that? Do you think I would pose any harm to Yu Qing?" Gu Yi shot a glare at Xiao Wu, clearly irritated. Who knows?" Xiao Wu retorted, her round eyes glancing at Gu Yi with a hint of mischief. Gu Yi chose not to hold any grievances against the rabbit, Xiao Wu. He then turned his gaze toward Ning Rongrong and said, "Come in with me." Ning Rongrong had been awaiting this moment. She exchanged a few words with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu before following Gu Yi inside. "Rongrong, do be careful," Xiao Wu cautioned, tugging at Ning Rongrong. "Don't worry, Xiao Wu. Gu Yi is not a bad person. Besides, he is so handsome that even if he were, I would still accept him." Ning Rongrong replied with a cheerful smile as she entered. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted, revealing her growing impatience. Gu Yi is indeed her master. From Ning Rongrong's words, it seems she has developed an interest in Gu Yi. This cannot be allowed. Gu Yi belongs to her, and Zhu Zhuqing will never acquiesce to such a notion. Chapter 36. Misunderstanding. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Ning Rongrong as she entered, silently resolving that she must prevent any feelings Ning Rongrong harbored for Gu Yi. After all, Gu Yi is her. Oh no, rather, he should be regarded as her teacher. As a disciple of Gu Yi, it is her duty to safeguard his interests diligently. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's peculiar expression directed at Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu recalled that she and Gu Yi had spent a considerable half hour inside and curiously inquired, "Zhuqing, what were you and Gu Yi doing for so long?" "Nothing much, just discussing a few matters," Zhu Zhuqing replied. "Is it really that simple?" Xiao Wu questioned, a hint of disbelief in her voice. "Indeed, it is that simple," Zhu Zhuqing confirmed with a nod. She had kept Gu Ye's words close to her heart. Some matters were best left unspoken to others, while others were for her alone to know. As for Xiao Wu, it was perhaps wiser to keep her in the dark. "Let us wait outside for a while. Rongrong may take some time," Zhu Zhuqing suggested. "Very well." After waiting outside for half an hour, Xiao Wu began to feel a bit restless and proposed, "Zhuqing, why don't we practice a bit in the courtyard?" Xiao Wu's suggestion sparked a glimmer of interest in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. To be honest, she had never sparred with Xiao Wu before, and she held great admiration for her prowess. Now was the perfect opportunity to test her skills. Thus, the two made their way to the courtyard. With Xiao Wu at level 29 and Zhu Zhuqing at level 30, their strengths were only a notch apart. Given that this was merely a practice session, it was not intended to be a fierce bout. As such, they exchanged blows back and forth within the confines of Gu Ye's medical hall's courtyard. Meanwhile, within the room at the back, Gu listened intently as Ning Rongrong recounted certain events and the outcome she desired. His expression grew slightly solemn as he regarded her. "Ning Rongrong, how do you find the effects of the potion you previously used?" "Quite satisfactory." Ning Rongrong nodded in affirmation. The elixir that Gu Yi provided proved to be remarkably effective, exceeding her expectations, though she felt that time still lingered a bit longer than desired. Given this, during your sojourn in the Douluo forest, ensure you utilize it properly. Remember, apply it generously to your head, understand? Ning Rongrong recalled Gu Ye's mention of the head and, feeling a flush of shyness, lowered her gaze slightly and responded with a soft hum. "For now, I shall refrain from collecting your drop of blood. I will do so once you return from the Douluo forest. Does that sound agreeable?" "Very well. Now, extend your head towards me and allow me another glance." Ning Rongrong complied, positioning her head before Gu Yi. After observing for a while, Gu Yi offered some advice and medicine to Ning Rongrong, and together they stepped outside. To their surprise, they encountered Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing engaged in a spirited sparring match, exchanging blows with remarkable agility. "Rongrong, are you feeling better?" Xiao Wu inquired, noticing Ning Rongrong and Gu Ye's arrival, and promptly halted her training. "Yes, Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, shall we head back now?" Ning Rongrong responded with a nod. "All right, let's return at once," they agreed. Having accomplished their purpose at Gu Ye's medical clinic, there was no reason to linger. Zhu Zhuqing bid farewell to Ning Rongrong and Gu Yi before departing with Xiao Wu back to Shrek Academy. Gu Yi watched the three departing women, contemplating how to extract their martial soul essence from Xiao Wu, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. The Shrek's 7 monsters were soon to journey to the Stardow Forest, while Xue Qinghe would arrive in Soto City in 2 days. Reflecting on Xue Qinghe, who was portrayed by the formidable Qian Renxue of the Spirit Hall, Gu Yi remembered the woman who had been healed of her martial soul deficiency by her. It had been some time since she had gone to the Spirit Hall. He wondered about her current state and whether she had become a companion to Bibi Dong. If that were the case, she would likely have sent word by now. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside these thoughts for the moment and focus on enhancing his own strength. In this world, possessing sufficient power was essential to pursue one's aspirations effectively. Gu Yi returned to his room in the backyard without much thought and began his cultivation. Upon his arrival in this world, he was already a soul master. Through diligent training and his efforts in healing others, he had received system rewards that enhanced his soul power, leading him to reach the current level of 47. A foreign soul sect. After assisting Ning Rongrong with her treatment earlier, he sensed a slight looseness in his realm, making it an opportune moment to retreat to his room and attempt a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu had returned to Shrek Academy. Upon arriving at the academy's entrance, they encountered Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Tang San, who were engaged in conversation. "Brother San, what brings you here?" Xiao Wu inquired as she approached Tang San. "We were waiting for your return, Xiao Wu. Where did you go just now?" Tang San asked with concern. "Humph. Where else could they have gone? It's obvious they went to Soto City to find that Gu Yi, am I right?" Dai Mubai shot a cold glance at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. He felt quite displeased about Zhu Zhuqing's visit to Gu Yi, harboring no good feelings towards him. The thought of their previous close interactions ignited a flame of jealousy within him. "Xiao Wu, did you really go to find Gu Yi?" Tang San asked again. "Yes." Xiao Wu nodded, feeling there was nothing to conceal. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's admission, Dai Mubai's frustration towards Zhu Zhuqing intensified. He was tempted to confront her about whether she had gone to meet Gu Yi privately, but his rationality prevailed, and he suppressed his anger until he could ascertain the truth. "Rongrong, what did you go to find him for?" Oscar, who harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong, asked curiously about their visit to the healer. "It's nothing. We just needed to discuss a few matters with him," Ning Rongrong replied, unwilling to disclose that they sought Gu Yi for treating Xiao Rongbao. Seeing her reluctance to share, Dai Mubai turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing. "Just a few matters," Zhu Zhuqing declared tersely before heading back to her residence. Ning Rongrong followed suit, as she needed to return to apply the medicinal liquid Gu Yi had provided on her 2 heads, leaving little time to waste conversing with Oscar and the others. Xiao Wu, however, had matters to discuss with Tang San, so she lingered behind to chat with him. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's departure, Dai Mubai turned to Xiao Wu, asking, "Xiao Wu, what was the purpose of your visit to Gu Yi?" "I'm not certain," Xiao Wu replied. "But you went with them, so how could you not know?" "Because Gu Yi took Zhuqing and Rongrong into a separate room, and as for what they did, I cannot say. However, Zhuqing remained in that room for half an hour. You should inquire with her about the specifics." Xiao Wu's words left Dai Mubai and Oscar staring at the retreating figures of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, unable to divert their gazes, particularly for Dai Mubai. The revelation that Zhu Zhuqing spent half an hour alone with Gu Yi conjured troubling thoughts. If it weren't for the visible signs that Zhu Zhuqing remained untouched, he would have confronted her immediately to demand an explanation for her meeting with Gu Yi. "We leave for the Stardow Forest tomorrow. We should rest now," Tang San suggested before departing with Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai and Oscar also made no delay in returning to their quarters to prepare for their journey to the Stardow Forest. At this moment, within the Soto City Lord's mansion, Lord Xue Hong pondered excitedly. With his support, inheriting the throne of the Balik Kingdom would be within my grasp. He glanced at the news regarding the impending arrival of Prince Xue Qinghe in 2 days, his heart racing at the thought. Regarding the capabilities, allow me to clarify. Detailed explanations will unfold gradually, so readers need not worry about ambiguities. The surgical space is an innate ability bestowed upon the martial soul, akin to the powers of surgical fruits. The first 3 soul skills were already possessed by the previous incarnation. First soul skill, cutting, later refined by Gu Yi to form a high-frequency cutting blade in conjunction with the surgical space. Second soul skill, electric knife, having absorbed a lightning ferret, imbued the surgical knife with electrical capabilities, becoming even stronger with Gu Yi's integration of the surgical space. The third and fourth will be revealed later. Qin Xiao, issue instructions to prepare for the welcoming arrangements in 2 days, Xue Hong commanded, looking towards Qin Xiao. "Yes," Qin Xiao responded, preparing to exit when Xue Hong called out. "Wait." Qin Xiao halted, asking, "Lord, is there anything else? Why have I not seen my wife return to the mansion these past 2 days?" "Madam has been at the Soto Great Soul Arena, maintaining the arena and collaborating with the healer," Qin Xiao explained. "Oh, is that so? Then there is no issue. You may proceed with the preparations," Xue Hong said dismissively, harboring no suspicion, as he trusted both his wife and Gu Yi implicitly. One was his savior, and the other was his spouse. He believed there could be no impropriety between them. "Soon, when Qinghe arrives, I must secure his support. Brother, wait for me. I shall repay the grudge from 2 months ago," Xue Hong thought, reflecting on the time he was nearly killed by a soul sage, severely injured. and nearly lost his life. Had it not been for Qin Xiao, who thwarted the attacker, he would not have made it back, and without Gu Yu's healings, he would have long since been a memory. This debt of gratitude fostered a peculiar confidence in Gu Yi. The night passed without incident. The following day, under Zhao Wujia's guidance, the Shrek 7 monsters departed from Shrek Academy, hastening towards the Stardow Forest, located in the southeast of the Bala Kingdom. The forest borders a small section of the kingdom itself. Soto City lies in the same southeastern region, a mere 500 kilometers from the Stardow Forest, making it an ideal location for the Shrek Academy students to acquire their soul rings. As they journeyed towards the forest, Zhu Zhuqing noticed changes within her body. She felt lighter, her movement swifter, her stamina abundant, and her energy consumption diminished. While the others required Oscar's sausages to restore their vitality, Zhu Zhuqing felt no such need, as her energy remained unspent. Reflecting on Gu Yu's earlier words only solidified her resolve to take him as her master. Yu Qing, are you truly not going to eat Oscar's recovery sausage? Xiao Wu asked during a brief rest, noticing Zhu Zhuqing hadn't partaken in any sustenance along the way. To which Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and replied, I don't require it. You all may eat. Very well, Xiao Wu conceded, taking a sausage for herself. Zhu Zhuqing's state puzzled Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun. Typically, males possess greater stamina than females, yet Zhu Zhuqing appeared unfazed by the journey's exertion, leaving them baffled. Zhuqing, how is it that you seem entirely unexhausted? Ning Rongrong, panting, inquired. Perhaps it's due to my speed, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Zhu Zhuqing spoke softly and chose not to elaborate further. Her words prompted Tang San and Dai Mubai, who were observing her, to feel that Zhu Zhuqing had changed in some inexplicable way. Very well, let us continue our journey, Zhao Wujia declared, urging them onward. As they ran, he took a moment to observe Zhu Zhuqing from behind and noted her graceful movements. Her speed was remarkably stable among the group, which piqued Zhao Wujia's curiosity. After all, in terms of strength, Dai Mubai was the strongest among the 7, yet he found himself unable to match Zhu Zhuqing's pace. The transformation in Zhu Zhuqing was undoubtedly a result of the cellular enhancement serum administered by Gu Yi the previous day. This change was merely the beginning, and she would only grow stronger in the days to come. As night fell, the Shrek team had covered over 400 kilometers and was nearing the Stardow Forest. Realizing they would not reach their destination that day, Zhao Wujia ordered a rest, coincidentally arriving at a small town. Upon entering, Zhu Zhuqing was pleasantly surprised by the town's lively atmosphere, which exceeded her expectations. The town was approximately 3 times the size of the village where Shrek Academy was located. Lacking city walls, it resembled a small city, with bustling streets lined with various shops. After surveying the town, Zhu Zhuqing withdrew her gaze to focus on the changes within her body. She felt an abundance of energy coursing through her, confirming the potency of the serum injected by Gu Yi. A thrilling thought crossed her mind. If she were to battle Gu Yi, she believed she could contend for 3 days and nights without faltering. Under Zhao Wujia's guidance, the Shrek 7 found a hotel to rest. Once inside, Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a few words with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong before retreating to her room, sensing that a second transformation was imminent. Rongrong, have you noticed that Zhu Zhuqing has undergone a significant change since returning from Gu Ye's clinic yesterday? Xiao Wu leaned close to Ning Rongrong and whispered. Yes, I have sensed it too, Ning Rongrong replied, acknowledging the shift in Zhu Zhuqing, though she could not pinpoint the exact nature of the change. Oscar, who also noticed Zhu Zhuqing's transformation, elbowed Ning Rongrong and quietly inquired, Hey, Rongrong, do you really not know what Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Yi were doing in the clinic for half an hour? I don't know, Ning Rongrong replied without hesitation. And even if she did, she would not share it with Oscar. Deep down, she suspected that Zhu Zhuqing might have been receiving treatment for her chest. But that was merely her conjecture, lacking any certainty. Dai Mubai gazed toward the upstairs room, pondering what had transpired with Zhu Zhuqing. Meanwhile, within the confines of her room, Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged on the bed, her jaw clenched tight, and her slightly trembling lips, along with beads of sweat cascading down her cheeks, indicated that she was enduring immense pain. The sensation of countless ants gnawing at her body became unbearable, and Zhu Zhuqing could no longer suppress her cries of agony. Yet, recalling Gu Ye's words, she gritted her teeth and persevered. After an indeterminate amount of time, her clothes were drenched, and she lay on the bed, gasping for breath. What a powerful sensation. Is this what Gu Yi meant by cellular enhancement? Zhu Zhuqing looked down at her chest, and then at her hands, reveling in the newfound strength coursing through her. Just then, a sudden roar erupted from outside her room, followed by the sounds of a fierce scuffle. Curious, Zhu Zhuqing quickly tidied herself and stepped outside to investigate, only to discover Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun engaged in a brawl, with the soul master wielding a tortoise spirit. A frown creased her brow. How had they gone from calm to combat so swiftly? Rushing to Ning Rongrong's side, Zhu Zhuqing inquired about the situation. After a brief explanation from Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing grasped the reason behind the conflict. It stemmed from Flinder's assertion that a soul master who shunned trouble was not a good soul master. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had provoked the female students from the rival academy, and Dai Mubai's arrogant taunts had escalated tensions, resulting in the scuffle. Observing the sudden conflict between Shrek Academy and Sanhui Academy, Zhu Zhuqing realized that there seemed to be an issue with Shrek Academy's teachings. It wasn't that they were bad. Rather, the inherent nature of their guidance had shifted. Had Guyi been the one to teach her, he certainly would not have instilled such arrogance. Chapter 38. Dry-mouthed Kadong in the dead of night. Zhao Wujie appeared, questioning, "Why are you out here instead of resting?" As he spoke, 7 soul rings encircled him. And the overwhelming aura of a soul sage pressed down like a storm, causing the tortoise spirit master from Songhue Academy to break into a cold sweat. Under the weight of Zhao Wujie's presence, any justification from Songhue Academy lost its significance. Dai Mubai sneered at the Songhue Academy teacher, muttering a curse before retreating to his room. Ma Hongjun followed suit with a mocking remark. Tang San shared a smile with Dai Mubai as they ascended the stairs together. Throughout the encounter, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, but as the confrontation ended and she observed the Songhue Academy members glaring at Zhao Wujie with suppressed rage, she realized an important truth: strength is paramount. With strength, even the unreasonable can be deemed reasonable. In other words, power is the ultimate justification. With this newfound understanding, Zhu Zhuqing continued her training upon returning to her room. Meanwhile, in Soto City, Guyi, after a day and night of cultivation, sensed that he had reached level 48 in soul power and decided to step outside the clinic. He had promised Kadong to meet at the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Having missed the previous night's engagement, he could not afford to decline again. Thus, he made his way to the arena. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Great Soul Arena. Inside the highest VIP room, Kadong was listening to a female attendant report on the arena's revenue. This attendant was no ordinary servant. She was a soul master of the Soul Sage rank and Kadong's personal bodyguard, Yin Shi, who was 75 levels strong. "Madam, the physician Gu has arrived," a guard announced from outside. Upon hearing this, Kadong's face lit up with delight. "Bring him up at once. I have important matters to discuss with him." "Yes," the guard replied and departed. Excited, Kadong hurriedly instructed Yin Shi to leave the room before she began to prepare her makeup, ensuring to apply a light touch of cosmetics. Guyi had initially intended to head to the treatment room, but upon being informed by a flustered guard that Kadong was looking for him, he reluctantly agreed to pay her a visit first. Upon entering the highest room of the arena, Guyi's view was abruptly obscured, plunging him into darkness as something covered his face. Moments later, he heard a loud bang as the door slammed shut behind him. After a minute, his vision finally cleared, and he discovered Kadong embracing him, realizing that his face had been buried in her bosom, causing the earlier darkness. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Guyi spoke as he gently caressed Kadon's forehead. Kadon bit her delicate lower lip, casting a bashful glance at Guyi, exuding the charm of a mature woman. "My lips feel somewhat dry," she murmured softly. Upon hearing such enticing words, Guyi felt an overwhelming urge to inquire further. As he beheld Kadon's luscious, delicate lips, his heart stirred with excitement. It was truly challenging for Guyi to resist the allure of a captivating beauty like Kadon, who possessed such an exquisite understanding of seduction. However, recalling the purpose of his visit and the fact that they were in the Grand Battle Soul Arena, a place unsuitable for such distractions, Guyi swiftly composed himself. Guyi gently caressed Kadon's delicate lips and said, "Shall I assist you with your treatment when I have the time?" "No, I want it now," Kadon replied firmly, gazing intently at Guyi. The expression on her face conveyed everything. If Guyi did not acquiesce, she would cling to him without letting go. Upon witnessing the situation, Guyi felt a sense of helplessness. He noticed the door was firmly shut, and as he turned to see Kadon's enchanting eyes filled with anticipation gazing at him, he ultimately persuaded himself to moisten her lips first. Subsequently, Guyi gently cupped Kadon's alluring visage and bestowed a light peck on her delicate lips before releasing her. "All right, I still have matters to discuss with you." However, Kadon did not relinquish her hold on Guyi, her captivating gaze still fixed upon him. Clearly, her lips remained parched. With a sigh, Guyi embraced Kadon's slender waist, gently cradling her head as he pressed his lips fervently against hers. After an indeterminate time, Kadon's breath quickened. Yet she smiled with satisfaction. "Next time, you mustn't do this," Guyi admonished, his gaze serious. As a physician, it was customary for him to treat patients, yet he could not continue to be perplexed by their peculiar ailments. "Next time, we shall see," Kadon chuckled, for she was no naive girl who wished for something without articulating it clearly. "Then, we shall see." Had it not been for the location within the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City, he would undoubtedly have devoted himself to a thorough treatment of the beautiful Kadon until she was utterly exhausted. Once Kadon released her embrace, she took Guyi by the hand and led him aside to converse about certain matters. Reflecting on Shui Hong, Guyi inquired, "Are you aware of Shui Hong's ambitious schemes?" "Of course," she replied. "What are your thoughts?" Guyi's gaze was pointed as he looked at Kadon. She hesitated before responding. Her marriage to Shui Hong was a royal alliance, and now he aspired to usurp the throne of King Balak. If successful, she would become queen. Yet if his plans were to be exposed, the Prince of Balak would not spare her or Shui Hong, just as Shui Hong had been assassinated 2 months prior. However, Kadon held no affection for Shui Hong. Her heart belonged to Guyi. Gazing at him, Kadon sought an answer from his depths. Guyi possesses a commendable idea, yet his strength remains insufficient. He has not even reached the rank of Soul King, rendering such ambitions unattainable for him. Nevertheless, he is still inclined to give it a try. Kadan, do you aspire to become a king? Guye's words were astonishing. Kadan gazed at Guye in surprise, unable to comprehend his meaning. Tell me first, do you still wish to be with Shui Hong? Guye gently grasped Kadan's small hand, looking at her earnestly. Kadan shook her head, then buried herself in Guye's embrace, saying, Are you still unaware of my feelings for you? Ever since we became together, my heart and soul have belonged to you. Kadan spoke softly, yet each word was imbued with sincerity, for she had indeed fallen for Guye. The women of the Douluo world are truly exceptional. Once they fall for a man, their hearts and minds are irrevocably entwined with him. This is evident from the romantic histories of the female protagonists in the original text. After listening to Kadan's words, Guye fell into a moment of silence. Previously, he had contemplated severing ties with her. Yet, Kadan's affection, along with her captivating charm, made it difficult for Guye to convince himself to abandon such a beautiful woman. Kadan, if I could make you the queen of the Balik kingdom, would you desire that? Guye gazed earnestly at Kadan. If you were to grant me that, I would accept, but it is utterly impossible. I am merely a woman. How could a woman ever become the queen of the Balik kingdom? Kadan shook her head. Who says a woman cannot be a queen? Are you not aware that Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Wuhuan Palace, is also a woman? She is the Pope. I am not the same. No, in my eyes, you're alike. As long as you wish to ascend, I possess the means to elevate you to the throne of the Balik kingdom, Guye declared with sincerity. Kadan looked at him, noticing that he was not jesting, and she was curious to understand the reasoning behind his audacious proposition. Guye's contemplations were indeed sparked by the arrival of Shui Qinghe. He was acutely aware of Shui Qinghe's true identity. If Shui Hong, a nobleman of half-hearted disposition who only reveled in pleasures, could persuade Shui Qinghe to lend him support in ascending the throne of the Balik kingdom, then Guye harbored a resolute confidence in his ability to see Kadan crowned as the first queen of Balik. At that juncture, he merely needed to await the moment when his own strength reached the requisite level. Thereafter, he could silently eliminate Shui Hong and meticulously orchestrate Kadan's rise to queenship in the Balik kingdom, which would pose no insurmountable challenge. Chapter 39. The arrival of Shui Qinghe, however, while schemes may be conceived, the reality often unfolds in an entirely different manner. Although Guye harbored the ambition of supporting Kadan to ascend to the throne, the current circumstances rendered such aspirations unattainable. He could only briefly discuss his objectives and certain matters with Kadan. Kadan, deeply concerned for Guye, would acquiesce to whatever he proposed. That night, they embarked on the first step of their scheme concerning the Balik kingdom. 2 days later, at the gates of Soto City, a procession of cavalry guards slowly entered the city. Among them was the most opulent carriage, within which sat a handsome young nobleman, engrossed in a book. At that moment, the captain of the knightly guard rode up beside the carriage, announcing, Your Highness, we have arrived at Soto City. Indeed, Shui Qinghe closed his book and lifted the curtain to gaze at the city gates. He was quite pleased to undertake this visit at the behest of the Snow Knight Emperor to inspect the kingdoms and principalities under the Tiando Empire. After all, opportunities to blend official duties with leisure, while also relaying messages to the Spirit Hall, were rare. How could he not be delighted? Moreover, this journey would afford him insights into the discontent of these kingdoms towards the Tiando Empire, thus providing valuable information for the Spirit Hall's future plans. Although he was supposed to head directly to the capital of the Balik kingdom, he found himself in Soto City due to his nominal cousin, Shui Hong, the second prince of Balik. Currently, the aging king of Balik was in declining health, with the specter of death looming ever closer, and Shui Hong harbored ambitions of usurping the throne. From what Shui Qinghe understood, Shui Hong was decidedly mediocre. If he were to bring Shui Hong under his wing and leverage his influence to elevate him to kingship, it would undoubtedly maximize his own benefits. Why not seize such an opportunity? At that moment, Shui Hong excitedly rushed out from the city gates, looking disheveled, barefoot, and bare-chested, clad only in a nightgown. This scene bore a striking resemblance to Cao Cao welcoming See You Barefoot, merely a quarter hour prior. Shui Hong had been indulging in revelries with a woman in a certain establishment, lost in pleasure. Upon hearing the guard Qin Zhao's announcement, he had hastily rushed out, scarcely having time to dress. Inside the carriage, upon hearing someone call him cousin, Shui Qinghe recognized the figure rushing towards him. By lineage, the Snow Knight Emperor was Shui Hong's father's cousin. However, due to Shui Hong's greater age, this form of address conveyed a certain intimacy. Nevertheless, upon surveying Shui Hong's appearance, Shui Qinghe concealed his disapproval. As Shui Hong approached the carriage, he was intercepted by the cavalry guards. Gasping for breath, he exclaimed, Qinghe, cousin, I have eagerly awaited your arrival. It is of no concern. Shui Qinghe gestured for the guards to allow him through. With the command given, the guards stepped aside, permitting Shui Hong to rush to the carriage. Cousin, what brings you here? Shui Qinghe inquired, gesturing towards Shui Hong's disheveled state, addressing him as cousin merely to reflect his demeanor. Oh, this? Upon hearing that my cousin Qinghe had arrived in Soto City, I rushed over without a moment's delay. Compared to meeting you, changing clothes is of little consequence, Shui Hong shamelessly explained. As for his hurried appearance due to dalliance, who would know if he remained silent? Oh, I see. Shui Qinghe nodded in understanding, but upon noticing the lipstick mark on Shui Hong's neck and the pungent scent of perfume wafting from him, He quickly deduced Xue Hong's true character. While he was somewhat clever, his abilities were lacking, merely a half-wit, akin to many nobles who indulged in licentious pleasures. Yet, for Xue Qinghe, such a person was perfect, easily manipulated, precisely the type he required. Subsequently, under Xue Hong's guidance, Xue Qinghe and his entourage entered Soto City. Upon entering, Xue Hong led Xue Qinghe to the Lord's mansion, where an abundance of fine food, exquisite wine, and beautiful women awaited their enjoyment. As the crown prince of the Tian Empire, Xue Qinghe was already accustomed to such extravagance, his expression betraying no emotion. However, Xue Hong, while sipping wine, eagerly articulated his ambitions to Xue Qinghe, expressing his desire to become the next king of Balak and seeking his support. I am more than willing to assist. Xue Qinghe remarked, taking a sip of tea. Cousin Qinghe, do you truly wish to support me in becoming the next king? Xue Hong asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xue Qinghe nodded, then shook his head. Cousin, what do you mean by that? Xue Hong was puzzled by Xue Qinghe's response. I am amenable to supporting your claim to the throne, but what can you offer me in return? Xue Qinghe queried, sipping his tea. Understanding the implication, Xue Hong contemplated for a moment before responding, Cousin Qinghe, should I ascend as the next king of Balak, I will fulfill any request you may have. Driven by vengeance for his elder brother, who had nearly perished 2 months prior, Xue Hong was prepared to go to any lengths. Very well, we have a deal. Xue Qinghe replied nonchalantly. Xue Hong, grasping the deeper meaning behind those words, leapt to his feet, raising his cup to toast Xue Qinghe 3 times. Afterward, they engaged in further conversation, with Xue Qinghe subtly probing Xue Hong's character, gaining a clearer understanding of the man. Lacking in talent, yet easily controlled, Xue Hong was indeed suited to be the next king of Balak, in Xue Qinghe's estimation. By the way, I have heard that the most renowned attraction in Soto City is the Grand Soul Arena. Would you be so kind as to escort me there? Since cousin has expressed such interest, I cannot refuse. My wife happens to be at the arena at this very moment. I shall take you there shortly. Xue Qinghe was taken aback upon hearing that Xue Hong's wife was at the Grand Soul Arena. His desire to visit stemmed from the tedium of drinking with Xue Hong. He found it far more intriguing to witness the unique talents that might be present at the arena, potentially to recruit them. However, Xue Hong's mention of his wife piqued his curiosity. Indeed, my wife oversees the Grand Soul Arena, so she is typically found there. Is that so? I am quite curious to learn what extraordinary woman your wife is, Xue Qinghe remarked. Extraordinary? She is merely an ordinary woman, Xue Hong humbly replied. Though inwardly he was elated. After all, receiving praise from the crown prince of the Tian Empire was a source of great pride. The two then exchanged pleasantries before making their way to the Grand Soul Arena. Meanwhile, within the highest VIP chamber of the arena, Cadden sat elegantly, her gaze fixed on Gu Yi, who was focused intently on writing a letter. Where have you reached? Gu Yi inquired, placing his pen down. We have been in the Lord's mansion for half an hour, Cadden replied, just as a knock echoed from the door. Come in. Cadden glanced outside the door. Lord Stehong and His Highness the Crown Prince were approaching the arena of combat, arriving in approximately half a quarter of an hour. Ah, understood. You may leave now. Yes. The maidservant outside the door departed, and Cadden turned his gaze towards Gu Yi. They have indeed come to the grand arena of combat? This alleviates the need for any additional effort to pay him a visit. In Gu Ye's eyes, there flickered a hint of anticipation for the arrival of Xue Qinghe. No. It should be Qian Renxue. Chapter 40. The first encounter with Xue Qinghe. Gu Yi held a certain admiration for the woman known as Qian Renxue. In the original tale, her innate talent could be deemed the finest in Douluo, and her beauty was unparalleled. Regrettably, within the narrative, she fell victim to the protagonist's halo, leading to a tragic fate. To be candid, Guy found himself intrigued by Qian Renxue, particularly due to her lineage as the daughter of Bibi Dong. From what he gathered, Qian Renxue harbored deep resentment towards Bibi Dong while simultaneously yearning for her approval. The mother and daughter seemed to regard each other with disdain, with Qian Renxue even daring to address Bibi Dong as sister. It remained unclear whether Qian Renxue genuinely wished to be seen as Bibi Dong's sister or had other intentions. As he prepared to meet this woman who aspired to be Bibi Dong's sister, Guy felt a genuine sense of anticipation. At that moment, Cadden, noticing Gu Ye's distraction, gently called out to him and took his hand. What is it? Gu Yi returned to reality, looking at Cadden. My lips are dry again, Cadden said, her voice delicate as she gracefully shifted to sit upon Gu Ye's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her enchanting eyes gazing up at him. Her mention of dry lips instantly made Gu Yi comprehend Cadden's intent. He did not decline. Instead, he boldly embraced her slender waist, caressing her alluring face before pressing his lips against hers, wetting her delicate mouth. All right, I must step out for a moment, after all. Xue Hong and Xue Qinghe will be arriving shortly. Cadden nodded in satisfaction. Gu Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head as he exited the room and entered the Grand Soul Arena. As per usual, he began to heal the injured soul masters within, utilizing his martial soul, the surgical knife, to facilitate their recovery. This unique method of healing through a blade intrigued many soul masters, and their astonishment only grew as they witnessed the astonishing effectiveness of his abilities. At that moment, led by Xue Hong, Xue Qinghe arrived at the Grand Soul Arena. Upon entering, Xue Qinghe noticed a crowd gathered around Gu Yi, Piqued by curiosity, he glanced over. He was taken aback by the strikingly handsome figure of the man. But what astonished him even more was the knife in his hand, a blade capable of healing. It was the first time he had encountered such a miraculous instrument. Intrigued, he paused to observe. Brother Shui Hong, do you know the soul master who is assisting others? Shui Qinghe inquired, pointing towards Gu Yi. Oh, you mean Dr. Gu? Shui Hong replied. Naturally, I am acquainted with him. Shui Qinghe asked with curiosity, he is a physician? Indeed, and Dr. Gu possesses remarkable medical skills. 2 months ago, I sustained severe injuries and was on the brink of death. It was thanks to Dr. Gu's intervention that I was saved. I see. But why is he here? This was my wife's suggestion. Previously, Dr. Gu offered his medical services to the townsfolk for free. However, upon observing the excessive casualties within the arena, my wife proposed that we invite Dr. Gu to assist the injured in the Grand Soul Arena to alleviate the pressure of casualties. After hearing this, Shui Qinghe became even more interested in Gu Yi. He then moved closer to observe Gu Yi's healing methods in detail. Gu Yi seemed oblivious to the presence of Shui Qinghe, who stood not far away, as he remained engrossed in his treatment of the injured. The patient had sustained a broken leg and burns during the recent battle. However, under Gu Yi's skilled care, the severed limb quickly began to heal. Subsequently, Gu Yi employed a surgical knife to meticulously excise the charred skin, applying a medicinal solution that prompted new skin to sprout forth at an astonishing pace. The entire process, from initiation to completion, took but a brief moment, culminating in the full recovery of the patient. Such formidable healing prowess surpassed even that of the most advanced healing soul masters. Shui Qinghe, both curious and awestruck by Gu Yi's remarkable technique, noted how he had cut into the flesh without causing any blood to flow, as if some extraordinary force was maintaining the integrity of the wound. Not one to be easily deceived, Shui Qinghe immediately discerned the extraordinary qualities of Gu Yi. Observing the gleaming surgical knife in Gu Yi's hand, he inquired with genuine interest. Might I have the honor of witnessing your martial soul? Upon hearing the voice, Gu Yi lifted his head and immediately recognized the man before him. It was none other than Qian Renxue, the sister of the renowned Bibi Dong. My martial spirit is rather unremarkable, she remarked. Gu Yi maintained a serene expression, displaying little emotional fluctuation upon encountering Shui Qinghe, for he had long anticipated this meeting. Furthermore, Gu Yi was acutely aware of Shui Qinghe's identity and possessed knowledge of matters that Shui Qinghe himself was oblivious to. Nevertheless, Gu Yi was not foolish enough to indiscriminately disclose his thoughts upon their first encounter. He deemed it beneath his dignity to lay bare his intentions to Shui Qinghe at their initial meeting, only to later feign mystery by revealing Shui Qinghe's true identity, thus seeking to garner his esteem. Shui Qinghe, noting Gu Yi's reticence, was not particularly perturbed. Earlier, he had learned from Shui Hong that Gu Yi was a rare talent, and upon closer observation, he recognized Gu Yi's commendable qualities, which sparked a desire to recruit him. After all, his purpose for being here was to scout for exceptional individuals. I am Shui Qinghe. If you are interested, may we become friends? Shui Qinghe said with a warm smile, exuding a sense of amiability. Shui Qinghe, is that not? Upon hearing the name Shui Qinghe, those nearby exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting their surprise at the revelation. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi displayed a look of astonishment on his face. It was the kind of shock one would expect from a common citizen of the Tiando Empire upon encountering the crown prince. He smiled and extended his hand, saying, I am Gu Yi, a physician. Should you be afflicted with any ailment, feel free to seek my assistance, and I assure you that my remedies will bring you relief. Shui Qinghe felt a bit embarrassed. The very first statement was about his illness. Truly a professional physician. He glanced at Gu Yi's outstretched hand, surmising that it was an invitation for a friendly handshake. Subsequently, he extended his own hand in return. Gu Yi took the opportunity to grasp Shui Qinghe's hand, simultaneously pressing his right cheek against Shui Qinghe's side, explaining, this is a customary way of befriending someone in my hometown. Initially, when Gu Yi's face approached, Shui Qinghe contemplated pushing him away, yet the subsequent words halted his action. Releasing Shui Qinghe, Gu Yi smiled and remarked, your skin is as delicate as snow, and your petite hands suggest one accustomed to a life of comfort. I am determined to befriend you. Shui Qinghe could only gaze at Gu Yi in silence, a faint smile gracing his lips. The words struck him as somewhat peculiar, as the descriptions of delicate skin and slender hands are typically used for women. However, upon scrutinizing Gu Yi, he found nothing amiss and finally spoke. Brother Gu Yi, might I have the opportunity to witness your extraordinary healing blade, your martial spirit? Shui Qinghe had always harbored curiosity regarding Gu Yi's healing knife. Since we are friends, it is certainly possible, Gu Yi replied, extending his hand as the surgical knife of his martial spirit materialized in his grasp. Shui Qinghe examined it with keen interest, as he had never before encountered a blade capable of healing. Observing Shui Qinghe's fascination, Shui Hong quickly approached Gu Yi and whispered, Dr. Gu, this gentleman is none other than the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. He seems quite taken with you. Is that so? Gu Yi exclaimed, both astonished and intrigued, regarding Shui Qinghe as if seeing him for the first time. Shui Qinghe withdrew his gaze from the surgical knife, humbly stating, what crown prince? It is merely a title, a hollow distinction. For now, I am simply a friend of Brother Gu Yi. My status need not be a concern. Gu Yi smiled silently. Xueqing's words seemed reasonable, but was it truly so? As for Xueqing's earlier proposition of friendship, it might merely be a fleeting curiosity about his martial spirit. Or perhaps a desire to recruit talent, a whimsical notion to bring him under his banner, nothing more. Gu Yi is not foolish. One can merely listen to Xueqing as polite remarks. Chapter 41. An invitation from Xueqing after exchanging a few courteous words. Xueqing resumed his exploration of the Grand Soul Arena with Xue Hong. He exhibited a certain interest in Gu Yi and thus invited him to join. Gu Yi, eager to delve deeper into the character of Qian Renxue, who aspires to be Bibi Dong's sister, graciously accepted the invitation. However, just as the trio had not ventured far, the enchanting Cat-In descended from the VIP lounge of the Grand Soul Arena. Upon her arrival, her gaze fell upon the trio of Xueqing, Xue Hong, and Gu Yi, though her attention was predominantly captivated by Gu Yi. In comparison to him, the other two held little intrigue for her. As Cat-In fixed her eyes on Gu Yi, he reciprocated with a knowing glance. He subtly conveyed his intentions, and Cat-In promptly understood, approaching Xueqing with a respectful greeting. I greet His Highness the Crown Prince. I apologize for my inadequate reception. Xueqing examined Cat-In, the beautiful woman before him, with mild interest and chuckled softly. No need for concern. You are indeed the wife of my elder cousin, Xue Hong, are you not? It is truly admirable that, as a woman, you are able to command this vast Grand Soul Arena and ensure its orderly operation, providing substantial financial support to my cousin. Your Highness speaks too highly of me, Cat-In replied with a smile, her gaze shifting towards the side where Gu Yu stood. Gu Yu shook his head, observing Xueqing continue on his path, and he followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Cat-In approached Gu Ye's side, joining the trio's pace. Xue Hong, unabashedly flattering Xueqing, paid no heed to Cat-In. He remained oblivious even as Cat-In and Gu Yi exchanged glances and whispered secrets. After a short while, Xueqing halted, gazing down at the fighting spirit platform. With Xueqing stop, Xue Hong, who had been showering him with praise, naturally came to a halt as well. Gu Yi and Ka Dan exchanged curious glances as they continued to observe. On the soul fighting platform, two soul masters, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age, showcased their abilities. While these two individuals might be considered quite talented in Soto City, they were likely deemed insignificant in the eyes of someone like Xueqing. Gu Yi was somewhat perplexed about the significance of his pause. At that moment, Xueqing's gaze shifted from the soul fighting platform to Gu Yi, and with a smile, he remarked, Brother Gu Yi, I shall soon depart from Suatua City. Might you consider accompanying me to Tianzhou City to experience a different kind of splendor? An invitation to leave, Gu Yi thought, taken aback by Xueqing's proposition. He had never anticipated such a thought from him. Kadong, witnessing Xueqing's intentions, felt a surge of anxiety as he looked at Gu Yi, fearing he might accept. At this moment, Kadong was wholly absorbed in Gu Yi. The idea of him leaving was simply unbearable. Xue Hong was equally surprised by Xueqing's desire to invite Gu Yi. Reflecting on Gu Yi's formidable medical skills and knowing Xueqing's penchant for recruiting talent, he secretly hoped Gu Yi would choose to stay by Xueqing's side, as it would also yield considerable advantages for him. However, Gu Yi shook his head without hesitation, saying, I'm sorry, but I am quite content here in Suatua City and have no plans to leave at the moment. Upon hearing this, Kadong felt a wave of relief wash over her. Is that so? What a pity, Xueqing replied, not pressing the matter further. He merely found Gu Yi's medical prowess and unique martial spirit to be intriguing. However, should you ever reconsider, Brother Gu Yi, or find yourself in Tianzhou City, do seek me out. I have high hopes for you, he added, playfully patting Gu Yi on the shoulder. Having lost interest in anything further at the Suatua City Grand Soul Arena, Xueqing bid farewell to Xue Hong and departed. Naturally, Xue Hong, seeking a favor from Xueqing, eagerly followed. Even Kadong, engrossed in her thoughts with Gu Yi, paid little heed as she trailed behind Xueqing out of the Grand Soul Arena. Gu Yi watched Xueqing as he stepped out of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Recalling the way Xueqing had patted him on the shoulder with an air of superiority, he murmured softly to himself, for now, I shall not venture to Heaven Do City, but soon enough, I shall. Qian Renxue, you pique my interest. Cat-In observed Xue Hong following Xueqing, indifferent to her thoughts. With a faint huff, she turned her gaze towards Gu Yi. Let us return, she said softly. Very well, let us go back. Gu Yi replied as he made his way towards the VIP room of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. The relationship between Gu Yi and Ka Dan is merely that of a physician and a patient, a fact well known among the staff of the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Now, as the two returned to their quarters, Gu Yi, in his capacity as a physician, tends to Ka Dan's ailments. At this moment, Xueqing, having departed, arrives at the residence arranged for her by Xue Hong, where one of his subordinates approaches. Your Highness, here is the information you requested. The guard respectfully presents a letter before Xueqing. Upon receiving it and opening the letter, Xueqing finds himself increasingly intrigued by Gu Yi. During his departure from Soto City, he had instructed his subordinate to gather intelligence on Gu Yi due to a burgeoning interest. The correspondence reveals that Gu Yi has been providing free medical care to the citizens of Soto City, successfully treating every case without exception. earning a reputation as a master of healing. Consequently, Zhuqing's interest in this extraordinary talent deepens. Such remarkable medical skills could prove invaluable to me in the future. Reflecting on the ambitions of the Night Emperor and his own covert objectives within the Tindo Empire, he smiles coldly. However, he is not in a hurry. He merely needs to keep an eye on Gu Yi and await the opportune moment to entice him into the Tindo Empire. Zhuqing stays in Soto City for just one day and departs for the capital of the Barak Kingdom by noon the following day. Though Xuehong wishes to persuade him to remain longer, Zhuqing has pressing matters to attend to, and ultimately, Xuehong can only watch him leave Soto City. With Zhuqing's assistance, I am certain to ascend to the throne of the Barak Kingdom. At that time, I shall avenge my elder brother for the grievances of 2 months past, as well as address the matter of my sister-in-law. Xuehong, filled with excitement at the prospect of becoming king, hastily returns to Soto City to invite the noble elite with whom he once reveled to his residence for a grand feast. As for the enchanting Lady Kadan within the Grand Soul Arena, Xuehong pays her little heed. In his mind, a woman like Kadan, who is conservative and lacking in charm, is less appealing than a mere maid. He delights in the adoration and flattery, basking in the limelight. Thus, even if Kadan were to reside in the Grand Arena for 10 days or more, he would remain indifferent. Furthermore, due to her status, he cannot compel her to engage in activities she does not enjoy. After all, in Xuehong's view, as long as Kadan is his wife, he can secure the backing of her influential family, the Silvis Kingdom, which would greatly benefit his claim to the throne of Barak. Unbeknownst to Xuehong, at that very moment, Kadan, whom he deems conservative, is indulging in a sumptuous bath within the Grand Arena. In the bathroom, she delicately allows water to cascade down her fair, glowing skin, her slender fingers gliding from her lips down to her chest. Satisfied with her flawless complexion, Kadan steps out of the bath, draping a luxurious purple silk robe over her shoulders, and gracefully exits the bathroom. Meanwhile, in her chamber, Gu Yi gazes at the contents of the letter in surprise. To think she has joined the Soul Master Academy and even met with Bibi Dong. What a delightful revelation. Yet, this is fortuitous. Given her spirit and talent, becoming Bibi Dong's disciple seems entirely feasible. I eagerly anticipate her next update. Reflecting on the woman with a flawed spirit he had treated a month prior, now a student at the Soul Hall Academy, Gu Yi feels elated. Chapter 42. Zhu Zhuqing's Moment of Glory. Having joined the Soul Hall Academy, with diligent effort to showcase the strength of her spirit and the enhanced physical capabilities he had bestowed upon her, it is highly probable she will be accepted as Bibi Dong's disciple. Gu Yi, you appear quite pleased. A soft, melodic voice breaks the silence as Kadan emerges, draped in a flowing, delicate purple nightgown. It's merely a trivial matter. Gu Yi intends to keep this news from Kadan, tucking the letter away and turning to look at her. Yet that single glance makes it difficult for him to divert his gaze from Kadan. At that moment, the gown clings to her fair, radiant skin, its sheer fabric accentuating her alluring femininity. Gu Yi found himself rising unconsciously as he gazed, step by step advancing towards Kadan. Without a trace of hesitation, he enveloped her slender waist in his large hand, drawing her exquisite figure into his embrace. His eyes were captivated by Kadan's enchanting visage, leaving him utterly entranced. At that moment, Gu Yi seemed to grasp a profound truth, the reason why the world harbored such animosity towards the treacherous Zhao. Yet so many secretly yearned to emulate him. It was all due to the allure of a charming woman, both enchanting and perilous, whose seductive charm could ensnare one effortlessly. Making escape an impossible feat. Noticing Gu Yi's entranced gaze and the flicker of possessiveness in his eyes, Kadan felt a quiet thrill of delight within. Will you stay with me tonight? Kadan whispered softly, leaning against Gu Yi's chest, her delicate hand trailing down his torso, stirring the embers of desire. In that moment, she embodied the essence of a tender woman seeking solace from her husband on a starry night. Gu Yi held Kadong's slender waist, his face a mask of conflict. This evening, should he choose to remain, a profound and intimate exchange with Kadong would undoubtedly ensue, an experience both exquisite and potentially intoxicating, perhaps even leading him into an inescapable infatuation with this enchanting young woman. Yet, the consequences of such a choice were far beyond what Gu Yi could currently bear. For beside Xuehong stood the formidable soul sage, Qin Shao. Should Xuehong discover his nocturnal sojourn within the Great Soul Arena, initial doubts might not arise, but suspicion would surely take root. If that suspicion were to burgeon, and Qin Shao were to investigate, Gu Yi, with the current strength of his soul sect, would stand no chance of resistance. He sighed internally, lamenting that he was akin to a thief without a protector. Kadong, the time is not yet ripe. Ultimately, Gu Yi could only shake his head in refusal. Kadong understood his meaning. She was aware that he would not approach her in moments of weakness, yet she felt emboldened. Rising on her toes, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips against his fervently. In that moment, they both tumbled onto the sofa. Meanwhile, in the Stardow Great Forest, the Shrek 7 monsters, under the guidance of Zhao Wujie, had been searching for some time without success in locating suitable spirit rings for Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar. As Zhao Wujie glanced at the dimming sky, approaching twilight, he was about to suggest a brief respite for the Shrek 7 before finding a place to rest for the night, when suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and Zhao Wujie all turned their gazes towards a singular direction. Stay alert. Something is approaching, Zhao Wujie shouted as the rustling sounds grew incrementally louder. Even Oscar and Ning Rongrong, being auxiliary spirit masters, could keenly sense the rapid approach of the unknown creature. Zhu Zhuqing, peering into the thicket ahead, did not wait for Zhao Wujie to speak further. She sprang into action, her claws extending as she swiftly ascended a nearby tree, directing her gaze towards the source of the sound. A cat's vision is remarkably acute, particularly in the twilight. And enhanced by her martial spirit blood fusion and cellular enhancement potion, her eyesight was impeccable even in the dark. Soon, her icy voice echoed down from the tree. It's a spider, with a body diameter exceeding 1.5 meters, its 8 legs resembling long spears, each over 3 meters in length, all encased in a black exoskeleton. A spider? Zhao Wujie frowned as he processed Zhu Zhuqing's description, fixating on the grass ahead. However, before he could further inquire, Zhu Zhuqing, perched on the tree, suddenly exclaimed, "Not good." In an instant, the dark spider's legs, moving with breathtaking speed, created a flurry of afterimages, and before anyone could react, it was upon Zhu Zhuqing, 2 front legs lunging directly at her head. Zhu Zhuqing's reflexes were swift. She leapt from the tree, landing gracefully on the ground. While she evaded the strike, the tree she had just vacated was cleaved in 2 by the spider's attack, eliciting gasps of astonishment from Zhao Wujie, Dai Mubai, and Tang San. They had not anticipated the spider's speed. Wait, this is a human-faced demon spider. Tang San's eyes widened in realization as he recognized the creature before them. His teacher had imparted knowledge regarding soul beasts, and he could discern from its characteristics that this was the so-called small soul beast slayer. Zhu Zhuqing, be cautious. This human-faced demon spider exceeds 2,000 years in age. You are not its match, Tang San urged, imploring her to flee. However, despite hearing his warning, Zhu Zhuqing showed no intention of retreating. She sought to test her newfound strength. Having absorbed the cellular enhancement potion from Gu Yi, she felt the changes within her body. Yet the extent of her newfound power remained a mystery. In that instant, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a shadow, vanishing from the spider's line of sight, only to reappear at its side. Ethereal, 100 claws. Her voice rang out as her sharp claws ignited with black flames, striking the human-faced demon spider with astonishing speed. The sound of her claws scraping against its dark exoskeleton echoed, leaving multiple lacerations that sizzled with searing black fire. After attacking, Zhu Zhuqing leapt away, her form dissolving into shadow as she returned to the side of the Shrek 7 monsters. The entire exchange transpired in mere seconds, almost beyond comprehension. Such speed! Zhao Wujie marveled, his astonishment palpable. Not only he, but even Tang San, who had activated his purple extreme magic eyes, was taken aback. Zhu Zhuqing's prowess and velocity surpassed all his expectations. Although the human-faced demon spider had suffered little injury from her claws, the black flames ignited upon it caused it to shriek in agony. Its 8 spider legs began to flail violently, enraged by Zhu Zhuqing's attack, particularly the tormenting black flame that incited its fury. Zhu Zhuqing, be careful, Tang San called out again, clearly believing that Zhu Zhuqing could not possibly contend with such a formidable opponent. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing paid no heed to Tang San's warning, charging directly at the human-faced demon spider. Her speed was remarkable. As the spider's spear-like legs lunged towards her, she dodged with ghostly agility, swiftly countering with her ethereal 100 claws. Leaping onto the spider's back, she used the surrounding trees as footholds, diving down with her claws ablaze, aimed at the creature's wounds. With a series of piercing sounds, Zhu Zhuqing's claws tore through the black carapace of the human-faced demon spider, the flame scorching its flesh and eliciting pained cries. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to grasp the essence of Gu Ye's earlier words. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is indestructible, only speed is invincible. Just like that, her speed was so extraordinary that the human-faced demon spider could not land a blow upon her. She could effortlessly evade its attacks and strike back, dominating the encounter entirely. The transformation in Zhu Zhuqing's physical strength, reaction speed, and attack swiftness was undeniably linked to her absorption of the blood essence from the same lineage martial spirit, the Nether Cat, along with the cellular enhancement potion. Chapter 43, Tang San's soul bone is lost. Bang. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared as a phantom, creating multiple afterimages as she circled around the massive form of the human-faced demon spider, her claws wreathed in black flames relentlessly assaulting its wounded exoskeleton. The sounds of her attacks ringing out amidst the crackling flames. Faced with Zhu Zhuqing's rapid and relentless strikes, the once feared human-faced demon spider found itself at the mercy of her onslaught. When did Zhuqing become this strong? Beside them, Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong gasped in astonishment. They were astounded by Zhu Zhuqing's relentless assault on the man-faced demon spider, struggling to believe their eyes. Even more incredulous were Dai Mubai and Tang San. One was a soul master at level 37, convinced of his superior strength among the 7, while the other, a disciple of Yu Xiaojiang, had been taught about the formidable nature of the man-faced demon spider. Both found it hard to comprehend how Zhu Zhuqing, a newly ascended soul master at level 30, could overpower a creature that had existed for over 2 millennia, and yet she was dominating it with apparent ease. Tang San, utilizing his purple extreme magic eyes, discerned the underlying reason for Zhu Zhuqing's success. it dawned on him that the man-faced demon spider was wounded. As their teacher, Zhao Wuji observed Tang San and Dai Mubai transfixed by Zhu Zhuqing's battle, he bellowed, "What are you standing there for? Are you merely spectators to Zhu Zhuqing's duel? Hurry and assist her." Finally snapping out of their daze, Tang San and Dai Mubai awkwardly scratched their heads before springing into action. "Rongrong, provide support," Tang San commanded instinctively. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing engage the man-faced demon spider with her speed, Ning Rongrong granted her an additional speed enhancement. Subsequently, Tang San and the others joined forces to encircle the creature. Noticing their intervention, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly evaded their assault. She exhaled a sigh of relief. Although she had been able to leverage her speed to dominate the man-faced demon spider, the exertion had been significant. With Tang San and the others now on the battlefield, she felt a sense of respite, allowing her some time to recuperate. Boom, boom. White Tiger's radiant wave. Blue silver bind. Waste bow. Phoenix fire line. One after another. Tang San and his companions engaged the injured man-faced demon spider. The creature, already weakened from its wounds, was further battered by Zhu Zhuqing's relentless strikes, and it seemed on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing crouched slightly, her gaze fixed on the wound on the spider's abdomen, as black flames flickered to life at her fingertips. In the next instant, she transformed into a shadow and darted toward the creature's injury, her claws imbued with the black flames, relentlessly assaulting the gaping wound. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed over 100 strikes. As her assault intensified, Tang San and the others halted, realizing the man-faced demon spider was nearing its end. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop!" A strikingly beautiful woman in silver-scaled armor appeared, flanked by a jovial elder and an elderly lady. They were Ming Yiran, Long Gong, and Shi Pa, characters from the original narrative. Despite hearing Ming Yiran's warning, Zhu Zhuqing did not cease her attack. With a final, resounding blow, the man-faced demon spider was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. "You have slain my soul beast," Ming Yiran exclaimed, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Zhu Zhuqing. She had been pursuing a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake alongside her grandmother, but lost track of it for reasons unknown, forcing her to reunite with her grandfather. Shortly thereafter, they encountered the man-faced demon spider, aiming to capture it for Ming Yiran's soul ring. However, the creature feigned death and managed to escape, only to be slain by Zhu Zhuqing now. Tang San, Zhao Wuji, and Dai Mubai instantly grew vigilant upon seeing Ming Yiran and the others. In the Stardow Forest, soul masters could be even more perilous than soul beasts. As soon as Ming Yiran spoke, Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze toward her and coldly retorted, "This soul beast attacked me. Do I not have the right to kill it?" "You." Ming Yiran fumed, ready to retort, but Long Gong pulled her back, stepping forward. He glanced at Zhao Wuji and said, "I am Meng Shu. I have been pursuing this man-faced demon spider for some time. Had it not been for its cunning escape, it would have already become my granddaughter's soul ring." Upon hearing Meng Shu's name, Zhao Wuji's expression shifted. He then looked at the old woman beside Long Gong, quickly deducing her identity. Long Gong, Meng Shu, and Shi Pa Xiangxiang were renowned figures in the Soul Master community, rumored to possess the strength of a tidal Douluo through their martial soul fusion techniques. Realizing the power imbalance, Zhao Wuji's face broke into a smile. "Ah, it is you. Long Gong. I am Zhao Wuji. This whole incident with the soul beast is a misunderstanding. I intended for my students to rest here when suddenly the man-faced demon spider attacked us. In such a situation, we had no choice but to slay it for our safety. I hope you can forgive any offense caused." Zhao Wuji's courteous demeanor astonished Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others. After all, they had always perceived their teacher as someone unyielding. To see him so humble in front of these three was unexpected. Meng Shu chuckled. "Ah, so you are the unmovable King Zhao Wuji. However, you've slain my granddaughter's soul beast. What do you propose we do about this?" Although he recognized Zhao Wuji's formidable reputation as a soul saint, he felt no need to treat him with undue respect. Zhao Wuji fell silent upon sensing the accusatory tone in Long Gong's voice. Tang San observed the exchange and sensed a looming crisis. As his mind raced, a thought struck him, prompting him to step forward. "Elder, are you saying this man-faced demon spider is the soul beast your granddaughter requires?" "Indeed," Long Gong replied nonchalantly. "Then, does that mean your granddaughter has already reached level 30? Tang San inquired. Naturally, Long Gong affirmed, pride evident in his voice regarding his granddaughter's abilities. After considering his words, Tang San smiled confidently. "If that is the case, esteemed elder, you should be grateful that we eliminated the man-faced demon spider." "What do you mean by that?" Long Gong's gaze narrowed, suspicion evident. Tang San quickly clarified. "This man-faced demon spider has surpassed the 2,000-year mark. The limit for a soul master's third soul ring is 1,760 years. No one has ever absorbed a soul ring exceeding that threshold. If your granddaughter were to absorb this man-faced demon spider as her soul ring, the consequences could be dire." Tang San's words caused Long Gong to furrow his brow. After investigating the age of the human-faced demon spider's spirit ring, he found that Tang San's claims seemed plausible. If Ge were present, he would undoubtedly sense the discrepancies. In the original narrative, a soul Douluo had pursued a 2,000-year spirit beast for several days. Yet the soul Douluo did not even know the age of a human-faced demon spider, while intending to present it as a spirit ring for his granddaughter. The inconsistencies became apparent upon reflection. Upon hearing Tang San's explanation and subsequent revelation of his identity, Long Gong was taken aback to learn that Tang San was a disciple of the renowned theoretical master in the realm of spirit masters, Yu Shaojiang. He was further astonished to discover that Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing had both reached the 30th level at such a young age. Attaining such prowess at this age implied that their backgrounds were anything but ordinary, especially with Zhao Wujia's protection. This piqued his interest in forming an acquaintance with them. After some discussion, they set aside their differences and agreed to search for suitable spirit beasts together in the perilous Douluo forest. Due to Zhu Zhuqing's early breakthrough to the 30th level altering some plot developments, Tang San also did not reach this level, ultimately losing the human-faced demon spider spirit ring, along with the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. Chapter 44. Xiao Wu and the Titan Great Ape. As night fell in the Douluo forest, Zhao Wujia, the Shrek 7 monsters, and Long Gong Mingpa found a suitable location to set up camp. While roasting food over the fire, Mingran recalled Zhu Zhuqing's formidable strength displayed during the defeat of the human-faced demon spider, and her curiosity led her to sit beside Zhu Zhuqing and inquire, Zhu Zhuqing, how have you trained to achieve such rapid progress? It was not only Mingran who sought to know. Long Gong and Shipu were equally intrigued about how Zhu Zhuqing had reached the 30th level at such a young age. Through diligent effort, Zhu Zhuqing replied nonchalantly, her words offering little insight. However, Mingran felt disheartened. She had always believed her aptitude was commendable, but upon learning about Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, she realized she might not be as exceptional as she had thought. Zhao, your current students are truly remarkable, Mingshu remarked, glancing at Zhao Wujia with admiration. Their cooperative relationship had made Mingshu considerably more courteous. Indeed, Mingshu's granddaughter is also a paragon among people. Zhao Wujia humbly smiled in return. However, could you share with me how Zhu Zhuqing attained such strength at her age? Mingshu genuinely expressed his curiosity. Well, Zhao Wujia hesitated. Perhaps it should not be disclosed? He realized it might have been imprudent of him to bring up training matters. Noticing Zhao Wujia's demeanor, Mingshu ceased his inquiries. Actually, it's not that I cannot speak of it. Zhuqing's achievement is not solely due to her own efforts. There is another individual who has played a significant role. Who is it? A healer named Gu Yi. He possesses extraordinary medical skills and profound knowledge, including insights on Wuhuan blood. Wuhuan blood? Long Gong and Mingshu exchanged puzzled glances, intrigued by this unfamiliar concept. Zhao Wujia briefly explained, redirecting their attention towards Gu Yi without further elaboration. Upon learning of Wuhuan blood, Long Gong and Shipu were filled with curiosity about this Gu Yi. Meanwhile, as Zhu Zhuqing, Mingran, and the others continued their lively conversation, Zhao Wujia, Mingshu, and Xiao Tianxiang suddenly changed their expressions. Everyone, move behind us. If anything occurs, do not concern yourselves with me. Leave immediately and exit the Douluo forest, Zhao Wujia instructed gravely. The serious expressions of Zhao Wujia, Mingshu, and Xiao Tianxiang instilled a sense of foreboding in Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Mingran. They hurriedly approached the 3 men, asking, Zhao teacher, what is happening? However, Zhao Wujia, Mingshu, and Xiao Tianxiang remained silent, their gazes fixed ahead, beads of cold sweat trickling down their faces. In the direction they were observing, 2 towering trees slowly parted, revealing a colossal figure that emerged silently. Upon sighting this behemoth, it felt as though everyone's breath had been suspended. They finally comprehended the source of Zhao Wujia, Mingshu, and Xiao Tianxiang's concern. It was an entity resembling a mountain. Its dark, shaggy fur shimmered faintly under the dim light of the stars and moon. Although it was on all fours, its shoulder height undoubtedly exceeded 7 meters. If it stood upright, its height would likely surpass 15 meters. This creature bore a resemblance to both a monkey and a gorilla. Its body entirely black except for its lantern-sized eyes that glimmered with a yellow crystal-like radiance. In the darkness of night, it was nearly imperceptible unless it moved. Its sheer size was overwhelming. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Gazing at the enormous creature, Zhao Wujia, Mingshu, and Xiao Tianxiang's faces turned ashen. Even with Mingshu, a soul Douluo, alongside the soul Emperor Xiao Tianxiang and the soul Saint Zhao Wujia, they knew they stood no chance against the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. After exchanging glances, Mingshu stepped forward to shield Zhu Zhuqing and the others. Respected king of the forest, we bear no ill intent. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately, Mingshu spoke solemnly. Aware that the Titan Great Ape could comprehend his words, the oppressive aura made it instinctively clear to him that the opponent was a 10,000-year spirit beast, capable of human speech. However, the Titan Great Ape offered no response, its gaze fixated on Xiao Wu, who was shielded behind Zhao Wujia and Mingshu. Boom. The ground trembled. The Titan Great Ape took a step forward. This single movement caused Zhao Wujia, Mingshu, and Xiao Tianxiang's hearts to leap into their throats. Zhu Zhuqing, protected behind Zhao Wujia and Mingshu, appeared calm but was equally terrified upon encountering the Titan Great Ape. in the face of life and death. Few could maintain their composure. Instinctively, Zhu Zhuqing thought of Gu Yi, clutching the protective talisman he had given her tightly against her chest. Unbeknownst to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu was continuously shaking her head at the Titan Great Ape, signaling it to leave quickly. Boom. The ground quaked again. The Titan Great Ape advanced another step. Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang's expressions darkened. They understood the situation had grown dire. Iran. You and the others must leave immediately. We will hold it off, Meng Shu declared. His 8 dazzling spirit rings illuminating as he brandished his dragon staff and charged at the Titan Great Ape. Mubai, Tang San, you must leave now. Take them out of the Stardow Forest, quickly. Similarly, Zhao Wujia uttered a brief remark, and in an instant, the 7 soul rings adorning his body radiated brilliant light as he charged towards the Titan Giant Ape. Faced with the looming threat of death, Meng Shu, Zhao Wujia, and Xiao Tianxiang joined forces without a moment's hesitation, striving to fend off the Titan Giant Ape and create an opportunity for their younger companions to escape. However, Zhu Zhuqing, Meng Yiran, and Tang San, along with the others, were clearly not the type to fear death, nor would they abandon their comrades and loved ones to flee alone. Ning Rongrong, provide support. 7 treasure glaze tile, first day, power. 7 treasure glaze tile, second day, speed. In the face of peril. The 8 individuals who refused to flee were undeterred by anything else. Accompanied by Ning Rongrong's brief yet clear voice, 3 beams of light shot forth simultaneously, precisely enveloping Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang. The most formidable trait of the 7 treasure glaze tile martial soul is its ability to amplify regardless of the level. And at present, Ning Rongrong could provide a 30% enhancement. This meant that, irrespective of the inherent strength of the enhanced individuals, the augmentation would remain at 30%. Even for the likes of Zhao Wujia at level 76 and Meng Shu at the soul Douluo level. This is one of the reasons why the 7 treasure glaze tile has earned its reputation as the premier support martial soul on the continent. Indeed, under the influence of Ning Rongrong's enhancement, Zhao Wujia's speed surged dramatically, and the soul power in his bear-like paws visibly intensified. Meng Shu's dragon staff and Snake Lady's serpent staff also grew more potent. With their combined efforts, perhaps even a tidal Douluo could be challenged. Yet before the Titan Giant Ape, particularly one so intent on seizing Xiao Wu, they were rendered insignificant. The Titan Giant Ape swung its colossal paw downwards towards Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang. The sound of rushing wind heralded the swift descent of the massive hand, which struck them with tremendous force. Bang! Unsurprisingly, the 3 were instantly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Roar! The Titan Giant Ape let out a long howl, pounding its own chest affectionately before swinging its hand towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. The sight of Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, and Xiao Tianxiang being dispatched with such ease left Daimu Bai, Tang San, and the others in stunned disbelief. As the Titan Giant Ape's colossal paw descended, Xiao Wu rushed forward to shield her companions. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, the Titan Giant Ape paused momentarily, then swiftly grasped her and bolted away. The sudden departure of the Titan Giant Ape left Ning Rongrong and the others momentarily stunned, but once they realized it was leaving, a wave of relief washed over them. Zhao Wujia, who had just gotten back on his feet, was still bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Meng Shu and Xiao Tianxiang shared his confusion. However, Tang San was different. His Xiao Wu had vanished, taken by the Titan Giant Ape. His eyes filled with blood as he glared at the swiftly departing figure, roaring. Xiao Wu. Sitting atop the Titan Giant Ape's shoulder, Xiao Wu seemed to hear Tang San's call. She turned to glance back, intending to respond. Yet, ensnared upon the Titan Giant Ape, she found herself unable to do so, and the Titan Giant Ape offered her no opportunity, racing away without pause. After such a long absence, it was determined to take Xiao Wu back and enjoy several days of play. Chapter 45. A Kiss, Calm Down. As Oscar had yet to acquire his 3rd soul ring and lacked the flying mushroom sausage, Tang San could only watch helplessly as Xiao Wu was carried away by the Titan Giant Ape. What would transpire after her abduction remained a mystery to all. Tang San was perplexed as to why the Titan Giant Ape had taken Xiao Wu. Not only he, but Zhao Wujia, Meng Shu, Xiao Tianxiang, and Zhu Zhuqing were equally baffled. The Titan Giant Ape's grand entrance and immediate departure with Xiao Wu raised many questions. Zhu Zhuqing and the others fell into silence, gazing in the direction where the Titan Giant Ape had vanished. Meanwhile, in the Cardan room of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, Douluo was unaware of the events transpiring deep within the Stardow Forest. He was oblivious to the fact that Zhu Zhuqing reaching level 30 ahead of time had caused certain deviations from the original storyline. At that moment, he sat on the sofa, embracing the elegant Cardan and gazing at her captivating features, gradually regaining his composure. Moments ago, they had been on the brink of an intimate encounter on the sofa, but just as the tension peaked, Gu Yi had inexplicably halted. What's wrong? Cardan, leaning against Gu Yi's chest, lifted her gaze towards him, her eyes filled with reproach. She had been welcoming him wholeheartedly, yet he had chosen to withdraw at the last moment, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. Gu Yi let out a soft sigh, signaling Cadden to calm herself. With one hand pressed against her chest and the other embracing Gu Yi, Cadden displayed a myriad of expressions, her eyes brimming with enchanting allure. making it impossible for her to regain her composure. In that moment, she resembled a car traveling at high speed, unable to come to a halt unless an accident occurred. There was no option but to forge ahead. Thump, thump. She leapt with fervor, akin to a vehicle accelerating down the expressway. Her cheeks flushed, the blood coursing through her veins like gasoline, racing relentlessly. At that moment, how could she possibly find tranquility? Upon witnessing Cadden in such a state of turmoil, Gu Yi, being a physician, immediately conceived a method to help her attain tranquility swiftly. Cadden, let us share a kiss to regain our composure. With that, Guy wrapped his arms around Cadden's waist and pressed his lips against her delicate, ruby-hued mouth. Cadden's eyelids fluttered shut, embracing Gu Yi with a reluctance to part. After a brief moment, Cadden realized she was nearly breathless, yet unbeknownst to her, she gradually found her calm. Gu Yi, witnessing the efficacy of his method, secretly praised himself. Truly a remarkable physician. Calming down, Cadden realized that he had almost indulged in a moment of abandon with Gu Yi. Yet Gu Yi, do you truly so disdain spending time with me? Cadden lamented, casting a discontented gaze upon Gu Yi, his face a canvas of unhappiness. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yi tightened his embrace around Ka Dan. However, Ka Dan, feeling displeased, wriggled her body and turned her head away. Gu Yi leaned down towards Cadden's ear and whispered, Cadden, you must be aware that my strength is still insufficient, thus I cannot remain here tonight. However, rest assured, I shall grow stronger soon, and when that time comes, it will be reminiscent of that night in the grove, setting fires and speaking freely. Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, Cadden turned to look at him and replied, then promise me. You must come to Soto City for the Grand Soul battle every night. Very well, I promise. Is that sufficient? Gu Yi gently caressed Cadden's enchanting face. Momentarily reluctant to look away, I shall take my leave now. He wished to depart, fearing that he might lose control and embrace Cadden, taking her back to her room. The sensation of an abrupt halt was truly distressing, as if his very skin were being scraped away. Sensing Gu Ye's intention to leave, Cadden tugged at him. What is it? Gu Yi inquired as he turned back. My lips feel somewhat parched. She understood that once Gu Yi returned, he would likely not come back the following day. His earlier agreement was merely to amuse her. Thus, before Gu Yi could depart, she wished for him to linger a moment longer. Gu teased as he gazed at Ka Dan. What has that mouth done? Ka Dan, somewhat perplexed, wondered if she possessed a second mouth. What do you think? She retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Yi. Ahem, it appears my thoughts wandered astray, Gu Yi admitted, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. Indeed, such remarks were ill-suited. After sharing a tender moment with Ka Dan, he departed from her chamber, watching Gu Ye's retreating figure. A satisfied smile graced Ka Dan's face. Gu Yi, you must hasten to grow stronger, or I shall not yield to you, she murmured softly, before summoning her soul guardian to discuss certain matters in her room. As Gu Yi returned to his abode, he immediately retreated to his chamber to commence his cultivation. He needed to regain his composure and reflect on certain matters. The earlier encounter with Cadden had been akin to a beguiling temptress, and had it not been for his formidable mental fortitude, he might have succumbed to the allure of her enchanting presence. It was evident that his current strength was insufficient. He must amplify his power to greater heights. The mere thought of his soul power being a mere 48 levels filled him with a sense of inadequacy. It was precisely due to his limited prowess that he hesitated to confront certain truths. Furthermore, his lack of strength deterred him from lingering with Cadden for an intimate night, thus avoiding the depths of her alluring trap and the pursuit of the truths lurking in the shadows. In the coming days, his focus would be on enhancing his abilities, striving to break through to the 50th level. Once he achieved that milestone, the repercussions of any revelations regarding his entanglement with Cadden would matter little. Gu Yi resolved to refrain from practicing medicine for the next few days, focusing primarily on breaking through to level 50. Once he achieved that milestone, he would no longer need to exercise excessive caution. At that point, he could engage in a passionate encounter with Cadden without reservation. Even if Shui Hong were to find out, he would not be fearful. It was not that Gu Yi would be capable of defeating Shui Hong's soul saint, Qin Shao, upon reaching level 50, but rather that once he attained that level, his life-preserving techniques would render him unafraid of soul saints. As he contemplated the allure of Cadden, Gu Yi felt a stirring within him. Clearly, striving for a woman of such exquisite charm was well worth the effort. As Gu Yi immersed himself in his cultivation, several days slipped by unnoticed. During this time, he adhered to Cardan's expectations and refrained from visiting the Grand Spirit Arena. His dedication was such that he even neglected to open the clinic, highlighting the extent of his commitment to enhancing his strength and engaging in a relentless pursuit of mastery. Meanwhile, deep within the Stardow Forest, Oscar received heartfelt congratulations from Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others for attaining his third spirit ring. In a twist of fate, he had acquired the renowned Rooster Crown Serpent, just as depicted in the original narrative. However, despite this achievement, Oscar found little joy. His gaze drifted toward the silently seated Tang San, prompting a deep sigh from him. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai also cast concerned looks at Tang San, reflecting on the troubling events of recent days. Finally, Dai Mubai approached Tang San, saying, Xiao San, we have searched for several days, yet we still have no news of Xiao Will. Do you think she might? Xiao Will be fine, if you do not wish to assist me in the search. You may leave, Tang San replied somberly. Daimu Bai, taken aback by Tang San's words, retorted, Xiao San, what do you mean by that? If we were not concerned about Xiao Wu, would we have followed you this far into the forest? You must consider the dangers that lie ahead. If we venture deeper into the Star Dough forest, we will all be at risk. Are you only thinking of Xiao Wu and disregarding the rest of us? Indeed. Tang San, echoed Ma Hongjun and Oscar, their tempers flaring. They had accompanied Tang San on this perilous journey, facing countless dangers, and without the presence of Zhao Wujin. They might have met their demise. Xiao Wu had been taken by the Titan giant ape for several days, and they were all deeply worried about her fate. It was understandable that they were agitated by Tang San's seemingly callous remarks. As their argument escalated, Zhao Wujin, vigilant and perceptive, interjected with a commanding voice. Enough. We are deep within the Star Dough forest, where danger lurks at every turn. What purpose does this arguing serve? We must rest and prepare for our continued search. Xiao Wu is a student of Shrek Academy, and we do not abandon our own. Zhao Wujin's words caused Tang San to lower his head. Recognizing that his obstinacy had placed his friends and teacher in jeopardy, the depths of the Star Dough forest held unpredictable dangers that no one wished to face. If not for their earlier companions, Mingshu, Chao Tianxiang, and Ming Yiran, separating from them, they might have continued on a perilous path. Tang San's silence led to a shared quietude among Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others. Daimu Bai glanced at Tang San, contemplating their predicament, and turned to Zhao Wujin, asking, Teacher Zhao, should we continue deeper into the Star Dough forest? Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Zhao Wujin. They were not afraid of death. They had fought valiantly against the Titan giant ape and had plunged into the forest to find Xiao Wu. Yet, aimlessly wandering deeper into the forest without a plan felt like courting death, and despair began to creep into their hearts. Zhao Wujin observed Tang San. Then the weary faces of his companions, recalling the dangers they had encountered, the assaults of spirit beasts that were thousands of years old. If they pressed on, the likelihood of survival would dwindle to nothing. He found himself torn between the decision to advance or retreat, each option carrying its own weighty consequence. At that moment, a light footfall caught Zhao Wujin's attention. Who goes there? He demanded, his icy gaze scanning the surroundings, his spirit energy coiling around him. The others, accustomed to the forest's perils, stood alert, ready for any threat. It's me, a slender figure emerged from the thicket. Upon seeing her, not only did Zhao Wujin freeze in surprise, but so too did Zhu Zhuqing and the others. The one who had burst forth from the woods was none other than Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu appeared somewhat disheveled, her clothing tattered in several places. Her once neat braids now in disarray. Yet, her complexion was flushed, suggesting a newfound maturity. Xiao Wu, you're alive? Oscar blurted out, realizing too late how insensitive his words sounded. Were you hoping I was dead? Xiao Wu shot back, annoyance evident in her tone. Xiao Wu, is that really you? Tang San exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace her tightly. Xiao Wu, I'm so relieved you're safe. You have no idea how worried I was. Tang San said, his voice trembling with emotion as he held her. What happened while you were with the Titan giant ape? Where have you been? Why are your clothes in tatters? Are you hurt? Tang San's questions poured forth in a rush. Brother, am I not standing right here before you? Xiao Wu replied, her tone teasing. Look at me. I'm healthy and my cheeks are rosy. Perhaps these days I not only avoided danger but also gained some opportunities. Realizing Xiao Wu was unharmed, Oscar and Ma Hongjun joined in jesting with Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong noted Xiao Wu's changed demeanor. She seemed more mature. And despite her disheveled appearance, a certain glow radiated from her. Zhao Wujin, sensing something amiss, approached Xiao Wu with urgency. Xiao Wu, how did you escape the clutches of the Titan giant ape? We need to know what transpired. At Zhao Wujin's inquiry, all eyes turned to Xiao Wu, including Tang San's curious gaze. Xiao Wu, however, had been brought back by Erming and had spent the past few days catching up with him, sharing certain matters that she could not disclose to Zhao Wujin and the others. Teacher Zhao, I'm not quite sure what happened. The Titan giant ape grabbed me and ran deep into the forest. After a while, I heard a loud roar, reminiscent of a bull, coming from a distance, which seemed to agitate the Titan giant ape. It then abandoned me and fled. I was disoriented and fainted, and when I awoke, it was gone. The scene was terrifying. Dozens of spirit beasts were stunned around me, some even bleeding from their mouths. I'm not sure whether to call it good luck or bad, but I discovered that my spirit power has reached the 30th level. Zhao Wujin gasped in astonishment. What? You've reached the 30th level? Not only Zhao Waoqi but also Oscar and a few others were astonished as they gazed at Xiao Wu. Nodding, Xiao Wu recounted, at that moment, I was terrified upon hearing that sound, and when the Titan great ape seized me, my body, perhaps spurred by the intense external stimuli, managed to break through. Subsequently, I fortuitously discovered a millennium-old soul beast that was suitable for me while it lay unconscious, and I hunted it down to acquire my third spirit ring. Is that truly feasible? Ma Hongjun stared incredulously at Xiao Wu, his expression akin to that of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Xiao Wu's face betrayed a lingering fear as she reflected, I suppose I am quite fortunate. I thought I was doomed. To prevent being attacked by the surrounding soul beasts upon regaining consciousness, I had to eliminate all those that were stunned by the shockwaves. After absorbing the third soul ring, my strength was restored, and I retraced my steps according to my memory. I had heard familiar voices from this direction and finally found you all. Xiao's narrative was rife with discrepancies. However, now that she had returned alive, who would concern themselves with her recent encounters with the Titan Great Ape or the nature of their relationship? Tang San and the others unconsciously chose to believe her. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing sensed something amiss. Having experienced a transformation in her martial soul, the nether cat, she was particularly attuned to sense. She detected the lingering essence of the Titan Great Ape on Xiao Wu. A suspicion flickered in her mind. Could Xiao Wu's disappearance over the past few days be linked to that Titan Great Ape? As soon as this thought arose, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively dismissed it. After hearing Xiao Wu's explanation, Zhao Waoqi nodded and remarked, "It's good that you are back. After you were taken, Xiao Sen was quite frantic. We entered this place precisely to find you." He succinctly recounted the events that had transpired, and Oscar timely offered a substantial recovery sausage. Listening to Zhao Waoqi's words, Xiao Wu turned to her brother Tang San, her eyes glistening with tears. "Brother, I'm sorry for worrying you. It's all right. As long as you are safe," Tang San replied, gently ruffling Xiao Wu's hair, a relieved smile gracing his face. "Now that Xiao Wu is back, we must leave this place immediately. Lingering here could invite danger, and I would surely be scolded by Flinder." Indeed, with Xiao Wu's safe return, Tang San no longer objected. After a brief tidying up, the group prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a fox-like soul beast darted toward them from a distance. Chapter 47. Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring. The fox-like soul beast was adorned with pitch-black fur that stood upright, resembling flames of darkness, creating a rather bizarre appearance. Particularly striking were the two pairs of fox feet, adorned with peculiar red and black patterns that spread from its claws to its body. These patterns seemed to harbor immense power, as if they could unleash torrents of black flames to incinerate foes at any moment. The creature zipped past Zhao Waoqi and the others, completely oblivious to the hidden presence of Shrek's 8 members. Upon witnessing the soul beast, Zhu Zhuqing was instantly captivated. Just a glance was enough for her to recognize it as one of the few soul beasts that Guyi had mentioned as being most suitable for her. The sight of the soul beast reminded her of Guyi's requirements and his proposition to take her as a disciple. Instinctively, she pursued the shadow of the black creature. "Zhu Zhuqing, where are you going?" Zhao Waoqi barked as he noticed her acting independently. "Teacher Zhao, I need that soul beast as my third spirit ring." Zhu Zhuqing remained focused on her objective. She had come here to hunt a suitable third spirit ring, and now that the target had appeared, she was determined to seize the opportunity. "Let us follow her." As Zhu Zhuqing ventured beyond the Stardow forest, Zhao Waoqi and the others, seeing her take off, had no choice but to pursue her. They moved in an orderly fashion and soon caught up with Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, she noticed that the soul beast, surrounded by black flames, had descended by a small lake, prompting her to halt in her tracks. "Zhu Zhuqing." Zhao Waoqi approached her from behind and reprimanded her. But as he saw her fixated on the black soul beast, he too turned to look. "This is the black flame fox." Tang San, after scrutinizing the creature, recognized the soul beast that appeared to be shrouded in black flames. "Teacher Zhao, I need to hunt that black flame fox for my third spirit ring," Zhu Zhuqing declared, her gaze unwavering. "You intend to capture that black flame fox as your third spirit ring?" "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with a nod. Zhao Waoqi scrutinized the black flame fox, which was drinking by the lake, and hesitated. Typically, a martial soul like Zhu Zhuqing's nether cat would lean towards speed in selecting spirit rings. Yet he was unfamiliar with the black flame fox. Had Tang San not named it, he might not have even recognized it. Tang San assessed the black flame fox at the lake and shook his head. "Zhuqing, this black flame fox is not suitable for you." "No, it is suitable for me," Zhu Zhuqing countered without hesitation. Furrowing his brow, Tang San elaborated, "Zhuqing, while the black flame fox excels in speed, I understand that its most formidable aspect is its black flames, which reportedly possess the capability to burn and continuously drain a soul master's soul power upon attack. It seems you are drawn to this ability, which is indeed commendable. However, according to my teacher's theory, the age limit for absorbing a third spirit ring should not exceed 1,760 years, and this black flame fox has surpassed that limit." Tang San's tone carried a guiding quality, clearly intending to convey to Zhu Zhuqing that the black flame fox was not appropriate for her. Yet, as Zhu Zhuqing regarded the creature, she turned to Tang San and replied calmly, "Your teacher's theory is not necessarily infallible. Zhuqing, my brother's teacher is renowned as the foremost theoretical master in the realm of soul masters. His words are undoubtedly credible." Xiao Wu chimed in, clearly supporting Tang San. She was well aware of the master's prowess and held him in high regard. Her brother's assertion that the black flame fox was unsuitable for Zhu Zhuqing was made with her best interests at heart. However, someone informed me that I can absorb soul beasts over 2,000 years old, and I believe them. Zhu Zhuqing remained resolute in her desire to capture the black flame fox as her third spirit ring. Tang San's discomfort grew as his brow furrowed. He had immense faith in his teacher Yu Xiaojiang's theory, yet Zhu Zhuqing's disbelief unsettled him. After all, he was only looking out for her. "Zhuqing, that black fox has already surpassed the third spirit ring's limit. And Tang San's teacher stated that the limit for the third spirit ring is 1,760 years. This is indeed true. It is not suitable for you. Zhao Waoqi also doubted Zhu Zhuqing's ability to absorb a 2,000-year-old black fox, and for the sake of her safety, he could not permit her to take such a risk. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly, Tang San's teacher claims the limit for the third spirit ring is 1,760 years. But Guyi stated that my limit is beyond that. Teacher Zhao, I trust Guyi's words. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was resolute, her determination unwavering as she sought to absorb the ancient black fox spirit, which had existed for over 2 millennia. Upon hearing Guyi inform Zhu Zhuqing that her third soul ring limit was not the previously believed 1,760 years, Tang San, Daimubai, and Zhao Wujin exhibited varied expressions. Daimubai scoffed dismissively, while Tang San hesitated, and Zhao Wujin expressed skepticism. To them, Guyi was not only enigmatic and knowledgeable, but merely a physician. The theory of soul rings was a domain in which Yu Xiaojing excelled. Observing their reactions, Zhu Zhuqing chose not to elaborate further. In an instant, her martial spirit, the netherworld cat, enveloped her, and dark flames swiftly manifested between her fingers as she launched an attack at the black flame fox. Zhao Wujin and the others remained unconvinced. Zhu Zhuqing did not require their belief, for she trusted Guyi implicitly, knowing he would neither deceive her nor cause her harm. Furthermore, due to the transformations in her body and the enhancement of her powers, her faith in Guyi was absolute. As she struck, the black flame fox, drinking by the lakeside, emitted a shrill cry, initially mistaking Zhu Zhuqing for a kindred spirit due to the flames enveloping her. It quickly realized the danger as she advanced and evaded with remarkable speed. However, since being enhanced by Guyi's strengthening serum, Zhu Zhuqing's agility and speed had increased significantly. Upon witnessing the fox's evasion, she swiftly adjusted her stance and continued her assault. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's disregard for their cautions, Zhao Wujin felt a surge of frustration. Daimubai, Tang San, joined forces to assist Zhu Zhuqing. With the battle now underway, Zhao Wujin, prioritizing safety, ordered Tang San and the others to swiftly eliminate the black flame fox before departing. Though Tang San firmly believed in his teacher Yu Xiaojing's theories, he could not remain a passive observer. Consequently, the Shrek 7 monsters coordinated their efforts. Despite the black flame fox's age exceeding 2,000 years, the group's synergy proved effective. Under the relentless onslaught of their combined attacks, the fox was soon on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, Zhu Zhuqing delivered a rapid final blow, vanquishing the creature. In the wake of its demise, a purple soul ring ascended from the black flame fox's corpse. Just as Zhu Zhuqing prepared to absorb the soul ring, Tang San hurriedly called out, Zhuqing, my teacher has stated that the limit for a soul master's third soul ring is 1,760 years. Absorbing this 2,000-year fox could be perilous. Zhao Wujin echoed the sentiment. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing, for your safety, you must not take this risk. Zhu Zhuqing paused to regard Tang San, her tone unruffled as she replied, Tang San, I appreciate your concern, but are you truly certain that your teacher's words are infallible? Or is it that your teacher is always right while others are invariably wrong? Her calm demeanor ignited a flicker of irritation within Tang San, despite his well-intentioned warnings. Zhu Zhuqing refused to heed them and instead invoked his teacher's name. Zhao Wujin and the others, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's unwavering resolve to absorb the black flame fox's spirit ring, felt a sense of helplessness. Disregarding Tang San's input, Zhu Zhuqing seated herself, guiding the soul ring into her being. As Zhao Wujin and Tang San observed Zhu Zhuqing's determination, they felt a rising frustration. They were perplexed by what potion Guyi had administered that had so thoroughly convinced Zhu Zhuqing of her ability to absorb a 2,000-year soul ring. Even Zhao Wujin, a soul sage, had never witnessed a soul master successfully absorb a third soul ring exceeding 2,000 years. Daimubai, feeling uneasy upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing mention Guyi, grew increasingly uncomfortable as he saw her resolve to absorb the 2,000-year soul ring. What should we do now, Teacher Zhao? Tang San sensed impending trouble and realized that halting Zhu Zhuqing was no longer an option. He could only defer to Zhao Wujin's judgment. Observing Zhu Zhuqing begin her absorption, Zhao Wujin felt a mix of concern and helplessness, but as he noticed her steady aura and absence of distress, he remained silent. Having been enhanced by Guyi's cellular strengthening agent, Zhu Zhuqing's constitution and meridians were vastly superior to their original state. In the realm of Douluo, her current physique would easily withstand the absorption of a 2,000-year soul ring. The process, though accompanied by slight discomfort, unfolded without incident. Zhu Zhuqing successfully absorbed the black flame fox's spirit ring, which exceeded 2,000 years in age. Chapter 48. Zhu Zhuqing returns. How is this possible? Zhuqing has succeeded. The astonishment was palpable as Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others gaped in disbelief, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. Among the 7, Zhu Zhuqing was the youngest. Yet she had swiftly reached the 30th rank, now achieving the remarkable feat of absorbing a 2,000-year soul ring. This revelation struck Ma Hongjun and Oscar profoundly. Tang San, grappling with disbelief, muttered, my teacher's theory. It cannot possibly be wrong, yet Zhu Zhuqing has absorbed a soul ring exceeding 2,000 years. How can this be explained? The unwavering faith he had in Yu Xiaojing began to waver, particularly as Zhu Zhuqing accomplished this extraordinary feat. Zhao Wujin, scratching his head in bewilderment, regarded Zhu Zhuqing with an expression that defied description. This outcome far surpassed his understanding. After all, he was a man of simple means, with knowledge akin to that of an ordinary soul master. Now, he felt utterly confounded, akin to a monk who could not comprehend the intricacies of the situation. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing remained seated, having completed her absorption. She opened her eyes to gaze at the corpse of the black flame fox and then at her hands. To her surprise, 2 black-red patterns adorned her palms, mirroring the markings on the fox's claws. Intrigued by these unique designs, Zhu Zhuqing sensed the potential to summon something from the black patterns. But she refrained, deciding to inform Gu Yi of her findings upon returning. Zhu Qing, how do you feel? Ning Rongrong approached her immediately after she rose. Quite well. Zhu Zhuqing replied with a nod. Xiaowu, Oscar, and the others quickly gathered around, eager to inquire about her condition. Curiosity piqued, Ma Hongjun asked, Qing, what is your third soul skill? Not only Ma Hongjun, but also Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San were equally intrigued. After all, having absorbed a soul ring that surpassed 2,000 years, her soul skill was bound to be exceptionally powerful. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing merely shook her head. It's a secret, to be revealed later. Despite being classmates with Ma Hongjun and Tang San, she understood that soul skills were deeply personal, and she intended to discuss this with Gu Yi first before revealing it to the others. Unfazed by the rejection, Ma Hongjun, along with Oscar and the others, regarded Zhu Zhuqing with a sense of awe. After all, witnessing someone absorb a third soul ring exceeding 2,000 years was an unprecedented occurrence for them. All right. Now that we've all acquired our soul rings, let's discuss the specifics after we leave the Stardow Forest, Zhao Wujin asserted. They remained deep within the forest, and he wished to prevent any further mishaps. Just then, Tang San suddenly felt a shift within his own body, urgently calling out, Teacher Zhao, wait a moment. After speaking, he settled down into a meditative posture. Tang San's transformation caused Zhao Wujin to furrow his brow, prompting him to inquire about the matter. Observing Tang San cultivating his soul power on the ground, Zhao Wujin initially assumed that he was merely fatigued from the numerous battles he had endured in recent days and sought to recover his strength. However, moments later, when Tang San awoke and uttered a statement that left Zhao Wujin and the others astounded, he declared, Teacher Zhao, I have broken through to level 30, I believe. I also require a soul ring. Little San, you cannot be serious? Dai Mubai approached, disbelief evident in his gaze. Indeed, Tang San affirmed with resolute nodding. In response, Zhao Wujin could only sigh, reflecting on the stark contrast between his own arduous journey to level 30 and the significant progress made by Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Very well, let us proceed to the Stardow Forest and assist Tang San in finding his third soul ring. Yes. Teacher Zhao, the 7 members of Shrek Academy promptly prepared to retreat while simultaneously aiding Tang San in his quest for the soul ring. After 2 days of effort, having located a suitable soul ring for Tang San, Zhao Wujin swiftly led the Shrek group out of the Stardow Forest. Following an additional 2 days' journey back to Shrek Academy, they finally returned. It feels absolutely wonderful to be home, Oscar exclaimed exuberantly. Zhao Wujin shot him a glare, admonishing, Lower your voice. Can you not see it is nearly dark? All right, now head back to your dormitories and rest. I must report to Flinder regarding our mission. After 2 exhausting days of travel, the 7 members of Shrek Academy dispersed towards their respective dormitories. Tang San, wait a moment. Just as Tang San was about to return to the dormitory with Oscar, Ning Rongrong called out to him. Tang San paused, glancing at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, is there something you need? Ning Rongrong, recalling Tang San's previous use of hidden weapons, spoke softly. I would like to have a private discussion with you, if that is all right. Standing beside Tang San, Oscar's expression stiffened slightly. You two talk. I will head back first. It was common knowledge that Oscar harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong, and seeing her request a private conversation with Tang San understandably displeased him. Very well. Tang San hesitated briefly before following Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, noticing Tang San's intention to converse privately with Ning Rongrong, pouted discontentedly, making a face at Ning Rongrong before dashing back to the dormitory. Zhu Zhuqing, who had initially planned to return to the dormitory with Xiaowu, paused after her departure. She glanced at the dimming sky but then veered away from Shrek Academy, heading towards Soto City. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, only Ning Rongrong and Tang San remained. Rongrong, what is it that you wish to discuss? Tang San inquired. Ning Rongrong replied, Tang San, I wish to engage in a business transaction with you. Their previous experiences in the Stardow Forest had exposed them to numerous dangers, largely due to Tang San's obstinacy. Ultimately, he had shared his hidden weapons with the Shrek members, significantly mitigating the threats they faced. Inspired by the potency of Tang San's hidden weapons, Ning Rongrong thought of her own sect, the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, which primarily consisted of support-type soul masters with limited self-defense capabilities. Prompting her desire to negotiate with Tang San, Ning Rongrong expressed her intention to purchase Tang San's hidden weapons. Upon hearing this, Tang San immediately declined without hesitation. The hidden weapons were a closely guarded secret of the Tang sect, and he could not sell them to anyone, not even to classmates. As their relationship was not particularly deep, in the end, he agreed to craft a few sets for Ning Rongrong, though slightly disheartened by the outcome. Ning Rongrong did not press Tang San further, understanding the value of his possessions. She assured him that she would provide the appropriate amount of gold coins as compensation before returning to her dormitory. Rongrong, what were you discussing with little San? Xiaowu asked, a hint of displeasure in her tone upon Ning Rongrong's return. It was nothing, just a discussion about purchasing some hidden weapons, Ning Rongrong replied. Is that all? Xiaowu probed. Of course, Xiaowu. What else would it be? Oh, you aren't suspecting that I have feelings for Tang San, are you? Rest assured, while he is quite admirable, he is simply not my type. Ning Rongrong had no interest in Tang San, whose appearance she deemed ordinary. Her interest lay solely in the effectiveness of his hidden weapons and the potential for a transaction. Ah, that is a relief, Xiaowu responded, feeling a weight lifted from her shoulders upon realizing her earlier misunderstanding. By the way, Xiaowu, where's Zhu Zhuqing? Is she in her room? Ning Rongrong peered around, puzzled by Zhu Zhuqing's absence. I have not seen her either. I thought she was waiting for you, Xiaowu replied, bewildered. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing had already arrived outside Soto City. Upon reaching Soto City, she headed straight for her destination, Guye's clinic. Knock, knock. Arriving outside the clinic, Zhu Zhuqing rapped on the door. In the back room of the clinic, Guyi, who was in the midst of cultivation, sensed the knocking and, upon realizing it was Zhu Zhuqing, wondered, has she returned from the Stardow Forest? It seems so. Surely she would come straight to me after her return from the Stardow Forest at such a late hour. Guyu ceased his cultivation and stepped out of the courtyard, opening the door to behold the scene before him. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared to be enveloped by the night, standing coldly at the entrance. Dust adorned her delicate face, and her black leather attire bore creases, giving her a travel-worn appearance. Returned from the Starry Forest? Guyi inquired, surveying Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. You came here immediately upon your return? Guyi questioned again. Zhu Zhuqing nodded once more. With the answers he sought, Guyi took Zhu Zhuqing's small hand and led her into the medicinal hall, firmly shutting the door behind him as he guided her to his room. He was eager to delve into the matters surrounding Zhu Zhuqing's absence. Chapter 49. Zhu Zhuqing becomes Gu Ye's disciple. Have a seat. Gu Ye glanced at his bed, gesturing for Zhu Zhuqing to take a seat. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing approached and settled onto the bed. After a long day of travel back to Shrek Academy, she found herself overwhelmed by an urge to lie down and succumb to sleep. However, recalling that she needed to discuss her matters with Gu Ye, she swiftly composed herself and focused intently on him. Gu Ye, without much thought, took a seat on the bed. Zhu Zhuqing, who was also on the bed, sat quite close to him, their eyes locked in mutual gaze. I have accomplished it, Zhu Zhuqing said, a subtle smile gracing her otherwise serene countenance. Clearly, she had kept the conditions set by Gu Ye for accepting her as a disciple firmly etched in her mind. Now that she had fulfilled them, it was as if she was presenting her success to Gu Ye with a sense of pride. Is that so? Then do share the details with me, he prompted. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, unreservedly recounting all the events that transpired during her time in the Stardow Forest. She spoke of the disturbances caused by Dai Mubai and others at the hotel, her encounters with the dragon and snake spirits, the assault by the Titan giant ape, and how Xiaowu had been captured. She also mentioned her acquisition of the Black Flame Fox spirit ring, and how, a few days later, Xiaowu returned unharmed, along with Tang San's breakthrough to the 30th level, leaving no detail unspoken to Gu Ye. Gu Ye was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that the plot of Zhu Zhuqing in the Stardow Forest would diverge so significantly from the original work, to the extent that Tang San's first external artifact, the 8 spider lances, had vanished entirely. The incident involving Xiaowu being captured by the Titan giant ape, however, was not surprising. After all, the Stardow Forest was Xiaowu's home, and the Titan giant ape was akin to family for her. Yi speculated that Xiaowu must have been taken home by the Titan giant ape, where she encountered the Azure Bull Python. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing shared her circumstances with Gu Ye. Gu Ye, the third spirit skill I acquired from the Black Flame Fox, is called the Ethereal Flame Slash. When activated, this skill unleashes a strike engulfed in black flames. Besides inflicting formidable damage, these black flames also possess the effect of scorching soul power. This was Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit skill, which she chose to disclose first to Gu Ye rather than to the others in Shrek, underscoring the level of trust she placed in him. Moreover, after absorbing the soul ring of the Black Flame Fox, I have gained this, she said, extending her hand for Gu Ye to see. On her fair palm were 2 intricate patterns resembling black and red flames. Zhu Zhuqing then began to manipulate the black and red flame patterns on her palm, and soon an eerie aura of the same colors began to emanate. As this black and red aura enveloped her hands, a pair of exceptionally sharp claws materialized in Zhu Zhuqing's grasp. These claws measured approximately 3 to 4 inches in length. Entirely black and red, their edges shimmering with a chilling light. A soul bone, or rather, an external soul bone. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing unleash her formidable claws, Gu Ye instantly comprehended their significance. He gazed at her in mild astonishment, never anticipating her fortuitous fortune. Could it be attributed to him? Guyi found himself ensnared in a moment of self-reflection. What exactly is an external soul bone? Zhu Zhuqing had only heard of 6 types, and this was her first encounter with the concept of an external soul bone. The external soul bone is regarded as the most precious variety among soul bones. The black and crimson claws in her possession are indeed an external soul bone. The rarity of external soul bones lies in their capacity for growth, signifying that as their owner's strength increases, so too does the bone's potency. Thus, it can be said that the claws she wields are the most suitable external soul bone for her. After Guyi explained, he looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a serious expression. Zhuqing, I solemnly inform you that apart from me, you must not disclose the existence of this soul bone to anyone, not even to those from Shrek Academy. Do you understand? Zhu Zhuqing nodded in comprehension. She understood the significance of soul bones to soul masters in this world and would not be foolish enough to share this information with others. Of course, Guyi was the exception, as he had become her most trusted confidant, and soon he would also be her teacher. The fundamental ability of Zhu Zhuqing's external soul bone was the scorching black flame of the black flame fox, which could directly penetrate an enemy's body during claw attacks, incinerating their soul power. Additionally, these claws greatly enhanced her attack and penetration capabilities, which was their most formidable aspect. However, the specifics of other abilities would require Zhu Zhuqing to experience and discover for herself. Upon learning about the capabilities of Zhu Zhuqing's external soul bone, Guyi was reminded of the black flames associated with her nether cat martial spirit. He gazed at the external soul bone in Zhu Zhuqing's hand and conceived a brilliant idea. Zhuqing, he began, now that you possess this external soul bone, you could conduct an experiment. Try to merge the soul-devouring black flames produced by your nether cat with the external soul bone. If they confuse, you would unleash a black flame that not only scorches the soul, inflicting mental harm, but also burns soul power. The destructive potential of your external soul bone would become unimaginably formidable. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled at Guyi's words. If she could indeed achieve what he suggested, her strength would soar to unprecedented heights. Her nether black flames possessed the ability to inflict mental damage by burning soul power. And if she could merge that with the burning black flames from her external soul bone, anyone struck by her claws would. The mere thought sent a thrill through her, and she looked at Guyi, her breath quickening. Guyi, you promised to accept me as your disciple. Zhu Zhuqing said, excitement bubbling forth as she voiced her innermost thoughts. She desired to grow stronger, exceptionally strong, and it was Guyi who had ignited that hope within her. She admired his knowledge, his medical skills, and the aura of mystery that surrounded him, although he appeared to be a few years her senior. She paid little heed to age. It was the person she sought. Zhuqing, are you serious? Guyi's expression turned slightly solemn. Zhu Zhuqing nodded resolutely. I am serious. I wish to be your disciple. Are you certain? Guyi inquired once more. I am certain, she affirmed with a serious and unwavering expression. Very well. Then let us proceed to the bed, Guyi stated. Zhu Zhuqing? Confusion clouded her mind as she looked at Guyi, bewildered by the implication of his words. Cough, cough. I apologize, that was a slip of the tongue, Guyi said, awkwardly waving his hand. The words had escaped him in jest. He would never suggest such a thing to Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed they were, in fact, already on the bed. Guyi glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was seated on his bed, then looked at himself. Weren't they essentially sharing the same bed? It seemed rather acceptable to spend an evening sitting together with Zhu Zhuqing. Ahem. Well, Zhuqing, before we proceed with the formalities of apprenticeship, I must share something with you. This is my first experience in taking a disciple, so we can forego the traditional rites of apprenticeship. What I mean to say is, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Do you understand? Guyi regarded Zhu Zhuqing with a serious expression. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in understanding and replied, Yes, master. Very well. From this moment forth, you, Zhu Zhuqing, shall be my disciple, Guyi declared, gazing with satisfaction at his beautiful and well-proportioned apprentice. In that instant, a peculiar thought crossed Guyi's mind as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing, reminiscent of Bibi Dong. After becoming Guyi's disciple, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of happiness. Yet one curiosity lingered in her heart, the extent of Guyi's power. Now that he was her master, it was only natural for her to inquire about his abilities. Therefore, Zhu Zhuqing asked, Master, I heard from Daimubai that you defeated him with a single strike. May I know the extent of your strength? Well, there is nothing I cannot disclose. Currently, I am a level 49 soul master, Guyi replied. With a smile, he looked at Zhu Zhuqing and added, Do you think my strength is unworthy of being your master? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Although Guyi's power surprised her slightly, upon reflecting on his age, she realized that her master, Guyi, was undoubtedly a genius. Guyi rose from the bed, leaving Zhu Zhuqing with only the sight of his retreating figure. He spoke with clarity. Zhuqing, you must understand that for a genius, rank does not encompass the entirety of one's strength. Take me, for instance. Though I am merely at the 49th level, my capabilities extend far beyond that. Moreover, I possess not only strength. It was not mere boasting on Guyi's part. With his resources, surgical systems, martial spirit serums, and cellular enhancement agents, he could nurture a genius at any moment. Since he had taken Zhu Zhuqing under his wing, he was determined to cultivate her into one of the strongest individuals in this world. The process of nurturing a disciple, gently guiding their progress, was something Guyi relished deeply. Subsequently, Guyi engaged in profound discussions with Zhu Zhuqing within the confines of the room. As her mentor, he felt a responsibility to impart knowledge and guide her actions. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently, her focus unwavering. Having returned from the Star-Do forest, she was already fatigued. And as she absorbed Guyi's words, she unwittingly drifted into slumber. A sense of trust akin to dependence blossomed between her and her master, and after days of exhaustion, she slept soundly. To his surprise, she had fallen asleep. Observing Zhu Zhuqing nestled comfortably on his bed, Guyi couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. With such trust bestowed upon him, he felt reluctant to act indiscriminately. Chapter 50. The Arrival of Yu Xiaojiang. Guyi gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who was peacefully asleep on his bed, and settled down beside her. He gently covered her with a blanket, fulfilling his promise to care for her. It must be said that the sight of the sleeping cat-like figure was quite captivating. Observing the once cold and expressionless face of Zhu Zhuqing transform into a gentle smile in slumber, Guyi found himself stealing glances at her. He then extended his hand to lightly caress her enchanting visage before intending to withdraw to another room to continue his cultivation. However, as he retracted his hand, Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly in her dreams, instinctively grasping his hand and pulling it into her embrace. It seemed that Guyi's hand provided her with an inexplicable sense of security. Once she held on, she did not let go, gripping tightly. Especially now that Zhu Zhuqing was Guyi's disciple, this unique relationship inevitably stirred a myriad of complex emotions within him. This predicament truly left him in a quandary. Guyi found himself unable to tear his gaze away from the enticing curve that emerged from Zhu Zhuqing's bosom, despite his efforts to divert his attention. He attempted to withdraw his hand, yet Zhu Zhuqing clung to it with the tenacity of a cat guarding its meal, showing no inclination to release her grasp. Occasionally, she would nuzzle against him, inching even closer to Guyi. In a moment of resignation, Guyi chose to practice quietly beside the sleeping cat, mindful of not disturbing its slumber. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, in the office of the dean, Flinder listened in astonishment to Zhao Wujia's account of the Star-Do forest, his expression shifting multiple times. Only upon hearing that everyone returned safely did he finally exhale with relief. It seemed he had been rather careless to allow you to escort them to the Star-Do forest alone. Flinder sighed, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Next time, when hunting soul beasts, I shall accompany you. With both of us being soul saints, the endeavor will be far safer. These children are all prodigies. I cannot bear to see their potential squandered. This cannot be blamed on you, for who could have anticipated encountering the Titan giant ape, the king of the forest? Fortunately, this Titan giant ape did not attack us, otherwise we would not have made it back. However, Flinder mused, there is one thing that perplexes me. How did Xiao Wu return unscathed several days after being captured by the Titan giant ape, and even manage to break through to the 30th level? She claims that a bellow startled the Titan giant ape away. That bellow must have belonged to the legendary sky blue bull python. A somewhat awkward and peculiar sound emerged from outside the door, startling Zhao Wujia, who had just spoken. He had previously heard footsteps approaching but had dismissed them as merely a teacher from the academy. Now, realizing the sound was unusual, he felt a sense of unease. There was no one within the academy who possessed such a voice. Ah, someone who knows has arrived. Xiao Gang, come in, Flinder called out, grinning as he glanced towards the door. As it opened, a middle-aged man entered, his face appearing stiff, with a straight posture. At first glance, he seemed somewhat dazed. Yet the depths of his dark eyes revealed a hint of urgency. If Tang San were present, he would instantly recognize this man as his mentor, the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang of the Soul Master community. Wujia, you haven't met yet, have you? This is Xiao Gang, a famed theoretical master in the Soul Master realm and also Tang San's teacher, Flinder introduced, pulling Yu Xiaojiang into the room. Zhao Wujia, observing Yu Xiaojiang's entrance, felt a spark of recognition and exclaimed, so, you are the esteemed master. I am Zhao Wujia. It is an honor to meet you. Greetings, the unmoving King Zhao Wujia. You have returned, and Tang San should be safe as well? Yu Xiaojiang inquired. Yes, the journey to the Star-Do forest was exhausting for Tang San. He has sent them back to their rooms to rest, Zhao Wujia responded, relieved to learn that his disciple was unharmed. Yu Xiaojiang proceeded to explain that the sound they had heard was from the legendary 10,000-year soul beast, the sky blue bull python, along with a series of related matters. Thus, Xiao Wu's fortune is indeed remarkable, Zhao Wujia remarked, unable to fathom that Xiao Wu's true identity was that of a transforming soul beast. Her capture was merely due to the two beasts, having not seen Xiao Wu for a long time, wanting to take her home for a chat. After explaining, Yu Xiaojiang continued, Teacher Zhao, I have thoroughly reviewed the profiles of these students. You ventured to the Star-Do forest to assist Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing, who possesses the phantom cat martial soul, in seeking their third soul ring. I wonder what soul beast they ultimately obtained. Upon mentioning the soul rings, Zhao Wujia chuckled. Our luck this time was quite commendable. Oscar obtained a 1,000-year windtail rooster crown snake soul ring, along with a rather impressive third soul skill. Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted slightly upon hearing about the windtail rooster crown snake. Excellent. This soul beast aligns closely with my predictions for suitable soul rings for Oscar. The windtail rooster crown snake is relatively gentle by nature, but exceedingly cunning, adept at evasion. Its cultivation is quite challenging, if I am not mistaken. Oscar's third soul ring must be associated with speed. Zhao Wujie instinctively praised, as expected of a master, you deduce such intricate details from just a few words. You are correct. Oscar's third soul ring indeed relates to speed. His third soul skill is a mushroom sausage, which allows him to maintain flight for a minute at a speed equivalent to that of the windtail rooster crown snake. Yu Xiaojiang appeared taken aback, clearly surprised by the nature of Oscar's acquired soul skill. This child's food system martial soul talent is unprecedented. He is the most outstanding food system soul master I have ever encountered, with limitless potential. Flinder chuckled. Xiao Gang, our Shrek Academy only admits monsters, surely. You are aware of this? Yu Xiaojiang cast an unimpressed glance at Flinder and continued. However, I am even more astonished by Zhu Zhuqing, who possesses the phantom cat martial soul. Her profile indicates she is only 12 years old, the youngest among the 7, yet she has already reached the 30th level. As far as I know, the phantom cat martial soul does not possess such innate talent. My teacher Zhao enlightened me further about Zhu Zhuqing. Upon learning of the phantom cat martial soul, Yu Xiaojiang surmised Zhu Zhuqing's identity, as the Zhu family was quite renowned on the Douluo continent. Well, Zhao Wudre glanced at Flinder, hesitating to divulge Zhu Zhuqing's third soul ring's age. After all, the illustrious Yu Xiaojiang was a revered figure in the soul master community, and revealing such information in Flinder's presence could be perceived as a loss of face. Flinder, however, explained to Yu Xiaojiang the reason behind Zhu Zhuqing's rapid advancement to the 30th level. It was entirely due to Gu Yi, a unique healer, who had developed something known as martial soul blood. Zhu Zhuqing's swift progress was attributed to her consumption of this martial soul blood. Yu Xiaojiang was officially informed about martial soul blood, but upon hearing this, his previously stiff face grew even more solemn. Flinder, how could you allow these children to use such substances recklessly? Are you not aware that items designed for rapid enhancement of power can be extremely harmful? If they are indeed detrimental, it could ruin Zhu Zhuqing's foundation. Surely, you do not forget the existence of those nefarious soul masters who employed similar substances for swift power gains, only to meet disastrous ends? Yu Xiaojiang's admonition left Flinder feeling somewhat embarrassed. He quickly clarified, Xiao Gang, you are misunderstanding. Zhu Zhuqing's foundation shows no signs of instability. In fact, it is remarkably solid. Gu Yi, who administered the martial soul blood, is a highly regarded physician in Soto City, unmatched in his medical skills. It is said he can even treat martial soul defects. He was the one who identified that Hong Jun's martial soul had a defect and managed to suppress the malevolent fire with a specific medicine, also mentioning that he might develop a remedy for Hong Jun's martial soul defect. Is this truly the case? Yu Xiaojiang's rigid expression transformed into one of seriousness as he gazed intently at Flinder. Beneath his stern demeanor lay a glimmer of excitement. Xiao Gang, I witnessed it firsthand. Do you think I would deceive you? Flinder retorted, somewhat irked by Yu Xiaojiang's skepticism. If what you say is true, then this Guyi might indeed be extraordinary. Yu Xiaojiang pondered, reflecting on Flinder's earlier words. Guyi was able to research the unprecedented phenomenon of martial soul blood, assisting Zhu Zhuqing in enhancing her power. He discerned at a glance the flaw in Ma Hongjuan's martial soul, suggesting the possibility of remedying such imperfections. This prompted Yu Xiaojiang to wonder if Guyi could also identify his martial soul's defect, and if so, whether he could offer treatment. The thought rekindled a long-dormant desire within him. He had been unable to surpass the 30th level due to a mutation in his martial soul, and no one knew the extent of his yearning to break through that barrier. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang in such contemplation, Flander, the man who understood him best, suddenly had a revelation. Xiaojiang, are you thinking? Flander questioned, eyeing him with suspicion. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. I do not know Guyi well, nor do I know if it is true. I merely wish to observe him when time permits. Xiaojiang, if he truly possesses the ability to heal martial soul defects, then your hopes. Flander found it hard to imagine the transformation in Yu Xiaojiang's future should his martial soul's flaw be rectified, allowing him to surpass level 30. Flander, please share all that you know about Gu Yi, Yu Xiaojiang requested eagerly, intrigued by the prospect of Gu Yi's capabilities. Flander, being a loyal confidant, divulged everything he knew about Gu Yi in detail. It was revealed that this individual possessed a unique martial soul capable of extracting martial soul blood, and that his exceptional medical skills and potent remedies earned him high praise from the citizens of Soto City. Realizing this, Yu Xiaojiang noted that he would take the opportunity to investigate Gu Yi further in the coming days to see if the rumors about him were indeed true. His thoughts then turned to his earlier inquiry with Zhao Wujie regarding Zhu Zhuqing. He was still unaware of the nature of Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring and the soul beast from which it was derived. Confidently, Yu Xiaojiang speculated, Teacher Zhao. As I understand it, Zhu Zhuqing is an agile attack-type soul master, with her martial soul, the Nethercat. Her third spirit ring must have been acquired from a speed-oriented soul beast, such as a ghost tiger or a jaguar, correct? Zhao Wujie, considering Zhu Zhuqing's unique circumstances, looked at the self-assured Yu Xiaojing and scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Flander, witnessing Zhao Wujia's hesitance, interjected, "Wujia, why are you being so coy? It's just Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring. What is there to hide in front of Xiaojing? Besides, I must inform you that after tomorrow, Xiaojing will become their teacher, and he will be solely responsible for guiding Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and the other 5 students. Flander, Zhuqing's situation is somewhat special, and I am unsure how to explain it." Zhao Wujia hesitated, glancing at Yu Xiaojing. "What makes it special? Please, do share," Yu Xiaojing urged. "All right," Zhao Wujia finally conceded, looking at Yu Xiaojing with a lowered voice. "Master, may I inquire if the limit for a soul master to absorb a third spirit ring is 1760 years, as you proposed in your theory?" "Indeed." Yu Xiaojing affirmed confidently this conclusion is the result of years of research, combined with observations of soul masters absorbing spirit rings. The limit for a soul master's third spirit ring is indeed 1760 years. Upon hearing this, Flander chuckled, praising, "Wujia, I assure you, Xiaojing's theories have never been proven wrong. His reputation in the soul master community is well known, and many have adhered to his theory when absorbing spirit rings, with no one ever surpassing this limit." Yu Xiaojing smiled modestly at Flander's candid praise. However, Zhao Wujia quietly questioned, "Has no soul master ever exceeded this limit? Why, Wujia? Are you doubting Xiaojing's theory?" Flander chuckled at Zhao Wujia's skepticism. Yu Xiaojing's expression remained rigid, yet a hint of a smile appeared as he confidently shook his head. He was certain that, to his knowledge and from historical accounts, no individual had ever surpassed the limit he had established for the third spirit ring. Seeing Flander and Yu Xiaojing's unwavering confidence, Zhao Wujia was at a loss for words. "Enough, Wujia. Let's move on from this topic and discuss Zhu Zhuqing's circumstances. Xiaojing needs to return and formulate training plans tailored to these children," Flander suggested. "Yes, please elaborate on Zhu Zhuqing's abilities. I must fully understand her soul skills and spirit ring capabilities to devise a suitable training regimen," Yu Xiaojing insisted. Zhao Wujia, looking between Yu Xiaojing and Flander, hesitantly asked, "Flander, is it truly the case that this theory has never been disproven?" Flander, exasperated, shot him a glare. "Wujia, what is with you today? You're acting all fidgety and uncertain, which is unlike you. I've made myself very clear. Xiaojing's theories have never been wrong." Yu Xiaojing, noticing Zhao Wujia's persistent doubts regarding his theory, stated sternly, "Flander, it seems teacher Zhao is questioning my credentials as a master. Is he testing my qualifications to teach at Shrek Academy and my capability to guide these students?" "Oh, Xiaojing, that is not what I meant," Flander interjected. "All right, Wujia, please explain Zhu Zhuqing's situation." Zhao Wujia, realizing he had no choice, divulged the truth, stating, "Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring is derived from a black flame fox that is over 2,000 years old. 2,000 years for a black flame fox? That aligns somewhat with my hypothesis," Yu Xiaojing noted, momentarily taken aback but eventually nodding in agreement. Observing Yu Xiaojing's continued confidence, Zhao Wujia felt a surge of disbelief. What kind of master is this? Despite his internal skepticism, he refrained from further comment, wary of Flander's reaction. "Wait, Wujia, could you repeat what you just said?" Flander suddenly realized something was amiss, recalling Zhao Wujia's earlier statement. "I said that Zhuqing's third spirit ring is from a black flame fox over 2,000 years old. Over 2,000 years for a black flame fox?" Flander exclaimed, wide-eyed and incredulous. "Yes, over 2,000 years," Zhao Wujia affirmed calmly. "Teacher Zhao, are you certain you're not joking?" Yu Xiaojing inquired, his expression darkening as he scrutinized Zhao Wujia. "Indeed, Wujia, such a jest should not be taken lightly. A third spirit ring that is over 2,000 years old. This is simply inconceivable." Flander instinctively found it hard to believe. After all, in his understanding, Yu Xiaojing's theory was the only correct answer. "Master, I am not jesting. Earlier, I asked if anyone had surpassed the third soul ring limit of 1,760 years, as stated by the master, to confirm if anyone had indeed broken that record. Yet you all claimed otherwise. What more can I say?" Zhao Wujia gestured with a mix of seriousness and helplessness. The truth was that Zhu Zhuqing's third soul ring was indeed over 2,000 years, and he had witnessed its absorption with his own eyes. Yu Xiaojing, observing Zhao Wujia's earnest demeanor, felt his already dark expression deepen. He was the first to doubt Zhao Wujia's words. Unable to accept that Zhu Zhuqing's third soul ring could exceed 2,000 years, as it contradicted his 10 core theories. It was impossible for a soul master to absorb a third soul ring surpassing 2,000 years. Chapter 52. Zhu Zhuqing awakens in Gu Ye's chamber. Seeing Zhao Wujia's serious expression, Flander turned grave as well. "Wujia, let me confirm once more. Are you certain you weren't jesting just now? Flander, do I seem like someone who makes jokes? Furthermore, my students and I witnessed Zhu Zhuqing absorb a soul ring from the black flame fox that was over 2,000 years old. Can this be fabricated? And let me assure you, Zhuqing faced no issues while absorbing that soul ring. Impossible. A soul master at the 30th level cannot withstand a 2,000-year soul ring. As a female, Zhu Zhuqing's physique is inherently weaker than that of male soul masters, making it even less plausible for her to endure a soul ring exceeding 2,000 years. Yu Xiaojing steadfastly maintained that his theories were infallible. The notion that Zhu Zhuqing's third soul ring could surpass 2,000 years was simply unacceptable. Zhao Wujie remained silent, observing Yu Xiaojiang's unwavering conviction. The roles had seemingly reversed, with Flander and Yu Xiaojiang now questioning the authenticity of his statements. The atmosphere grew tense, and after a brief silence, Flander sensed the unease and spoke first. Wujie, I trust you are not lying, but this matter remains quite hard to believe. How about we summon Qing tomorrow for clarification? Xiaojiang, it's already late. You should return to rest. We can ascertain the truth once we consult Zhu Zhuqing in the morning. Very well, but Flander, I still do not believe that Zhu Zhuqing's third soul ring could exceed 2,000 years. You must understand that my theories cannot possibly be flawed. Yu Xiaojiang's declaration sounded like a final thread of stubbornness, though perhaps a flicker of belief had begun to take root within him. Flander nodded. Xiaojiang, I have complete faith in your theories. Now, you should return and rest. Tomorrow I will gather the students and formally introduce you before we inquire further to uncover the truth. All right, Yu Xiaojiang replied, feigning calm as he exited the office. Yet, at the door, he paused, glancing back at Zhao Wujie, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately left Flander's office without uttering a word. Once Yu Xiaojiang departed, Flander fixed a serious gaze upon Zhao Wujie, urging him to clarify Zhu Zhuqing's situation. Zhao Wujie, recognizing Flander's solemn expression, recounted the details of Zhu Zhuqing's soul ring absorption once more. Understood. Wujie, you should return to rest now as well. Indeed, I am rather fatigued. Zhao Wujie replied before taking his leave. Flander pondered over Zhao Wujie's earlier statements and reflected on his good friend Yu Xiaojiang, his brow furrowing intermittently. He had come to believe in Zhu Zhuqing's circumstances, for Zhao Wujie could not possibly deceive him, nor would it serve any purpose. Yet, this belief led to concern for his dear friend Yu Xiaojiang. With a strong sense of pride, Yu Xiaojiang had always relied on his knowledge and the 10 core theories he had published, which defined his identity as a master. Flander admired Yu Xiaojiang's intellect, which was precisely why he had invited him to teach at Shrek Academy. However, Zhu Zhuqing, a student yet to even enter Shrek Academy, had already shattered the very theory that had been Yu Xiaojiang's pride for a lifetime. Flander worried that Yu Xiaojiang's pride might hinder his ability to connect with the students in the future. Let us postpone this matter until tomorrow. Xiaojiang should be able to accept it, he concluded, setting aside his thoughts to rest. Meanwhile, in Soto City, in the master bedroom of Gu Ye's clinic, Gu Yi, who had been meditating beside Zhu Zhuqing, opened his eyes, noticing that Zhu Zhuqing was still peacefully asleep, clutching onto his hand. He could only shake his head in resignation and allowed her to continue holding on while he resumed his cultivation, having just accepted Zhu Zhuqing as his disciple. He thought it a small favor to let her sleep soundly through the night in his embrace. As the old saying goes, fortunes ebb and flow. Who knows when he and Zhu Zhuqing might find themselves in a similarly fortunate position. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Zhu Zhuqing awoke groggily. Perhaps due to her deep slumber, she rubbed her eyes like a bewildered kitten before finally focusing on her surroundings. Upon seeing Gu Yi beside her, memories of the previous night flooded her mind. After successfully becoming Gu Ye's disciple, she had earnestly listened to him impart knowledge, but exhaustion had overtaken her, leading her to fall asleep mid-lecture. Now, as she gazed at Gu Yi, and then at the blanket covering her, realization dawned upon her. Her teacher, Gu Yi, had guarded her throughout the night. The sense of security she felt was entirely attributed to him. Looking at her teacher, Zhu Zhuqing experienced an unfamiliar sensation of dependence, one she had never known before. Having grown up in the cold and ruthless Zhu family, where trust was scarce and betrayal loomed at every turn, she had never encountered anyone worthy of reliance. Yet now, with Gu Yi, she found solace and comfort in that feeling, discovering an unexpected fondness for it. She observed Gu Yi, seated in meditation, unable to tear her gaze away for a moment. Awake, Gu Yi remarked softly, though he did not open his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing quickly lowered her head, replying with a soft, yes. Did you sleep well? Quite well. That is good. With that, Gu Yi awakened from his meditation, glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, and rose from the bed. He felt little significance in sharing a bed with his disciple. It was merely a common occurrence. We shall have breakfast here before heading back to Shrek Academy for class, he stated, making his way to the kitchen in the backyard to prepare breakfast. After washing up, Zhu Zhuqing joined him in the kitchen. As she watched Gu Yi performing the simple task of making breakfast, she couldn't help but perceive him as extraordinary. It was this blend of the ordinary and the extraordinary that captivated her as she observed him complete the meal. Gu Yi emerged with 2 small dishes. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing standing dazed at the doorway, he spoke plainly, you may serve yourself the porridge. Zhu Zhuqing, possessing a similarly indifferent demeanor, replied in a tone even more subdued than Gu Yi's. At the dining table, as Gu Yi sipped his porridge and nibbled on the side dishes, he remarked, although I have taken you as my disciple, my intention is solely to strengthen your abilities and impart new knowledge and insights concerning life and conduct. As for the Shrek Academy, since you have already enrolled and paid your fees, it is imperative that you continue your studies and not squander your investment. Do you understand? Zhu Zhuqing took small sips of her porridge and, after delicately chewing a piece of dish, nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. However, Gu Yi continued earnestly, there is one crucial point I must stress, Zhuqing. While you are attending Shrek Academy, there are certain things you must refrain from learning indiscriminately. You must cultivate your own discernment to determine what is worthy of your study and what is not. After all, your tuition should not be paid in vain. Zhu Zhuqing chewed thoughtfully, comprehending his words with a subtle, affirmative hum. As they enjoyed breakfast, Guyi conveyed numerous matters to Zhu Zhuqing. His reason for allowing her to remain at Shrek Academy was not only due to her current lack of strength, as the academy could provide her with protection, but also because he wished for her to participate in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition. With his guidance, Zhu Zhuqing's prowess would rival that of any competitor. Within the ranks of Shrek Academy, Guyi sought to gain insights through Zhu Zhuqing. Furthermore, he had his own associates within the Spirit Hall's Soul Academy, enabling him to gather substantial intelligence from both factions simultaneously. This was one of his primary objectives. Of course, while there were advantages to Zhu Zhuqing's continued presence at Shrek Academy, there were also drawbacks, particularly concerning Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing's nominal fiancée. Now that Zhu Zhuqing was his disciple, she was inherently aligned with Guyi, and he could not allow Dai Mubai to covet his precious pupil. It seems I must provide Dai Mubai with a dose of female hormones to enhance his appearance. This way, Zhu Zhuqing's safety at Shrek Academy should be assured. Alternatively, perhaps this tiger should be neutered. After all, a neutered tiger is no different from a neutered rooster. In his heart, Guyi silently made this arduous decision. Chapter 53. Where is Zhu Zhuqing? Coincidentally, he still had the task of collecting the martial soul blood of the Shrek 7 monsters. He contemplated giving Dai Mubai a dose of female hormones or perhaps castrating him, enabling Dai Mubai to become more attractive. This could also serve as a clever scheme. As he envisioned Dai Mubai, a robust man, delicately pinching his fingers like an orchid, emitting a high-pitched eunuch's voice, followed by a scene of him angrily pointing at someone while embracing Tang San's shoulder in a graceful manner, Guyi couldn't help but feel a surge of delight within. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, and the more he thought about it, the more amused he became, noticing how deliciously she was enjoying her simple porridge and side dishes. He casually inquired, "How does it taste?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "Oh, I see. The food at Shrek Academy isn't very good, right?" "Indeed. A small academy doesn't offer much in terms of culinary delights. How about this? You can attend classes at Shrek Academy during the day and return here to sleep at night. I will personally prepare your meals. Given your current physique and speed, it won't take long to travel from Soto City to Shrek Academy, and this back-and-forth journey might also help strengthen your body. Does that sound agreeable?" Zhu Zhuqing lifted her face to look at Guyi. "What's wrong with that?" Guyi smiled subtly, for this was precisely what he desired. In the evenings, he would not be alone, as he had a beautiful apprentice to attend to him, and together they would delve into the pursuit of knowledge upon rising. How delightful that would be. "Oh, by the way, Zhu Zhuqing, I typically spend most of my days in the medical clinic, tending to the citizens of Soto City, and in the evenings, I often head to the Grand Soul Arena to treat the wounded soul masters. As for you, when you go to the Grand Soul Arena to participate in the soul battles, come find me, and we shall attend together. After the battles, we can return home and study together. The last time I taught you about the human body, we only covered the fundamentals. Once you participate in the soul battles tomorrow or the day after, I will impart knowledge regarding meridians and acupoints. Understanding this knowledge will enhance the precision of your attacks, rendering you invincible." Meridians and acupoints? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Guyi with a puzzled expression. Knowledge in this area was virtually non-existent in the Douluo continent, and she comprehended her confusion. However, she had a teacher and was determined to strive for mastery. "Well then, let us return after breakfast. I still have to open the clinic and attend to the ailments of the people." "Yes, teacher," Zhu Zhuqing responded with reverence. She admired her teacher, Guyi, for his selfless dedication to healing the populace, and she found herself harboring a certain affection for him as well. Guyi would not disclose to Zhu Zhuqing that his primary motivation for treating the common folk was to accumulate surgical points and enhance his own strength. In passing, he would also provide thorough treatments for those young women whose paths had been obstructed. All of this was a means to bolster his capabilities. Now at level 49, it would not be long before he could break through to level 50. At that juncture, acquiring the 5th soul ring would necessitate a substantial expenditure of surgical points. Indeed, Guyi's soul rings could be exchanged for surgical points within the surgical system, as it helped him match the most suitable soul rings, their ages, and soul skills. Regrettably, the cost in surgical points was rather steep. This was the very reason he exerted himself in treating others. Should he find himself at level 50 with insufficient surgical points, he would have no choice but to venture into the Stardow forest to hunt. During breakfast, which lasted over half an hour, he imparted some knowledge to Zhu Zhuqing. After their meal, Zhu Zhuqing departed from Guyi's clinic to return to Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the sound of several bells echoed, signaling a rapid gathering in the classroom. Yu Xiaojiang, having pondered over Zhao Wuji's words all night, was unable to sleep. Early this morning, he wished to convene the Shrek 7 to inquire about their situation, but remembering that his student Tang San had just returned from the Stardow forest and deserved rest, he suppressed his eagerness. However, as time passed, Yu Xiaojiang could no longer wait and instructed the academy staff to ring the bell to summon the Shrek 7. "Ah, so tired, why must we gather so early?" In the girls' dormitory, Ning Rongrong stretched lazily, reluctant to rise. Indeed, no one was granted a moment's respite. Xiao Wu also rose with a sense of unwillingness. After hastily washing up and tidying themselves, they called out to Zhu Zhuqing, only to discover she was no longer in her room. Zhu Zhuqing was indeed diligent, always rising so early. The two girls, fully aware of Zhu Zhuqing's habits, thought nothing of it and proceeded to the assembly classroom. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Oscar, Daimubai, and Ma Hongjun shared similar sentiments of reluctance as they got out of bed. Hongzi, why would the dean gather us so early? Could something be amiss? I don't know, but let us go see for ourselves. They then made their way to the assembly classroom together. Xiao Wu, Sengu. Upon arriving outside the classroom, Tang San and Xiao Wu greeted each other warmly as they entered together. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Daimubai watched and sighed deeply. Oscar then turned to Ning Rongrong, harboring unspoken thoughts about her, but Ning Rongrong seemed oblivious and walked inside. Strange, where is Zhu Zhuqing? Why isn't she with Xiao Wu and Rongrong? Oscar pondered, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's absence, which puzzled him. Perhaps she is already inside. Let us go in first, Daimubai remarked casually. Once inside, they found Flinder, Zhao Wujia, and several other teachers on the podium. Daimubai recognized these teachers, but beside Flinder stood a stranger whom they did not know. However, Tang San and Xiao were quite familiar with him. Tang San stood frozen, staring at Yu Xiaojing in disbelief. Teacher, is it really you? Upon confirmation, an excited Tang San rushed to Yu Xiaojing's side. Master, Xiao Wu chimed in, equally delighted. Teacher? Master? Daimubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun exchanged bewildered glances at Yu Xiaojing, who appeared somewhat stern. Suddenly, they recalled something and exclaimed, could it be that you were Tang San's teacher, the renowned theoretical master of the Soul Master world? Yu Xiaojing? Having heard Tang San mention Yu Xiaojing before, and knowing the basics from Zhao Wujia, they were astounded to see the man in person. Yes, Yu Xiaojing replied calmly, then turned to Tang San, saying, Little San, please take your seat. We will discuss matters shortly. Understood, teacher. Although Tang San was eager to know why his teacher was present, he complied and took his seat. Following suit, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the others also found their places. Yu Xiaojing surveyed the students and noticed only 6 were present, furrowing his brow. Flinder, too, realized someone was missing and inquired, Where's Zhu Zhuqing? Why isn't she here? Yeah, where is Zhu Zhuqing? Xiao Wu, distracted by Yu Xiaojing's arrival, now recognized Zhu Zhuqing's absence. Daimubai, Ning Rongrong, and the others were equally puzzled. Xiao Wu, could Zhu Zhuqing still be asleep? Xiao Wu explained, Dean, when we got up, we checked her room, but it was empty. I thought she would have risen early to train and would have arrived upon hearing the bell. That's odd. This isn't like Zhu Zhuqing at all. She's never late, Zhao Wujia remarked, well aware of Zhu Zhuqing's diligent nature. In Shrek Academy, she was known for her unwavering punctuality. Her absence raised questions, especially since the early gathering of the Shrek 7 was primarily to ascertain Zhu Zhuqing's soul ring situation. With her, the one who had challenged Yu Xiaojing's theories, missing, progress was hindered. Chapter 54. The reason behind Yu Xiaojing's stiff expression as Zhu Zhuqing failed to arrive. Flinder glanced at the increasingly impatient Yu Xiaojing and instructed Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, please go find Zhu Zhuqing and bring her back quickly. Yes, Dean. Just as Xiao Wu reached the door, Zhu Zhuqing walked in, having returned from Gu Ye's clinic. Zhuqing, where have you been? We've all been waiting for you, Xiao Wu promptly asked. Flinder, seeing Zhu Zhuqing enter, looked at her with mild irritation. Zhu Zhuqing, where have you been? Didn't you know everyone was waiting for you? I had matters to attend to. Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly, not disclosing to Flinder and the others that she had been with Gu Yi, nor her reasons for visiting him. You were Zhu Zhuqing? Before Flinder could speak further, Yu Xiaojing, recalling her third soul ring, could not contain his curiosity and approached her. Zhu Zhuqing, mistaking him for another teacher from Shrek Academy, nodded in acknowledgement. All right, now that you're here, there is no need for lengthy explanations. Please return to your seat. I have questions for you that require your honest responses, understood? Yu Xiaojing spoke with a grave demeanor, tinged with a hint of excitement. He scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing from head to toe, assessing what made her unique. Zhu Zhuqing, in turn, cast a glance at Yu Xiaojing, who appeared to be scowling intensely at her, before silently taking a seat beside Ning Rongrong. Zhuqing, what on earth have you been up to? Ning Rongrong whispered as soon as Zhu Zhuqing sat down. Nothing much, Zhu Zhuqing replied with an indifferent shake of her head. But you. Silence. Flinder interjected, glaring at Ning Rongrong for their hushed exchange. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue and promptly straightened her posture. Flinder then approached the podium, clearing his throat before addressing the 7 members of Shrek Academy. Now, I am honored to introduce a remarkable individual to you all, and that is none other than him, the Master. With that, Flinder gestured for Yu Xiaojing to step forward. He had, through years of diligent research, published a groundbreaking work that shook the Soul Master community, the 10 core theories of martial spirits. The emergence of this theory was hailed as a miracle within the Soul Master realm, earning him the esteemed title of Master. Furthermore, he was also Tang San's instructor, and from this point onward, all your training will be under his guidance. As for how to address him, Simply refer to him as Master. Flinder's introduction, laden with accolades, left Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar gazing at Yu Xiaojing in awe, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Ning Rongrong seemed to recognize the Master's name as well. She glanced between Yu Xiaojing and Tang San, as if understanding why Tang San was so remarkable. Yu Xiaojing maintained a rigid expression, his countenance somewhat dark. However, Flinder's words did bring him a morsel of satisfaction. Now, I will yield the floor to the Master to speak to you, Flinder concluded, stepping aside. Yu Xiaojing ascended to the podium, his expression still tense and shadowed. He remained silent, his gaze fixated on Zhu Zhuqing. The matter of her third spirit ring lingered in his mind, a troubling enigma that kept him awake at night. Finally, he spoke. Zhu Zhuqing, I have some inquiries to make. What is it? In a display of the utmost respect a student could muster for a teacher, Zhu Zhuqing stood. Though her demeanor remained cool and unyielding, Yu Xiaojing continued. I previously heard from teacher Zhao Wajiki that your third spirit ring surpasses 2,000 years, the Black Flame Fox spirit ring. According to my research on the 10 core theories of martial spirits, the upper limit for a soul master's third spirit ring is 1,760 years. Thus, when teacher Zhao claimed your third spirit ring exceeds 2,000 years, I was skeptical. To verify this matter, I need you to release your third spirit ring so I can examine it closely. So it was. Tang San's mentor had stated that the limit for a third spirit ring was 1,760 years, yet Shuqing's third spirit ring had surpassed 2,000 years. What did this imply? Was the master's theory flawed? Surely not, for I have heard that he possesses significant credibility within the soul master community. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong whispered among themselves, perplexed by Yu Xiaojing's inquiry. Yet, Yu Xiaojing remained unaffected by their murmurs. His sole desire was to ascertain the truth regarding Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring and whether it indeed shattered the established limit. If it were true, he needed to comprehend all aspects of Zhu Zhuqing's situation and subsequently revise his theoretical framework accordingly. Zhu Zhuqing did not refuse Yu Xiaojing's request and proceeded to unleash her third spirit ring. Merely observing the color of the spirit ring could provide a rough estimate of its age. Only those closely observing the ring could discern its precise age. Yu Xiaojing positioned himself beside Zhu Zhuqing for a better view. The more he observed, the more disbelief etched across his face, coupled with a slight tinge of embarrassment. Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor as she regarded him made his expression falter. It felt akin to an adult attempting to impress a child, only to be met with disdain. Not only was Zhu Zhuqing scrutinizing him, but Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong also regarded him with skeptical eyes, adding to his discomfort. Yet, he maintained his stiff expression, successfully masking his inner embarrassment. Clearing his throat, Yu Xiaojing averted his gaze from Zhu Zhuqing and retreated to the podium, feigning nonchalance while keeping his expression neutral. After glancing at Zhu Zhuqing, he stated, All right, Zhu Zhuqing, I have seen enough. You may retract your spirit ring. Zhu Zhuqing silently complied and returned to her seat. Teacher, why is it that Zhu Qing can absorb a spirit ring over 2,000 years old? Tang San inquired eagerly. He trusted Yu Xiaojing's words. And given that the crisis from the original story had been averted, Zhu Zhuqing had eliminated the man-faced demon spider, his third spirit ring did not exceed 1,700 years. Instead, it was derived from the spirit ring of the webvine spirit beast, aged 1,700 years, with a third spirit ability similar to that of the original story, maintaining its net-like control. Indeed, Master, did you not assert that the upper limit for a soul master's third spirit ring is 1,760 years? Then how can Shuqing's third spirit ring surpass 2,000 years? Ning Rongrong rose, her gaze filled with confusion and skepticism as she directed it toward Yu Xiaojing at the podium. Yes, Master, why is that? Oscar and Ma Hongjun echoed her sentiments. Even Flinder, Zhao Wajiki, and several instructors from Shrek Academy turned their attention to Yu Xiaojing, awaiting his response. Among them were 2 soul saints, 1 soul emperor, and several soul kings, all perplexed by how a female like Zhu Zhuqing could absorb a spirit ring over 2,000 years old without consequence. Yu Xiaojing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, falling into a contemplative silence. His expression remained rigid and somewhat grim, leading others to perceive him as deep in thought. As a result, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong awaited his answer with eager anticipation. Flinder, well aware of Yu Xiaojing's intellect, unprecedented and unparalleled, held him in the highest regard. This admiration was precisely why Flinder sought Yu Xiaojing to educate the students at his academy. Zhu Zhuqing cast a sidelong glance at the solemn Yu Xiaojing on the podium, maintaining her silence. She recalled her teacher, Gu Yi, advising her to become a person capable of thoughtful reflection and judgment. Now, she was in the midst of contemplation, assessing whether Yu Xiaojing truly possessed the vast knowledge and teaching prowess that Flinder had claimed, a master renowned in the soul master community. Why then did she feel otherwise? Moreover, as a noble of the Douluo Empire, she had never heard of his so-called 10 core theories. If it were as significant as proclaimed, how could it be unknown in the Douluo Empire? Not only the Douluo Empire, but it seems that the Heaven-Do Empire has also scarcely been mentioned. Moreover, Yu Xiaojing's claim regarding the third spirit ring's limit has already been shattered by his teacher, Gu Yi. It appears that her teacher is indeed formidable, and Gu Ye's words hold the most truth. Zhu Zhuqing reached the most accurate conclusion in her heart. Ahem. I have pondered the matter concerning why Zhu Zhuqing's third spirit ring could exceed 2,000 years, which can only be attributed to her unique nature. At present, the only ambiguous response Yu Xiaojiang could muster was rather unsatisfactory. Yu Xiaojiang turned his gaze to the Shrek 7. With a stern expression, he solemnly stated, however, you must remember one thing. Zhu Zhuqing is merely an exception. When you absorb your third spirit ring in the future, you absolutely cannot exceed 1,760 years. If you surpass this limit, your bodies will undergo changes that you cannot endure, ultimately leading to dire consequences. This statement left Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun, who had yet to reach level 30, in a state of uncertainty regarding its validity. After all, the example of Zhu Zhuqing was right before their eyes, yet the so-called master of the spirit master world, Yu Xiaojiang, spoke with little conviction. Chapter 55, Zhu Zhuqing. My teacher, do you what? Are you doubting my words? Yu Xiaojiang's rigid face turned towards Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's expression, Ma Hongjun repeatedly insisted, no, no. Yu Xiaojiang then glanced at Oscar, who also shook his head in fear. None of them dared to contradict Yu Xiaojiang at such a critical moment. After all, he was a teacher personally appointed by their principal, Flinder, and he appeared even more formidable than Flinder himself, leaving them no choice but to remain silent, satisfied with Oscar's and the others' attitudes. Yu Xiaojiang then fixed his gaze on Zhu Zhuqing, resolving to observe her closely during the training sessions he would conduct for her. He aimed to uncover the reason behind her ability to absorb a third spirit ring exceeding 2,000 years, which would enrich his own experience and knowledge. Furthermore, he felt compelled to investigate Gu Ye's martial spirit blood, hoping to delve into this area of knowledge for his own enrichment. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang recalled what Flinder and Zhao Wujin had mentioned about Zhu Zhuqing undergoing transformation through Gu Ye's martial spirit blood. Could it be? With this thought in mind, Yu Xiaojiang turned to Zhu Zhuqing, his mind racing, and promptly inquired, Zhu Zhuqing, there is something I hope you can elaborate on. As it pertains to the training plan I am preparing for you. What is it? Zhu Zhuqing asked, her tone indifferent. I need to know the details regarding the series of events when you went to Soto City to receive the martial spirit blood transformation from the physician Gu Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Flinder and the others, her brows furrowing slightly, a hint of displeasure on her face. Apologies, master. But there is nothing significant to discuss about this matter. Moreover, my teacher has instructed me not to disclose the specifics of the martial spirit blood to others. Not to disclose to others? Why? Yu Xiaojiang pressed further. His interest in Gu Ye's martial spirit blood was piqued, and he believed that understanding it was crucial for crafting an effective training plan for Zhu Zhuqing. How could she remain silent on such an essential topic? He was not seeking to appropriate this knowledge. He merely wished to enrich his understanding. Wait, Zhu Zhuqing, what did you just say? Your teacher? Yu Xiaojiang realized something was amiss in Zhu Zhuqing's earlier statement and looked at her in confusion. It was not only Yu Xiaojiang who caught the inconsistency, Flinder, Daimubai, and Tang San also sensed that Zhu Zhuqing had implied something unusual. Did she mean that Gu Yi was her teacher? Or had Zhu Zhuqing taken Gu Yi as her mentor? They regarded Zhu Zhuqing with curiosity. There was no need for Zhu Zhuqing to conceal her apprenticeship, in fact. She nodded proudly. Indeed, he is my teacher. You've taken that Gu Yi as your mentor? Flinder looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a serious expression. Choosing a mentor is not a trivial matter, as it can significantly impact a student's life. Daimubai, upon hearing this, regarded Zhu Zhuqing with an increasingly grave expression. Zhu Zhuqing, have you truly taken that Gu Yi as your teacher? Is there a problem? Moreover, who I choose as my mentor is my own business. It has nothing to do with you, Zhu Zhuqing retorted coldly. You. Daimubai was rendered speechless. Sitting beside Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth in surprise. Clearly taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's revelation of taking Gu Yi as her mentor, as it was a notion she found hard to grasp. Or perhaps she was simply too astonished. After all, in her eyes, Gu was quite handsome and met her criteria for a partner. And he was not significantly older than Zhu Zhuqing or herself. The idea of Zhu Zhuqing taking Gu Yi as her teacher was something she struggled to comprehend. Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang, and the others also looked at Zhu Zhuqing in bewilderment, observing the expressions of Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder. Zhu Zhuqing coldly asked, am I not allowed to take a mentor? No, it's just that I didn't expect you to choose that Gu Yi as your teacher. If I recall correctly, Gu Yi is not much older than you, and although he possesses exceptional medical skills, it seems he has little to offer you. Flinder voiced his doubts. Exactly. Are you perhaps hoping to learn medicine from that Gu Yi? Oscar echoed the question in his mind. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhu Zhuqing. Considering Gu Ye's mysterious persona and his ability to assist her in enhancing her own development, suddenly, an idea struck her. Could it be that Zhu Zhuqing was motivated by? Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing's figure, her expression one of exaggerated astonishment. Tang San observed Zhu Zhuqing, his expression also one of confusion. Gu Yi, whom Tang San had encountered, bore no resemblance to a teacher. Aside from his commendable medical skills, he appeared rather carefree and nonchalant. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing, with an impassive expression, inquired, Tang San, why did you choose to apprentice under Yu Xiaojiang? Tang San gazed proudly at Yu Xiaojiang on the podium, stating, my teacher is profoundly knowledgeable, possessing a vast array of information and a remarkable memory. He can enlighten me on matters of reason and discernment, as well as impart extensive knowledge regarding martial souls, enabling me to grow stronger. Although Tang San's tone remained unembellished, his words subtly conveyed admiration for Yu Xiaojiang. Considering Yu Xiaojiang's esteemed status as a theoretical master within the soul master community, along with the 10 core theories he had promulgated, and Tang San's prowess as his disciple, Tang San's praise was indeed weighty in the eyes of Oscar and his companions. However, Zhu Zhuqing's previously cold demeanor cracked into a smile, tinged with a hint of derision. She turned to Yu Xiaojiang on the podium and said in a flat tone, "Master, to speak frankly, the reason my third soul ring can absorb one exceeding 2,000 years is due to my teacher's guidance. Furthermore, in my eyes, his knowledge surpasses yours, for he is my mentor." Zhu Zhuqing's calm declaration resonated within the classroom, momentarily freezing Tang San's expression, which had been brimming with pride. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others, who had been whispering among themselves, fell silent, glancing between Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Xiaojiang, sensing the palpable tension. They understood the implications of Zhu Zhuqing's words. She was defending her teacher Gu Yi while subtly challenging Yu Xiaojiang, the theoretical master. Yu Xiaojiang, known for his assertion that a soul master's third soul ring should not exceed 1,760 years, now faced the undeniable reality that Zhu Zhuqing's third soul ring had surpassed 2,000 years, standing before him as a living testament. Tang San's earlier commendation of Yu Xiaojiang became awkward in light of Zhu Zhuqing's example. On the podium, Yu Xiaojiang surveyed Zhu Zhuqing, then his disciple Tang San, and the others, caught in a moment of indecision. Fortunately, his expression remained rigid and somewhat gloomy, concealing any signs of embarrassment. Enough about Zhu Zhuqing's apprenticeship with Gu Yi. Flander interjected, sensing the atmosphere had turned tense. Zhu Zhuqing, I shall refrain from passing judgment on your choice of mentor. However, as a student of Shrek Academy, you must commit to your studies while you are here. Do you understand? Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Director Flander, I understand. Yet I have a request I hope you will grant. What is your request? Flander inquired. Soto City is not far from Shrek Academy, and I wish to visit my teacher during my free time and nights, as he has knowledge to impart to me. Flander hesitated. After all, it was challenging to gather 7 students, and losing Zhu Zhuqing, an exceptional talent, was not something he desired. Allowing her to visit Gu Yu seemed reasonable since he was her teacher, just as Yu Xiaojiang had come to personally instruct Tang San. Flander eventually acquiesced. Very well, Zhuqing, I will permit you to visit, provided that your studies do not suffer. Rest assured, Director, I will work even harder to grow stronger. Zhu Zhuqing replied with unwavering determination. She then cast a glance at Dai Mubai before returning to her seat in silence. Dai Mubai, recalling Zhu Zhuqing's recent apprenticeship with Gu Yi and her disdainful glance towards him, felt a surge of frustration. Yet, an epiphany struck him. If Zhu Zhuqing had indeed become Gu Ye's disciple, he need not worry about any inappropriate developments between the two. After all, they were bound by the teacher-student relationship, much like Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. The notion of a romantic entanglement was utterly implausible. Relieved by this realization, Dai Mubai's expression transformed into one of delight as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly congratulating her for selecting an admirable mentor. He even contemplated visiting Gu Ye's clinic to ensure Zhu Zhuqing received proper guidance, fostering their rapport further. Chapter 56. Zhu Zhuqing's remarkable wit with the 7 students now seated. The earlier tension dissipated, and Flander ascended the podium, declaring, Now, I announce that henceforth, your education will be entirely under the master's jurisdiction. We will all cooperate with him. As you just returned yesterday, I believe you are somewhat fatigued, so today shall be a day of rest. Classes will resume tomorrow. During your expedition to the Star Dough Forest, 2 of you have attained the Soul Respect stage. Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun, who have yet to break the 30-level barrier, must also strive to catch up with the others. Master, do you have anything to add? Flander concluded, directing his question towards Yu Xiaojiang. Having lost face earlier, he sought to provide Yu Xiaojiang an opportunity to regain his standing and prepare for the upcoming lessons. Yu Xiaojiang nodded and stepped to the center of the podium, maintaining his usual stiff demeanor, revealing no signs of discomfort. Based on the information provided by Flander, I have developed a preliminary understanding of each of you. However, to gain a deeper insight into your abilities, further training and interaction will be required. Currently, Shrek Academy has only you 7 students. Although you hail from diverse backgrounds and possess distinct personalities, I perceive you as a cohesive unit. I will devise targeted teaching methods to provide you with reliable training that will enhance your capabilities. However, I must emphasize one crucial point. During the training process, I expect complete cooperation without dissent. Regardless of who you are, I will treat you all equally. As students of the Monster Academy, you must exceed the standards of ordinary soul masters. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be divided into beginner and advanced groups. Instead, there will be unified instruction. I will rank you according to your ages. Number 1, Dai Mubai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhuqing. Do you all understand? Yu Xiaojiang's gaze swept across the crowd. Tang San and Xiao Wu wholeheartedly endorsed Yu Xiaojiang's words. as they felt there was no flaw in his reasoning. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai remained silent. Even Dean Flandre entrusted everything to the master. Knowing full well his formidable capabilities, who would dare to oppose him? However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing slowly raised her hand. Upon noticing this, Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow and inquired, Zhu Zhuqing, what is it that you do not understand? I have a question that puzzles me, Zhu Zhuqing replied. Her demeanor calm as she regarded Yu Xiaojiang. What is your question? Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding welled up within Yu Xiaojiang, causing his already stern countenance to appear even more unyielding. Zhu Zhuqing, undeterred, continued. My teacher once told me that every student pays to enter the academy in pursuit of useful knowledge to enhance their strength. He also mentioned that, throughout the learning process, we must not only absorb information but also cultivate the ability to think critically, discern truth from falsehood, and judge the correctness of issues. Just now, Master, you instructed us that during our training, we must not voice any dissent. But what if your teaching methods are flawed or inherently erroneous? Are we to follow them without question and refrain from opposing you? Please do not misunderstand, Master. I am merely voicing my concerns, not questioning your teaching abilities. My teacher emphasized that as students, we must learn to make judgments and articulate our uncertainties and inquiries. Zhu Zhuqing spoke with an air of indifference, as if it were a casual remark. Particularly, her assertion, Master, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no doubts regarding your capabilities, was delivered in a tone that was both cold and unremarkable, leaving Yu Xiaojiang with no opportunity to retaliate in anger. Yet, the starkness of Zhu Zhuqing's words resonated deeply within Yu Xiaojiang, suggesting an implicit doubt regarding his competence and the authenticity of his esteemed title. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Yu Xiaojiang turned his gaze towards the perpetually aloof Zhu Zhuqing, his expression hardening further, embodying profound discomfort. In the classroom, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exchanged astonished glances at Zhu Zhuqing, as if encountering her for the first time. They had not anticipated her audacity to challenge Yu Xiaojiang's authority, especially since he was handpicked by Dean Flandre. Now, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's boldness, Yu Xiaojiang stood speechless and silent. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were equally astonished. In their memories, Zhu Zhuqing had always been reticent and frigid, yet now she exhibited an unexpected assertiveness. They observed Yu Xiaojiang at the podium, his expression stiff and darkened, and they felt an immense admiration for Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai noted that although Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry might have been somewhat abrasive, it directly addressed the crux of the matter. Yu Xiaojiang's earlier assertion that they should not oppose him did indeed raise questions, for they had merely heard of his reputation without truly knowing the depth of his expertise. Consequently, Dai Mubai and the others cast wary glances at Yu Xiaojiang, their eyes betraying a flicker of skepticism regarding whether he was truly qualified to be their teacher. Yu Xiaojiang, sensing the scrutiny, inhaled deeply to steady himself and replied with a measured tone, Zhu Zhuqing, your question is quite commendable. It is indeed beneficial for a student to engage in such critical thinking and inquiry. Your teacher has imparted sound wisdom. This is the fundamental quality a student should possess. And I often encourage Tang San in a similar manner. While Yu Xiaojiang praised Zhu Zhuqing, he could not conceal the discomfort etched across his face. Now, do any of you have further questions? If not, you may disperse. Remember, you are to gather here tomorrow morning, and I expect no absentees at breakfast. Otherwise, you shall be subjected to special training. Having concluded his remarks, Yu Xiaojiang exited the classroom with an air of urgency. While a day of rest was indeed a welcome reprieve, the recent events involving Yu Xiaojiang and Zhu Zhuqing left the students feeling both curious and apprehensive. As they watched their instructors depart, Oscar leaned toward Tang San and whispered, Tang San, it seems your teacher is even more formidable than Dean Flandre. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun and the others turned their attention to Tang San, then glanced back at Zhu Zhuqing. After all, it was Zhu Zhuqing who had rendered Tang San's teacher. Yu Xiaojiang, utterly speechless. Tang San cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Zhuqing and smiled faintly, saying, my teacher is indeed serious and meticulous in his endeavors. But as long as you adhere to his directives, you shall encounter no issues. Yet, as he spoke, he recalled Zhu Zhuqing's earlier challenge and felt a twinge of inconsistency in his words, though he chose not to amend them. He firmly believed in the soundness of Yu Xiaojiang's teachings, just as Zhu Zhuqing had faith in her own teacher, Gu Yi. Dai Mubai, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's continued silence, approached Tang San and the others with a smile, commenting, aside from me and Oscar, all 5 of you are of the same year. It is amusing that Tang San is known as Little 3 while Xiao Wu is referred to as Little 5. Ma Hongjun chuckled and quipped, 3 little sisters. Let us hear you call me 4th brother. Xiao Wu shot him a glare and retorted, I might consider calling you that. But first, where's my red envelope? Ma Hongjun scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he had spent all his money on frivolities and had nothing to offer. Ning Rongrong interjected playfully, linking her arm with Zhu Zhuqing. Fatty, if you manage to defeat Zhuqing, I might contemplate calling you that. Ma Hongjun, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing and recalling her earlier confrontation with Yu Xiaojiang, felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of her current prowess. Zhu Zhuqing, unfazed, simply stated, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Zhuqing, are you headed to Suatua City? Ning Rongrong inquired. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed with a nod. Despite the opportunity for rest, she was determined not to squander time. She intended to seek her teacher, Gu Yi, and return to her quarters for further study. Chapter 57. Ning Rongrong wishes to board the car Zhu Zhuqing. I also wish to visit Gu Yi. I will accompany you. Ning Rongrong approached, taking Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Eager to depart, she sought Gu Yi for her breast enhancement plan. Since her previous treatments by him, she had begun to notice her petite figure transforming into a more ample form, and naturally, she wished to expedite this process. As Zhu Zhuqing was now a disciple of Gu Yi, she thought perhaps he could assist her in achieving a physique akin to Zhu Zhuqing's. Ah, Rongrong, Zhuqing. You are heading to Soto City? I am also planning a visit. Shall we go together? Ma Hongjun beamed, looking expectantly at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. No. Came the expected rejection. Disheartened by the continuous refusals, Ma Hongjun turned to Dai Mubai and the others. Is anyone going into the city? It's rare to have a day off. Won't you accompany me to Soto City for a stroll? All right, fatty, I will join you, Dai Mubai replied. Having thought of Zhu Zhuqing's visit to find Gu Yi, I will accompany you as well, fatty, Tang San chimed in. Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up as he covertly glanced at the slightly perturbed Xiaowu. Old 3, has enlightenment struck you? Tang San paused momentarily. Enlightenment? I merely intend to seek out a blacksmith to see if I can hire 2 artisans to craft some items. Otherwise, outfitting each of you with gear will take an eternity, he retorted. In truth, he also wished to visit Gu Yi. As he had been feeling some discomfort in his kidneys over time, he had attempted to utilize his internal energy and soul power for recuperation, but to no avail. Perhaps, he pondered, this was the root issue Gu Yi had mentioned. However, he would not disclose his true intentions to Ma Hongjun and the others. Third brother. I will go with you. I too wish to explore, Xiaowu declared without hesitation. With Tang San going, she felt compelled to join as well. Ultimately, the 7 of them decided to journey together to Soto City. Meanwhile, in Flander's office, Yu Xiaojiang sat in a state of melancholy. What troubles you, Xiaojiang? This ISNT like you, Flander teased, noticing Yu Xiaojiang's despondence. It's nothing, just contemplating Zhu Zhuqing as teacher, Gu Yi, he replied. Why ponder that? Soto City is not far from here. If you wish to know more, why not agree to visit Soto City? Ah, speaking of which, Yi mentioned the possibility of developing a remedy for Hongyuan's martial soul deficiency. I should visit him. Shall we go together? After a moment of thought, Yu Xiaojiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, I wish to see what kind of person Gu Yu truly is. Having recently experienced a few embarrassing moments with Zhu Zhuqing, Yu Xiaojiang's curiosity about Gu Yi only intensified. After learning more about him, he was eager to determine if Gu Yi was indeed as remarkable as rumored. The two decided to leave Shrek Academy shortly to seek out Gu Yi in Soto City. Not long after, the Shrek 7 arrived at the outskirts of Soto City. Due to differing purposes, they soon split up upon arrival. Ma Hongjuan's intent was to indulge in leisure activities at a brothel, while Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong headed to Gu Yi's clinic. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiaowu, and Oscar ventured together. Dai Mubai watched Zhu Zhuqing's departing figure and remarked, Old 3, let us explore a bit before we find Zhuqing and Rongrong. Agreed, Tang San affirmed. The quartet proceeded with their plans, while Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong arrived at the entrance of Gu Yi's clinic. As usual, the clinic was bustling with patients. Predominantly young women, each radiating beauty and vitality. In the grand hall, Gu Yi diligently attended to the ailments of the common folk, his skills gradually advancing. At that moment, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong entering the hall. Master. Zhu Zhuqing respectfully greeted as she approached and stood beside Gu Yi. Gu Yi glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was following Zhu Zhuqing, and nodded. You and Ning Rongrong should head to the backyard to rest for a while. I still have some tasks to attend to. Understood. Zhu Zhuqing obediently walked into the backyard with Ning Rongrong. She was already quite familiar with this place. Upon entering the backyard, she settled down in the courtyard to wait for Gu Yi's arrival. Meanwhile, Gu Yi hastened his pace to assist the townsfolk in their recovery. Before long, he completed his tasks and made his way to the backyard. Didn't you return this morning? What brings you back? Gu Yi inquired as he sat beside Zhu Zhuqing. The classes don't start until tomorrow, and I didn't want to stay idle, so I came to find you, my teacher. I see. Gu Yi nodded in understanding as he cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, who sat beside him. He was well aware of her shamelessness in accompanying Zhu Zhuqing and understood the purpose of her visit. Zhuqing, you may proceed to my study. There are several books within that contain knowledge you must acquire. Feel free to explore them, he instructed. As for you, Rongrong, follow me. Yes. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong replied in unison. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing entered Gu Yi's study, while Ning Rongrong followed Gu Yi into a secluded room within the clinic. After Gu Yi closed the door, he took a seat on the chair. Ning Rongrong skillfully approached Gu Yi, simultaneously reaching out to present one of her heads for his careful observation. Gu Yi halted her, stating that he had already observed her abilities and deemed it unnecessary for her to display them again, for she was undoubtedly aware of the results. Ning Rongrong murmured, nodding faintly. She was acutely aware of her transformation. Indeed, it had been considerable. So, do you wish to proceed further? Gu Yi inquired, regarding her with a measure of seriousness. Yes, Ning Rongrong replied without the slightest hesitation. Do you remember your promise to me? Gu Yi asked with a smile. Of course. I recall that you desired my martial soul's blood, she acknowledged. However, Guyi, how do you intend to extract it? Unfamiliar with the specifics of the extraction process. Her curiosity was piqued. It is quite simple. You merely need to unleash your martial soul, he explained. Is that all? She questioned. Indeed. Without further contemplation, Ning Rongrong extended her hand, summoning her martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed tower, which appeared resplendent in her palm. Observing the vibrant, multicolored tower, Guyi deftly summoned his surgical knife. The white light emanating from the knife enveloped Ning Rongrong's martial soul, and in a swift motion, Guyi extracted a single drop of her martial soul's blood before restoring her martial soul to its original state. The entire process was executed with remarkable speed, leaving Ning Rongrong unaware that it had been completed. Is it done? She inquired, gazing at Guyi with a hint of confusion. Guyi nodded. That's sufficient. You were remarkably swift. I hardly felt a thing. Ning Rongrong gazed at Guyi, exclaiming in admiration. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Guyi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why did her statement sound so awkward when directed at him? Guyi, what is the matter with you? Noticing his silence, Ning Rongrong waved her hand in front of him. Guyi regained his composure and shook his head, saying, It's nothing. Let us proceed with your matters. Ning Rongrong lowered her head shyly, having resolved to accept Guyi's first method of treatment. This decision was one she had contemplated for a long time, and the thought of being attended to by such a handsome man filled her with a sense of comfort. Reassuring herself, Ning Rongrong lay down on the bed. I am ready, she declared, closing her eyes and clutching her skirt nervously. In that moment, she felt as though she was awaiting Guyi to perform certain actions that would cause the bed to stir. It was only natural for her to feel anxious, especially since this was her first experience. I shall begin now, Guyi said in a calm tone. He extended his hand, slowly and gently unfastening Ning Rongrong's clothing. While such hands-on treatment may have been a first for Ning Rongrong, it was a routine matter for Guyi, who had attended to many young women seeking his care. After all, it was merely a matter of gentle caresses and deft movements, nothing to stir Guyi's emotions. Chapter 58. Ning Rongrong caught by Zhu Zhuqing lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Ning Rongrong was so tense that her hands wrinkled her skirt. Suddenly, she felt a cool sensation at her chest, intensifying her anxiety. However, when she noticed that Guyi had not yet made a move, she yearned to open her eyes and glimpse him. Just then, she felt a pair of hands gently covering her heart, a tender touch that brought her comfort. She realized that Guyi had commenced his treatment. Biting her lip, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. The sensation of being treated by such an attractive man was entirely new to her, and to her surprise, she felt no resistance. Rather, she found herself enjoying it. Thump, thump. Ning Rongrong's heart raced, and she secretly wished for Guyi to match the rhythm of her heartbeat. She felt a tinge of embarrassment about her thoughts. Yet, Guyi was indeed gentle, especially his hands, which were remarkably tender. Could this sensation be what they referred to as a technique that penetrates the heart? Ning Rongrong mused silently. At that moment, Guyi's expression was serious, akin to that of a physician treating a patient with utmost gravitas. Observing the expression on Ning Rongrong's delicate face, he softly advised, Rongrong, try to relax. If you're too tense, we can postpone the treatment. No, I'm fine. I'm not nervous, Ning Rongrong replied urgently, fearing that Guyi might cease his ministrations. Upon witnessing this, Guyi shook his head, his expression grave and earnest as he continued. While Guyi assisted Ning Rongrong with her treatment, in the study of the medical hall, Zhu Zhuqing was engrossed in perusing the tomes lining the shelves. Many of these volumes pertained to medicine, but her focus was solely on understanding the medical texts. Her mentor, Guyi, had emphasized the necessity of comprehending human anatomy deeply. Only then could she swiftly and accurately vanquish her adversaries during combat. Zhu Zhuqing picked up a book entitled Human Anatomy and began to leaf through its pages. The illustrations of human organs were meticulously detailed and exceptionally clear. As she studied, Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her mentor, Guyi, possessed such profound knowledge of the human body, even to the extent of delineating meridians and the intimate anatomical structures of both genders. Gazing at the illustrations, Zhu Zhuqing recalled a previous occasion when Guyi had demonstrated a concept through personal experience. She glanced at a small illustration in the book and was startled to find a resemblance to her mentor, a blush inexplicably rising to her cheeks. Quickly shaking her head, she dispelled those errant thoughts and resumed her earnest reading. Zhu Zhuqing was particularly diligent in her study of meridians and acupoints. She remembered Guyi mentioning during breakfast that a clear understanding of acupoints was essential for mastering a unique ability to strike acupoints. This ability, when wielded with soul power, could immobilize, paralyze, induce unconsciousness, and confine movement, yielding remarkably powerful effects. As half an hour passed, Zhu Zhuqing absorbed a wealth of knowledge regarding human anatomy and the intricate pathways of meridians and acupoints. In just that brief period, her understanding of the human body felt elevated, especially in certain aspects. Why has my teacher not yet returned? Zhu Zhuqing pondered, placing the book back on the shelf. Her thoughts then turned to Ning Rongrong. Her mentor had taken Ning Rongrong into the room earlier. Perhaps there was a matter requiring her teacher's attention. Yet, what could possibly necessitate such an extended duration behind closed doors? With a hint of suspicion, Zhu Zhuqing stepped out of the study. Soon, she found herself outside the door to the room where Gu Yi had accompanied Ning Rongrong. Be gentle, it hurts, just a little. Ning Rongrong's voice emerged from within. Rest assured, this is the lightest I can manage, Gu Yi reassured her. Zhu Zhuqing, standing outside, could vaguely hear the conversation between them, evoking unsettling imaginings. Having absorbed her own martial soul's essence and undergone enhancements from Gu Ye's cellular fortification serum, her hearing had become remarkably acute. She discerned a slight tremor in Ning Rongrong's voice, which felt somewhat amiss. Could it be that my teacher and Rongrong are? A thought that should not have surfaced intruded upon Zhu Zhuqing's mind. Yet, once it appeared, it proved difficult to dispel. Creak. The soft sound of the door echoed as Zhu Zhuqing's hand, seemingly acting of its own volition, opened it. Upon entering, she beheld her mentor, Gu Yi, fully dressed and seated at the bedside, and inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, upon a closer inspection, her gaze fell upon an astonishing sight. Ning Rongrong lay upon the bed, with her teacher Gu Yi administering treatment with his hands. Zhu Zhuqing found herself unable to tear her eyes away from the scene. "You Qing? How did you come in here?" Gu Yi inquired, his voice breaking the tension. Upon encountering Zhu Zhuqing at the entrance, Gu Yi inquired with a sense of nonchalance. After all, he was merely assisting Ning Rongrong with her treatment, not engaging in anything that would warrant forgetfulness. "You, Qing." Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, who was undergoing treatment by Gu Yi, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, her voice trembling with anxiety. "Ah," she then cried out, flustered, as she clutched her chest, only to realize that it was futile. In a moment of panic, she recklessly embraced Gu Yi, seeking refuge behind him to shield her from Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. "Teacher, you and Rongrong." Zhu Zhuqing observed the peculiar scene of Gu Yi and the embracing Ning Rongrong, her expression reflecting a mixture of oddity and displeasure. "Ahem, this." Gu Yi glanced at the bashful Ning Rongrong, who was shyly hiding behind him, feeling a hint of awkwardness. This situation resembled a woman seeking treatment for her modest bosom, only to be interrupted by her closest friend while being attended to by a handsome male physician. Zhu Zhuqing's sudden appearance left Ning Rongrong momentarily bewildered, her mind swirling with a mix of embarrassment and discomfort, compelling her to cling tightly to Gu Yi without releasing her grasp. "Zhuqing, please step outside for a moment. I will explain everything to you later." Given Ning Rongrong's intimate embrace, Gu Yi had no choice but to request Zhu Zhuqing to leave. "All right." Zhu Zhuqing recognized her abrupt intrusion, but was at a loss as to why she had barged in unannounced. After casting a glance at Ning Rongrong, she quietly stepped outside to wait. "Now that Zhu Zhuqing has exited, you may release me." Gu Yi gently patted Ning Rongrong's back, signaling her to remain calm. While Gu Yi, an experienced and well-traveled physician, maintained his composure, Ning Rongrong found it nearly impossible to do the same. Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware of all her private matters. She looked at Gu Yi with a sense of grievance. "Ahem, my dear Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing is my disciple, and you share a sisterly bond with her. Please rest assured. There is no need for overthinking. After all, I am a physician, merely assisting you with your treatment. This is a perfectly normal occurrence. You must understand that I have employed this method to assist countless women before. Therefore, there is no need for excessive contemplation. Do you comprehend?" Gu Yi gently patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder, signaling her to remain composed. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong gradually calmed herself. "Very well. I shall step outside to explain things to Zhu Zhuqing. You can prepare yourself and join us shortly." As Gu Yi finished speaking, he exited the room. Outside, Zhu Zhuqing appeared to have been waiting for an eternity. The moment she saw Gu Yi emerge, she eagerly approached him, yearning to uncover the details of what had just transpired with Ning Rongrong. Gu Yi spoke to Zhu Zhuqing in an utterly unassuming tone, stating that he was merely aiding Ning Rongrong in her recovery. "Is that truly all there is to it, master?" Zhu Zhuqing questioned, her skepticism evident. It seemed too simplistic to her. Furthermore, why would he use such delicate gestures upon Ning Rongrong? With a sudden flick, Gu Yi playfully tapped Zhu Zhuqing on the head, exclaiming with mild irritation, "What more do you wish for? Do you truly perceive me as such a person?" "Not at all. I merely find it." Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, recalling how her teacher had treated her dear friend Ning Rongrong, which struck her as peculiar, especially since she had just witnessed Gu Ye's hands at work in Ning Rongrong's treatment. Stealing a glance at Gu Yi, she noted his expression remained consistently serene, devoid of any impropriety, leading her to realize that perhaps her thoughts had wandered astray. Her teacher, Gu Yi, was a man of such integrity. How could he possibly take advantage of Ning Rongrong? Moments later, Ning Rongrong emerged from the room. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing beside Gu Yi, she appeared slightly bashful, her movements slow and hesitant. Although the distance was minimal, it took her an unusually long time to reach them. "Rongrong, the teacher has clarified everything for me. I apologize. I misunderstood you earlier," Zhu Zhuqing said earnestly. "No, it's nothing," Ning Rongrong replied softly, shaking her head. She glanced at Gu Yi, then at his hands, uncertain of what to say next. Chapter 59. Gu Ye's request to Zhu Zhuqing. Now that Zhu Zhuqing was aware of Gu Ye's intentions regarding enhancing her figure, Ning Rongrong felt no need to conceal anything further. After explaining everything clearly to Zhu Zhuqing, she felt a sense of relief. All right, now that everything is clarified, please. Both of you, come in and take a seat, Gu Yi instructed. Yes, master, they responded in unison, following Gu Yi into the room to sit down. Gu Yi picked up a teacup and poured himself a cup, savoring its flavor. He then glanced at Ning Rongrong and remarked, Zhu Qing has acknowledged me as her mentor. You must be aware of that. Indeed. Ning Rongrong nodded in affirmation. Zhu Qing is now my disciple. Shortly, I shall impart some knowledge to her. As a support-type soul master, you may find it somewhat irrelevant, yet you are welcome to remain if you wish. Ah, by the way, I extracted a drop of your martial spirit blood earlier. Upon your return, you may experience a brief period of weakness. This medicine will aid in your recovery. Gu Yi handed a vial of medicine to Ning Rongrong and continued, Very well. If you wish to stay and listen, you may do so. If you prefer to leave, you may depart now. I will stay, Ning Rongrong replied without the slightest hesitation, clutching the vial Gu Yi had given her. She was eager to learn what Gu Yi would discuss with Zhu Qing. Remaining meant she could both listen and observe. All right then, Gu Yi conceded. Gu Yi paid little attention to the matter at hand. His intention was to impart certain principles to Zhu Zhuqing. He also aimed to set specific goals for her, which Ning Rongrong received with nonchalance. He then turned his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing. The process of her development had already commenced, and he relished both the journey and its eventual outcome. He held a deep appreciation for Zhu Zhuqing's character. On the surface, she appeared aloof and taciturn. Yet her words often struck at the heart of the matter, delivering a decisive blow. Furthermore, her diligence and clear objectives were traits that Gu Yi greatly admired. In addition to strengthening Zhu Zhuqing and deepening her understanding of various knowledge, Gu Yi sought to cultivate within her the heart of a true warrior. While she had already begun to exhibit this quality, it was still insufficient. Thus, Gu Yi was determined to thoroughly nurture Zhu Zhuqing, instilling in her an indomitable spirit befitting one of her caliber. Her forthcoming task would involve her unwavering commitment to participating in the soul arena of Soto City daily. Currently, Zhu Zhuqing was at the 31st level, and Gu Yi insisted that she rely solely on her physical speed, agility, and the first and second soul skills to compete in the arena, ultimately achieving invincibility in the realm of soul grandmaster battles. Gu Yi's demands appeared rather daunting, however. For Zhu Zhuqing, who had undergone the cell-enhancing potion and the spirit blood serum, it was not an unattainable task. Her physical strength, flexibility, speed, and reaction time surpassed those of countless others. In this realm, no one at her level could compare to the current Zhu Zhuqing. Once she fully comprehended the intricacies of human anatomy, meridians, and acupoints, and adeptly applied this knowledge in combat, she would find herself invincible among her peers. Upon hearing Gu Yi's stringent requirements for Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong immediately retorted, Gu Yi, your expectations are excessively stringent. It is utterly impossible for anyone to achieve such feats. What do you think, Zhuqing? Gu Yi did not respond to Ning Rongrong, but instead turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing. I will succeed, Zhu Zhuqing declared with unwavering determination. She could sense the profound changes within her body, feeling far more powerful than ever before. Thus, she was resolute in not disappointing Gu Yi's expectations of her. Ning Rongrong, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's lack of hesitation, quickly interjected, Zhuqing, remember, you will be fighting in the soul arena, where everyone possesses rich combat experience. And you have only recently ascended to the soul sovereign rank. Gu Yi's demand for you to be invincible among soul sovereigns is simply unattainable. You must not agree to this. Rongrong, I believe Zhuqing can achieve it. If you doubt her, perhaps we could wager. If Zhuqing truly fails, I will assist you in reaching your desired level of treatment, Gu Yi said with a smile, glancing at Ning Rongrong's chest. Such a proposition held considerable allure for Ning Rongrong. And should Zhuqing succeed, I shall claim something from you, a process that will necessitate entering your body. And it will take some time. You must not oppose this. Gu Yi gazed at Ning Rongrong with a smile, patiently awaiting her response. If it's a gamble, then let it be. There's nothing to fear. Ning Rongrong remained skeptical of Gu Yi's words. Her doubt did not stem from a lack of faith in Zhu Zhuqing's abilities, but rather from the daunting challenge that lay ahead for the current Zhu Zhuqing in the soul arena. It would be exceedingly difficult for her to emerge victorious against Ning Rongrong, especially while limited to utilizing only her first and second soul skills. Zhuqing, whether I can triumph over Rongrong depends on you, Gu Yi remarked with a knowing glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Entrusting Zhu Zhuqing with the fate of Ning Rongrong seemed rather intriguing. Teacher, I will certainly strive to succeed, Zhu Zhuqing replied with firm determination. For the sake of her teacher, she was resolute in her commitment to achieve this goal. Gu Yi gazed at Ning Rongrong with a satisfied smile, then led Zhu Zhuqing into the courtyard, where she personally engaged in a sparring session with her. Gu Yi is currently a level 49 soul master of the Four Rings, and with his formidable prowess, it is evident that Zhu Zhuqing is no match for him. To enhance the training experience, Gu Yi has suppressed his level to 31 to spar with Zhu Zhuqing. In the courtyard, the sound of combat soon reverberates through the air. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing, breathless, gazes at her teacher, astonished by his strength. Although their engagement may be termed a spar, it is more akin to guidance. As Zhu Zhuqing realizes that even with Gu Ye's level suppressed to 31, she remains at a disadvantage. Teacher, how can you predict the precise location of my every attack in advance? Zhu Zhuqing inquires, puzzled. This is related to mental strength, Gu Ye explains. The potency of a soul master's mental fortitude is crucial for your future endeavors. However, at this stage, it is nearly impossible for you to harness it. Why is that? Zhu Zhuqing, eager to learn, asks. Gu Ye paused to explain to Zhu Zhuqing that in this world, soul masters were utterly incapable of wielding spiritual power prior to the soul Douluo stage, unless they possessed unique techniques or soul bones. The reason Ancient Yi is able to wield his spiritual power lies in the existence of a system. Subsequently, as Ancient Yi practiced with Zhu Zhuqing, he simultaneously imparted his teachings to her. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong sat by the side, observing the duo in the courtyard, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, Ancient Yi was closely embracing Zhu Zhuqing from behind, their bodies intimately aligned. One of his arms encircled her waist while the other hand held hers. Their movements synchronizing as if they were engaged in a dance, sometimes advancing, sometimes retreating, appearing leisurely yet displaying remarkable force when they attacked. The more Ning Rongrong watched, the more she felt uneasy. However, with her limited perspective, she could not comprehend that Ancient Yi was personally instructing Zhu Zhuqing in some unique secret techniques. At that very moment, in the city of Soto, Tang San, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu had completed their own tasks. Let us go find Zhuqing and Rongrong, Tang San suggested. All right, then let us depart, came the reply. The four of them made their way to Ancient Yi's clinic. Familiar with the route, it was not long before they arrived outside the clinic. Noticing the sign indicating that the clinic was open only through a small door, they speculated that Ancient Yi and Zhu Zhuqing were likely in the backyard. Let us go in, Tang San urged. Given their acquaintance with Ancient Yi, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were inside, and without much thought, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar entered the clinic. Having been there before, Tang San was particularly familiar with the place, especially after nearly being injected with a female hormone by Ancient Yi. He headed straight for the backyard. Upon arriving, they witnessed two figures gracefully dancing together. Indeed, it appeared as though they were engaged in a dance, a man embracing a woman's waist from behind while holding her hand. Their movements synchronized. As they gained momentum, their pace quickened, creating the illusion of a dance. Dai Mubai and Tang San focused intently, suddenly realizing that the duo was none other than Zhu Zhuqing and Ancient Yi. Additionally, Ning Rongrong sat nearby, leisurely enjoying the spectacle of their dance. Dai Mubai's gaze fixated on Ancient Yi's hand encircling Zhu Zhuqing's waist, igniting an inexplicable fury within him, akin to witnessing his beloved dancing intimately with another man. Given Dai Mubai's impulsive nature, it was only natural for him to feel provoked. Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai called out, intending to approach, but Tang San restrained him. Confused, Dai Mubai furrowed his brow, questioning Tang San's actions. Dai Mubai, it seems Ancient Yi and Zhu Zhuqing are engaged in some form of training. Approaching them would be disruptive, Tang San explained. Having practiced martial arts himself, he recognized that the seemingly dance-like movements were, in fact, a coordinated exercise with remarkable rhythm and speed. Upon hearing Tang San's reasoning, Dai Mubai began to calm down, considering that Zhu Zhuqing and Ancient Yi were in a teacher-student relationship. However, his attention returned to Ancient Yi's hand, which was dangerously close to a certain position on Zhu Zhuqing's waist. And the intimate proximity of their bodies made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, noticing Tang San and Xiao Wu, waved them over. Rongrong, what exactly are Zhuqing and Ancient Yi doing? Xiao Wu inquired as she took a seat beside Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai also approached, eager to learn more about what was transpiring between Zhu Zhuqing and Ancient Yi, especially since their current posture seemed to suggest something unusual. Oh, Zhuqing and Ancient Yi are training. Ancient Yi mentioned he would teach her a powerful ability, but I cannot comprehend it, so I simply sit here and watch. Ning Rongrong replied. Tang San, observing the pair, noted the extraordinary nature of the ability Ancient Yi was imparting to Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Dai Mubai, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words and Tang San's confirmation, scrutinized Ancient Yi. Yet, beyond the intimate embrace, he could discern nothing else. The only apparent detail was the excessive closeness between Ancient Yi and Zhu Zhuqing, which was profoundly unsettling for Dai Mubai as Zhu Zhuqing's fiancée. Compounding his discomfort was the fact that Ancient Yi was not only her teacher, but was also imparting skills to her, while Dai Mubai could do nothing but watch their closeness unfold before him. Tang San, observing, noted that the footwork of Ancient Yi and Zhu Zhuqing was forming a peculiar pattern, resembling a specific style of movement. The more he watched, the greater his astonishment grew. Gu Yi was indeed instructing Zhu Zhuqing in a certain footwork technique, which he had acquired from the system. When Dai Mubai and Tang San entered, Gu Yi was already aware of their presence. However, he chose to disregard them and continued his lesson with Zhu Zhuqing. Gu Yi did not cease his movements, and naturally, as his disciple, Zhu Zhuqing continued undeterred. Even with Dai Mubai and Tang San's arrival, Zhu Zhuqing remained unfazed. She persisted in her training, synchronizing her steps with those of her esteemed teacher, Gu Yi. At that moment, The pace of their movements quickened significantly. A bead of fragrant sweat trickled down Zhu Zhuqing's cheek, her breath becoming increasingly erratic. Clearly, the intense exertion alongside Gu Yi was beginning to take its toll on her. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing pressed on, adhering to the footwork taught by Gu Yi, her speed intensifying as she moved. Dai Mubai observed intently from the sidelines. Able to distinctly see the perspiration on Zhu Zhuqing's face due to fatigue, he could also keenly sense her breath becoming labored as exhaustion set in. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in astonishment, yet he remained a mere spectator, for Gu Yi was currently Zhu Zhuqing's mentor, imparting to her some unique techniques. Their joint practice was a commonplace occurrence. As a sigh escaped Zhu Zhuqing's lips, she exhaled deeply, evidently fatigued. Simultaneously, Gu Yi halted, and upon his cessation, Zhu Zhuqing collapsed softly into his embrace. "Are you all right?" Gu Yi inquired, holding her delicate form with concern. "Teacher, I am fine," Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head gently as she leaned against him. "The training was indeed taxing, and your stamina has been significantly depleted. Allow me to carry you to your room for a rest." "Yes, thank you, teacher," Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude, nestling into Gu Ye's arms. At that moment, she genuinely felt weary. The rigorous training, during which Gu Yi had personally demonstrated and taught her numerous techniques, had absorbed her full attention and dedication, ultimately leading to her current state of exhaustion. Gu Yi bent down and lifted Zhu Zhuqing, intending to carry her into the room. At that moment, Dai Mubai approached and intercepted Gu Yi. Gu Yi cast a fleeting glance at Dai Mubai, noting the slight redness in his eyes and the tension in his clenched fists, suggesting a simmering agitation. However, Gu Yi remained unperturbed. He regarded Dai Mubai with a tone of indifference and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss? If not, I shall take my disciple back to her quarters for some rest." Dai Mubai's gaze drifted towards Zhu Zhuqing, who was cradled in Gu Ye's arms. Having just engaged in training with Gu Yi, her face still glistened with perspiration, and she nestled intimately against him. Gu Yi held her in a manner reminiscent of a princess carry, their close proximity easily giving rise to speculation. Yet, both Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Yi were aware of their respective standings. They were, after all, master and disciple. As Gu Yi held Zhu Zhuqing, it seemed there was nothing inappropriate about the gesture. Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words. "Allow me," he offered, extending his hand in an attempt to take Zhu Zhuqing from Gu Ye's embrace. After all, he was Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, and it was quite natural for him to carry her after she had exhausted herself training alongside Gu Yi. However, Gu Yi did not spare Dai Mubai a glance, dismissively stating, "No need," as he carried Zhu Zhuqing back to his room. Upon reaching the doorstep, he glanced back at Dai Mubai and Tang San, asserting, "None of you are allowed to enter." The backyard belonged to Gu Yi, and without permission, Dai Mubai and Tang San had already trespassed. If they were to intrude upon Gu Ye's room, it would transcend mere trespassing. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar gathered beside Dai Mubai, observing Gu Yi as he retreated to his room with Zhu Zhuqing, obediently refraining from following. Dai Mubai fixed his gaze upon Gu Yi and the embraced Zhu Zhuqing, yearning to inquire, "Are you truly just teacher and student? What could Gu Yi possibly intend by denying them entry?" Yet before Dai Mubai could voice his question, a resounding thud echoed as Gu Yi entered the room, firmly shutting the door behind him. Inside, Gu Yi gently laid the weary Zhu Zhuqing upon the bed, advising, "Rest here for a while. Wait until you regain some strength before coming out, understood?" "Yes, I understand, teacher," Zhu Zhuqing replied, resembling a docile little kitten. Obediently acknowledging his words, Gu Yi extended his hand, gently wiping the sweat from Zhu Zhuqing's cheek before stepping outside, leaning against the bed. Zhu Zhuqing watched Gu Yi leave the room, and a subtle smile unexpectedly graced her otherwise serene face. Gu Yi stepped outside the courtyard and regarded Dai Mubai and Tang San, who had intruded upon private premises, with an indifferent air. "If you have something to say, then say it. Are you truly Zhu Zhuqing's teacher?" Dai Mubai queried, his urgency palpable as he approached without a moment's hesitation. The sight of Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing's intimate interaction had lingered in his mind, compelling him to voice the question. "Is there any need for doubt?" "I am indeed Zhuqing's mentor," Gu Yi replied earnestly. "That is sufficient. That is sufficient," Dai Mubai responded, reassured by Gu Ye's solemn demeanor, which dispelled the remnants of his skepticism. He reassured himself that Gu Ye's earlier embrace of Zhu Zhuqing during their practice was merely a manifestation of a teacher guiding a disciple, allowing him to gradually find peace with the situation. "Hey, Gu Yi, what were you and Zhuqing doing just now? Your movements were so varied in pace." It felt rather peculiar, Xiao Wu inquired, her confusion evident as she recalled the sight of Gu Yi holding Zhu Zhuqing in the midst of their exercise. Gu Yi cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu. What he had been doing with Zhu Zhuqing was rather evident, wasn't it? He had been engaging in cultivation exercises with Zhu Zhuqing, a matter that hardly warranted inquiry. Chapter 61. Gu Ye's subtle mockery of Yu Xiaojiang. "This is a skill I taught Zhuqing. It's not for you to know." Gu Yi disregarded Xiao Wu's question, offering no response. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. I shall inquire upon our return," Xiao Wu thought to herself. Given her close relationship with Zhu Zhuqing, she was confident that upon their return, A simple question would elicit a response from Zhu Zhuqing. Nevertheless, Xiaowu was still somewhat curious as to why Gu Yi had suddenly taken Zhu Zhuqing as his disciple, prompting her to persistently pursue the matter. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong stood beside Gu Yi, having recently benefited from his healing touch, and now regarded him with a somewhat girlish demeanor. Observing Xiaowu's relentless questioning, she occasionally interjected, engaging in conversation with Gu Yi. On the other hand, Oscar felt a twinge of unease as he witnessed Ning Rongrong's closeness to Gu Yi. It was apparent to everyone at Shrek Academy that he harbored feelings for her, and she likely knew it as well. Yet, Ning Rongrong often ignored his advances, which left Oscar feeling somewhat vexed. Now, seeing the woman he adored interacting so joyfully with another man, occasionally displaying a coy demeanor in public, his heart sank. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by an unexpected voice. Xiao San, Mubai, what brings you all here? Upon hearing the footsteps, Gu Yi immediately discerned who had arrived. Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong. And the others also turned their attention toward the familiar sound. Teacher Dean, exclaimed Tang San and Xiao Wu in surprise upon recognizing the newcomers as Yu Xiaojiang and Fland. They had arrived outside the medical hall earlier and, upon hearing the voices of Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, had entered, not expecting to find nearly all the students from Shrek Academy gathered within. Teacher, what brings you here? Tang San hurriedly approached Yu Xiaojiang, glancing at Fland. Dai Mubai and the others exchanged glances before joining Fland's side. We have matters to discuss. Regarding this esteemed ancient physician, Yu Xiaojiang replied lightly, directing his gaze toward Gu Yi, who stood beside Ning Rongrong. Although Ning Rongrong was glad to see Yu Xiaojiang and Fland, she remained steadfastly beside Gu Yi. Upon realizing that Yu Xiaojiang had come to seek Gu Yi's assistance, she instinctively inquired, Master, are you here for medical treatment? As soon as the words left her lips, Ning Rongrong sensed the inappropriateness of her question, as it implied that Yu Xiaojiang was unwell in front of others, which came across as rather impolite. Yu Xiaojiang, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's inquiry, cast her a glance, appearing somewhat indifferent. Indeed, he had sought Gu Yi's expertise for his martial soul deficiency, however. Ning Rongrong's question rendered him momentarily speechless. At this moment, Gu Yi cast his gaze towards Yu Xiaojiang. Zhu Zhuqing had already informed him about Yu Xiaojiang's arrival at Shrek Academy. This legendary figure, renowned in the spirit master realm as a theoretical master, left Gu Yi at a loss for words. After all, Gu Yi was quite aware of the superficiality of Yu Xiaojiang's knowledge, in the series of instances involving plagiarism. However, he was taken aback to discover that Yu Xiaojiang would visit his medical clinic. It did make him wonder whether Yu Xiaojiang sought his assistance for a treatment concerning his martial soul deficiency. Upon further contemplation, it indeed seemed plausible. Subsequently, Gu Yi employed the surgical system to conduct a thorough scan of Yu Xiaojiang. Upon scanning, he was astonished by the multitude of symptoms presented by Yu Xiaojiang. Conditions such as hypocrisy, physical debility, and kidney deficiency were merely minor ailments. What truly astounded Gu Yi was the task issued by his surgical system regarding Yu Xiaojiang, which was even more severe than that of Tang San. Having been in this world for quite some time, it was his first encounter with a patient like Yu Xiaojiang, whose exterior did not match his interior. For someone like Yu Xiaojiang, if I do not perform an extravagant surgery that leaves him utterly transformed, it would seem unjust to the multitude of ailments he bears. Gu Yi gazed at Yu Xiaojiang, his heart filled with awe. Under the peculiar scrutiny of Gu Yi's gaze, Yu Xiaojiang felt an inexplicable chill enveloping him. Clearing his throat, Yu Xiaojiang quickly approached Gu Yi and inquired, You must be the esteemed physician Gu Yi, am I correct? Indeed, that is I, Gu Yi replied. Gu Yi nodded and then complimented, You must be the renowned theoretical master of the spirit master realm, Yu Xiaojiang, am I right? I have profound admiration for your theory on the 10 core principles of martial souls. When I first heard of this theory, I marveled at the existence of such extraordinary talent in this world. Now that I stand before your esteemed presence, I am truly left in awe. Gu Yi's flattery, though received by Yu Xiaojiang with a seemingly unchanged, stiff visage, stirred a subtle satisfaction within him. After all, it was merely the praise of others, a trivial fame that held little significance. Yu Xiaojiang humbly waved his hand, adopting an air of indifference, resembling a person of lofty ideals. Master, you are too modest. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. Now that I stand before you, my reverence only intensifies. Conveniently, I have numerous inquiries regarding the knowledge of martial souls that I wish to discuss with you. Gu Yi smiled at Yu Xiaojiang, appearing genuinely eager to seek guidance. However, beneath his smile, he contemplated how to discreetly administer a dose of female hormones to Yu Xiaojiang later. He also pondered how to enhance Yu Xiaojiang's appearance and alter his voice, all while ensuring it was done with Yu Xiaojiang's consent. Yu Xiaojiang, intrigued, looked at Gu Yi. He intended to inquire whether Gu Yi could remedy his martial soul deficiencies, and now Gu Yi also had questions for him, presenting an opportune moment. This way, he would not need to beg Gu Yi for assistance. If Gu Yi could indeed resolve his martial soul issues and help him surpass the 30th level, he could rightfully accept the treatment. After all, Gu Yi's insights were not something just anyone could obtain. You see, Gu Yi began. I possess a profound interest in researching certain unique phenomena, much like my medical expertise, which has been cultivated through a relentless pursuit of truth, deep practical engagement, and rigorous study. culminating in my current medical achievements. Beyond medicine, I harbor a significant fascination with martial souls. When I first encountered the 10 core theories of martial souls you published, Master, I was utterly astounded. One particular theory, regarding the limits of soul rings for soul masters, left me in awe, prompting me to wonder how you, Master, could have acquired such extensive knowledge. Could it truly be the work of a single individual? Gu Yi, with a mischievous smile, turned his gaze towards the somewhat somber-faced Yu Xiaojiang and remarked, thus, driven by curiosity and interest, I conceived a notion. Could we possibly create a unique soul master whose soul rings surpass the theoretical limits you, Master, have defined? After all, theories are lifeless, while humans are vibrant. Wouldn't you agree, Master? Upon uttering this, Gu Yi glanced at the stoic Yu Xiaojiang, who remained silent and chuckled inwardly. He continued, as for Zhu Zhuqing, she is my disciple. Under my guidance, she has already acquired the ability to absorb soul rings that exceed your so-called limits. She has not disappointed me. Her third soul ring has indeed surpassed 2,000 years, nearing 3,000, thereby exceeding the limits you have proposed. Moreover, after Zhu Zhuqing attains her fourth soul ring, my expectations will remain elevated. Your defined limits will merely serve as the bare minimum for her. I am confident she will not let me down. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he noticed that Yu Xiaojiang remained silent, his expression rigid. Beside him, Tang San, Mubai, and Flinder appeared somewhat displeased. In an effort to avoid coming across as provocative or mocking, Gu Yi offered a friendly smile and clarified, Master, please do not misunderstand. I am neither attempting to provoke you nor questioning the originality of your 10 core theories. I harbor no doubts regarding the validity of your published soul ring limits. My sole intention is to nurture a true genius, as it is merely a personal passion of mine. Gu Yi waved his hands casually, his demeanor indifferent, exuding an air reminiscent of a masterful elder brother in a classic scene from Duan Shui Lu. Ning Rongrong, observing Gu Yi, was taken aback by his eloquence. It was no wonder Zhu Zhuqing had previously rendered Yu Xiaojiang speechless. She must have learned it all from her esteemed mentor. Ning Rongrong stole a glance at Yu Xiaojiang, who maintained a rigid, expressionless visage, making it difficult to discern whether he was angry or merely perturbed. However, a closer inspection revealed a twitch at the corner of his mouth and a slight pallor to his face, possibly a reaction to Gu Yi's seemingly admiring remarks. Flinder, standing beside Yu Xiaojiang, also exhibited a slight grimace. It was evident to any discerning observer that Gu Yi's words, while appearing complimentary, were laced with veiled sarcasm, effectively silencing Yu Xiaojiang. After all, Gu Yi had just brought up Zhu Zhuqing, whose third spirit ring had surpassed 2 millennia, a fact that would undoubtedly undermine Yu Xiaojiang's staunch theoretical assertions. Without that example, Yu Xiaojiang might have been able to refute Gu Yi's claims with righteous indignation, asserting that his 10 core theories were indeed valid. In the realm of spirit masters, who would not regard Yu Xiaojiang as a master? Yet now, Zhu Zhuqing's emergence was a resounding slap to his face. Fortunately, Yu Xiaojiang's expression remained impassive, concealing any embarrassment he might have felt. Perhaps this was the reason for his habitual frown. Chapter 62, Yu Xiaojiang's desire to heal after a moment of silence. Yu Xiaojiang's mind raced as he sought a retort to Gu Yi while simultaneously hoping to regain some dignity before the assembled crowd. Just as he prepared to speak, the door to Gu Yi's room swung open, and the recovered Zhu Zhuqing stepped out. She had regained her strength, having been stirred by the commotion outside and deciding to emerge rather than rest further. Master, Zhu Zhuqing called affectionately as she approached Gu Yi. Yu Qing, why not rest a little longer? Gu Yi, upon seeing his beloved disciple, disregarded Yu Xiaojiang and the others, gently ruffling her hair. This affectionate gesture made Zhu Zhuqing somewhat bashful, especially in front of the Shrek group. However, she maintained an air of aloofness, appearing unconcerned, and replied coolly, I have already recovered. I heard the noise outside and came to see what was happening, only to find the Master and Dean Flinder here. Ah, I see. I too am somewhat surprised. By the way, I am curious about the purpose of your visit, Master and Dean Flinder, Gu Yi inquired, seeming to have entirely forgotten his earlier jibes at Yu Xiaojiang. Well, Flinder glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, then at the other members of Shrek Academy, hesitating. Given Gu Yi's earlier demeanor towards Yu Xiaojiang, it was clear that Gu Yi was no benign figure. His words were sharp and incisive. As a loyal friend, Flinder felt compelled to safeguard Yu Xiaojiang's dignity. It would be more prudent for Yu Xiaojiang to take the lead in this conversation. Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath, appearing calm and unperturbed by Gu Yi's earlier sarcasm. I heard from Flinder that you might possess the ability to cure Ma Hongjuan's spirit defect. So I wanted to inquire if you truly have such a capability. Yu Xiaojiang refrained from divulging that his own spirit had been stunted by mutations, rendering him unable to surpass the 30th level for a lifetime. He was eager to ascertain the validity of Gu Yi's reputed medical prowess. Despite the lingering irritation from Gu Yi's earlier remarks, if Gu Yi could indeed offer a cure, that annoyance would pale in comparison to his lifelong aspiration to break through the 30th level. Oh, is that so? Gu Yi, having grasped the situation, did not immediately respond. Instead, he scrutinized Yu Xiaojiang for a moment and remarked, as it happens, I have indeed formulated a remedy concerning Ma Hongjuan's spirit defect. However, it seems that you, Master, are also in need of some healing. As Gu Yi's words echoed, Dai Bai, Xiao Wu, and the others turned their gazes in unison towards Yu Xiaojiang. Upon hearing this, a flicker of indignation ignited within Tang San's heart. Yu Xiaojiang was not only his mentor but also the person he held in the highest regard. He had already sensed the underlying malice in Gu Ye's earlier jibe. And now, with Gu Yi further insinuating that his teacher was unwell, Tang San stepped forward with a stoic expression and remarked, "Dr. Gu, I hold your medical skills in high esteem. However, your repeated disparagement of my teacher seems rather excessive, does it not?" Gu Yi did not respond to Tang San's words. Instead, he turned to Yu Xiaojiang and inquired, "Master, do you believe I have gone too far? If speaking the truth is deemed excessive, then I apologize, esteemed guests. Please feel free to leave." Gu Yi pointed towards the doorway, indicating that Tang San and his companions should depart. However, Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. Stepping forward to speak, "Xiao San, Gu Yi is not mistaken. I indeed have an ailment." "Teacher, you are unwell? In what way?" Tang San gazed at Yu Xiaojiang, confusion and concern swirling within him, echoed by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who shared similar sentiments. The revelation that Yu Xiaojiang was afflicted by an illness was unsettling, particularly as he had openly acknowledged it. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at the members of Shrek and sighed. "You should be aware of Ma Hongjuan's martial soul mutation, which has resulted in the eruption of sinister flames." Tang San and Dai Mubai nodded in response, recognizing the implications of Ma Hongjuan's martial soul defect. According to Gu Yi, such a defect in a martial soul is also classified as a form of illness. Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong fixed their eyes upon Yu Xiaojiang, awaiting further elucidation. "Indeed, I too share this plight. My martial soul has mutated, preventing me from surpassing the 30th level throughout my life." Upon learning of Gu Yi's existence, I felt a surge of hope. For he discerned the flaws in Ma Hongjuan's martial soul and may even possess the ability to heal them. He has given me a glimpse of hope for remedying my own martial soul affliction. At this point, Yu Xiaojiang fell silent for a moment before raising his gaze to meet Gu Yi's, earnestly stating, "I have come to seek your assistance in healing my condition." Upon hearing this, Gu Yi chuckled. Yu Xiaojiang had acknowledged his ailment and sought his assistance for treatment. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Perhaps this occasion could be astutely leveraged. During the process of treating Yu Xiaojiang, he could meticulously conduct an exquisite operation, completely eradicating his illness. Subsequently, he could use the pretext of healing to extract the soul blood from Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Oscar, thereby preparing for future endeavors. And what lies beyond that? Gu Yi pondered for a moment, a mischievous smile creeping across his heart. Gu Yi turned to Yu Xiaojiang and remarked, "Master, I commend you for your willingness to acknowledge your affliction. It is indeed praiseworthy, as your condition is an undeniable reality." Yu Xiaojiang's lips twitched as he stared at Gu Yi in silence. Flender, Tang San, and the others shared the same speechless expression. Gu Yi's statement holds merit. For he is a physician, yet to others it may seem rather peculiar. However, who could disregard the words of a doctor? Despite any misgivings, they must lend an ear. "Concerning your ailment, I have merely conducted a preliminary observation, revealing that the defect in your martial soul stems from a mutation. Further investigation is warranted. In contrast, I have acquired knowledge of a second treatment method for Ma Hongjuan's martial soul defect. Dean Flander, would you be interested in knowing more?" Gu Yi gazed at Fran and let out a meaningful smile. A curiosity sparked within him. Undoubtedly, he yearned to know. Fran, feeling a surge of excitement, understood the gravity of the situation. Ma Hongjuan was his cherished disciple, and if there existed a method to cure him, how could he refrain from offering assistance? With Gu Yi presenting a second approach, it implied that Ma Hongjuan might no longer be necessary. How splendid was this prospect? Could Fran possibly contain his exhilaration? Yet, since Fran was eager for knowledge, he must also recognize that there are no free lunches in this world. Naturally, if the esteemed physician sought remuneration, he would be willing to provide any amount. Fran felt a pang in his heart, but for the sake of Ma Hongjuan, he was resolute, ready to part with his savings. After all, Ma Hongjuan was his only disciple. Gu Yi shook his head and said, "Director Flanders, do you truly believe I would lack funds? The cost of my treatment is not monetary." "Then what is it?" Flanders inquired. "Let us discuss that later. As the patient is not present, perhaps you could first bring Ma Hongjuan here?" "Very well." Flanders, aware of Ma Hongjuan's whereabouts, took his leave from the clinic to seek him out. Dai Mubai and Oscar were also summoned to assist, for Ma Hongjuan's escapades were not confined to a single locale, and having more hands would expedite the search. Once Flanders and the others departed, only Gu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Yu Xiaojiang remained in the clinic. Gu Yi then made his way to the hall and took a seat. Yu Xiaojiang, eager for Gu Yi's medical expertise, followed him outside. "Zhuqing, come here." Gu Yi beckoned to Zhu Zhuqing. Obediently, she approached. Gu Yi gestured for her to sit beside him and, with great interest, began pouring tea from the pot into his cup. Observing that Gu Yi had no intention of continuing the conversation, Yu Xiaojiang, prompted by thoughts of his own martial soul deficiency, took the initiative to ask, "Dr. Gu, may I inquire your thoughts on my martial soul's affliction?" His tone was courteous, recognizing the request for Gu Yi's assistance. After taking a sip of tea, Gu Yi remarked, "Master, I have recently made some modest breakthroughs in my medical studies. As for your ailment, it can indeed be treated." "Really?" Yu Xiaojiang's expression was one of excitement. Gu Yu nodded in affirmation. Yet, could Gu Yu truly assist Yu Xiaojiang in overcoming his affliction that hindered him from transcending the 30th level? Clearly, it was an impossibility. Unless, of course, the master Yu Xiaojiang and his disciple Tang San could engage in a clandestine escape, a grand breakout. Should that transpire, there might remain a sliver of hope for Gu Yi to cure Yu Xiaojiang and help him shatter the delusion of breaking through the 30th level. Chapter 63. A definitive surgery for Yu Xiaojiang. Observing the fervent expression on Yu Xiaojiang's face, Gu Yi became increasingly convinced that he should first assist Yu Xiaojiang, rejuvenating his vitality. Ancient physician, might I inquire if... Yu Xiaojiang, with a hint of implication, looked towards Gu Yi for clarification. Master, I have just conversed with your dean, and it was made abundantly clear that in this world, there exists no such thing as a free lunch. Moreover, would you not subject me to some form of trial to ascertain my capability to truly remedy your martial soul deficiency? It is essential to recognize that, to date, no individual has ever succeeded in curing such a martial soul flaw. Are you so readily inclined to place your trust in me? Gu Ye's rhetorical question was indeed astute. Initially, Yu Xiaojiang harbored little doubt, as Flander had thoroughly elucidated the matter concerning Gu Yi. Moreover, Gu Yi was also the mentor of Zhu Zhuqing, and there existed no animosity between them. Under such circumstances, there seemed to be no reason to harbor ill intent. However, one must always remain vigilant, and Yu Xiaojiang, being a prudent individual, held a faint suspicion towards Gu Yi. Yet, Gu Ye's inquiry alleviated that lingering doubt. Dr. Gu, you need not worry about this matter. I am eager to explore even the slightest opportunity. As for compensation, wealth is merely a material concern. I know you are not one to be swayed by such trivialities. Should you express a request, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it, Yu Xiaojiang declared earnestly, gazing at Gu Yi with sincerity. At that moment, Tang San also rose, expressing his regrets. Dr. Gu, I apologize for my earlier disrespectful behavior. If you can treat my teacher's soul spirit deficiency and help him break through to the 30th level, I will ensure that any request you have is fulfilled. Tang San's apology appeared profoundly sincere, embodying the essence of a devoted disciple concerned for his mentor. He had gleaned some understanding regarding Yu Xiaojiang's affliction. Often, he would find his teacher sitting alone in contemplation. It was during one such occasion that Tang San learned of his teacher's long-held aspiration to surmount the seemingly insurmountable barrier of the 30th level. Now that Gu Yi had instilled a glimmer of hope in his teacher, Tang San felt compelled, as a disciple, to assist him in achieving that cherished ambition. Gu Yi, if you could aid my master in overcoming his soul spirit deficiency, I implore you to extend your assistance, Xiaowei chimed in, her large eyes blinking adorably as she gazed imploringly at Gu Yi. Upon witnessing the earnest pleas of Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, Gu Yi felt a sense of obligation to assist in treating Yu Xiaojiang. To forego the opportunity to aid them would seem a disservice to their heartfelt performances. With a sigh, Gu Yi conceded, very well, since you have all implored me so earnestly, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. However, I must forewarn you, dear master, that the potion I possess to remedy the deficiencies of your martial soul is still in the experimental phase. Its efficacy cannot be guaranteed. And while it may alleviate your condition, there exists the possibility of side effects, though rest assured, they are unlikely to be severe or life-threatening. I must ask you once more to contemplate this decision carefully. Should you choose to proceed with the treatment, we can then discuss matters of compensation and further treatment. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he attempted to savor another sip of tea, only to discover that the cup was empty. Casually, he set the cup aside. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing, seated beside Gu Yi, felt it was her duty as a disciple to serve her master. She promptly lifted the teapot and poured a fresh cup of tea for Gu Yi. Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, Yu Xiaojiang hesitated for a moment, contemplating the significant probability of breaking through to level 30. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement without further hesitation. Master Gu, I have come to a decision. However, could you enlighten me on the potential after-effects of this treatment? Although Yu Xiaojiang was willing to accept the procedure, he yearned for more detailed information. After all, entrusting oneself to another for healing necessitated a thorough understanding of the circumstances. Well, regarding the specific after-effects, I am not entirely certain. You must comprehend the implications of resolving the flaws in one's martial soul for this world. However, I can assure you that I have had a successful case. Her martial soul was indeed flawed, yet I managed to cure her, and she currently faces no issues at all. Master Gu, is that truly the case? Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, rising in excitement and eagerly inquiring about the identity of the individual he had healed. I, Gu Yi, never speak falsely. As for who I healed, I cannot disclose that information, as it pertains to my own confidentiality. Understood, Yu Xiaojiang replied, suppressing his exhilaration as he resumed his seat. Gu Yi has successfully treated individuals with flaws in their martial souls, which gives hope that he may also be cured by Gu Yi. Once he manages to surpass the 30th level, then, as Yu Xiaojiang contemplated that moment, he felt he would finally fulfill his lifelong aspiration. His fist clenched in excitement. Sitting beside Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San observed his teacher's fervor and silently vowed to assist him, determined to meet any demands that Gu Yi might have. He had previously declared when he became Yu Xiaojiang's disciple that once a teacher, he would be regarded as a father for life. Gu Yi sipped his tea, casting a glance at the excited Yu Xiaojiang, inwardly amused. Judging by the current situation, it seemed that Yu Xiaojiang had already secured his desire for assistance in treating his martial soul deficiency. However, Gu Yi resolved to instill a bit more hope in him. The greater a person's hopes, the more pronounced their despair when faced with disappointment. Master, regarding the after effects of this treatment, Gu Yi began. Please, do tell, urged the elderly physician. The previously rigid expression on Yu Xiaojiang's face softened, revealing a trace of a smile, lending him an air of courtesy and increasing his respect for Gu Yi. In truth, these after effects were not particularly daunting. The treatment process would be lengthy, and during this time, the hair on your face would gradually diminish, and your voice might undergo some changes, giving you an appearance reminiscent of youthful vitality, rendering you more vigorous overall. Is that all? Yu Xiaojiang inquired eagerly. If what Gu Yi described was indeed a revival of youth, it would only be seen as a boon, rendering any so-called after effects trivial in his eyes. Not exactly. This is merely what can be anticipated. The unpredictable remains unknown. I see. Yu Xiaojiang pondered for a moment. Well, that concludes my words. Should you decide to undergo the treatment, take your time to contemplate before the director and that portly fellow arrive. After all, this pertains to your own life, and indeed, your future. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he raised the cup of tea that Zhu Zhuqing had prepared for him and took a gentle sip with a smile. Tang San glanced at his mentor, Yu Xiaojiang, signaling him to step outside for a moment. Yu Xiaojiang, understanding his disciple's intent, turned to Gu Yi and said, Dr. Gu, I have some matters to attend to outside. I shall return shortly with a response. Dr. Gu, I too shall step out for a moment, Tang San added as he stood up. Very well, Gu Yi replied, not interrupting the private moment shared by the master and his disciple as they savored their tea. Indeed, having a devoted disciple to attend to him felt quite delightful, especially when the disciple was a beauty. If such an arrangement were to continue daily, it would be nothing short of blissful. Gu Yi cast a satisfied glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who sat beside him. Noticing her teacher's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing blinked her almond-shaped eyes, maintaining her cool and reticent demeanor. Upon stepping out of the hall, Yu Xiaojiang inquired of Tang San, San, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Teacher, there's something I need to tell you, Tang San replied. Go on, Yu Xiaojiang encouraged. I believe you should consider accepting Gu Yi's treatment. However, it would be prudent to observe first before commencing. Gu Yi is supposed to assist Fatty shortly, isn't he? Though Tang San's words were subtly phrased, the perceptive Yu Xiaojiang discerned his intent. The plan was to initially acquiesce to Gu Yi, allowing Ma Hongjun to test the waters. If the results were promising and no initial issues arose, they could subsequently agree to begin treatment. While this approach might seem to exploit Ma Hongjun, both individuals required treatment. Thus, allowing Ma Hongjun to go first and observing the outcomes wasn't truly an exploitation. After contemplating for a mere moment, Yu Xiaojiang resolved to proceed with this plan. At that very moment, Flender, accompanied by Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Daimu Bai, was returning to Gu Ye's medical establishment. Xiaojiang, why are you standing outside? Flender inquired, noting the presence of Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San at the entrance. Shaking his head, Yu Xiaojiang replied, I was discussing some matters with San. Flender, since you've returned, let us all go inside together. Very well, let us enter, Flender agreed. With that, Yu Xiaojiang, Flender, and Ma Hongjun re-entered the medical establishment. Inside the main hall, he savored the tea brewed for him by his beloved disciple, Zhu Zhuqing, occasionally engaging in whispered conversations with her about intimate teacher-disciple topics. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong observed from the side, feeling quite uncomfortable. I wish I could crack open Zhu Zhuqing's head to see what she's truly thinking, Xiao Wu mused. Why is it that she answers every question Gu poses and responds to whatever he says? I can't help but wonder if Zhu Zhuqing has been enchanted by Gu Yi. Otherwise, how could she be so close to him? Gu completely disregarded the glaring gaze of his rabbit companion, Xiao Wu, upon the entrance of Yu Xiaojiang, Ma Hongjun, and the rest of the Shrek team. He set down his teacup. Have you made your decision? Yu Xiaojing nodded affirmatively. I have made my decision. I accept your treatment. So do I, Ma Hongjun concurred, casting a glance at Gu Yi. On their return journey, he had learned the entirety of the matter from Flander. And now knowing that Gu Yi could cure his malevolent fire, he readily agreed without hesitation. Excellent, then let us discuss the costs of this treatment. Upon hearing this, Flander's expression reflected his concern for the financial burden ahead. For the sake of his beloved disciple and dear friend Yu Xiaojiang, he was prepared for a significant expenditure. Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San, and others also looked at Gu Yi, eager to ascertain the true cost of the treatment. Ma Hongjun's martial spirit defect was the uncontrollable malevolent fire, a consequence of the mutation of his martial spirit. Assisting him in overcoming this affliction would not be a simple task, and thus the expenses would not be easily settled. Gu Yi, please be straightforward. Tell us how costly it will be, or what you require from us. I shall promise you anything within my capability, Flander stated decisively. Very well, then I shall not withhold any details. Gu Yi smiled gently as he gazed at Flandra. Ma Hongjun's treatment for his malevolent fire would span 6 months, requiring him to consult me once a month. After this duration, I would be able to ensure that his malevolent fire would no longer erupt. And the cost for this would be Flandre, the esteemed soul sage, assisting me with 3 tasks within your capabilities. Is that all? Flandre felt that the price was not as burdensome as he had anticipated. Of course, it is not merely that, Flandre. The tasks I require of you are far from simple. As long as they fall within my abilities and do not contravene my principles, I am inclined to agree. Very well, it is settled then. Flandre, as a soul sage, possesses formidable strength, which would be particularly beneficial for the yet undeveloped Guyi. In the near future, he might aid Guyi and Caden in endeavors beyond their current reach. Regarding Ma Hongjuan's treatment, alleviating his malevolent fire poses no challenge for Guyi. Previously, Guyi's initial approach, which involved the notion of neutering Ma Hongjuan's affliction, was not made in jest. In a previous life, Guyi had learned from a certain novel that Ma Hongjuan's female descendants could also succumb to malevolent fire. However, this is not entirely comparable, as Ma Hongjuan had already consumed celestial herbs and possessed an ancient beast's inner core, leading to 2 evolutions of his martial soul, with his malevolent fire having ascended to an unparalleled form. In contrast, Ma Hongjuan's current flames are purely a manifestation of lustful fire, rendering any comparison moot. Guyi's method of treatment is rather straightforward. He intends to perform a surgical procedure on Ma Hongjuan's martial soul to eliminate the lustful fire that emerged during its mutation. For Guyi, who possesses the surgical space and a martial soul scalpel, the procedure itself is not arduous. The true challenge lies in the uncertainty of whether he might tremble during the operation. After discussing the treatment costs and various matters concerning Ma Hongjuan, Guyi turned his attention to his significant objective, Yu Xiaojiang. As for your fees, Yu Xiaojiang, Guyi pondered while observing him. To be frank, there was little about Yu Xiaojiang that stirred Guyi's interest. However, his desire to assist Yu Xiaojiang with a radical surgical procedure was palpable. Having charged a fee for Ma Hongjuan's treatment, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions if he did not impose a fee for Yu Xiaojiang's surgery as well. Thus, after careful consideration, Guyi decided on a fee that was neither too heavy nor too light, requiring Yu Xiaojiang to owe him 2 favors while also agreeing to undertake a task within his means. This task would likely prove invaluable when Yu Xiaojiang sought the secret of dual martial souls from Bibi Dong in the future. Upon learning that the cost was merely a favor and a task to be performed for Guyi, Yu Xiaojiang agreed without hesitation, feeling a sense of elation. He considered his favor to be quite valuable. Following a discussion of treatment details and other matters, Guyi stood and declared, "The surgical procedure will commence now. Ma Hongjuan, you shall accompany me." "Yes." Ma Hongjuan, slightly nervous, rose to follow Guyi. "Zhu Zhuqing, you come with me, while the rest of you shall wait outside." After Guyi finished speaking, he headed towards the treatment room, followed closely by Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjuan and Flandre exchanged a few words before trailing behind. Inside the treatment room, the method Guyi employed to treat Ma Hongjuan remained a mystery to everyone. In the main hall, the group led by Yu Xiaojiang cast anxious glances towards the treatment room, filled with both anticipation and a hint of skepticism. "Master, do you truly believe that Guyi can resolve the issue of Fatty's malevolent fire?" Dai Mubai inquired doubtfully. "We shall wait and see," Yu Xiaojiang replied, his gaze fixed on the treatment room, avoiding a direct answer. He too was eager to know the outcome, but now was not the time for discussion. The results would soon be revealed. Approximately 10 minutes later, Ma Hongjuan emerged from the treatment room. "Fatty, how are you feeling? How did it go?" "Dai Mubai, Yu Xiaojiang." And Flandre rushed forward to inquire upon seeing him. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan was lost in thought, reflecting on the extraordinary treatment he had just received from Guyi. And he failed to hear their questions. "Fatty, what's wrong, Hongjuan?" When Dai Mubai and Flandre called out several times, Ma Hongjuan finally snapped back to reality. It was astonishing. "The methods employed by Dr. Gu are truly remarkable," he exclaimed in awe. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for Guyi's technique. "All right, Hongjuan, please share your experience with me," he encouraged, giving Ma Hongjuan a reassuring pat on the shoulder to bring him back to focus. Ma Hongjuan briefly recounted the treatment process to Yu Xiaojiang and Flandre, both of whom looked on with astonishment. Performing surgery on a martial soul? Healing a martial soul? Guyi's martial soul possesses such extraordinary capabilities. It is nothing short of terrifying. It is well known that many soul masters in this world suffer from mutated martial souls rendered useless. Yet, Guyi's martial soul can heal others' martial souls. If word of this spreads, those with flawed martial souls will undoubtedly flock to seek Guyi's assistance. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Flandre was left speechless. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others gazed at the door of the treatment room, each displaying varied expressions. Within the treatment room, Zhu Zhuqing regarded Guyi, her teacher, with a look of admiration. "What is it that you are so captivated by? Am I that charming?" Guyi teased, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing. "No. I simply didn't expect my teacher's martial soul to have such a unique ability," Zhu Zhuqing replied softly. "My strength extends beyond just my martial soul. I am formidable in other aspects as well. Would you like to witness my prowess, Zhuqing?" Guyi said with a playful grin. Zhu Zhuqing, not misinterpreting Guyi's words, believed he merely wished to demonstrate his strengths. Without hesitation, she nodded and replied, "Yes. Very well, when time permits, I shall reveal my capabilities to you," Guyi said, giving her shoulder a gentle pat, emphasizing the word capabilities. Zhu Zhuqing nodded resolutely, determined to witness just how powerful her teacher Guyu truly was. Yu Qing. When I perform surgery on Yu Xiaojiang, you must observe closely. This is also a part of your learning process. Understand? Yes, I understand. Moreover, pay close attention to my techniques. Understood. Now, please fetch the box labeled XX from the medicine shelf. I will need it for Yu Xiaojiang shortly. Yes. As Zhu Zhuqing. Now Gu Ye's assistant obediently went to retrieve the medicine. Gu Ye suddenly had a thought. Perhaps he should consider appointing an assistant. In the Douluo world, healing soul masters are referred to as medical practitioners with specific medical roles, albeit differing slightly from what Gu Ye was accustomed to. However, there are indeed female nurses serving as assistants in the medical field. As a physician, it seemed rather inadequate to lack a female nurse in a pink uniform assisting him. Zhu Qing is suited to be a disciple, but not an assistant. It appears he must seek out an appropriate aid. After Gu Ye made his decision, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Zhu Zhuqing, suggesting, by the way, Zhuqing, there is a box of needles on the medicine rack. Please fetch one for me. Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, Zhu Zhuqing searched for a moment and retrieved a medicine box marked with the characters XX along with the needle. Teacher, is this the one? She inquired, presenting the items to Gu Ye. Yes, that is it. After receiving the needle, Guy began to demonstrate in front of Zhu Zhuqing. This particular needle was the first step in the radical treatment for Yu Xiaojiang. Chapter 65. The first needle for Yu Xiaojiang's treatment due to the nature of the radical treatment process for Yu Xiaojiang. The timing had to be meticulously managed, neither too brief nor overly prolonged. Gu Ye skillfully controlled the extraction of a specific dosage from the vial. Once he completed the extraction and tested the needle, he instructed Zhu Zhuqing to call Yu Xiaojiang in. Meanwhile, he prepared other crucial elements inside. As Zhu Zhuqing exited the treatment room, she saw Yu Xiaojiang surrounded by Ma Hongjun and others, who were inquiring about various matters. She calmly announced, Master, the teacher said you may come in now. Is that so? Excellent. I shall enter at once, Yu Xiaojiang responded. Relieved to learn that Ma Hongjun was free of any complications and had even improved. Knowing of Gu Ye's remarkable martial spirit, Yu Xiaojiang had faith that he could remedy his own martial spirit deficiencies and aid him in breaking through the 30th level. I will go in first. You all wait outside, Yu Xiaojiang stated before stepping into the treatment room. Tang San observed his teacher entering and then turned to Ma Hongjun, asking earnestly, Fatty, do you genuinely believe your martial spirit has improved significantly? Absolutely. Previously, my martial spirit always gave me the impression that it would unleash malevolent flames at any moment. However, now I feel as though those flames will no longer erratically erupt. Moreover, after Gu Ye's surgical treatment, I sense a revitalization in my entire being. My strength and energy have both greatly enhanced. Is that so? Tang San pondered deeply, reflecting on his own circumstances while gazing at the treatment room. Inside the treatment room, Yu Xiaojiang turned to Gu Ye and asked, What must I do now? You need not do anything. Simply lie down on the bed. Gu Ye instructed. Understood. Yu Xiaojiang lay down on the bed, somewhat anxious as he awaited Gu Ye to commence the surgical treatment. Yet, the sensation of being vulnerable on the operating table left him feeling uneasy, for he was a person of stature, a renowned master in the spirit master realm. Now, he lay like a piece of meat on a chopping block, with Gu Ye wielding the knife, free to do as he pleased. The peculiar circumstances caused him psychological discomfort, leaving him in considerable distress. Observing the needle in his hand, and then looking at Yu Xiaojiang, who lay submissively on the bed, Gu Ye couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Master, we shall begin the treatment now. Are you prepared? He asked. In a moment, I will administer the first injection. Its effects are remarkable after receiving it. You will feel rejuvenated and invigorated in the coming days. Upon hearing Gu Ye's words and glancing at the gleaming needle in his hand, Yu Xiaojiang felt a shiver run down his spine. Nevertheless, he nodded resolutely. Bring it on. I am ready. For the sake of breaking through the 30th level and fulfilling his innermost aspirations, Yu Xiaojiang was determined to take the plunge. Without a trace of hesitation, Gu Ye administered the first injection on Yu Xiaojiang's path to recovery. The sound of sizzling filled the air as Yu Xiaojiang officially embarked on his journey towards healing. At the very moment the special liquid was injected into his body, a sudden tremor coursed through him, followed by an inexplicable sensation of improvement. This newfound well-being was ineffable. Strangely enough, he found that Gu Ye appeared more agreeable to him. Now, release your martial soul, Gu Ye instructed. Owing to the changes within his body, Yu Xiaojiang obediently unleashed his martial soul, the three-headed cannon. This martial soul was unique, possessing sentience akin to an independent entity. It is noteworthy that, on the Douluo continent, most martial souls are lifeless and devoid of intelligence, yet Yu Xiaojiang's three-headed cannon stood apart, embodying the essence of a living being. In this regard, Yu Xiaojiang could be deemed the foremost individual in Douluo. Moreover, as Gu Ye understood, Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul was originally formidable. Unfortunately, it had diverged during its mutation. Had the mutation been successful, it would have manifested as the incredibly powerful golden sacred dragon. In this realm, the mutation of a martial soul necessitates not only exceptional physical prowess, but also the willpower to endure the transformative process. Regrettably, Yu Xiaojiang lacked both the fortune and the requisite physical constitution and will to sustain the emergence of the golden sacred dragon's martial soul. Ultimately, he mutated into the three-headed cannon. As Yu Xiaojiang once remarked, there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, which aptly described his situation. For he truly was a failure. This was indisputable. Now, observing the lively three-headed cannon, Gu Yi displayed no hint of tenderness. He reached out and seized it firmly, then swiftly brought the scalpel down. Yu Xiaojiang, lying on the bed, stared in shock at Gu Yi and his martial soul, the three-headed cannon. At that moment, he witnessed his martial soul being severed in two, yet both halves remained animated, exhibiting expressions of sheer terror. He recalled what Ma Hongjun had just told him, which was strikingly similar to his current predicament. This only deepened Yu Xiaojiang's conviction that Gu Yi could indeed rectify his martial soul's deficiencies. Zhu Zhuqing, bring me a vial. Gu Yi called out, extending his hand towards Zhu Zhuqing. With practiced ease, Zhu Zhuqing retrieved a small transparent glass bottle and handed it to Gu Yi. After Gu Yi took over, he swiftly employed a scalpel to slice open Yu Xiaojiang's martial spirit, the Luo San Pao, extracting its most primordial energy. In that instant, a drop of golden blood was drawn forth from Yu Xiaojiang's martial spirit, representing the essence of his martial spirit's blood. As soon as it was extracted, Gu Yi quickly scanned the martial spirit blood with the system. Special martial spirit, Luo San Pao, a failed product of the royal golden sacred dragon martial spirit. Martial spirit blood, intermediate. Note: this martial spirit blood contains the essence of the golden sacred dragon martial spirit and can be refined completely with 1,000 surgical points. Once purified with the martial spirit serum, it can bestow the golden sacred dragon martial spirit upon a soul master. Upon seeing the detailed information regarding Yu Xiaojiang's martial spirit blood, Gu Yi smiled, for it aligned closely with his conjectures. It was indeed due to Yu Xiaojiang's own inadequacies that the golden sacred dragon martial spirit had mutated into the Luo San Pao. There was no doubt about his status as a failure. Then, Gu Yi conceived a brilliant idea upon gazing at the drop of blood in his hand. He intended to use 1,000 surgical points for its restoration, and subsequently purchase a martial spirit serum to merge this essence within it. He would then seek a suitable candidate to whom he could bestow the golden sacred dragon martial spirit. Should someone possessing the golden sacred dragon martial spirit appear before Yu Xiaojiang, revealing the truth, one could only wonder if it would drive him to despair. As for Yu Xiaojiang, currently confined to his sickbed, Gu Yi regained his composure and glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, who lay vulnerable on the hospital bed. A silent chuckle escaping him, he then proceeded to treat Yu Xiaojiang's martial spirit, the three cannon of Luo. Yet, one must ponder whether Gu Yi was genuinely aiding Yu Xiaojiang in rectifying his martial spirit's deficiencies. Even if Gu Yi were magnanimous enough to restore him, one must question how far Yu Xiaojiang could progress at his age. Moreover, with the three cannon of Luo as his martial spirit, paired with Yu Xiaojiang, he remained ineffectual. Zhu Zhuqing, observing from the side, also lent a helping hand. Although Yu Xiaojiang watched intently as Gu Yi worked, he remained largely oblivious to the specifics of the treatment or the substances employed. Nonetheless, he could indeed feel some changes within his body. He seemed to possess a newfound vitality. It was unclear whether this was merely a figment of his imagination, but during the procedure, Yu Xiaojiang noticed Gu Yi frequently glancing toward his lower region, leaving him uncertain of Gu Yi's intentions. After a span of 10 minutes, Gu Yi concluded this so-called treatment. He restored the fragmented three cannon of Luo to its former state and exhaled deeply, appearing somewhat fatigued. All done, Gu Yi announced to Yu Xiaojiang before turning his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing. In response, Zhu Zhuqing took a handkerchief and began to wipe the perspiration from Gu Yi's brow. The sweat on Gu Yi's face was not a result of fatigue. Rather, it was a deliberate act to convey to Yu Xiaojiang that he was exhausted. Otherwise, the treatment for the martial soul defect would seem rather too simple. Zhu Zhuqing had already adeptly wiped her teacher's sweat moments earlier. Upon witnessing Gu Yi's weary demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang hastily rose from his bed and took a few steps. He surveyed his body, discovering no significant changes, and subsequently summoned his martial soul, Luo San Pao, which remained exactly as it had been. Observing Gu Yi's expression mirrored that of Ma Hongjuan's moments before, he was taken aback. Feigning exhaustion, Gu Yi grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Taking the towel from her, he affectionately wiped her delicate face, remarking, "You seem fatigued." "I am fine, teacher," Zhu Zhuqing replied. "No, you are indeed tired." Gu Yi gently corrected her, continuing to tenderly wipe her cheeks. Zhu Zhuqing, realizing she was indeed somewhat fatigued, noticed the perspiration on her face. The intimacy of Gu Yi tending to her face brought a subtle smile to her previously stoic features. Yu Xiaojiang, observing the affectionate exchange between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing, thought little of it and exclaimed, "Dr. Gu, thank you for your care. Although I have yet to perceive any changes in my martial soul or breakthroughs in my realm, I can distinctly feel a marked improvement in my spirit and a boost in my vitality." "It was my duty," Gu Yi humbly replied with a smile, refraining from disclosing that soon Yu Xiaojiang would radiate vitality, as he observed his disciple Tang San, who appeared increasingly refined. "All right, master, you may step out now. I need to tidy the room with Zhuqing." "Very well, I shall take my leave. Thank you, Dr. Gu, Yu Xiaojiang said politely, exiting the ward with a cheerful demeanor. He truly appeared revitalized and brimming with energy. However, unbeknownst to him, as he stepped out of the room, a few strands of his beard fell away. Chapter 66, Candidates for the Golden Saint Dragon Blood Elixir Teacher. Tang San, waiting outside, rushed over upon spotting his mentor. Xiaojiang, how are you feeling? Flandra approached to inquire as well. Dai Mubai and Oscar looked on with curiosity. I feel excellent. I am full of vigor, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, energetically clenching his fist. Clearly transformed from his previous demeanor. It appears that the reputation of Dr. Gu is well-deserved, Flandra remarked in admiration, noting how Xiaojiang had transitioned from a state of gloom to one of vitality. Indeed, teacher, you seem to have improved in both health and spirit, Tang San observed, swiftly examining Yu Xiaojiang for any irregularities. Although he lacked medical expertise, he understood enough about poisons and healing, recognizing the connection between the two. After his inspection, he found no discrepancies regarding Yu Xiaojiang's condition. Instead, he noted his teacher's exuberance and glowing vitality. Thus, Tang San concluded that Gu Yi had genuinely treated his mentor with remarkably effective results. By the way, where is Dr. Gu? Why hasn't he come out yet? Flandra inquired politely, referring to Gu Yi as such due to his treatment of Yu Xiaojiang and Ma Hongjun. He and Zhu Zhuqing are tidying the room. They will be out shortly. Just as Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking, Gu Yi emerged with Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing Gu Yi, Flandra approached with a hearty laugh and said, Dr. Gu, your medical skills are truly commendable. Too kind, Gu Yi humbly replied with a smile. He glanced at the cheerful group of Flandra and Yu Xiaojiang, sharing in their joy. After a brief discussion with Flandra, who addressed a few matters, he took his leave, stating, Dr. Gu, we must attend classes at the academy tomorrow, so we shall not trouble you any longer. Let the children accompany us back. Very well, Gu Yi responded. Gu Yi made no attempt to retain them. The treatment schedule for Ma Hongjun and Yu Xiaojiang had already been established for once a month, and moreover, Shrek Academy was not far from Soto City, allowing them to visit at any time. Additionally, Gu Yi had his own affairs to attend to. Keeping these individuals at Shrek Academy for prolonged periods in the medical clinic was not advisable. After a few polite remarks from Flinder, he and Yu Xiaojiang's group took their leave from Gu Ye's medical establishment. Before their departure, Gu Yi did not forget to remind Zhu Zhuqing. And once the Shrek group had left, he returned to his room to retrieve the martial soul blood extracted from Yu Xiaojiang. Without hesitation, he expended 1,000 surgical points to restore this droplet of blood, transforming it into the martial soul blood of the golden sacred dragon. Subsequently, he invested a substantial sum to procure a vial of martial soul blood serum to merge with this droplet of golden sacred dragon martial soul blood. After a brief moment, the fusion of the golden sacred dragon martial soul blood serum was complete. Gazing at the small vial of golden liquid in his hand, Gu Yi smiled with satisfaction. Once injected into a soul master, it would enable them to acquire the golden sacred dragon martial soul. If the effects of this small vial were to be disseminated, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar across the Douluo continent. This was no exaggeration on Gu Ye's part. Should the word get out that he possessed a serum capable of bestowing others with martial souls, the power it wielded would be comparable to dropping an atomic bomb upon the Douluo continent. For this reason, aside from Zhu Zhuqing, no one else was privy to Gu Ye's possession of the martial soul serum. Nonetheless, he was certain that he would need to utilize this golden sacred dragon martial soul serum on someone. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Though he had yet to select a candidate. As for why Gu Yi did not use it himself, it was simply because he had no need for it. Gu Yi glanced at the time. The sky had turned a dusky hue, and the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City was about to commence its battles. For the past few days, he had been immersed in his training at the medical clinic, neglecting to seek out Cadden. Now, with a moment to spare, he decided to pay her a visit and engage in a profound discussion about why the darkest and most humid depths serve as the cradle of life. Subsequently, Gu Yi departed from the clinic and made his way towards the Grand Soul Arena, soon arriving at its exterior. In the arena of combat, Gu Yi held a position subordinate only to Cadden. Upon his arrival at the grand venue, the staff members approached him with utmost respect. Dr. Gu, you have arrived. Is there anything we can assist you with? No need for that. Carry on with your duties. Gu Yi declined the enthusiastic staff and skillfully made his way to the esteemed VIP room number 1. Once inside the VIP chamber, a sudden thought crossed Gu Ye's mind. He retrieved the golden dragon's martial spirit serum, recalling Cadden's golden tresses and her captivating grace. Glancing at the serum in his hand, he pondered. It would be quite beneficial for Cadden. Cadden, a princess of the Sylvis Kingdom and a soul master, though her strength was merely at the rank of soul sovereign, posed no concern for Gu Yi. What mattered most to him was that Cadden's heart and mind were devoted to him, and he found himself somewhat enamored by her beauty. Moreover, it was imperative for him to assist Cadden in seizing the throne of the Balik Kingdom, and under such circumstances, her strength could not be feeble. It seemed that, when the moment was ripe, he could bestow this golden dragon martial spirit serum upon Cadden to enhance her prowess. Having made this resolution, Gu Yi tucked away the serum. He knocked on the door with practiced ease, and without waiting for Cadden to emerge and open it, he confidently stepped inside. Inside the room, as dusk approached and the time for the grand combat was drawing near, Cadden intended to take a bath before heading out. Just as she had unfastened her garments and was about to enter the bathing area, the familiar sound of knocking interrupted her. Who could it be? She wondered, instantly recognizing the footsteps. Deciding against her bath, she donned a fitted purple dress from the rack and eagerly stepped out. You have come. Upon seeing the person she had been longing for, Cadden joyfully rushed into his arms. Guyi gently embraced Cadden, his hand caressing the expanse of her fair skin that was revealed on her back. Guyi, there remains an hour or two before the grand duel of souls commences. I wish to indulge in a bath before we venture out. Would you care to join me? Cadden gazed at Guyi with an enticing look. Her invitation to share a bath, along with the clear indication of the available time, left little room for ambiguity regarding her intentions. Guyi gazed at the captivating face beneath Cardan's golden tresses, her eyes seemingly imbued with the power of speech, a delicately poised nose, and luscious lips, ripe with allure. He reached out, lifting her chin, and leaned in for a kiss. This time, Guyi had no intention of declining the invitation of this enchanting young woman. He yearned to ride alongside Cardan, galloping towards a realm of blissful ecstasy. Reacting instinctively, Cardan wrapped her arms around Guyi's neck, fervently reciprocating his advance. A flame within Guyi was gradually ignited by Cadden's fervor, swiftly drawing closer to her warmth. After a kiss, Cadden wrapped her arms around Guyi's neck, their faces merely centimeters apart, as she gazed intently into his eyes. Guyi, I feel warm. Take me inside, let us bathe together. Cadden's tone was calm, yet laced with an irresistible allure. A fiery passion ignited within Guyi, erupting under the weight of Cadden's words. With determination, he lifted her delicate frame and made his way towards the bathroom. Although the distance from the guest room to the bathroom was short, it felt interminable to Cadden, as the thought of Guyi potentially halting his advance filled her with trepidation. To prevent such an occurrence, Cadden clung tightly to Guyi, her purple garment slipping away in their hurried passage. The door to the bathroom swung open with a resounding crash before shutting firmly behind them. Chapter 67. The near exposure of Cadden's secret affair in the uppermost tier of the Soto City Soul Arena. Within the esteemed VIP room, a fierce battle against flames unfolded. Meanwhile, in another corner, Shrek Academy was returning to its usual rhythm. When Flinder led the Shrek team back, he instructed everyone to rest and prepare for class the following day. Yu Xiaojiang exchanged a few words with his disciple Tang San before retreating to his quarters. The events of the day had left him in a state of astonishment, his mind racing with excitement. Once in his room, he settled into a chair and began jotting down notes on the intricacies of martial souls, including their maladies and potential cures. This knowledge was invaluable, and he intended to wield it wisely to contribute to the realm of soul masters in the future. After completing his notes, Yu Xiaojiang turned his attention to the training regimen for the Shrek 7 monsters. Most of it was nearly finished, requiring only minor adjustments, particularly in the case of Zhu Zhuqing. As Guyu's disciple, her martial soul's deficiencies necessitated careful consideration, thus he approached her training with great caution. After dedicating half an hour to crafting a specialized training plan for Zhu Zhuqing, he finally paused, only to lose a few strands of his beard onto his desk. However, given the sparse nature of his facial hair, he paid it little mind and continued his work. Meanwhile, in the female quarters, Zhu Zhuqing's room buzzed with curiosity as Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu sought to uncover the details of the treatment Guyi had provided to Yu Xiaojiang and Ma Hongjun earlier. There were no secrets to be kept, and Zhu Zhuqing candidly shared her experiences, recounting her mentor Guyu's remarkable prowess. Who would have thought Guyu was so extraordinary? Xiao Wu exclaimed in admiration after hearing Zhu Zhuqing's account. Indeed, he is quite impressive, Ning Rongrong mused, recalling how Guyu had assisted her. A flutter of excitement coursed through her as she instinctively placed a hand over her heart, echoing her appreciation. Zhu Zhuqing recalled the intimate moment when Guyu had gently wiped her sweat, a faint smile gracing her lips. As the three women pondered Guyu's remarkable abilities, he, too, was busy demonstrating his skills to Cadden in the VIP room. After a while, the couple emerged from the bathroom, ready to share their thoughts anew. Guyi, you've finally come to a realization. I'm so happy, Cadden exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at him. Yes, I figured it out, Guyi affirmed, his muscles taut as he mischievously replied. From now on, whenever I have an epiphany, I'll come to seek you out. All right? Yes, as long as you come to understand. You can always find me. I'll be here to ponder alongside you, Cadden replied, her words punctuated by pauses. In their intimate exchange, time slipped away unnoticed. With merely 20 minutes remaining before the evening as soul battles commenced, the nobles of Soto City were eager for entertainment beyond the pleasures of the night. They flocked to the arena to witness the soul masters in action. The VIP room and regular seating were already filled with eager spectators, placing their bets as anticipation mounted. At that moment, a lavish carriage approached the arena, and from it emerged the Lord of Soto City, Shui Hong, accompanied by the formidable Soul Master Qin Shao. Greetings, Lord. The guards at the entrance saluted upon seeing Shui Hong's arrival. Shui Hong nodded in acknowledgement, making his way into the arena, with Qin Shao closely following. Greetings, Lord. I apologize for not extending a proper welcome upon your arrival. I hope for your understanding, the supervisor of the arena, Ao, whispered to Shui Hong. It's of no consequence. Where's my wife? I do not see her, Shui Hong inquired, scanning the arena for Cadden. She should be resting in her room. My lord, came the reply. Is that so? Very well, you may leave, Shui Hong said, proceeding toward the highest VIP room of the arena. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, the curtain was beginning to fall on the couple's private performance. All right, Cadden, it's time for us to step outside, Gu Yi announced. No. I wish to hold you a little longer. I can't bear to let go, Cadden murmured, nestled against Gu Yi, their connection palpable. Clearly, she was reluctant to rise. She relished this moment, embracing the man she adored, feeling his heartbeat, and knowing she could kiss him at any moment. She realized she had become utterly enchanted. Lifting her gaze to meet Gu Yi's, she instinctively leaned in for another kiss, holding on to him tightly. Gu Yi let out a helpless sigh. Cadden was delightful in every aspect, and her enchanting charm captivated him. However, at times, especially during moments like these, she could be overly clingy, resembling a little daughter, which left Gu Yi feeling somewhat exasperated. City Lord. Just then, the voice of Cadden's sole servant echoed from outside. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi instinctively glanced at Cadden. She, however, remained remarkably composed, looking at him with a playful smile and covering her mouth as she asked, Are you nervous? Shui Hong is right outside. It would be unnatural not to feel anxious. Gu Yi silently complained, responding in a calm tone, If you aren't nervous, why should I be? Such a contradiction. Cadden playfully shot him a glance before standing to dress. Gu Yi hurriedly donned his clothing as well. It was worth noting that Cadden was a married woman. Although she currently held no feelings for Shui Hong, their relationship was still one of clandestine romance. Observing Cadden's nonchalance, Gu Yi felt a deep admiration for her. By the way, do you have any oranges here? Gu Yi asked instinctively once he was dressed. Yes, they're in the living room, she replied. That's good. Gu Yi felt more at ease. After Cadden tidied up briefly, the two of them made their way to the living room, where they sat down to enjoy oranges while engaging in conversation. Notably, the oranges from Cadden's household were exceptionally sweet, unlike the sour ones from elsewhere. Dr. Gu, what do you think of the healing soul masters in the Great Soul Arena? Cadden inquired with an air of sophistication. They are acceptable, their ranks are not very high, and their healing abilities are rather limited, Gu Yi replied as they chatted. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, followed by Shui Hong entering without permission. Upon entering, Shui Hong noticed Cadden seated on the sofa, engrossed in conversation with Gu Yi, to the point where he was entirely overlooked. He approached and asked, Madam, Dr. Gu, what are you discussing? City Lord Shui Hong. Gu Yi greeted him with a calm expression. Just some trivial matters. Also, please be mindful when entering my room. Cadden remarked coldly, casting a disapproving glance at Shui Hong. She was quite displeased with Shui Hong's intrusion without permission. Shui Hong seemed accustomed to Cadden's demeanor and paid little mind to her irritation. As for Gu Yi's presence with Cadden, he harbored no suspicions, considering they were within the safety of the Great Soul Arena, which was guarded outside. Dr. Gu, do you enjoy oranges? Shui Hong asked, noticing Gu Yi relishing the fruit. Indeed, I have few preferences, yet I particularly delight in oranges, Gu Yi replied, popping a segment into his mouth. The sweet and tangy flavor was exquisite. Akin to Cadden herself, a true treasure. By the way, what brings you to the Great Soul Arena today, City Lord? Are you here to watch the matches with a friend? Gu Yi inquired, looking at Shui Hong. I didn't expect your keen insight, Dr. Gu, Shui Hong responded bashfully, glancing at Cadden. His so-called friend was undoubtedly some noble acquaintance. Cadden, however, paid little attention to Shui Hong and instead sampled an orange slice from the table, pleasantly surprised by its taste. Dr. Gu, we are fortunate to have you in the Great Soul Arena these days. Otherwise, countless soul masters would suffer injuries without healing. And I cannot imagine the expenses it would incur for the arena, Cadden remarked as she continued enjoying her orange. There's no need for gratitude. It is merely my duty. Moreover, since I have committed to assisting City Lord Shui Hong, I shall see it through, Gu Yi replied casually, squeezing a piece of orange peel, releasing a faint hiss as the aroma filled the room. Well, the soul matches are about to begin, and we should head out, Cadden suggested, turning to Shui Hong. You invited Dr. Gu to the Great Soul Arena, but have yet to properly entertain him. You should accompany him outside first. Very well, Shui Hong agreed, feeling somewhat guilty for not having hosted Gu Yi adequately, grateful that his wife Cadden was attending to him. As they exited the room, Cadden intended to see them off, but suddenly felt her legs weaken and let out a soft gasp, returning to the sofa. Madam, are you all right? Shui Hong turned back, concerned by her exclamation. I'm fine. I was merely recalling something, Cadden replied, straightening up and shaking her head. Please, go ahead with Dr. Gu. I will wait a moment before joining you. Understood, Shui Hong thought little of it, unaware that Cadden's gasp was due to her momentary weakness. He then led Gu Yu out of the room. Outside, two individuals awaited them. One was Qin Xiao, Shui Hong's guard, a level 72 soul saint wielding a snake staff. Rumor has it that he had mastered the staff's techniques to perfection but had remained single throughout his life, merely following Shui Hong. The other was Cadden's female guard, Yan Shi, a soul saint of level 75, who had been by Cadden's side since childhood, making her Cadden's closest confidant. It was she who had previously alerted Cadden of Shui Hong's arrival. From this, it was evident that Yan Shi was aware of the secret affair between Gu Yi and Cadden. As Gu Yi emerged, Yan Shi cast a discerning glance at him but refrained from making any remarks. Invited by Shui Hong, Di was introduced to Shui Hong's circle of so-called nobles for the first time. They were all rather ostentatious, with slicked-back hair and portly figures, epitomizing the indulgent aristocracy. To put it bluntly, they were a group of parasites thriving under the protection of ancestral titles. Guyi glanced at them and excused himself under the pretext of attending to the healer's duties. After all, he held no interest whatsoever in these parasites. Guyi's departure aligned perfectly with Shui Hong's intentions, allowing him to revel even more with the group of nobles. Shortly after the commencement of the combat arena, Kaden finally made her entrance. Upon arriving at the arena, she needed no guesswork to ascertain that Shui Hong was indulging with the nobles from Soto City. She didn't even spare a glance in their direction. As was her custom, she conducted her rounds, occasionally checking in on Guyi in the treatment room. Engaging in conversation, before resuming her inspection of the combat arena. Time slipped away quietly, and soon the grand combat arena was nearing its conclusion. Madam, City Lord Shui Hong is inebriated, Qian Shao reported as he approached Kaden. If he is drunk, take him back to the residence and ensure his safe return, she instructed. Understood. Qian Shao did not voice any objections. He was merely providing notification. Having been by Shui Hong's side for many years, he had grown accustomed to such instances of drunkenness. After Qian Shao escorted Shui Hong away, Guyi bid farewell to Kaden and departed from the grand combat arena of Soto City. Yet, just as Guyi stepped outside, Kaden emerged from a rear entrance and intercepted him. What is the matter? Guyi feigned puzzlement upon being stopped by Kaden. Stay tonight, she urged, grasping his hand, indicating for him to accompany her back. It's not advisable to remain here. Guyi hesitated, torn between acceptance and refusal. It's all right. I'll open the back door for you, Kaden insisted, pulling Guyi back toward the arena, understanding her intention to use the back entrance. Guyi seized his hesitation and followed her back into the room of the combat arena. Since they entered through the rear, apart from Kaden's female guard, none were aware that Guyi had returned to the arena. Upon their return to the room, Kaden was eager to continue the unfinished battle with Guyi. However, he halted her. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Kaden pouted, her face a canvas of discontent. I do, but there is no rush. We have the entire night ahead of us. Right now, I have something to give you, but you must promise me that this remains a secret. Kaden nestled into Guyi's embrace, whispering, my heart is entirely with you. Do you still not trust me? Guyi did not harbor any doubt towards Kaden, but the gravity of the situation necessitated utmost meticulousness. He then produced the vial containing the golden liquid of the golden sacred dragon's soul essence. What is this? Kaden inquired, her gaze fixed upon the small bottle held by Guyi, filled with the shimmering golden liquid. Her curiosity piqued. It is a remarkable substance that can enhance your strength. Enhance my strength? She echoed, bewildered. Indeed, Guyi affirmed with a nod. Kaden, though you are of noble lineage as a princess, your current prowess is insufficient to achieve what I propose. Thus, it is imperative that you elevate your capabilities. This will empower you. Empower me, Kaden whispered, her eyes lingering on the golden vial in Guyi's grasp. At the age of 31, despite her commendable aptitude as the princess of the Sylvis Kingdom, she had only attained the rank of a 47th level soul master, falling short of even reaching the level of a soul king. The endeavor to fulfill Guyi's agreement seemed daunting given her present strength. If Guyi could indeed augment her power, she would not hesitate to accept. Guyi, what exactly is this? Kaden inquired with growing intrigue. It is a soul essence that can bestow upon you a formidable soul. Bestow upon me a formidable soul. Kaden gazed at Guyi, a mixture of confusion and astonishment flickering across her features, struggling to grasp the implications of his words. Kaden, all you need to comprehend is that this substance will grant you a powerful soul and enhance your strength, Guyi clarified. Very well, I trust you. Kaden, being an astute woman, chose not to press further. However, before you can receive this soul, you must first inject this liquid into your body. What is this? She asked again, eyeing the vial containing the translucent white liquid in Guyi's hand. It is an agent designed to fortify your physique. Indeed, this was the very cellular enhancement serum Guyi had previously administered to Zhu Zhuqing to bestow Kaden the golden sacred dragon's soul. It was essential that her body be fortified, otherwise, Guyi feared she might not withstand the transformation. Although his system assured him that the soul essence would not lead to any unforeseen mishaps, it was better to err on the side of caution. Guyi succinctly explained to Kaden the concept of enhancement agents, to which Kaden readily consented. As long as it was Guyi's doing, she would gladly accept whatever he injected into her body. Chapter 69. Kaden, Guyi, you are truly remarkable. Guyi, then I shall commence the injection into your body. Kaden, all right, bring it on. Guyi, it may hurt a little, so you must endure it, understand? Kaden, for you, I can bear any pain. Guyi, very well. I shall begin. Guyi spoke as a hissing sound echoed, having already injected the cellular enhancement serum into Kaden's body. In the next moment, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Kaden's forehead, clearly a reaction to the sudden injection of the serum. Once the cellular enhancement serum entered the body, it would swiftly remodel and strengthen a person's physique. Previously, Zhu Zhuqing had almost fainted from the pain, and this time, Kaden was no exception. The excruciating agony overwhelmed Kaden, prompting her to cry out in distress. Her hands tightly clutched the bedsheet, which crumpled in her grip. As the once supine position contorted into an arch form due to the intense pain, she longed to scream to alleviate the sudden torment. But remembering it was nighttime and they were in the Grand Soul Arena, she quickly stifled her cries. Then, an idea struck her, and she embraced Gu Yi, kissing him passionately. Indeed, in that very instant, a wave of comfort washed over her. Distraction proved to be a remarkably effective remedy. The searing pain from the cellular enhancement persisted for an extended duration, and Cadden occasionally let out cries of pain. Fortunately, each time she was overcome by agony. Gu Yi's comforting presence helped divert her focus. It was through this arduous experience that Cadden successfully underwent her first bodily enhancement. Consequently, her physique and aptitude underwent a significant evolutionary transformation. Exhausted, she lay in Gu Yi's arms, gasping for fresh air. Gu Yi, you are truly remarkable. Cadden managed to lift her head and gaze at him. The sensation of transformation in her body, along with the changes in her martial soul, left her awestruck by Gu Yi's ability to procure such a serum. I feel incredibly revitalized. My body feels much lighter, and my strength has increased immensely, she praised enthusiastically. In response to Cadden's compliments, Gu Yi smiled faintly. These are merely the fundamentals. Soon you shall discover even greater benefits. As Gu Yi conversed with Cadden, outside the room, Cadden's soul guardian, Yin Shi, observed the scene within. Reflecting on Cadden's earlier cry of pain and her subsequent words, a peculiar expression flickered across her face. Had she not been assured of Cadden's safety, she would have been compelled to burst through the door to discern what had transpired between Cadden and Gu Yi. To elicit such a cry of agony, only for Cadden to later extol Gu Yi's prowess. However, as a loyal guardian, she returned to her own quarters adjacent to Cadden's room to rest, reassured that all was well. Inside the room, Cadden, having undergone a transformation through the cellular enhancement serum, felt a profound change within her body. Clenching her fist, a smile gradually blossomed on her face. She recognized that the pain she had endured was indeed worthwhile. In a moment of abandon, she embraced Gu Yi and rewarded him with a fervent kiss. All right, now let us proceed to the next step. Cadden nodded eagerly, embodying the innocence of youth. In the realm of Douluo continent, a woman in love is often like this. No matter what Gu Yi proposed, she was willing to comply. Shortly, I shall inject this golden liquid into your body, after which you will manifest a formidable martial spirit. Should your original spirit be too weak, it may be devoured. Though there remains a chance it will not, as this spirit is being bestowed upon another for the first time. If my original spirit is not consumed, would I not possess two martial spirits? Indeed, the probability is quite significant, which means you might become the third individual in the world to possess dual martial spirits. Upon hearing this, Cadden was filled with excitement and anticipation. Gu Yi, I'm ready. Cadden closed her eyes. The earlier pain from the serum had led her to instinctively brace for more discomfort. Thus, she laid back on the bed, awaiting Gu Yi's administration of the injection. Seeing that Cadden was prepared, Gu Yi proceeded without hesitation. With a series of hissing sounds, the Golden Dragon Martial Spirit Serum was fully injected into Cadden's body. To her surprise, the sensation was far from the anticipated pain. Instead, she felt a peculiar emergence within her, accompanied by an oddly comforting sensation. As if gentle hands were caressing her from within. Gu Yi meticulously observes the transformation of Cadden. The last time the Nether Spirit Cat Spirit Serum was administered to Zhu Zhuqing, it did not bestow upon her a second spirit. Rather, it fused directly with her existing Nether Spirit Cat Spirit, resulting in an advanced form of the Nether Spirit Cat Spirit. Now, as the Golden Saint Dragon Spirit is conferred upon Cadden, will she acquire a dual spirit, or will it manifest as a singular spirit? As Gu Yi observed, time passed quietly, and at that moment, Ka opened her eyes while lying on the bed with her eyes closed. In an instant, a golden radiance emanated from her mouth, eyes, nose, and throughout her entire body. In the next moment, her alluring lips involuntarily parted slightly. A sound akin to a dragon's roar escaped her lips, seemingly small. Yet it awakened countless powerful soul masters in Soto City and beyond, all drawn to the source of the dragon's call. What is happening? What is that sound? In the adjacent room, Yinshi's face turned pale as she searched for the origin of the dragon's roar. Being so close, she was unable to discern that the sound came from Ka. Similarly, in the Lord's mansion of Soto City, Qin Zhao's expression grew serious as he scanned the skies for the resounding dragon's roar, the call of the golden sacred dragon. Within the residence of Flanders at Shrek Academy, he stared in shock at the source of the sound. Not only he, but Zhao Wuji and Yu Xiaojiang also gathered outside his room. Flanders, did you hear that? It is the call of the golden sacred dragon, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, both excited and puzzled as he looked at Flanders. Indeed, it is the golden sacred dragon, Flanders confirmed. For he, Yu Xiaojiang, and Lu Erlong had previously manifested the golden sacred dragon through their martial soul fusion, making them intimately familiar with that sound. Upon hearing it, they instantly recognized that the thunderous roar echoing through the air and resonating in their minds was indeed from the golden sacred dragon. However, Flanders, Yu Xiaojiang, and Zhao Wuji were perplexed as to the origin of the sound. Could it be that a powerful individual possessing the golden sacred dragon martial soul is engaged in battle? Zhao Wuji proposed. Impossible. If such a powerful being were truly fighting, the aftermath would be overwhelmingly powerful, and we would have sensed it long ago. Yet this dragon's roar comes from an unknown source, yet it resonates through the heavens and penetrates our minds. Perhaps, Flanders mused thoughtfully, perhaps someone has awakened the golden sacred dragon martial soul, or perhaps some other extraordinary event has occurred, given the legendary nature of the golden sacred dragon. As soon as Yu Xiaojiang made this conjecture, Zhao Wuji and Flanders suddenly envisioned the implications. If someone had indeed awakened the golden sacred dragon martial soul, the Douluo continent would soon become quite lively. Outside Shrek Academy, a scruffy-looking man gazed in the direction of Soto City, his face reflecting astonishment. He was Tang Hao, who had been silently protecting Tang San. It seems that soon, this continent will be stirred by great waves once again. Tang Hao sighed, and chose to disregard the matter further. In Soto City, within the VIP room at the Grand Soul Arena, Ka, feeling the remarkable changes in her body and the immense power of her martial soul, looked at Gu Yi with excitement. Gu Yi, you are truly incredible, Ka exclaimed exuberantly. Then, disregarding everything, she threw herself onto Gu Yi on the bed. Cough, cough, all right, Ka. Please let go of me for a moment and tell me about your specific situation. Gu Yi, enjoying Ka's enthusiastic attention, pushed her gently away as he was more eager to learn about her condition. After releasing Gu Yi, Ka sat up. She tossed her golden hair, which was casually draped over her face, and adjusted her posture, elegantly sitting in front of Gu Yi with her legs crossed. At that moment, Ka appeared exceptionally enchanting as she sat on the bed, adorned only in a delicate purple nightgown, making Gu Yi nearly bow his head in respect. Gu Yi, feel it. Ka extended her hand, inviting Gu Yi to sense the condition of her body. As a physician, Gu Yi was astonished after his examination. Kaden had remarkably advanced her spiritual power from level 47 to 50. Her physique had also strengthened exponentially, with her meridians and cells undergoing significant enhancement. Moreover, there was one aspect that left Gu Yi most astounded. Kaden had indeed become a dual martial soul bearer. At this moment, she had manifested her first martial soul, a white fox of moderate quality. What perplexed Gu Yi was that, logically, the golden sacred dragon martial soul should have devoured her white fox upon being bestowed upon Kaden. Yet, this was not the case. After conducting a thorough scan of Kaden's body with the surgical system, Gu Yi discerned the reason. For a soul master to possess dual martial souls without conflict, it was essential that both souls were of comparable quality. If one was significantly stronger than the other, the dominant soul would inevitably consume the weaker one. Although the quality of Kaden's white fox was not exceptionally high, it possessed immense potential. With the right martial soul evolution serum or a rare herb, it could potentially ascend to the legendary nine-tailed white fox. The critical factor enabling her to retain both martial souls was that, despite the formidable power of the golden sacred dragon, it remained relatively weak at present, having been augmented by the bloodline of Yu Xiaojiang's Luo Sanpao martial soul. Thus, both martial souls could coexist within her. Now that she had reached level 50 and acquired a second martial soul, the extraordinarily powerful golden sacred dragon, Gu Yi smiled as he looked at Kaden, who was seated before him. Do you have any thoughts on this, Kaden? He inquired. I will follow your lead, Kaden softly replied, her gaze solely fixed on Gu Yi. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi felt a surge of joy within. He embraced the soft, voluptuous form of Kaden, saying, You must not speak of your martial soul to anyone. Do you understand? Kaden nodded lightly. Moreover, do not attach a soul ring to your golden holy dragon martial soul just yet. Continue to cultivate your white fox for now. You have now reached level 50. And I am at 49, so my own breakthrough to level 50 is not far off. We can postpone the quest for the 5th soul ring. Your cellular enhancement will require a few more days. Once your cellular enhancement is complete, and I have also reached level 50, we shall go together to hunt for the 5th soul ring. Kaden nodded again. At this moment, everything Gu Yi said resonated as truth in her mind. In reality, Gu Yi did not necessarily need to hunt a soul beast to obtain his 5th soul ring upon reaching level 50. For he could exchange for the most suitable soul ring through the surgical points from the surgical system. This was how he acquired his 4th soul ring. However, the system was quite frustrating, and with limited surgical points, he had no choice but to pursue the 5th soul ring himself. Moreover, the prospect of embarking on this journey alongside Kaden made it all the more delightful. Gu Yi distinctly recalls that his encounter with Kaden transpired in the great outdoors. Their inaugural experience together also unfolded amidst the serene embrace of a small grove in nature. Despite the familiarity of this scenario, he found himself rather disinterested. After elucidating the characteristics and cultivation methods of their dual martial spirits, Kaden lifted her gaze to meet his. What troubles you? Noticing Kaden's silence, Gu Yi gently caressed her cheek. She remained quiet, choosing instead to express her feelings through her actions, her gratitude towards Gu Yi, and the affection she harbored for him. Do not move, Kaden softly murmured as she gently pushed Gu Yi onto the bed. Leaning down, she gazed tenderly at him, unable to resist kissing him. The narrative continues for thousands of words. That night, Kaden exuded the charm of a mature woman, alternating between tenderness and assertiveness, stirring Gu Ye's emotions profoundly. This night revealed to Guyi the reasons behind the disdain many felt towards the notorious Chow thief. In turn, he too embraced the persona of the Chow thief, engaging in acts befitting such a role. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, in the opulent VIP room of the Seoul Arena atop Soto City, Cadden lay nestled against Guyi, peacefully slumbering with her arms wrapped around his waist. A blissful smile occasionally graced her face, reflecting the happiness of having shared an intimate night with the man she adored. She knew that from this point onward, the man she cherished would no longer deny her, and the grand gifts he bestowed upon her filled her heart with exquisite joy. At this moment, Guyi had awakened, yet upon observing how peacefully Cadden slept, he refrained from disturbing her. He gently held her, lost in contemplation. Just then, Cadden stirred awake. Habitually, she reached out to feel beside her, and upon discovering Guyi still there, a smile graced her lips. Lifting her head slightly, she noticed Guyi deep in thought. "What troubles you?" Cadden inquired softly. "It's nothing," Guyi replied, choosing not to share his thoughts, for Cadden appeared somewhat weary at that moment. Guyi gently caressed Cadden's somewhat weary cheek and said, "If you're tired, it would be wise to rest a little longer. I shall return home for now." "All right. Then do come back tonight." "Very well. I shall return when the Grand Seoul Arena commences this evening." After Guyi finished speaking, he rose to his feet. Cadden, being gentle in nature, wished to attend to him upon noticing his movement. However, as she attempted to rise, a slight ache coursed through her body, compelling her to return to her bed. "Rest for now. I must take my leave." Guyi gestured for Cadden not to rise. Subsequently, he planted a soft kiss on Cadden's cheek before departing from the Grand Seoul Arena of Soto City. Fortunately, there was a back entrance to the arena, much like Cadden herself, who had graciously opened the door to allow him entry. Thus, Guyi was able to silently exit the Grand Seoul Arena and return to his clinic. As he walked back, lost in thought, Guyi inadvertently collided with someone. "My apologies, is everything all right?" he said, snapping back to reality and looking at the person he had bumped into. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a young girl with a rather soiled face. Though she was young, her clothing, albeit dirty, suggested it was of considerable quality. Her golden locks cascaded around her, obscuring her face and making it difficult to discern her features. It's nothing," the girl exclaimed hurriedly before dashing away. Guyi observed the young girl hastening away with curiosity. Only after she vanished did he resume his path back to the medical hall. New chapters will be released on Friday. Today, will be updated. Chapter 71, Zhu Zhuqing kicks Dai Mubai. As Guyi departed, he returned to the medical hall, immediately shutting it down to focus on his cultivation. He aimed to swiftly ascend to level 50, at which point he would venture into the wilderness alongside Cadden. To hunt for soul rings with Cadden. Meanwhile, within Shrek Academy, the first training session orchestrated by Yu Xiaojiang had commenced. True to the original narrative, Dai Mubai, a 37-level soul sovereign, engaged in sparring against Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the other four. The inaugural match featured Dai Mubai pitted against Tang San. As anticipated, the bout was interrupted midway by Yu Xiaojiang, who seized the opportunity to provide further instruction. Next, it was Dai Mubai's turn to face Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhu Zhuqing, step forward," Yu Xiaojiang called out. Zhu Zhuqing silently complied, and upon closer inspection, one might discern an unusual expression of excitement flickering across her typically cold visage. Dai Mubai also stepped forth, contemplating Zhu Zhuqing's demonstrated prowess in the Star Dough Forest, leaving no room for complacency. With a twitch of his facial muscles, Yu Xiaojiang shouted, "Begin." In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing sprang into action, transforming into a shadow that vanished from Dai Mubai's line of sight. How astonishingly swift. She's even faster than before. Dai Mubai marveled as he endeavored to locate Zhu Zhuqing's form. Observing this, a grin crept onto Yu Xiaojiang's rigid face, his head nodding in satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, as he smiled, several strands of hair from his beard fell away. If this continued, the rate of loss would only increase, and perhaps before long, his beard would be entirely gone, marking a significant milestone in his journey to restoration. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing reappeared, executing a powerful kick toward Dai Mubai's lower back. Due to her incredible speed, Dai Mubai could only raise his hand to shield himself, which resulted in him being propelled backward. "Brother, have you noticed that Zhuqing's speed seems to be increasing?" exclaimed Xiaowu, standing beside Tang San. "Indeed, her swiftness surpasses even my own," Tang San replied, a hint of purple light igniting in his eyes as he scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing's movements. Zhu Zhuqing's remarkable velocity stemmed not only from her classification as a speed-type soul master, but also from a significant transformation in her ghostly feline spirit. This enhancement not only boosted her speed, but augmented her overall strength. Most crucially, she had undergone cellular reinforcement, vastly improving her body's flexibility, meridians, and cellular constitution far beyond her previous limits. It could be confidently asserted that Zhu Zhuqing's current physical prowess was incomparable to that of Dai Mubai. With the illusion of multiple shadows, Zhu Zhuqing relentlessly struck Dai Mubai. Unable to discern the real attacks, he could only defend himself with his hands. "Damn it, Zhu Zhuqing is too fast. I can barely see her movements. If this continues, I will only be on the receiving end," Dai Mubai thought, determination igniting within him. Resolving to take action, he unified his gaze, activating his third soul ring and unleashing his martial spirit, the White Tiger, which transformed him into a magnificent figure. His muscles swelled dramatically, tearing through his upper garments, revealing an imposing physique adorned with dark stripes and a pair of enlarged claws gleaming with silvery blades. All enveloped in a radiant golden glow, reminiscent of being gilded. His blood-red eyes radiated a fierce hunger, embodying the regal ferocity of a beast king. As a soul master specializing in brute strength, agility was not Dai Mubai's forte. Faced with Zhu Zhuqing's renewed assault, he did not attempt to evade but instead intensified the golden light surrounding him. He took 3 formidable steps forward, halting just as Zhu Zhuqing's foot aimed for him. However, Zhu Zhuqing was far from easy to capture. In a display of unparalleled speed, she executed a swift maneuver, flipping in midair to redirect her attack downward. With her enhanced physique and remarkable flexibility, Zhu Zhuqing adeptly shifted her direction to strike once more. Bam! Her kick landed squarely on Dai Mubai's thigh. It seemed she held nothing back. Her speed translated directly into power, sending Dai Mubai flying several meters away. Had she aimed just slightly left, she might have incapacitated him completely. Repeatedly struck by Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai found himself increasingly frustrated, unable to mount a counterattack. This frustration stemmed not from anger per se, but from the indignation of being toyed with by a woman, his fiancée, who adeptly manipulated him with her speed. Dai Mubai bellowed. A surge of white light swirling within him. Second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. A blinding radiance erupted as his attack hurtled toward Zhu Zhuqing, amplified by the power of his third soul skill. Despite Dai Mubai's attempt to control the intensity, Yu Xiaojing, observing the escalating tension, felt a sense of foreboding. Zhu Zhuqing's advantage in speed was significantly pronounced, surpassing even the agile soul masters he had encountered at the same level. The fact that even a 37-level soul sovereign like Dai Mubai struggled to keep pace with her left Yu Xiaojing eager to uncover Zhu Zhuqing's secret training methods under Gu Yi. On the battlefield, Zhu Zhuqing maintained her composure, analyzing Dai Mubai's incoming White Tiger Light Wave. She had grasped the essence of her teacher Gu Ye's teachings. Speed, when unrestrained and unmatched, could render one invincible. In this moment, she could strike Dai Mubai at will while he struggled to even perceive her form. With a hint of mischief, she relished the opportunity to unleash her pent-up frustration on him, evading his attack with ease. Just as she prepared to deliver another punishing blow, Yu Xiaojing urgently shouted, "Enough! That will be all." His call successfully halted both Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, and notably, it also caused several more strands of hair to fall from his face. "Zhu Zhuqing, your speed is astonishing, so much so that even Dai Mubai struggles to react." "Which is your greatest advantage?" Yu Xiaojing advised. "I understand," Zhu Zhuqing replied, recalling her teacher's words, "as long as my speed is unmatched, I can remain invincible among those of the same rank." It is evident that Zhu Zhuqing refers to the realm of soul saints when she mentions the same realm. Dai Mubai is at level 37, while she is at level 31. Indeed, they are of the same realm. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing mention Gu Yi, Yu Xiaojing surmised that Zhu Zhuqing, now a disciple of Gu Yi, must have been taught many things by him. He felt that to speak further would be somewhat presumptuous. In Chapter 72, Zhu Zhuqing realized that Gu Yi was in search of women. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaojing glanced at Dai Mubai and then at Zhu Zhuqing, arriving at a decision. "All right, Zhu Zhuqing, I have a clear understanding of your current strength. Your training concludes here for today. You may return to rest." "Ah, master. What about us?" Oscar and Ma Hongjun looked at him with eager expressions upon hearing that Zhu Zhuqing was allowed to rest. Yu Xiaojing shot a sidelong glance at Oscar and Ma Hongjun, stating, "If you can withstand Dai Mubai's attacks and remain undefeated, you may also return to rest." Ma Hongjun hastily shook his head after glancing at Dai Mubai, realizing the disparity in their strengths. Perhaps that is best left alone. Zhu Zhuqing did not refuse. As she had no lessons today, she intended to visit Soto City to find her teacher. She returned to her dormitory for a brief moment to tidy up and then informed Dean Flander before departing from Shrek Academy towards Soto City. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Zhuqing arrived outside Gu Ye's clinic. Noticing that the clinic's door was tightly shut, she presumed her teacher was absent. Possessing the key, she unlocked the door and entered. To her surprise, she found Gu Yi meditating within. "Zhuqing, what brings you here?" Gu Yi inquired, halting his practice. "Classes have concluded, so I thought to return to the clinic." Zhu Zhuqing explained briefly, providing Gu Yi with an overview of her day. "Oh, I see. Come, sit down." Gu Yi gestured to the space beside him. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and sat next to him on the bed. She had grown accustomed to sharing a bed with Gu Yi, having already slept in close proximity without much thought. After all, he was her teacher. However, as she settled beside him, she furrowed her brow and inched closer, for she caught a scent on him that did not belong to her teacher. Zhu Zhuqing's feline senses were remarkably acute. She immediately recognized it as the fragrance of a woman. The intensity of the scent indicated that her teacher had undoubtedly engaged intimately with someone, perhaps even the night before. This thought caused an inexplicable discomfort to arise within her. She gazed silently at Gu Yi. "What is it?" Gu Yi, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's intense scrutiny in silence, regarded her with curiosity. He reached out to touch her forehead, ensuring she was well, without illness or injury, and wondered why she was so reticent. After a moment of silence, Zhu Zhuqing finally spoke. Teacher, were you with another woman last night? This caught Guyi off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. Indeed. He had spent the night entwined with Cadden, yet he wondered why Zhu Zhuqing would suddenly ask such a question. Suddenly, he recalled something, after sniffing the air. He understood why she had inquired. It dawned on him that the lingering scent from his prolonged intimacy with Cadden had remained on him. Upon returning, he had not taken any measures to cleanse himself but had simply resumed his meditation. Zhu Zhuqing's keen nose must have detected Cadden's perfume lingering on him, prompting her inquiry about his night with another woman. Regrettably, Guyi sighed inwardly, lamenting that he had forgotten to buy a bag of oranges on his way back. Guyi glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and noticed a hint of unhappiness on her face. Could it be that she was displeased with his choice to seek companionship elsewhere? Clearing his throat, he hesitated, unsure of how to approach the subject with her. Should he confess that he had indeed spent the previous night in the company of another woman? Zhu Zhuqing was still young, and Guyi did not wish to lead her astray. After a moment of silence, Zhu Zhuqing remained quiet, aware that this was a private matter concerning her teacher that she ought not to interfere with. Yet, deep down, she harbored a reluctance to see Guyi with anyone else. Perhaps it was a manifestation of her concern for him as a devoted disciple. Well then, let us shift our focus to the matter of cultivation, Guyi suggested, eager to divert the conversation away from romantic entanglements. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing softly replied. Your current direction in cultivation is established, and your physique will undoubtedly improve as your strength increases. Guyi expounded at length to Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared earnest in her listening, yet her mind wandered elsewhere. She seemed preoccupied with the matter of Guyi seeking companionship with other women. Through the sin enveloping Guyi, she surmised that he had undoubtedly spent the night in the embrace of another, for such a profound aroma could not have arisen otherwise. She was also certain that the woman in question was quite beautiful. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her usual demeanor of silence and aloofness, yet her thoughts were anything but sparse. Zhuqing, you have a soul-fighting competition tonight, correct? Zhuqing? Noticing Zhu Zhuqing lost in thought, Guyi called her name multiple times. Oh, yes. Coming back to reality, Zhu Zhuqing promptly nodded in response. I will also be at the Grand Soul Arena tonight. I hope to witness your performance. Please do not disappoint me, understood? Guyi gently patted her shoulder. Yes, master, I shall not let you down, Zhu Zhuqing replied with unwavering resolve. Thereafter, Guyi chose not to continue his cultivation, but instead led Zhu Zhuqing into the courtyard for joint practice. He instructed her in the same footwork as before, positioning himself behind her, encircling her waist, and guiding her hand as he began his lesson. In that moment, with Guyi holding her close, Zhu Zhuqing became acutely aware of both his scent and that of the other woman, leading her to momentarily lose focus and make several mistakes before regaining her composure. After 2 hours of training in the courtyard with Zhu Zhuqing, Guyi took her back to the study to impart further knowledge. The afternoon passed swiftly, and it was only at dusk that Guyi paused to allow Zhu Zhuqing a brief respite. Teacher, I informed Dean Flanders and the others that I would head directly to the Grand Soul Arena tonight, so I hope to go with you later, she said. Very well. Take a moment to rest while I prepare dinner. We shall depart together once we finish eating, Guyi replied. With that, Guyi returned to the kitchen to commence dinner preparations. After a short while, Zhu Zhuqing appeared at the kitchen door. However, having never cooked before, she could only watch her teacher from the threshold. A sense of warmth and domesticity enveloped her, igniting a desire to assist. Thus, she stepped inside and offered, Teacher, may I help you? Certainly, Guyi responded. Guyi did not refuse. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together makes the task less burdensome. Furthermore, given that they are teacher and student, their collaboration feels even more fitting. This was Zhu Zhuqing's inaugural experience in the kitchen, as well as her first attempt at preparing such homely dishes. Although her mentor Guyi was there to instruct her, the kitchen occasionally resonated with the sound of clattering. It turned out that Zhu Zhuqing, being inexperienced, would inadvertently break a bowl each time she finished washing the chopsticks. As a teacher, Guyi fully embraced his role at that moment, patiently instructing Zhu Zhuqing in the kitchen. Chapter 73, Zhu Zhuqing and Cadden. With Zhu Zhuqing assisting in the kitchen, what usually took Guyi merely 10 minutes to prepare for dinner now extended to a full half hour. This demonstrates the truth behind the saying that teamwork between men and women makes labor less burdensome. All right, let's serve it, he said. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the items she had accidentally broken, accepting the dishes Guyi handed her, and then bowed her head as she exited the kitchen. After Guyi took out the remaining dishes, he sat down on a chair and noticed Zhu Zhuqing silently eating her meal without uttering a word. She must have been exhausted from their earlier labors in the kitchen. Upon witnessing this, Guyi quietly began to eat as well. Once they had finished their meal, the two tidied up and set off towards the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. The sky had darkened considerably, and as Guyi strolled down the street with his beautiful disciple, Zhu Zhuqing, there was an undeniable sense of a captivating procession. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Guyi beside her, contemplating whether to voice her thoughts, yet for reasons unknown, the words remained unspoken. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena. Just as Guyi and Zhu Zhuqing stepped inside, the enchanting Cadden emerged, her waist swaying gracefully. It was no mere coincidence that Cadden encountered Gu Yi. She had been informed of his arrival and could hardly contain her eagerness to come down. At that moment, Cadden radiated vitality, a smile gracing her lips as her alluring figure drew the attention of the patrons within the arena. Their gazes fixated on the captivating movement of her form. Many paused, entranced by the gentle sway of her alluring attributes. However, Cadden paid little heed to the onlookers, for her focus was solely on Gu Yi before her. "Dr. Gu, you have arrived." Cadden approached him, her gaze imbued with unspoken meaning. Gu calmly nodded. Yet his gaze scrutinized Cadden. After a night of passionate intimacy, she had blossomed into an even more enchanting figure. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been by Gu Ye's side, initially paid little attention to Cadden's approach. However, as Cadden drew nearer, her keen senses detected the unmistakable fragrance that enveloped Cadden, a scent reminiscent of femininity, strikingly familiar. Zhu Zhuqing's expression gradually morphed into one of astonishment as she regarded Cadden. Turning her gaze towards Gu Yi, her mentor, she realized that the alluring fragrance she had sensed on him earlier was indistinguishable from that of this woman. Could it be that her teacher had indeed spent the night entwined with this very woman? It was no wonder Zhu Zhuqing harbored doubts. The coincidence was simply too striking. As Guy noticed Zhu Zhuqing's gaze upon him, an unsettling premonition suddenly washed over him. He glanced at Cadden, then back at Zhu Zhuqing, and inwardly lamented the situation. Zhu Zhuqing must have uncovered the truth about his relationship with Cadden. Cadden, observing the striking resemblance in stature and beauty between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing, inquired, "Gu Yi sure? Who is this?" Cadden's question prompted Guy to dismiss his earlier thoughts and introduce her. "Oh, she is Zhu Zhuqing, my newly accepted disciple." "A disciple of Gu Yi sure?" Cadden scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing, recognizing her extraordinary figure and beauty that rivaled her own. She regarded Gu Yi with skepticism, questioning whether there was more to their relationship than merely that of mentor and student. Given Gu Ye's youth and Zhu Zhuqing's striking beauty, Cadden's suspicions were not unfounded. Moreover, her understanding of Gu Yi lent credence to her doubts. Her gaze lingered on Zhu Zhuqing's chest, laden with implications. Undoubtedly, Gu Ye's resolve remained unwavering. His intentions in taking Zhu Zhuqing as a disciple were pure, solely aimed at nurturing her strength and abilities, devoid of any ulterior motives. "Hello, I am Cadden, the owner of the Soul Arena in Soto City." Cadden greeted Zhu Zhuqing with a smile, extending her hand. Zhu Zhuqing, wearing an expressionless demeanor, shook Cadden's hand briefly before withdrawing her own. It was evident that she harbored no fondness for Cadden, likely due to her awareness of the events that transpired between Cadden and her master, Gu Yi, the previous night. Cadden, unfazed by Zhu Zhuqing's chilly demeanor, turned to Gu Yi and asked, "Gu Yi sure, did you bring your disciple here to participate in the Soul Arena?" "Yes, she is here to compete in the Soul Tournament." Gu Yi affirmed. "Oh, if you have any requests, please feel free to let me know. I will do my utmost to accommodate you." Cadden conversed with Gu Yi while Zhu Zhuqing stood aside, listening. She observed as her master and the alluring Cadden grew increasingly animated in their discussion, their words becoming progressively suggestive, causing her discomfort to escalate. Then, Zhu Zhuqing made a bold move, declaring, "Master, let us register for the Soul Tournament." With that, she linked her arm with Gu Ye's and led him away. This unexpected action left Cadden momentarily bewildered, while Gu Yi found himself slightly dazed. He had been engaged in an exhilarating conversation with Cadden when his beautiful disciple, Zhu Zhuqing, intervened, disrupting their exchange. What was the meaning of this? Yet, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's evident displeasure, he excused himself from Cadden and proceeded to register for the tournament with her. Cadden, watching Zhu Zhuqing pull Gu Yi away, stifled a chuckle. She could discern that their relationship transcended the typical mentor-student dynamic. Who ever heard of such intimacy in a teacher-student bond, especially between a man and a woman? Could it be that Gu Yi has a penchant for such relationships? Cadden pondered, contemplating the prospect of masquerading as his disciple in the future. Suddenly, a smile broke across her face. "Ah, I must not indulge in such thoughts," Cadden chided herself, shaking her head as she resumed her inspection of the Soul Arena. However, her gaze often drifted back to Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had completed her registration for the Soul Tournament alongside Gu Yi. Just then, the members of Shrek Academy entered the arena. Upon spotting Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu and Tang San hurried over. "Zhuqing," Xiao Wu called out, sprinting towards her, followed closely by Ning Rongrong. "Xiao Wu, Rongrong," Zhu Zhuqing greeted them, her earlier discontent dissipating instantly. Accompanying them were Yu Xiaojiang and Flander, who approached Gu Yi with polite greetings. "Gu Yi sure." Seeing Yu Xiaojiang and Flander, Gu Yi responded with a courteous smile. Gu Yi sure, after they finished their individual and pair matches, today will mark the first team battle of the Shrek 7 monsters. "I hope you can offer your guidance," Yu Xiaojiang said amicably, regarding Gu Yi. "Of course, I would be delighted. I am eager to witness the synergy of the Shrek 7, but let Shu Qing and the others compete in their individual matches first," Gu Yi replied. "Indeed, that is agreeable." Subsequently, the rest of the Shrek members registered and prepared to partake in their respective individual matches. Gu Yi was keenly interested in his beautiful disciple, Zhu Zhuqing. The rest of the Shrek members held little significance for him, and he remained indifferent to them. Ning Rongrong, a support-type soul master, contemplated her lack of participation in the individual competition and ultimately decided to stay by Gu Ye's side. Chapter 74. Ning Rongrong. Gu Ye, how did you instruct Zhu Zhuqing? What has contributed to her remarkable strength? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on Gu Ye as they stood beside the railing of the soul fighting arena. Leaning against the railing, Gu Ye observed as Zhu Zhuqing ascended the soul fighting platform, before turning his gaze towards Ning Rongrong. Curious, are you? He inquired. Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously. She was well aware of Zhu Zhuqing's prowess, however, ever since her connection with Gu Ye and her decision to take him as her mentor. Zhu Zhuqing's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her speed was now such that even Dai Mubai could scarcely keep pace, in utilizing her swiftness. Zhu Zhuqing had managed to land several kicks on him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Ning Rongrong's curiosity was genuinely piqued. Noticing her eagerness, Gu Ye pondered for a moment, assessing Ning Rongrong before recalling the last time he had assisted her. With a playful tone, he jested, if you wish to know, you could simply take me as your mentor. This caught Ning Rongrong off guard, causing her to hesitate. Memories of Gu Ye's previous assistance flooded her mind. He had provided her with such comfort during her treatment. The thought of accepting him as her mentor made her feel embarrassed about requesting his help again. Consequently, she shook her head in refusal, exclaiming, I certainly do not want to take you as my mentor. Suit yourself. Gu Ye responded nonchalantly, for he had merely been joking. However, upon her rejection, he instinctively flicked her forehead. Hey, why did you flick my head? That hurt. Ning Rongrong protested, hands on her hips. Feigning anger as she glared at him, Gu Ye's gaze drifted to her chest, hinting at something unspoken. At first, Ning Rongrong was bewildered by his implication. But upon meeting his gaze, realization dawned upon her. She bashfully lowered her head and whispered, how did you know? Her voice was barely a whisper. Gu Ye leaned closer to Ning Rongrong and whispered, of course, it is evident. Rongrong, in due time, you will exude even more femininity. Ning Rongrong responded with a slight hum without lifting her head, then recalled the last time Gu Ye had assisted her with healing. When? Might you assist me with healing again? She asked hesitantly. I am available at any time, but when do you wish for it to happen? He replied. Ning Rongrong intended to say any time would suffice, but the words faltered on her lips. At that moment, she noticed Zhu Zhuqing had arrived at the soul fighting platform to participate in her match. Zhu Zhuqing was to face a man who appeared to be in his 30s. Possessing a soul power of 33 and a battle spirit represented by the white, yellow, and purple rings. Begin the match. At the referee's commanding shout, the two combatants sprang into action. Zhu Zhuqing darted with extraordinary speed, swiftly positioning herself behind the male soul master. The audience could barely perceive her movement. She seemed to transform into a shadow, appearing instantaneously at the man's back. In the next moment, without any forewarning, Zhu Zhuqing executed her phantom claw attack with precision. The opponent, caught completely off guard, was rendered incapable of fighting back. A 33rd level soul master stood no chance against Zhu Zhuqing's prowess. Impressive. Ning Rongrong marveled at Zhu Zhuqing's performance on the platform, momentarily forgetting to respond about when she would request Gu Ye's healing assistance again. Indeed, quite remarkable, her attacks are decisive. Defeating the opponent in a single blow. Gu Ye had anticipated Zhu Zhuqing's victory, yet he could not help but express his admiration. Contemplating Zhu Zhuqing's strength, Ning Rongrong gazed at Gu Ye, lost in thought. As Gu Ye noticed Ning Rongrong gazing at him with such intensity, he found himself perplexed by her demeanor. Gu Ye, if you have the time, please assist me. Ning Rongrong candidly expressed her thoughts. Are you certain? Gu Ye inquired, his gaze fixed earnestly upon her. Yes, she replied. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of shyness, yet she resolutely nodded in affirmation. Very well, Gu Ye conceded, recognizing he had no choice but to comply with her request. However, the opportunity might be elusive at present, considering they were within the soul arena, unless they ventured to the treatment room. The treatment room, an isolated chamber where he could indeed provide aid to Ning Rongrong. Let us proceed at once. Gu Ye was unwilling to delay. Assisting Ning Rongrong with her treatment was an obligation he could not shirk. The task of preparing medicinal balls was one he embraced wholeheartedly. Thus, Gu Ye led Ning Rongrong toward the treatment room. Embarrassed, Ning Rongrong lowered her head and followed Gu Ye inside. At that moment, Oscar was searching the Grand Soul Arena for Ning Rongrong. Upon spotting her following a man into his side corridor, he called out, Rongrong. However, Ning Rongrong and Gu Ye had already entered the corridor, oblivious to Oscar's voice. Curious, Oscar pondered what Rongrong could possibly be doing with Gu Ye. Could it be that she was unwell? He hoped not. Oscar was aware that Gu Ye was not only a healer but also a soul master, and a mentor to Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, his knowledge was undoubtedly exceptional. It was likely that Ning Rongrong merely sought Gu Ye for a matter of importance. Without overthinking, Oscar proceeded toward the treatment room. At that precise moment, Zhu Zhuqing, having just completed her battle, also made her way toward the treatment room. She had noticed Gu Ye observing her earlier and saw him heading in the same direction, prompting her to seek him out. Encountering Oscar was somewhat unexpected. Yu Qing, are you looking for your teacher? He inquired. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing replied expressionlessly with a nod. I saw you enter the treatment room with Rongrong. Shall we go together? Oscar suggested, and Zhu Zhuqing did not decline. She understood Oscar's feelings for Ning Rongrong. The two then proceeded to the treatment room. The treatment room consisted of several compartments. And fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing knew which room Guyi occupied. She walked ahead and approached the door, entering without knocking. Teacher, Zhu Zhuqing called out as she stepped inside. Rongrong, Oscar echoed. The simultaneous exclamations from Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar caused both Ning Rongrong and Guyi to pause momentarily. Ning Rongrong, lying on the bed for her treatment, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she gazed intently at him. Thankfully, a curtain separated Ning Rongrong and Guyi's bed from the others. So Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar remained unaware of their activities. Neither Zhu Zhuqing nor Oscar would be impolite enough to draw back the curtain. How did that battle feel, Zhuqing? Guyi inquired. Guyi conversed with Zhu Zhuqing outside the curtain, gesturing to Ning Rongrong to remain composed while assisting her in healing. Ning Rongrong bit her lower lip. Too shy to speak. Well, it feels acceptable. Although my opponent is a 33rd level soul master, his soul ring configuration, soul power quality, and physical constitution are all inferior to mine. Defeating him is no surprise. You performed admirably, but remember this, as long as you are on the battlefield, you must treat your opponents with the utmost seriousness. Do you understand? Yes, teacher. Oscar, seated nearby, observed the dialogue between Zhu Zhuqing and Guyi behind the curtain, feeling a sense of admiration for Guyi. To be able to cultivate a student as exceptional as Zhu Zhuqing is indeed a remarkable feat. If Guyi were aware of Oscar's thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel elated. However, at present, he is diligently attending to. Chapter 75, Intimate Encounter. Ning Rongrong, lying on the bed, let out an unusual exclamation. Realizing her outburst, she hastily covered her mouth and shot an admonishing glance at Guyi. Upon reflection, she recognized the inappropriateness of her words and lowered her head in embarrassment. Outside the curtain, Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged puzzled glances upon overhearing the conversation between Guyi and Ning Rongrong, along with her peculiar cry. Rongrong, what are you and the physician Gu doing? Oscar inquired, his curiosity getting the better of him. Zhu Zhuqing, sensing the underlying implications, widened her eyes in realization as she gazed at the curtain. I asked the physician Gu for a consultation. Oscar, you should step outside for a moment. I still have matters to discuss with Guyi, Ning Rongrong replied softly. Indeed, Oscar, my teacher's treatments are not suitable for you to witness. It would be best for you to wait outside, Zhu Zhuqing added, directing her gaze toward Oscar, understanding the need for discretion regarding certain techniques and secrets of treatment. Oscar complied and exited the treatment room. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative to close the door and, without hesitation, drew back the curtain. At that moment, Guyi clapped his hands, indicating that the treatment he had been performing on Ning Rongrong had just concluded. Ning Rongrong, still feeling bashful, lowered her head as she adjusted her clothing. Zhu Zhuqing, having anticipated this outcome, remained silent as she observed Ning Rongrong tidying herself. Guyi is indeed her teacher. How could Ning Rongrong? Yes, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of anger, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that she did not wish her teacher, Guyi, to assist Ning Rongrong in such a manner through the use of his hands. Guyi should indeed be with Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, feeling a sense of embarrassment under Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, lowered her head. Well, after today, the results should be even better, Guyi remarked calmly while rubbing his hands together. Ning Rongrong replied softly, stealing a glance at her good friend Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly jealous, did not look at Guyi. What is the matter, Zhuqing? Guyi inquired upon noticing her demeanor. It's nothing, Zhu Zhuqing replied coolly. This tone evokes an uncanny sensation reminiscent of a girlfriend inexplicably sulking and behaving unreasonably. Doesn't it? Guyi glanced at his own hands, then turned his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing, only to return to scrutinizing his hands once more. Could it be that Zhu Zhuqing desired him, her teacher, to assist her in healing? Guyi's suspicions were indeed well-founded. However, as Zhu Zhuqing's mentor, he promptly lowered his hands and cleared his throat, saying, very well. Let us step outside for now. Soon it will be your turn for the team battle. With that, Guyi was the first to exit. Although Guyi's voice was somewhat faint, Zhu Zhuqing still managed to hear it. She instinctively asked, Teacher, what is it that cannot be grasped with one hand? Guyi halted his steps, glanced back at Zhu Zhuqing, shot her a quick look, and shook his head, saying, it's nothing at all. He then hurriedly exited the treatment room. Not far from outside, Oscar approached Guyi, inquiring, Dr. Gu, how's Rongrong? Oh, it's you, Oscar. Rongrong is fine. She will be out shortly. That's good to hear. But, Dr. Gu, what did Rongrong come to you for? Oscar asked curiously, gazing at Guyi. She wanted my assistance in making her dumplings larger. Guyi shook his head. It's nothing, merely a trivial matter. If you wish to know, you should ask Ning Rongrong herself. After all, I am a physician and cannot divulge patient information. Do you understand? Indeed. Oscar nodded in agreement with a smile. Guyi then departed to observe other battle arenas. Inside the treatment room, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't shake off Guyu's earlier words. What did you mean? Although Zhu Zhuqing was often astute, she felt somewhat dim-witted in the presence of Gu Yi due to the weight of his status. Such an obvious statement was grasped by Ning Rongrong, yet eluded Zhu Zhuqing. Yu Qing. Gu Yi was implying that you can't grasp it with one hand. Ning Rongrong teased as she playfully poked Zhu Zhuqing. Rongrong, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing instinctively dodged Ning Rongrong's playful assault. However, Ning Rongrong's words caused her to pause. She glanced down and realized her toes were completely obstructed. Suddenly recalling Gu Yi's earlier comment, a flush crept onto her cheeks. Zhu Qing, you have no idea how envious I am. Your teacher must have taken a liking to you, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Zhu Zhuqing's waist, her eyes sparkling. Rongrong, please stop teasing me. Zhu Zhuqing was not one for jest, especially since she had already taken Gu Yi as her mentor. Their relationship as teacher and student made such notions impossible. Yet, Ning Rongrong had a peculiar intuition that Gu Yi harbored feelings for Zhu Zhuqing. Rongrong, don't you feel shy about asking my teacher for help? Zhu Zhuqing quietly inquired. Honestly, I was a bit shy at first, considering I'm still an innocent young lady. It wouldn't do to let other men assist me, but Ning Rongrong began, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing without finishing her thought. But what? Zhu Zhuqing asked, curiosity piqued. But who could blame me? Qing, you inflicted such a significant injury on me. So I decided to have Gu Yi assist me. Subsequently, I discovered that Gu Yi's hands are incredibly gentle, and he is quite handsome. I had nothing to lose. So I ceased to feel shy. Moreover, Gu Yi mentioned that as a physician, it is entirely normal for him to treat his patients. And his assistance to me is nothing out of the ordinary. Ning Rongrong chuckled mischievously. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of displeasure, not wanting her teacher to treat Ning Rongrong. Zhuqing, Rongrong? At that moment, Oscar cautiously entered the room. What is it? Ning Rongrong asked flatly upon seeing Oscar. Nothing much. We should head out soon. Our team competition is about to begin, Oscar said, his eyes furtively assessing Ning Rongrong, uncertain whether it was merely an illusion. Oscar suddenly noticed that Ning Rongrong exuded a more feminine charm, and her figure appeared to have improved. Her attire seemed a bit disheveled. Unlike when she had arrived from Shrek Academy, he quickly averted his gaze, not dwelling on it further. Let us go, Zhuqing. We should leave, Ning Rongrong said, taking Zhu Zhuqing by the hand as they departed. There was a hint of anticipation in Ning Rongrong regarding their first team battle. After the trio left the medical facility, they soon found the other members of Shrek Academy. Oscar, you all have arrived, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Rongrong, where did you disappear to just now? Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu inquired upon seeing the three of them. We were just with Gu Yi. By the way, hasn't Gu Yi arrived as well? Ning Rongrong replied, looking around for Gu Yi. Gu Yi was here for a while, and then left, stating he had something to attend to. What kind of matter? I'm not sure. I see. Ning Rongrong, realizing Gu Yi had left after attending to her, puffed her cheeks adorably in frustration. All right. Your team competition is about to commence, so prepare yourselves, Yu Xiaojing announced. Yes, the Shrek 7 were eager for their first 7-person team battle and anticipated their opponents. Meanwhile, in the highest tier of Soto City's Grand Seoul Arena, within the luxurious VIP room, number 1 Gu Yi sat on the bed of Ka Dan, eyes closed in tranquil meditation, while Ka Dan vigilantly guarded him nearby. Moments ago, after assisting Ning Rongrong in crafting some pellets, Gu Yi had just engaged in a brief conversation with his companions at Shrek Academy when he sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough. Without hesitation, he hastened to Ka Dan's room to immerse himself in cultivation. Should he succeed in this endeavor, he would attain the coveted rank of 50, perfectly timing their joint expedition to acquire the 5th spirit ring. Ka Dan gazed expectantly at Gu Yi, an expression of eager anticipation adorning his face, whether it was the thrill of obtaining the 5th spirit ring or the prospect of sharing a moonlit moment in the serene woods with Gu Yi remained uncertain. On the bed, Gu Yi, seated in meditation, felt the imminent surge of his impending breakthrough. Typically, his ascension in power stemmed from his own diligent practice and the surgical points earned through healing others. Now, his cultivation seemed destined to flow seamlessly, as he successfully reached the esteemed level of 50. Triumphantly, he mused, with the acquisition of a spirit ring, he too would ascend to the rank of Spirit King. Gu Yi clenched his fists in excitement. Congratulations, Gu Yi, Caden said as he approached Gu Ye's side. Gu Yi looked at Caden with joy. Now that he had surpassed level 50, so had Caden. Once they obtained their 5th soul ring, both of them would ascend to the rank of Soul Kings, making it much more convenient to pursue their aspirations. Gu Yi admired the enchanting visage of Caden, drawing her closer and planting a tender kiss upon her delicate lips. After the kiss, he gazed into Caden's eyes and declared, in a few days, we shall venture into the starry forest to acquire our 5th soul ring. Caden replied, nestled in Gu Ye's embrace, savoring this fleeting moment of warmth. Within the Grand Seoul Arena, the first group battle of Shrek Academy had commenced. As anticipated, Shrek Academy emerged victorious. Subsequently, Flandre gathered the 7 members of Shrek, stating, well, the battles for today have concluded. It is time for us to return. Yes, Dean, responded Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun in unison. Although they had triumphed in the group match, it had not come without exertion, and they were eager to return for a well-deserved rest. However, Zhu Zhuqing was reluctant to leave so soon. She was aware of the close relationship between her teacher, Gu Yi, and Cadden, the proprietor of the Soto Grand Soul Arena. The thought of her teacher possibly seeking out Cadden made her somewhat discontented, and her usually stoic expression grew even colder. Ning Rongrong shared similar sentiments, having just enjoyed a brief moment of intimacy with Gu Yi in the treatment room. She felt a pang of unhappiness at his absence. At that moment, Gu Yi's figure appeared within Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's line of sight. Teacher. Zhu Zhuqing initially felt a surge of joy and nearly ran over to share the news of her team's victory. However, upon noticing the beautiful Cadden by his side, she hesitated, opting for a measured approach. A closer look revealed her discontent, yet she managed to mask her feelings behind her typically frigid demeanor. Nevertheless, Gu Yi, being her teacher and the one who understood her best, immediately discerned her unease and its cause. Congratulations, Zhuqing. I have heard about your team's victory. But do not let it inflate your pride, as this is merely your first match, understand? Gu Yi commended her. I understand, teacher, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her voice cold. At that moment, Ning Rongrong approached Gu Yi, curiosity piqued regarding Cadden's identity. Gu Yi, who is she? Ning Rongrong, unreserved as a young lady of her stature, pointedly inquired. Allow me to introduce you. This is Cadden, the owner of the Soto Grand Soul Arena, and she also happens to be my current employer, Gu Yi explained. Casting a glance at Cadden, upon learning of Cadden's status, Ning Rongrong was taken aback, for Cadden did not strike her as someone capable of managing such an establishment. Yet she had evidently succeeded. Flandra, being well acquainted with Cadden, approached her amicably and inquired, Madam Cadden, what a beautiful woman. Ma Hongjun thought to himself. Captivated by Cadden's mature allure. Having grown up in a more worldly environment, his taste leaned towards the refined. And Cadden possessed such a magnetic charm that he could not help but admire her. However, he quickly averted his gaze, reminded of her esteemed position. Flandra, you are quite the familiar face at my Grand Soul Arena, Cadden smiled, fully aware of the Soul Saint's reputation. It was not lost on her that he frequently brought his students to partake in battles, often indulging in a wager or two. Haha, Madam Cadden, you flatter me. I am no such familiar acquaintance, Flandra chuckled, eager to avoid any implications of his gambling habits with students. All right, the day is waning. And you all have classes tomorrow. Let us return to the academy, he urged. Yes, responded Tang San, Oscar, Daimubai, and the others in unison. Zhu Zhuqing cast one last glance at the mature beauty of Cadden and then at Gu Yi, softly stating, Teacher, I shall take my leave first. Gu Yi nodded and said, Let us return now. By the way, Zhuqing, I need you to come to the medical clinic in the next couple of days, as I shall be embarking on a journey soon and have some matters to entrust to you. Embarking on a journey? Zhuqing gazed at Gu Yi in confusion. I need to make a trip to the Stardow Forest. To the Stardow Forest? Ning Rongrong speculated, looking at Gu Yi. Are you going to hunt for a soul ring? Gu Yi smiled and nodded, affirming, Indeed. I have now advanced beyond level 50 and must journey to the Stardow Great Forest to acquire my 5th spirit ring. Upon the utterance of Gu Yi's words, Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang San were taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. It was evident to them that Gu Yi was only slightly older than themselves. Certainly not exceeding the tender age of 20, yet he had remarkably advanced to the 50th level. Nonetheless, Flinder and the others refrained from commenting, as their relationship with Gu Yi was rather superficial, limited to that of a physician and patient. After conversing briefly with Zhu Zhuqing, Gu Yi instructed her and Ning Rongrong to return ahead. Once the Shrek group had departed, Gu Yi turned his attention to Cadden, stating, In 2 days, we shall venture together to the Stardow Forest to procure the 5th spirit ring. Ensure that you have attended to all necessary arrangements in the meantime. Cadden, wearing a smile, replied, Rest assured, I have completed everything that needed to be done and await your arrival. Gu Yi gazed at Cadden's enigmatic smile and instantly comprehended her intent. Was she suggesting they indulge in a night of revelry together? Chapter 77. Take good care of my wife. Shall we stay? Cadden inquired softly. Gu Yi smiled and nodded, then gestured towards the back of Cadden before stepping out of the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Understanding Gu Yi's intent, Cadden stifled a giggle, then swayed her hips as she made her way to the back entrance of the arena. This entrance was deliberately reserved for Gu Yi, always open for him regardless of time or circumstance, much like herself. That night, Gu Yi once again remained in the VIP room number 1 of the Great Spirit Arena, indulging in his tender care for Cadden's ailments. The night quietly slipped away as Gu Yi administered treatment to Cadden, the hours fading into oblivion. By the following day, as Gu Yi departed from Soto, he, now experienced, decisively purchased a bag of oranges, relishing 1 or 2 before returning to his medical practice to continue his healing endeavors. In the afternoon, Zhu Zhuqing arrived punctually from Shrek Academy at the clinic. Upon her arrival, thoughts of last night's Gu Yi and Cadden crossed her mind, prompting her to instinctively approach Gu Yi and inhale deeply. Only when she discerned the absence of Cadden's scent did her heart lighten slightly. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing inquired, Teacher, who accompanied you to hunt for the 5th spirit ring in the Stardow Forest? With no hesitation, Gu Yi replied, Cadden. Upon hearing this, the flicker of joy that had just ignited within Zhu Zhuqing vanished without a trace. Gu Yi and Cadden ventured into the Stardow Forest together. How could this be possible? Wasn't she the master of the Soto Great Spirit Arena? How could she find the time to accompany you, master? Zhu Zhuqing inquired hastily. Kadan had also broken through to level 50, and we had agreed to embark on our quest for the 5th spirit ring the day after tomorrow. Therefore, Zhuqing, I will dedicate today and tomorrow to instruct you thoroughly. Upon learning the circumstances, Zhu Zhuqing was left speechless and could only obediently accept Gu Ye's guidance back to her room for personalized tutoring. This arrangement allowed for 2 days of focused one-on-one mentorship for Zhu Zhuqing, with Gu Ye attending to his duties at the Soto Great Spirit Arena in the evenings. Returning to the medical clinic in the mornings. Today marked the day for Gu Ye and Ka Dan to set off for the Stardo Forest. Early in the morning, a prepared Gu Ye awaited Ka Dan outside the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Just then, Ka Dan emerged, accompanied by a soul sage named Yin Shi and several guards. Ka Dan had already communicated her plans to hunt for spirit rings in the Stardo Forest to Shui Hong, ensuring that there would be personnel responsible for the arena during her absence. Upon spotting Gu Ye waiting for her, she instructed her guards to fetch the carriage before joining him. Are you all ready? Gu Ye inquired as Ka Dan approached. She smiled and nodded. Everything is prepared. Let us set off. As soon as Ka Dan spoke, a guard led a carriage designed for travel towards them. Just as Gu Ye was about to board with Ka Dan, a more luxurious carriage approached. It was Shui Hong, the lord of Soto City. My lady. Please wait a moment. Shui Hong called out as he lifted the carriage curtain. After the carriage came to a halt, he swiftly exited. My lady. Knowing that you were to hunt for your 5th spirit ring today, I specifically came to see you off. I deeply regret not being able to accompany you. Shui Hong's expression conveyed a hint of sorrow, revealing his reluctance for Ka Dan to depart. It's quite all right. I understand. Moreover, there are many matters within Soto City that require your attention. With Yin Shi to protect me, I will be just fine. Indeed, Shui Hong acknowledged, recognizing Yin Shi's formidable prowess. With her accompanying Ka Dan into the Stardo Forest, there should be no cause for concern. And not only Yin Shi, but also Dr. Gu will be accompanying us, so you can rest assured, Ka Dan added, smiling at Gu Ye. Shui Hong was already aware of Gu Ye's recent breakthrough to level 50 and supported the idea of him joining Ka Dan in the hunt for spirit rings. With the presence of such a powerful healer as Gu Ye, their journey into the Stardo Forest was rendered even safer. Dr. Gu, I entrust my lady to your care for this journey, Shui Hong said with a serious expression as he prepared to take his leave, placing his wife's well-being in Gu Ye's hands. Gu Ye nodded earnestly, stating, rest assured, Lord Shui Hong, I shall take good care of Madame Cadden on this journey. That is reassuring. With you, Dr. Gu, I feel at ease, Shui Hong replied with a cheerful smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Subsequently, Gu Ye departed with Cadden, setting their course towards the starry forest. As Shui Hong observed the slowly retreating carriage, a smile of contentment gradually appeared on his face. He had received news that Crown Prince Shui Qinghe had already left the capital of Balak for another kingdom. What delighted Shui Hong even more was the knowledge that Crown Prince Shui Qinghe had a strained relationship with his brother, the nominal heir to the Balak throne. This information instilled hope in Shui Hong for ascending to the throne himself, to the extent that he was unconcerned about his wife Cadden embarking on a journey to the starry forest with Gu Yu to hunt for soul rings. At that moment, Qin Shao, standing beside Shui Hong, gazed at the carriage that had vanished from sight and recalled the peculiar exchange between Gu Yi and Cadden. He turned to Shui Hong and inquired, My lord, are you not worried about the madam and that doctor? Worried? What is there to worry about, Qin Shao? Do not forget, Dr. Gu is my savior. Should I be concerned that he would endanger my life? Shui Hong retorted with irritation. For him, his own life took precedence, followed by power and pleasure, with Cadden barely managing to claim the 3rd spot in his priorities, thus he harbored no worries whatsoever. Observing this, Qin Shao refrained from further comments. If Shui Hong was unconcerned, then what significance could his own words hold? Meanwhile, the carriage carrying Cadden and Gu Yi had already exited Soto City. Once outside, Cadden invited Gu Yi to join her inside the vehicle, while her attendant, Yin Shi, took the reins. The remaining guards could only ride behind them on horseback. The interior of the carriage was lavishly adorned, complete with cushions, seating, tea, fruits, and pastries, everything one could desire. This clearly indicated that Cadden valued this opportunity to travel with Gu Yi immensely. Gu Yi languidly reclined on the cushioned seat, leaning against the wooden wall, when Cadden suddenly appeared before him, snatching the grape from his hand. Allow me to feed you, Cadden delicately intoned, plucking a grape and placing it in his own mouth before offering it to Gu Yi. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yi swiftly wrapped his arm around Cadden's slender waist, cradling her in his embrace while savoring the sweet grapes she offered. Such delightful grapes, akin to your own. Gu Yi took a slight bite, a mischievous smile dancing upon his lips as he gazed at Ka Dan. What grapes do you speak of? Ka Dan reproached him with a playful glare. Did you not just feed me? And yet you claim there are no grapes? Gu Ye's eyes glimmered with desire as he looked at Ka Dan. He had an undeniable fondness for luscious, vibrant grapes, especially those offered by Ka Dan, which he relished immensely. You wicked one, always up to mischief. Kashi shot Gu Yi an admonishing look. How am I being mischievous? I am merely attending to your needs, after all. I did promise Shui Hong that I would take good care of you. Gu Yi, with a mischievous smile, wrapped his arms around Cadden's waist, tightening his embrace. Chapter 78. A fortuitous encounter with Qian Renxue. Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, Caden's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She then picked up a purple grape, bit into it, and offered it to Gu Ye. Inside the carriage, Gu savored the grapes Caden fed him, a sight to behold. Just as he intended to take a sip of wine to steady his nerves, Caden, understanding his unspoken desire, promptly brought a cup to him. Using her delicate lips to present it, Gu Ye, caught in a dance of acceptance and rejection, found himself unable to resist the fervent hospitality of Caden, reluctantly savoring the wine offered to him. At that moment, as Gu Ye reached for a pastry to indulge in, Caden was always a step ahead, eagerly attending to his needs. The sound of hooves echoed merrily as the horse galloped towards the celestial forest. Within the carriage, Caden showcased his impeccable service, leaving no stone unturned in his attentiveness. He reveled in the treatment befitting a monarch, growing increasingly enamored with Caden. The starry forest lies in the southeastern part of the Baloch Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it. Soto City itself is also situated in the southeast of the Baloch Kingdom, a mere 500 kilometers away from the starry forest. Caden's spare carriage is drawn by superior steeds, capable of covering 1,000 miles each day without difficulty. However, due to the numerous interactions between Caden and Gu Ye within the carriage, their journey was significantly expedited. By dusk, their party had merely reached a quaint town in close proximity to the starry forest. As Gu Ye glanced at the sky, he turned to Caden and said, "It seems we won't reach the starry forest today. How about we rest for the night in the town?" Caden, nestled in Gu Ye's embrace, had a faint blush on her cheeks, remnants of perspiration suggesting she had exerted herself moments before. Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, she lifted her head, peeking through the carriage curtain, and indeed, the dusk had settled in. "All right, I trust your judgment," she replied softly, snuggling back into his arms. In her heart, Caden harbored a desire to spend the night alone with Gu Ye under the stars. She imagined herself nestled against him, gazing at the luminous moon, as Gu Ye affectionately called her little sweetheart, to which she would respond with "dear." During the stillness of the night, they could share whispers in the quiet woods. However, Caden ultimately acquiesced to Gu Ye's suggestion, recognizing his concern for her safety and the avoidance of unnecessary trouble. Once the decision was made, Gu Ye's party drove the carriage into the town. Upon arrival, he lifted the curtain to survey the surroundings. During this twilight hour, the town was bustling more than usual. Its expanse was considerable, resembling a small city save for the absence of walls. The streets were lined with a myriad of shops catering to various needs. Most establishments were related to soul masters, offering an array of goods such as weapons, armor, antidotes, restorative potions, and even specialized clothing with numerous pockets suitable for the adventures of a soul master. "Yanxi, let us find a hotel directly," Caden called out, peering her head out to speak to Yanxi. "Yes, princess," Yanxi replied, always regarding Caden as her royal identity. Yet, she cast a glance at Gu Ye, recalling the peculiar sounds emanating from the carriage earlier. She had been outside driving, listening intently. It surprised her to witness her princess treating Gu Ye with such warmth and personally tending to him. However, Yanxi chose to remain silent, for she was devoted to safeguarding whatever brought her princess joy. Soon, Yanxi located a hotel for their stay. Gu Ye's party consisted of only 10 individuals, 7 of whom were bodyguards. Upon their arrival at the hotel, Yanxi promptly arranged accommodations for them. Naturally, Gu Ye and Caden took residence in the same hotel room, disregarding any reservations. This decision puzzled Caden and the 7 accompanying bodyguards, who were well aware of Caden's esteemed status. Witnessing her share a room with Gu Ye, a man, left little room for speculation regarding their relationship. However, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, recognizing their subordinate roles as mere protectors. Just as Gu Ye was about to enter the room with Caden, a few figures caught his attention. One woman, her face obscured by a golden mask, stood out. With her cascading golden locks and statuesque figure, she radiated an undeniable allure. Though masked, Gu Ye instantly recognized her beauty, rivaling that of the charming Zhu Zhuqing. What captivated Gu Ye most was her attire. She donned a flowing black robe, the soft fabric accentuating her alluring curves to perfection. Gu Ye habitually scanned the woman with his surgical system, and to his astonishment, he was taken aback by the results. It was none other than Qian Renxue. As Gu Ye cast his gaze towards Qian Renxue, she too turned her attention towards him. The moment she recognized Gu Ye, the highly skilled physician, her expression revealed her surprise. "Young master, what is it?" inquired the man beside Qian Renxue, noticing her gaze directed towards the upper floor. "I've encountered someone intriguing," Qian Renxue replied with a serene smile, averting her eyes from Gu Ye. In that instant, Gu Ye also withdrew his gaze from her. With Qian Renxue's unexpected presence, one couldn't help but wonder if something significant was afoot. Gu Ye pondered carefully. This was a quaint little town relatively close to the Stardow Forest. Previously, Qian Renxue was merely a kingdom under the jurisdiction of the Heaven Do Empire, and now she unexpectedly appeared outside the Stardow Forest, accompanied by a titled Douluo. Indeed, the man beside Qian Renxue was none other than the serpent spear Douluo from the original narrative. In addition, there were several guards, the weakest among them being soul kings, along with 1 soul sage and 2 soul emperors. The presence of such a formidable entourage in this locale was undoubtedly peculiar. Wait a moment. You suddenly had a thought. Could it be that Qian Renxue has come to the Douluo forest to hunt for soul rings? According to the plot of the original story, 5 years later, Qian Renxue's strength should reach the soul sage level, given that it is now 5 years prior. It is indeed plausible that she has just recently advanced to the soul emperor rank. Yu speculated that she was currently utilizing her spare time during the international patrols to venture into the starry great forest in pursuit of her 6th spirit ring. Guyi, what's wrong? Seeing Guyi standing at the doorway in a daze, Ka Dan hurriedly inquired. It's nothing. Let's go inside, Guyi replied with a smile, wrapping his arm around Ka Dan's waist as they entered the room. Although he encountered Qian Renxue and her companions here, Guyi did not recognize them. Lingering too long could easily reveal his identity. Moreover, he was uncertain whether Qian Renxue might resort to lethal measures if his true nature were uncovered. With the strength of her current team, executing such actions would be quite effortless. After Guyi and Ka Dan entered the room, it became evident that Qian Renxue and her entourage had just arrived downstairs, seemingly to spend the night as well. After requesting a room, it was rather fortuitous that her accommodation was situated right next to Guyi's. Standing outside her door, Qian Renxue glanced at the room number, then at the door of Guyi's room, and inwardly remarked on the remarkable coincidence. Qian Renxue held a particular fondness for Guyi. Whether it was his strikingly handsome visage or his unique surgical blade martial spirit, she found herself captivated. As a woman of extraordinary beauty, encountering a man whose appearance rivaled her own inevitably evoked a sense of admiration within her. Moreover, she harbored a certain intrigue regarding Guyi's martial spirit. His presence here suggested he was likely hunting for soul rings in the Douluo forest. Had he perhaps advanced to the 40th level? Uncertain of Guyi's age and strength, Qian Renxue, observing his youthful countenance, merely speculated he had recently broken through to level 40, completely unaware that he had already surpassed level 50. Taking another glance at Guyi's room, she considered her current identity and chose not to dwell on it further as she entered her own chamber. Chapter 79. The irritated Qian Renxue. Upon returning to her room, Qian Renxue surveyed the surroundings. The decor was exceedingly sparse, with the walls and furniture appearing quite rudimentary. Given her stature, she would typically never find herself residing in such a meager accommodation. Nevertheless, she decided to make do. Qian Renxue refrained from resting on the bed, for she was uncertain how many had previously occupied it. Being a woman with a slight obsession for cleanliness, she preferred to remain on the sofa, where she settled down to cultivate her abilities. Indeed, as Guyi had surmised, she had just recently surpassed the 60th level. Her journey to the Douluo forest was also to hunt for a soul ring. In truth, with her innate talent that allowed her to reach level 20, she should have attained level 60 long ago. However, her time in Heavendoe City had left her with little opportunity to procure soul rings. Furthermore, she had to conceal her identity, as any departure could lead to exposure, thus further limiting her chances. This time, she seized the opportunity afforded by an excursion to seek out the 6th soul ring in the Douluo forest, while Qian Renxue was immersed in her cultivation. In the adjacent room, Guyi and Ka Dan sat together on the sofa. Guyi was deep in thought regarding his encounter with Qian Renxue. Observing him, Ka Dan moved closer and nestled against him, gently inquiring, "What occupies your mind so deeply?" "It's merely trivial matters," Guyi replied, shaking his head and choosing not to divulge the details concerning Qian Renxue. "Since there's nothing pressing, then Guyi, Ka Dan blinked playfully, casting a tempting glance at him. Throughout the journey on the carriage, her heart had been quite stirred by Guyi, and now that an opportunity had presented itself, she wished for him to remedy her yearning. She surveyed the room. While it was modest, its location was acceptable. Then, she glanced at the sofa, which, though firm, still offered a degree of comfort. Upon witnessing the scene, Guyi instantly comprehended Caden's intentions. It was all for the present moment. "Caden, you truly are a captivating little sprite," Guyi remarked, playfully lifting Caden's alluring chin with a sly grin. "Why not come and tame this little sprite of mine?" Caden teased, seductively parting her garments to reveal her exquisite curves. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Qian Renxue, who had been meditating on the sofa, suddenly opened her eyes. She fixed her gaze on the wall from which the sounds emanated, her delicate brows knitting together. Having reached the realm of the Soul Emperor, she had refrained from probing into the matters beyond the wall. Yet, the poor soundproofing of the hotel room allowed every noise from next door to infiltrate her mind, disrupting her cultivation. How infuriating! Qian Renxue, a paragon of grace, couldn't help but curse under her breath. It dawned on her that the room next door belonged to none other than Guyi. Her exclamation was clearly directed at him. After a long day of travel, she had hoped to find solace in the hotel, only to be disturbed by the raucous antics of the couple next door. The inadequate sound insulation only exacerbated her frustration. Clenching her silver teeth, Qian Renxue reasoned that the ruckus would soon cease. She attempted to resume her meditation. However, after a while, she opened her eyes again, her frown more pronounced. Staring at the wall, her fists tightened, her irritation escalating. She felt an overwhelming urge to summon her angelic spirit and wield the angel's sword to vanquish the indiscreet lovers. Qian Renxue seethed with anger. Initially, She had harbored a modicum of affection for Gu Yi, even contemplating bringing him under her tutelage to cultivate his potential. Yet, this day revealed his true nature. One may know a person's face but not their heart. Gu Yi, who appeared refined and handsome, with unparalleled medical skills, was, in truth, a lecher, an insufferable one at that. What a scoundrel! She cursed vehemently. She believed that soon the commotion would quiet down and continued her attempts at meditation. However, as time passed, her patience wore thin. Qian Renxue abruptly rose from the sofa, utterly unable to focus, her mind in disarray due to Gu Ye's antics next door. "Young mistress, what troubles you?" inquired the snake-spear Douluo from an adjacent room, sensing her agitation through their shared spiritual bond. Qian Renxue did not respond. Instead, she stood resolute, determined to observe how much longer Gu Yi could persist in his mischief. She remained standing until the early hours of the morning, eventually noticing that the noise had subsided. The world around her seemed to fall into silence, and she exhaled deeply. Finally, tranquility had returned. Gradually, Qian Renxue regained her composure and returned to the sofa to rest. Though her gaze occasionally darted toward the neighboring room, pondering whether the ruckus would resume. Once assured of the stillness, she resumed her cultivation, but for reasons unknown. Her mind remained unsettled, plagued by visions of Gu Yi that plagued her thoughts. Thus, the night passed. On the following day, Gu Yi opened the door, stretching comfortably. "Oh, if it weren't for Cadden, I wouldn't have slept in so late." Gu Yi turned around and cast a reproachful glance at Cadden, who was still resting in the room. Were it not for her, he would have risen early and would not have slept until this hour. Nevertheless, he decided to head downstairs to fetch something to eat first, intending to bring back a little something for Cadden as well. She had exhausted herself last night, and if she did not replenish her strength, it would be inconvenient for her to hurry over later. As Gu Yi was about to descend, the door of the adjacent room suddenly swung open. Just as he passed by, he fortuitously encountered the person emerging from within. Undoubtedly, it was Qian Renxue. At that moment, Qian Renxue still wore a face mask. Yet her phoenix-like eyes bore traces of bloodshot, indicative of a restless night and inadequate rest. Moreover, her countenance seemed to carry an air of menace, suggesting she was somewhat irritable. He merely cast a glance and immediately discerned the symptoms afflicting Qian Renxue at present. Upon witnessing Gu Ye's approach, the malevolence etched upon her visage intensified. Her fists were clenched tightly, as she recalled the restless night she had endured, rendering her unable to cultivate. With the root of her frustration standing before her, fixating her gaze on Gu Yi, who was about to pass by, she suppressed her ire and, in a chilling yet melodious tone, commanded, "Halt." Upon hearing this voice, imbued with a frigid undertone yet possessing a certain allure, Gu Yi came to a standstill. "Are you addressing me?" Gu Yi feigned ignorance of Qian Renxue and posed a question to himself. Chapter 80. Fate brings us together again. Qian Renxue called out to Gu Yi, yet found herself at a loss for words. Should she confess that she had been disturbed by the raucous sounds of his encounter with another woman last night? Wouldn't such an admission render her a fool in his eyes? After all, Gu Yi had simply been engaged in his own affairs within the confines of a room, not before her very eyes. The reason she had overheard was merely due to the inadequate soundproofing of the hotel room and her keen hearing. The fault did not seem to lie with Gu Yi. Nevertheless, Qian Renxue could not shake off her frustration. Disgusting. With that single word, she brushed past Gu Yi and descended the stairs. "Hey, to whom are you directing such words? Who is truly disgusting?" Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Gu Yi felt a surge of displeasure. Why was he deemed repulsive? Qian Renxue paused momentarily and shot him a disdainful glance, implying he ought to know. With that, she resumed her stride. Suddenly, a thought struck Gu Yi, rendering him momentarily speechless. Qian Renxue, being his neighbor, must have overheard his conversation with Cadden from the previous night. Indeed, just moments ago, he noticed the bloodshot hue in her eyes and the fierce expression on her face, clear signs of a night spent in excessive wakefulness, leading to a tumult of emotions within her. With this realization, the possibility became quite plausible. A chuckle escaped him unexpectedly at the thought of Qian Renxue having listened to sounds throughout the night, yet he quickly stifled it upon remembering she was just ahead. Upon hearing his muffled laughter, Qian Renxue halted again, turning to him with a frosty inquiry. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. Just reflecting on some pleasant thoughts." Gu Yi replied, suppressing his mirth as he observed Qian Renxue's furious demeanor, struggling to contain his amusement. Qian Renxue shot him a furious glare, her eyes ablaze with indignation, and chose to ignore him as she continued on her way. "Ah, my lady, I do not even know your name yet. You hurled an insult at me earlier." Yet I remain unfazed. However, I noticed the bloodshot tint in your eyes and your pallor. Have you not rested well last night? As fate would have it, I am a physician. Should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. A mere touch of my hand will surely restore you to your former vitality. Gu Ye's words caused Qian Renxue to pause once more. She reflected on the fact that the bloodshot eyes and pallor of her complexion were all due to Gu Yi. She longed to turn around and strike him with her sword, the blade of angels, yet ultimately, she restrained herself. Gu Yi observed Qian Renxue descending and followed suit. Subsequently, he ordered some dishes, and after satisfying his hunger, he took a portion to share with Cadden. After enjoying breakfast together and resting for a while, the group resumed their journey towards the starry forest. They were now approximately 100 kilometers away from their destination, and they anticipated arriving before noon. After a brief journey towards the Stardew Forest, Guyi and his companions fortuitously encountered Qian Renxue and her small entourage, consisting of around 10 individuals. The formidable snake spear Douluo was handling the carriage for Qian Renxue, who was resting inside, having endured a sleepless night due to Guyi's incessant noise. Fatigued from her lack of rest, Qian Renxue intended to catch up on sleep during the journey to the Stardew Forest. However, upon hearing sounds from outside, she lifted the curtain and was met with the sight of Guyi, who had also drawn back his curtain. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and upon recognizing Guyi's handsome visage, Qian Renxue snorted disdainfully and let the curtain fall. She lamented her ill fortune at encountering such a person on her way to the Stardew Forest. The memories of the previous night ignited her ire. Slow down. She called out to the snake spear Douluo, wishing to distance herself from Guyi. The driving Douluo obliged, reducing the pace. Yet, fate has a peculiar way of intertwining paths, and soon both carriages found themselves converging once more, ultimately arriving together at the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. Guyi. They are traveling alongside us. What do you think? Kadong remarked anxiously as he dismounted and glanced towards Qian Renxue's carriage. It's nothing to worry about, Guyi replied, shaking his head. If Qian Renxue and her group intended to make a move, they would have done so by now, especially considering they have a titled Douluo among them. Moreover, we bear no grievances. They would have no reason to act against us without provocation. Guyi's words naturally instilled confidence in Kadan. Subsequently, Kadan, Guyi, Yanxi, and the remaining 7 guards tidied themselves up and ventured into the Stardew Forest. At that moment, Qian Renxue emerged. She gazed at Guyi and his party entering the forest, particularly drawn to the enchanting figure of Kadan. Upon seeing Kadan, Qian Renxue furrowed her brow. She was acutely aware that Kadan was the wife of Shuihong. Thus, how could she be with Guyi? Could it be that the woman who spent the night with Guyi was Kadan? This thought piqued her curiosity. Let us proceed, she declared as she dismounted the carriage. Yes, young master, replied Shimiao Douluo, leading the remaining 8 guards into the Stardew Forest. Young master. They are still ahead of us. After walking a while, Shimiao Douluo discovered that Guyi's group was on the same path as theirs and reported back. This route was considered the safest entrance to the Stardew Forest, so it was not unusual for them to take it. Although the Stardew Forest is the largest and most perilous wilderness of soul beasts on Douluo continent, mercenaries hunting soul beasts often leave behind relatively safe paths. It was entirely reasonable for Guyi and his companions to be traversing this route. However, after continuing for a while, when Qian Renxue noticed that Guyi's group was still ahead, she halted. Young master, we are about to enter the area with the highest concentration of 10,000-year soul beasts. I am aware, Qian Renxue replied, her heart filled with perplexity. If Guyi's party was also venturing into the depths of the Stardew Forest, could it be that they were also hunting for 10,000-year soul rings? Meanwhile, Guyi's group was oblivious to the fact that Qian Renxue was trailing behind them. Let us rest for half an hour before we delve deeper in search of soul beasts, Guyi announced, taking a moment to regroup. Previously, they had encountered soul beasts that were centuries and even millennia old, and to hunt the elusive 10,000-year soul beasts, they needed to venture further in. Before proceeding, it was essential for them to replenish their strength for safety's sake. However, just as Guyi's group settled down to rest, Qian Renxue and her entourage approached. Upon seeing others, Yanxi and the 7 guards immediately heightened their guard. The Stardew Forest was fraught with danger, and humans could be just as formidable as soul beasts. Yet, upon recognizing that it was Qian Renxue and her group, they all turned their gaze towards Guyi. Upon encountering Qian Renxue and the formidable snake spear, known as Douluo, Guyi pondered for a moment before addressing Qian Renxue. Shall we take a brief respite together? Qian Renxue cast a glance at Guyi, then at Kadan beside him, and inquired, have you come to hunt for the 10,000-year soul ring? Indeed. And I presume you are here for the same purpose, Guyi replied. The Stardew Forest is fraught with peril. If we venture deeper, we will encounter numerous 10,000-year soul beasts, yet the dangers will be abundant as well. It would be prudent for us to travel as a team, allowing us to look out for one another. Guyi suggested looking at Qian Renxue. Observing her silence, he continued, allow me to introduce this remarkable individual. Our strongest team member, a level 75 soul saint. I am Guyi, a level 54 ringed soul scholar, one of the hunters seeking soul rings on this expedition. This is Kadan, also at level 50, who similarly seeks a 10,000-year soul ring. Additionally, we are accompanied by 7 formidable guards, each possessing exceptional strength. After speaking, Guyi turned his gaze back to Qian Renxue, awaiting her response. In a separate note, the author expresses gratitude for the support of readers, emphasizing the importance of purchasing legitimate copies to sustain their livelihood and improve their writing. The narrative acknowledges that the book may have been written somewhat hastily and acknowledges varying reader preferences. The author assures that they will strive to produce a more serious and engaging storyline to honor the dedicated readers. Furthermore, the author mentions the existence of a VIP group accessible through a link, requiring a certain level of fan engagement for entry. Readers on QQ can connect with the author and request to join the group by providing a screenshot. Prior to the book's launch, Heartfelt thanks are extended to those who have offered financial support, listing several contributors and their generous donations. Chapter 81. The Temptation of Soul Bones. As Qian Renxue listened to Gu Ye's words, she glanced at him and his companions, ultimately focusing on Gu Ye himself. She regarded him with a hint of surprise, not expecting that this seemingly ordinary individual had already attained level 50. Gu Ye was undoubtedly no older than 20 years, and having reached level 50 at such a tender age was a feat never before witnessed by anyone other than herself. The serpent spear Douluo beside Qian Renxue was equally astonished as he gazed at Gu Ye. To achieve level 50 at such a young age certainly indicated the potential of a title Douluo. Then, a thought struck him, and he turned to inquire of Qian Renxue. However, she let out a long, disdainful hum and strode deeper into the Douluo forest, although she harbored a fleeting desire to accompany Gu Ye. The concern of exposing her identity loomed large. Moreover, Gu Ye's demeanor left her feeling uneasy, accompanied by the recollection of the previous night's events, which swiftly extinguished her inclination to travel alongside him. Besides, with the serpent spear Douluo and other formidable soul masters present, there was no necessity for her to rely on Gu Ye for support. Observing this, the serpent spear Douluo cast a lingering glance at Gu Ye before leading his guards to follow. Gu Ye truly lacked discernment. Witnessing Qian Renxue and her entourage dismiss them without a word, Qian felt a surge of frustration. They had intended to ally with Qian Renxue for mutual assistance, especially given the myriad dangers lurking within the Douluo forest. The more companions, the better the support. Yet, Qian Renxue chose to leave without uttering a single word. After all, she possessed the means to do so. Qian was perplexed, casting a confused look at Gu Ye, a sentiment echoed by Yanxi as well. Gu Ye observed that Qian Renxue and her entourage had vanished from sight, and spoke softly. The one beside her is a titled Douluo powerhouse. What? A titled Douluo? Upon hearing this, Qian, Yanxi, and the 7 guards gazed at Gu Ye in astonishment. Gu Ye nodded thoughtfully. Is that truly the case? Indeed, it is, came the reply. No wonder she looks down on us. It turns out she is accompanied by a titled Douluo as her protector. But who exactly is she? To warrant such an esteemed guardian? Qian marveled, yet a sense of confusion lingered. Throughout the entirety of Douluo continent, titled Douluos are scarce. To have one serve as a protector undoubtedly indicates a position of significant prominence. Gu Ye did not offer any explanation. After a half-hour rest, he resumed his search for soul beasts. Within the Douluo forest, 10,000-year soul beasts possess intelligence and have established their own territories, some even congregating in groups. Hence, while seeking soul beasts, Gu Ye dared not be careless. He had considered teaming up with Qian Renxue, knowing that she was accompanied by Snake Spear, a titled Douluo. If they formed a team, having a titled Douluo would significantly enhance their safety. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the commotion he and Qian had caused the previous night, Qian Renxue had coldly rejected his proposal. After several hours of searching, Gu Ye and his companions encountered numerous 1,000-year soul beasts. Yet they had yet to come across a single 10,000-year beast. Reluctantly, they continued their pursuit. As dusk fell, they finally discovered a 10,000-year soul beast, a charming spirit fox, which was particularly suitable for Qian. A 10,000-year spirit fox possesses formidable combat power and an exceptional allure. Yanxi, the soul beast is the one, Gu Ye remarked. Indeed, Yanxi replied, charging towards the 10,000-year spirit fox. As a soul sage, she had little difficulty defeating a 10,000-year soul beast, especially with the assistance of her 7 guards. In no time, the 10,000-year spirit fox lay severely injured on the ground. Qian, go ahead, Gu Ye urged. With great anticipation, Qian approached the spirit fox and struck it down. A black soul ring ascended from the spirit fox's body. Qian sat cross-legged and began to absorb its essence. Having been enhanced by a cell-strengthening agent, Qian absorbed the spirit fox without any complications, successfully reaching level 51 and advancing to a 5-ring soul king. How do you feel? Gu Ye inquired as Qian completed her absorption. Quite good, and I feel I'm just a step away from breaking through to level 52. Is that so? This spirit fox seems quite fitting for you. Its level exceeding 10,000 years, he replied. Indeed, Qian had absorbed the spirit fox, surpassing the threshold of 10,000 2,000 years for her 5th soul ring. Just as Gu Ye was inquiring about Qian's experience, a radiant light erupted from the spirit fox's corpse. The moment this light appeared, it instantly captured the attention of Yanxi and the 7 guards. They fixed their gaze upon the resplendent object emanating from the 10,000-year spirit fox's remains, their breaths quickening. Undoubtedly, what lay upon the spirit fox's body was a soul bone. And not just any soul bone, but one of 10,000 years. In the Douluo continent, even a 1,000-year soul bone could cause bloody conflicts. Thus, the appearance of a 10,000-year soul bone lying before them was extraordinary. Accompanying Gu Ye and Qian were 7 guards, several of whom were soul masters and one a soul king. These individuals had agreed to escort Qian into the Douluo forest to hunt for soul rings, motivated by financial gain. Upon witnessing the 10,000-year soul bone, their hearts were irresistibly drawn to it. The guard closest to the soul bone stared intently, swallowing hard. If he were to obtain this soul bone, it would be a life-changing fortune. An inappropriate thought took root in his mind at that moment. He coveted the soul bone. Driven by greed and desire, He lunged toward the soul bone atop the spirit fox's corpse. Not only him, but a tall soul master among the 7 guards also dashed forward. "Get away, it's mine," he shouted excitedly as he charged at the first guard attempting to seize the soul bone. With a loud crash, the unsuspecting first guard was struck down, tumbling to the side. Just as the tall soul master anticipated grasping the soul bone, a deep voice resonated. "Room." An oval, transparent surgical space swiftly emerged from Gu Ye's hand, enveloping a radius of 100 meters. "Cut," Gu Ye uttered calmly, causing the hand of the tall guard reaching for the 10,000-year soul bone to be severed in an instant, falling to the ground. With a thud, the severed hand hit the ground, and the tall soul master lost his balance, crashing heavily to the earth due to the sudden pain. Gazing at the soul bone within arm's reach, alongside his severed hands, his initial excitement morphed into sheer terror, for that was indeed his own arm. In the next moment, excruciating pain surged through him as he clutched his severed limb, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The remaining 6 guards looked at the tall guard, their breaths quickening, though not due to the sight of the soul bone, but rather the gruesome spectacle of the severed hand and the fallen tall soul master. Gu Ye slowly approached the tall soul master, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed upon him. In the absence of any strength, your display of greed is nothing short of foolishness, a condition seemingly beyond remedy. One can only hope that in your next life, you may learn to be wiser. Gu Ye refrained from further conversation, a knife materializing in his hand, his martial soul, the scalpel. With a swift motion, he struck, and even Yanxi, the soul sage, could only perceive fleeting silver glimmers. The tall soul master sprawled on the ground had been dismembered into several segments, lifeless beyond any hope of revival. The first of the guards, who had aimed to seize the soul bone, met a similar fate, remaining blissfully unaware of the reason for his demise until the very end. The remaining 5 guards, gazing upon the corpses, were gripped by terror. Not a single drop of blood had flowed from the dismembered bodies, a grisly sight that compelled them to avert their eyes from the coveted Millennium Soul Bone. Chapter 82. The injured Qian Renxue. Such bloodless killings, especially under the circumstances of dismemberment without shedding a single drop of blood, caused the 5 guards to lower their heads, too frightened to cast another glance at the ancient soul bone. Yanxi, the soul sage, however, did not fixate on the soul bone but rather regarded Gu Ye with astonishment. To her, the allure of the Millennium Soul Bone was undeniable. Yet it could not entice her to betray Cardan. Her surprise lay in Gu Ye's possession of such terrifying abilities, killing without bloodshed and neatly dismembering a corpse. She glanced at the dismembered remains of the guards on the ground, then turned her head away. Cardan, witnessing this horrifying scene, was equally astonished by Gu Ye's prowess. Yet his predominant feeling was one of reassurance. After all, he was her man. Gu Ye approached the lifeless form of the enchanting spirit fox and picked up the ancient soul bone, delicately toying with it for a moment before turning to the remaining 5 guards, smiling as he inquired, "Does anyone among you still desire the soul bone?" Gu Ye spoke, moving his hand slightly. The surrounding semi-transparent surgical space shifted in response. The scalpel in his grasp gleamed with a silvery light. No, Dr. Gu has misunderstood. We do not seek the soul bone. Indeed, we are merely guardians and would not dare to entertain such avaricious thoughts. The remaining 5 guardians shook their heads vigorously, too intimidated to cast more than a fleeting glance at the eternal soul bone in Gu Ye's possession. Even if desire stirred within them, they would not dare to reveal it at this moment, for they were not fools. Since they had no intention of claiming it, they should refrain from reaching too far. Gu Ye let out a cold chuckle, glancing at Yanxi before retracting his surgical space and approaching Cardan. It seemed our fortune truly favored us. Gu Ye placed the soul bone before Cardan, who gazed at it with palpable excitement. Encountering such a high-grade soul bone was a first in her life. It is worth noting that even a titled Douluo might not possess a soul bone of this caliber, yet she had obtained one. Let us secure it for now and discuss it upon our return. Indeed, Cardan replied, taking the soul bone and stowing it away. Then, Gu Ye leaned closer to Cardan and whispered a few words. Cardan's pupils contracted as she glanced at the remaining 5 guardians, but she ultimately nodded in agreement. After a brief respite, Gu Ye continued to accompany Cardan in search of soul beasts. After several hours of searching, the sky grew dim, forcing them to seek a place to rest for the night. Under the luminous moonlight, in a remote area of the Star Doe forest, the continuous chorus of insects filled the air. In a secluded resting place for Gu Ye and his entourage of 7, within the confines of a tent, one of the 5 remaining guards stirred from his slumber. Silently, he slipped out of the tent, stealthily making his way towards the tents of Gu Ye and Cardan. The allure of a millennium-old soul bone proved too tempting for these soul masters, though they had witnessed Gu Ye's formidable prowess earlier that day, instilling a sense of trepidation. The darkness of the night reignited the embers of greed within their hearts. However, before he could reach the vicinity of Gu Ye and Cardan's tent, a transparent barrier of space enveloped him. With a swift flash of silver in the night, the guard's body was left dismembered upon the ground. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Gu Ye and his companions, including Kashi and Yanxi, resumed their search for soul beasts. The remaining guards exchanged furtive glances, and upon realizing that only 3 of them were left, they quickly lowered their heads and continued their quest for soul beasts. Gu Yi cast a few glances at the remaining 3 individuals. Without needing to observe closely, he understood that each harbored ulterior motives. For the time being, it was prudent to spare their lives. As for the future, it was preferable to let them remain within this vast starry forest. Suddenly, an ominous roar and the sounds of combat resonated from ahead. With each occurrence, powerful waves of energy reverberated through the air. Gu Yi and Ka Dan promptly halted, fixated on the source of the disturbance. The energy fluctuations were intense, surpassing even my own. Yanxi gazed intently at the origin of the commotion, his expression grave. Gu Yi, do you think it might be the one from before? Ka Dan recalled Qian Renxue and the title Douluo accompanying her. It's a possibility. Yet, judging by this uproar, what kind of formidable soul beast have they encountered? Gu Yi was eager to take a look, but the instant he considered their safety, the thought was swiftly dismissed. We proceeded in another direction. Yes, the remaining 3 guards responded in unison, leading the way ahead. What Gu Yi was unaware of was that in the very direction they were heading, a woman had already fled before them, Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue and her companions had also encountered misfortune as they ventured deep into the Star Do forest in pursuit of her 6th soul ring. Initially, they believed that the presence of a titled Douluo, a soul sage, and several soul emperors would suffice. However, they unexpectedly crossed paths with the Titan giant ape. Indeed, it was the troublesome Titan giant ape. Not long ago, the Titan giant ape had taken Xiao Wu home to meet the sky blue bull python. During her 3-day stay, Xiao Wu shared numerous tales of the human world and her past encounters. After witnessing Xiao Wu's fondness for the human realm, the Titan giant ape reluctantly bid her farewell, feeling quite pleased. Yet, once Xiao Wu departed, it found itself in a state of boredom, resorting to seeking out soul beasts within the Star Do forest to alleviate its restlessness. By sheer coincidence, on this day, the serpent spear Douluo, accompanied by Qian Renxue, was hunting for the 6th soul ring. Just as Qian Renxue was about to absorb the soul beast they had just captured, they stumbled upon the Titan giant ape, known for its penchant for causing trouble. The moment their paths crossed, the bored Titan giant ape engaged the serpent spear Douluo in combat. In a bid to protect Qian Renxue, the serpent spear Douluo had no choice but to confront the Titan giant ape. However, the disparity in their strengths became apparent. After only a few exchanges, the serpent spear Douluo was forced to retreat. The accompanying soul sage and soul emperor guards perished, leaving Qian Renxue gravely injured. Under the protection and constraint of the serpent spear Douluo, Qian Renxue was compelled to flee, unwittingly heading in the same direction as Gu Yi and his companions. Shortly thereafter, she spotted Gu Ye's group preparing to depart. Hearing the commotion, Yanxi and Gu Yi turned to look. Upon seeing the injured woman, their vigilance remained intact. However, upon recognizing her, they approached cautiously. It was none other than Qian Renxue. Save me, she called out to Gu Yi, collapsing to the ground. It was evident that she had reached her limit, entrusting her hope and herself entirely to Gu Yi. Kaden, upon recognizing Qian Renxue, glanced at Gu Yi, inquiring whether they should assist her. Yanxi mirrored this sentiment. We must leave immediately. Gu Yi uttered a word and decided to carry the gravely injured and unconscious Qian Renxue, swiftly distancing themselves from the source of the commotion. Even the serpent spear Douluo, a title Douluo, could not protect Qian Renxue, with soul saints and soul emperors surrounding them. It was evident that Qian Renxue had sustained such severe injuries due to an encounter with a formidable soul beast. Gu Yi is not inclined to encounter any unforeseen circumstances within the starry forest. As Gu Yi departed, Kaden, Yanxi, and the remaining 3 guards swiftly distanced themselves from the source of the commotion. This retreat lasted an entire afternoon. Once they found temporary safety, Gu Yi and his companions arrived at a secluded valley. Noticing the day was drawing to a close, they sought refuge in a cave, settling in to spend the night. Inside the cave, Gu Yi gently laid Qian Renxue down and turned to Yanxi, saying, Yanxi, please step outside and keep watch. I need to tend to her wounds. Understood, Yanxi replied, fully aware of the gravity of the situation and the necessity of ensuring their safety. Gu Yi glanced at Qian Renxue, then considered the 3 remaining guards. Finally, he turned to Kaden and whispered, let Yanxi take care of those 3. They are of no further use to us. Chapter 83. The sensual healing Gu Ye's desire to eliminate the 3 guards stemmed not only from his wish to prevent the secret of Kaden possessing a soul bone from spreading, but also from the fact that these individuals harbored thoughts that were inappropriate. Their continued presence would only bring calamity and burden. Thus, it was more expedient to rid himself of them swiftly. Kaden comprehended Gu Ye's intentions. After all, guards hired with monetary incentives are inevitably motivated by self-interest. Without hesitation, she stepped outside to speak with Yanxi. Upon learning of the situation, Yanxi's expression remained unperturbed. She approached the 3 guards and, with remarkable swiftness and efficiency, dispatched them. Meanwhile, within the cave, Gu Yi gazed upon the injured and unconscious Qian Renxue, and without a moment's hesitation, he removed her veil. Before him appeared a visage of unparalleled beauty. Truly, Qian Renxue was stunning. Even in her unconscious state, her beauty remained striking. Gu Yi offered a quiet compliment before he began to tend to her wounds, which were located above her chest and on her back. In order to heal her, Gu Yi knew he must make contact with her skin. Without hesitation, he proceeded to remove Qian Renxue's clothing. Soon, a delicate and exquisite figure appeared before Gu Ye's eyes. After a careful observation, Gu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "How beautiful!" Realizing he had momentarily lost himself in thought. He quickly regained his focus and began to treat Qian Renxue. His hands gently caressed the wound on her chest, and as he did so, a soft white light emanated from his palms, gradually mending her injury. This was the fundamental ability of the surgical space, internal repair. Next, Gu positioned Qian Renxue before him and retrieved a vial of medicinal liquid to apply to the wounds on her back. Whether it was the injury on her chest or the one on her back, his application of the ointment was tender and even. Occasionally, as he worked, Qian Renxue would emit soft murmurs of indicating a mixture of discomfort and relief. It was evident that while Gu Ye's touch brought her some pain, the rapid healing he facilitated also provided a sense of comfort. At that moment, Cadden entered the room. Upon stepping in, she was greeted by the sight of Qian Renxue, half-clad and seated before Gu Ye. Cadden marveled at Qian Renxue's beauty, yet her expression soured upon witnessing Gu Ye's gentle ministrations. Jealousy flickered in her eyes as she approached him, letting out a huffy sound. As Gu Ye was engrossed in treating Qian Renxue, he remained oblivious to the entrance of Cadden. His hands diligently glided over Qian Renxue's chest area, focused on her healing. Cadden, noticing Gu Ye's indifference towards her, felt a surge of discontent. She seated herself before Qian Renxue and scrutinized her closely, realizing that Qian Renxue was indeed extraordinarily beautiful, possessing a splendid figure. Yet there were certain aspects where she fell short in comparison to herself. Gu Ye was merely assisting her with her treatment. Yes, it should be just that. Kadong mused. Indeed, Gu Ye was indeed aiding Qian Renxue in her recovery. Moments later, Gu Ye completed the treatment. Qian Renxue, who had already been in a state of unconsciousness, now, having lost Gu Ye's support, collapsed into his embrace, falling directly into his arms. Gu Ye did not dwell on his thoughts for long. He gently wrapped his arms around Qian Renxue's waist and examined her injury closely. Her recovery appeared promising, and she should awaken shortly. Gu Ye, do you harbor feelings for her? Carden observed Gu Ye's closeness to Qian Renxue with a hint of jealousy. What? Are you jealous? Gu Ye teased. Who is jealous? I merely. Carden glanced at Qian Renxue, her earlier displeasure suddenly transforming into a smile. Carden's capricious mood left Gu Ye somewhat exasperated. However, the next moment left Gu Ye utterly astonished. Carden gently propped up the unconscious Qian Renxue, and as she moved, Qian Renxue's half-clad state revealed more than intended, much to Gu Ye's dismay. Carden's audacious action stunned him. What prompted such behavior? It soon became apparent to Gu Ye why Carden acted this way. At that moment, the healed Qian Renxue was gradually regaining consciousness. Positioned behind her was Carden, while Gu Ye stood in front. As Qian Renxue opened her eyes, she was met with Gu Ye's gaze. Instantly, a wave of relief washed over her. She realized she had survived, undoubtedly thanks to Gu Ye. Any lingering grievances she held against him began to dissipate in that instant. Yet, the next moment brought a startling realization to Qian Renxue, as she sensed an unexpected chill. She quickly regained full awareness, instinctively reaching to touch her chest. Then glancing down before looking back at Gu Ye, rendered speechless. Gu Ye. Qian Renxue seated, her voice icy and her expression fierce. She was entirely oblivious to the fact that she had uttered his name in such a manner. In her mind, she attributed her state of undress solely to Gu Ye, whom she perceived as a brazen scoundrel. Recalling the previous night's commotion involving Gu Ye and another woman, coupled with the embarrassment of being exposed before him, a sense of grievance welled up within Qian Renxue. She was still an innocent maiden, and her purity had been so carelessly stripped away. Gu Ye's expression remained calm and unperturbed. Qian Renxue's anger was entirely within her expectations. After all, it is a common reaction for women when they find themselves exposed to the gaze of another man. However, Gu Ye cast a reproachful glance at Cadden, the woman who both captivated and exasperated him. It was truly a masterstroke to allow Qian Renxue to misconstrue her intentions. A soft chuckle escaped Cadden's lips, and this laughter prompted Qian Renxue to turn around. Upon recognizing the enchanting Cadden, her gaze shifted back to Gu Ye, gradually regaining her composure. Gu Ye observed that Qian Renxue was on the verge of an emotional outburst, her silence betraying her turmoil. Thus, Gu Ye spoke in a calm and measured tone. Your injuries have now healed. There is no need for expressions of gratitude. As for the matter of seeing your body, you need not dwell on it. After all, it holds little significance in my eyes. This was a necessary course of action, as aiding your recovery required such measures. The words of Gu Ye echoed in Qian Renxue's mind, yet she remained silent. Subsequently, she calmly stood up and donned her attire, appearing to have come to terms with her situation. I shall repay your life-saving grace, she declared, but then her gaze fell upon Gu Ye, and ultimately, she chose to say nothing further as she exited the cave. Stop. Where do you think you are going? It is nighttime now, and you should comprehend the perils that lurk in the Star Do forest after dark. Not even a soul sage or a soul Douluo would dare to traverse this forest alone at night. One could perish without even knowing how. The words of Gu Ye halted Qian Renxue, who was intent on leaving. Although I have healed your wounds, your strength has yet to be restored. You shall rest here tonight. I have no desire to see someone I just saved perish once more. Listening to Guye's admonition, Qian Renxue remained indecisive. However, her choice to stay was evident as she refrained from continuing her departure. Casting a glance back at Guye, she settled against the wall on the opposite side of the cave and chose to remain silent. Upon witnessing this, Guye cast a reproachful glance at Qian, who, in response, chuckled quietly to himself. Chapter 84. The Poisonous Dragon Heart Beast. At that moment, Yanxi entered from outside. Have you resolved the situation? Guye inquired upon Yanxi's arrival. It has been resolved, Yanxi affirmed with a nod. Then you should take a moment to rest, as you must be fatigued from today's endeavors. Yanxi nodded in agreement and settled down on the opposite side of the cave. Guye, displaying little concern for the demise of the remaining 3 guards, turned to Qian Renxue, who was seated nearby, and asked, what transpired earlier? How did you sustain such severe injuries? And what of the individuals who accompanied you? Guye's words went unanswered by Qian Renxue. I am speaking to you, Guye stated, stepping closer to Qian Renxue, his gaze fixed upon her with utmost seriousness. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Qian Renxue uttered a solitary phrase and fell silent thereafter. Meanwhile, Guye, Qian, and Yanxi exchanged astonished glances directed at Qian Renxue, the king of the forest. The Titan Great Ape, Guye was well aware that this formidable being was the leader among the 100,000 soul beasts, an ancient aberration. If Qian Renxue were to encounter such a creature, it would be nothing short of a miracle if she managed to escape unscathed. Yet, what of the serpent spear Douluo? Guye was keen to ascertain whether he was still alive. He realized that they needed to be more cautious in their subsequent actions. By the way, I am yet to learn your name, he inquired, directing his gaze towards Qian Renxue. Qian Shui, she replied softly. So, Qian Shui, is it? Guye chose not to press further, and, after posing a few more questions, fell silent. He then settled beside Qian to rest. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Stardow forest, a tumultuous roar echoed. Humans, do not flee. Come face me once more. A furious shout followed. Damn it. Even soul beasts possessed their share of lunatics. Time was of the essence. He had to locate the young master, or else he would have a difficult time explaining himself to the grand offering. The one being pursued was the serpent spear Douluo, while the relentless pursuer was none other than the Titan Great Ape. The serpent spear Douluo had first-hand experience of the Titan Great Ape's formidable strength. With just a few strikes, the massive creature's overwhelming power rendered him defenseless. Acknowledging his inability to defeat the Titan Great Ape, he had no choice but to flee. Thanks to his smaller and more agile physique, escaping was not particularly difficult, but it was evident that the Titan Great Ape was determined not to let him go. Relentlessly pursuing him, the serpent spear Douluo found himself in dire straits, glancing back to see the Titan Great Ape hot on his heels, compelling him to summon all his strength to evade capture. He wondered how the young master was faring. No, I must shake off this beast before seeking the young master, he resolved, disregarding the toll on his stamina as he darted hither and thither. Although he was no match for the Titan Great Ape, his agility surpassed that of the colossal creature. Despite the Titan Great Ape's gravitational domain, it found it difficult to close the gap. Thus, with tremendous effort, the serpent spear Douluo finally managed to escape. On the other side, within the cave, Guye and the trio remained oblivious to the serpent spear Douluo's plight. At that moment, Qian, who had been asleep, awoke and nestled beside Guye, quickly drifting back to sleep. The following morning, the four set forth once more in search of soul beasts. Initially, Qian Renxue intended to depart, but realizing the myriad dangers within the vast expanse of the Stardow forest, she ultimately decided to accompany Guye and his companions for mutual protection. As Qian Renxue followed Guye and the others, she scrutinized them with a hint of confusion. She recalled that prior to losing consciousness, Guye had been accompanied by 6 individuals, yet how had their number dwindled to 3 overnight? Though puzzled, she refrained from inquiring further. Regret lingered in her heart. She wished she had not brought only the serpent spear Douluo along. However, her own identity as Shui Qinghe necessitated the presence of another title Douluo for concealment, which was why she had brought the serpent spear Douluo. She had initially believed that with one title Douluo and a soul sage, securing the 6th soul ring would be a safe endeavor, but now, luck, it seems, can be quite an elusive companion. Guye, accompanied by 3 women, had been searching for soul beasts in the Stardow forest for 2 days. During this time, Qian Renxue had come to appreciate Guye's remarkable qualities. Aside from his slight lecherousness, he seemed to possess no significant flaws, which gradually improved her impression of him. Within a cave, having rested sufficiently, Guye and the 3 women resumed their quest for soul beasts. Be vigilant. Guye suddenly intoned with gravity shortly after exiting the cave. His expression turned serious as he gazed ahead. Qian, who had been by his side, followed his gaze, her demeanor shifting noticeably. Sensing the tension, Qian Renxue and Yanxi cautiously approached Guye, peering in the direction of his focus. Their expressions mirrored Qian's, revealing their astonishment. Before them, a mere 10 meters away, 2 peculiar soul beasts were engaged in mating. These creatures, each towering at 2 meters, possessed spiral-like horns atop their heads and were covered in an array of sharp, serrated edges, exhibiting a striking silver-black hue. Encountering two soul beasts in the midst of such an act in the perilous Star Do forest was understandably bewildering for Cardane. Yin Shi and Qian Renxue. Particularly, Qian Renxue noticed Gu Yi observing the scene with rapt fascination. Recalling the noises she had overheard from his hotel room the previous night, her expression became difficult to articulate. From the complexity of their movements and their sizes, Gu Yi deduced that these were likely poison dragon heart beasts. His astonishment grew as he scrutinized the beasts before him. He reflected on the information he had gathered about such soul beasts. Their spiral horns were virtually indestructible, and their bodies bristled with razor-sharp blades. Judging by their size and dimensions, the creature on the left had reached an age of 20,000 years, while the one on the right was merely a millennium old. However, it was evident that the 1,000-year beast was struggling against the more formidable 20,000-year soul beast, which clearly seemed to be overpowering it. Gu Ye's well-founded speculation garnered the agreement of Cardane, Yin Shi, and Qian Renxue. However, for reasons unknown, they observed Gu Yi watching with great fascination as the 2,000-year-old poison dragon heart beast bullied the smaller one, seemingly exhibiting a look of intrigue and curiosity. Gu Yi pointed at the 2,000-year-old poisonous dragon, the heart-piercing beast, which was forcefully bullying the weak, and spoke with unwavering conviction, "This is the one, my fifth soul ring." Cardane turned to Gu Yi, questioning whether he was serious. Yin Shi also regarded Gu Yi with curiosity, while Qian Renxue cast a fleeting glance at him. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Noticing the peculiar expressions of the three, Gu Yi was puzzled by their meanings. Yin Shi regained her composure and, with a hint of seriousness, said, "Gu Yi, this soul beast is clearly over 2,000 years old. Are you certain?" "Huh, what does 2,000 years matter? This creature, which so brazenly bullies the weak and disregards the feelings of others, deserves to be vanquished. If I do not take its life and claim it as my soul ring, I would be dishonoring my name, Gu Yi." Gu Yi, with a countenance of righteous fervor, embodied the spirit of chivalry in his quest to protect the weak from the strong. "Yin Shi," he began, "the poison dragon heart beast remains oblivious to our presence outside. I shall initiate the attack. You will provide support from behind. We must eliminate it swiftly to avert unforeseen complications. Do you understand?" "Understood," Yin Shi replied succinctly. Preparing for the task ahead, Qian Renxue observed Gu Yi intently, perplexed by his determination to hunt the 2,000-year-old poison dragon heart beast. It was common knowledge among soul masters across the Douluo continent that the fifth soul ring could only be acquired from creatures approximately 1,000 years old. Why then? Did he aspire to capture one that was twice that age? Was he attempting to defy the natural order? Or did he simply find it intolerable that such a powerful beast preyed upon the weak? Was his sense of justice truly so profound? Chapter 85. The poison dragon heart blade. Gu Yi could not possibly fathom the peculiar thoughts of Qian Renxue. His desire to hunt the heart-drilling gear beast stemmed entirely from its suitability for him. Both the racial ability of the poison dragon drill heart beast, known as the poison dragon drill, and its exceptionally sharp gear-like offensive capabilities were remarkably compatible with Gu Ye's scalpel when imbued with such powers. Alongside the electric abilities of his scalpel, the potential for attack had long been envisioned by Gu Yi. At this moment, the 2,000-year-old poison dragon drill heart beast was wholly preoccupied with bullying another of its kind. Engrossed in this act of mating, it remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger approaching it. Gu Yi let out a soft murmur. In an instant, a translucent space emanated from his hand, enveloping everything within a 100-meter radius. Ziz. Subsequently, Gu Yi summoned his martial spirit, the surgical knife, which was accompanied by flickering arcs of electricity dancing upon its blade. This was Gu Ye's second soul skill, the arc surgical knife. Whoosh. At that moment, Gu Ye's figure vanished from beside Cardane, Qian Renxue, and Yin Shi. This sudden shift startled Qian Renxue. She had not anticipated Gu Ye's speed to be so astonishing. In the next heartbeat, Gu Yi reappeared behind the poison dragon's heart beast, which was engrossed in its mating ritual. Arc surgical knife, the scalpel, enveloped in lightning and wielded by Gu Yi, descended with astonishing swiftness. A silver gleam, intertwined with hues of blue, flashed as countless razor-sharp teeth of the poison dragon heart beast fell to the ground, including its spiraled horn. This sudden turn of events startled the poison dragon heart beast, which had been so engrossed in its endeavors of procreation. It had never anticipated that someone would dare to interrupt its lineage. Enraged, it sought to eliminate the intruder. However, upon realizing that its formidable teeth had been severed, along with its horn, it let out a thunderous roar. Yet, at that moment, Gu Yi showed no mercy. He directed his scalpel towards the beast's visage, unleashing a foot-long silver blade that struck the poison dragon heart beast with devastating force. Simultaneously, Yin Shi also sprang into action. She held nothing back, executing a full power strike that sent the beast crashing to the ground. Boom, boom. Fearing that the poison dragon heart beast might still possess a will to resist, Yin Shi unleashed several soul techniques upon it. Likewise, Gu Yi felt a sense of disgrace towards the forceful assault on the vulnerable creature. He utilized the surgical space in conjunction with the scalpel, continuously delivering various radiant blade attacks upon the beast's body. Many of these strikes landed on specific areas, effectively severing vital components. Under the coordinated efforts of Gu Yi and Yin Shi, the poison dragon heart beast was left teetering on the brink of death, gravely injured. All right. Yanxi, you may cease. If you continue, it will perish, Guyu cautioned. Upon hearing his reminder, Yanxi halted, only to realize the dire state of the poison dragon heart beast. Not far away, Cardan and Qian Renxue observed the entire confrontation between Guyi and Yanxi. While Qian Renxue was not particularly astonished by Yanxi's prowess, given her status as a soul sage, she was nonetheless taken aback by Guye's displayed strength. After all, in her recollection, Guyi was a healer. For the past few days, it had been Yanxi who had taken the initiative. Now, seeing Guyi capable of inflicting such damage upon a 2,000-year-old poison dragon heart beast was remarkable. Very well, I concede that Guyi took advantage of the beast's vulnerability, lacking martial ethics, and launched a surprise attack during its mating. Nevertheless, his strength is indeed impressive, quite formidable. As for the creature that has wronged you, I shall eliminate it. As for you, it is best you take your leave. Guyi, having just witnessed the torment inflicted upon the soul beast by the 2,000-year-old poison dragon heart beast, approached the fallen creature and swiftly delivered a fatal blow, ending its life. The small poison dragon heart beast, feeling avenged by Guye's actions, let out a series of grateful cries before departing. Guyi, are you truly intent on absorbing this poison dragon heart beast? Cadden inquired anxiously as he joined Guyi. Indeed, otherwise I would not have slain it. Moreover, this soul beast is particularly suited to me. However, it has surpassed 2,000 years. I am concerned for your well-being. Upon witnessing this, Guyi chuckled, assuring, rest assured, I am not foolish enough to act recklessly. With that, he seated himself and commenced the absorption process. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, observing Guye's intent to absorb a soul ring from a poison dragon heart beast exceeding 20,000 years, contemplated intervening, for she harbored doubts about anyone's ability to absorb a fifth soul ring surpassing such an age. Yet, the confidence etched upon Guye's countenance, coupled with his exchange with Cardan, rendered her words unspoken. Ultimately, she merely gazed at Guyi, who was engrossed in the soul ring absorption, her thoughts swirling with the notion that should he indeed succeed, she would need to reassess her estimation of him, regardless of the costs. She would strive to bring him under her wing and secure his allegiance. Conversely, should he falter, the situation would unfold quite differently. Cardan, fixated on Guye's absorption, wore a persistent expression of concern. Yanxi stood guard nearby, yet her curiosity occasionally drew her gaze towards Guyi, eager to discern whether he would truly succeed. At that moment, however, Guyi, immersed in the process, was oblivious to such thoughts. For him, absorbing a fifth soul ring exceeding 20,000 years posed no challenge whatsoever. After all, his fourth soul ring was already over 10,000 years old. It is worth noting that Guyi possessed a surgical system, replete with an array of potent potions available for exchange. Having consumed the cellular enhancement potion that Zhu Zhuqing once used, Guyi had also partaken in such enhancements. Thus, it could be said that Guye's current physique was robust enough to absorb a soul ring of this magnitude with utmost ease. The outcome, as expected, unfolded without any unforeseen complications. Guyi successfully absorbed the soul ring. In the instant it entered his body, his soul power, previously at level 50, surged to 51, and did not cease its ascent until it reached 52. The transformation of Guyi left Qian Renxue astonished, her gaze fixated on him, her face betraying disbelief. Similarly, Yanxi approached. However, Cadden looked at Guyi with joy, for he was her man, engaging in an unprecedented feat. The fifth spirit ring surpassed 2,000 years. And observing Guye's direct breakthrough to 52, it was evident that this spirit ring was nearing 3,000 years. Moments later, Guyi completed his absorption and stood up. Guyi, how do you feel? Cadden inquired immediately. Quite well, Guyi replied, clenching his fist, feeling immense satisfaction with his current strength. What pleased him most was his fifth spirit ability, the poison dragon piercing blade. The scalpel spun rapidly, forming a poisonous dragon drill, emanating formidable energy during the process, capable of bypassing defenses to inflict harm directly on the heart with immense power. Chapter 86. The unique external spirit bone. Guyi, how did you achieve this? Qian Renxue asked, her expression still one of disbelief. The absorption of a spirit ring exceeding 2,000 years by a spirit master was a sight she had never witnessed, making her incredulity understandable. Well, it's difficult to explain, Guyi chuckled, sidestepping her question. After all, how could he divulge the existence of the cell-enhancing serum, a miraculous substance in the Douluo continent, to her? If their relationship were to deepen, perhaps he could share the experience of injecting the liquid into her body and its benefits. But for now, that was clearly impossible. Understanding his implication, Qian Renxue recognized the boundaries of their relationship. After all, they were not intimately connected, and discussing such matters would indeed be inappropriate. All right. We have accomplished our objective and should depart from the Stardow Forest, she concluded. Guyu was aware that she had obtained her sixth spirit ring, and both his and Cadden's fifth spirit rings were similarly acquired. He preferred not to linger, as the Stardow Forest was fraught with danger, and it was prudent to leave sooner rather than later. Cadden and Yanxi shared this sentiment. After some contemplation, Qian Renxue agreed to leave. Although she was curious about the current state of the snake spear Douluo, her safety to precedence. Guyi, wait a moment, what is that? Just as Guyi was about to depart, Cadden called out to him. Upon hearing her words, Gu Yi, Yanxi, and Qian Renxue turned to look. They beheld a peculiar object falling beside the corpse of the poison dragon beast. Gu Yi could ascertain that it was not a spirit bone, for this object lacked the magnificent radiance characteristic of such bones. He approached and picked it up for closer examination. Measuring several decimeters in length, it possessed a spiraled, pointed tip with a harmonious balance of thickness. Its texture was soft yet possessed a certain firmness, reminiscent of a spirit bone, yet distinctly different. However, as it had erupted from the body of a spirit beast, it ought to be classified as a spirit bone. Gu Yi, what on earth is this? Qian inquired, gazing curiously at the object in Gu Ye's hand. I am uncertain. It should not be a spirit bone, yet it appears rather peculiar. Let us simply store it away for now and discuss it later. Gu Yi encountered such an unusual object for the first time. He decided to carefully store it away for further study, pondering whether it might indeed be an external soul bone from some distant location. Very well, let us take our leave, he remarked. Qian Renxue glanced at Gu Yi as he tucked the object away before following him, and together they departed. The quartet made their way towards the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, the serpent spear Douluo, having narrowly escaped, was in a disheveled state. He traced Qian Renxue's lingering aura in his relentless search for her. The spot where Gu Yi had rescued Qian Renxue was familiar to him, and he subsequently followed the scent to the cave where Gu Yi had rested, discovering that Qian Renxue had been there previously. His heart swelled with joy, for he was certain she was safe. As he continued his search, he stumbled upon several corpses not far from the cave. The serpent spear Douluo furrowed his brows, recognizing the three as the guards accompanying Gu Yi. They had fallen to a single strike, prompting him to wonder if the young master had encountered Gu Yi and his companions. With that thought, he resumed his pursuit, soon locating the corpse of the poison dragon heart beast. Ultimately, he confirmed that Qian Renxue had ventured towards the outer reaches of the Douluo forest. Knowing that Qian Renxue was unharmed, the serpent spear Douluo dashed towards the forest's edge without hesitation. By dusk, Gu Yi and his companions had exited the Douluo forest. They arrived at the location where they had previously parked their carriage, retrieved it, and set off without delay, having only taken one carriage for their journey. Yanxi was at the reins, with Qian Renxue, Ka Dan, and Gu Yi seated within. Inside the carriage, Qian Renxue's gaze remained fixed on Gu Yi from the moment she entered, driven by a burgeoning curiosity towards him. Ka Dan, equally captivated, was also absorbed in Gu Yi. However, Gu Yi, engrossed in examining the object in his hands, did not glance at the two women. This peculiar item had emerged from the corpse of the gear heart beast. Typically, such remnants from spirit beasts would manifest as soul bones. Yet, this object bore no resemblance to a soul bone, nor did it exhibit the radiant glow associated with them. It was indeed a mystery. Could it be that spirit beasts, aside from yielding soul bones, could also produce other kinds of objects? As Gu Yi pondered, he realized that indeed there was an ancient beast in the original tale of the City of Slaughter that could yield inner elixirs. However, inner elixirs are spherical, while the object he possessed was cylindrical, clearly not an inner elixir. What could it possibly be? Gu Yi speculated, momentarily forgetting to consult his system. Meanwhile, Kaden observed Gu Yi examining the object in his hand and suddenly found it somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it indeed sparked recognition. Gu Yi, this. Kaden hesitated, glancing at Qian Renxue before leaning closer to Gu Ye's ear to whisper a remark. Upon hearing this, Gu Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. It was only then that he recalled the system. After conducting a thorough scan, the nature of this object became instantly clear. It was indeed a soul bone, one that was exceptionally rare. Moreover, this external soul bone was not located in the palm, the back, or the tail, but rather. Gu Yi stared in astonishment at the object in his hand. He truly did not anticipate the existence of such a soul bone, which directly pierced through his realm of knowledge. Ahem. Well, Kaden, I shall take this item for now. Gu Yi lightly coughed and remarked that they should sit up straight. He merely put it away, having no intention of refining it. After all, with the system at his disposal, he currently had no need for soul bones. Moreover, given that this was an unusual external soul bone, Gu Yi was uncertain of any potential harm it might pose, and he would certainly refrain from refining it for the time being. Observing Gu Ye's demeanor, Ka Dan couldn't help but smile. She had not anticipated that it would be such an extraordinary external soul bone. It was truly remarkable. A flicker of curiosity sparked within her. Nevertheless, the fact that Gu Yi chose not to refine the soul bone was enough to satisfy her, particularly in that regard, which brought her immense contentment. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue, witnessing the subtle exchange of glances between Gu Yi and Ka Dan, pondered thoughtfully. She harbored doubts about their identities. Such intimacy was clearly indicative of a bond that transcended mere friendship. After the carriage had traveled for a couple of hours, the sky had darkened considerably. With no village ahead and no one behind, the four companions had no choice but to rest outdoors for the night, intending to resume their journey at dawn. Fortunately, the area they found themselves in was merely an ordinary woodland, devoid of formidable wild soul beasts. In such a secure environment, they could rest outside without excessive concern for their safety. Additionally, as soul masters, with even the weakest among them being a soul king, their worries were further alleviated. Ka Dan, Yanxi, Qian Renxue, you stay here for a moment. I will venture ahead to gather some firewood. It is quite cold at night, and a fire will provide some warmth. Guyi instructed the trio to gather some dry wood from the grove ahead. At that moment, however, Dan exchanged a few words with Yanxi and Qian Renxue before making her way towards the grove where Guyi was. Chapter 87. Parting Ways. Dan. What brings you here? Guyi, who was collecting firewood, inquired with a hint of confusion upon seeing her approach. Yet, Dan did not respond to his query. Instead, she picked up some dry branches from the ground and stepped forward to place them into Guyi's hands, guiding his hands to the appropriate spot. In a soft whisper, she asked, "What do you plan to do with the external soul bone?" Upon hearing the question about the external soul bone, Guyi's expression turned slightly grave. He discarded the firewood he had been holding and pressed Dan against a tree, his gaze intensely fixed on her eyes. "What do you think I should do?" he asked seriously. Dan bit her lip, refraining from answering. Regardless of the type of soul bone, it served as a potent means for soul masters to enhance their power. However, Dan cherished Guyi himself and was reluctant to have him refine it. In truth, she had not come to discuss the refining process. She merely sought to share a moment with him in the grove. She then wrapped her arms around Guyi's neck, and together they engaged in a conversation about Guyi's intangible essence amidst the serene surroundings. The grove was a sanctuary for lovers, and the wilderness offered an even more sacred space for the expression of affection. Having just emerged from the perilous Douluo forest, Dan felt her taut nerves beginning to relax, and she yearned to alleviate her spirits in Guyi's company beneath the moonlight. After half an hour, Guyi and Dan emerged from the grove, each carrying a pile of firewood. "Why did you take so long?" Qian Renxue asked, her brow furrowed in curiosity upon their return. The night was dim, and the path was unclear. Finding firewood was no easy task, and half an hour was quite a swift endeavor, Guyi explained as he piled the wood and set it alight. Qian Renxue remained skeptical. As the campfire crackled to life, Guyi took a seat around it, with Qian Renxue on his left and Dan naturally on his right. However, as Qian Renxue settled closer, she noticed something peculiar about Guyi's scent, though she could not quite articulate what was amiss. As they warmed themselves by the fire, Guyi shared some provisions with Qian Renxue, Dan, and Yanxi. After they had eaten, Guyi turned to Qian Renxue and said, "Now that we have safely exited the Douluo forest, we will be returning to Soto City. I assume you will be taking a different route?" Nodding as she munched on her rations, Qian Renxue acknowledged this was indeed her plan. She had slipped away secretly, and now that she had acquired her 6th soul ring, it was imperative for her to return and resume her role as the prince. She would undoubtedly part ways with Guyi and his companions by the following day. Yet, as she gazed at Guyi, she felt an unexpected reluctance to leave so soon. Her curiosity about him piqued. How had he managed to absorb a soul ring over 20,000 years old for his 5th ring? And why, despite being a healer, did he possess such formidable strength? The numerous facets of Guyi ignite an insatiable curiosity within Qian Renxue. She has resolved that upon her return, she will employ the identity of Xue Qinghe to allure Guyi to her side, determined to possess him by any means necessary. However, this endeavor requires her to return to the heavenly Do city, for to entice Guyi, she must ensure his presence there as well. Guyi was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Qian Renxue's mind. After tending to the fire and consuming some provisions, he suggested that Dan return to the carriage for a respite. "Yanxi, you should also take a moment to rest. We have all had a long day." Yanxi did not decline, as she indeed felt a bit weary. Naturally, Qian Renxue also returned to the carriage to rest. As a man, Guyi bore the heavy responsibility of keeping watch alone. In the dead of night, Dan, who had been resting in the carriage, emerged, unable to find slumber without Guyi's comforting presence. Thus, she resolved to join him in his vigil, affording them the opportunity to gaze at the moon together. The night passed in silence. On the following day, Guyi and his companions resumed their journey. Upon reaching the next town, Qian Renxue requested Guyi to let her disembark. "I must take my leave now. May our paths cross again," she declared, departing with resolute finality. Leaving no room for hesitation. "We shall meet again," Guyi murmured as he watched her gradually fade from view. Now, they were to return to Soto City. Although one was absent, the trio continued on their way, each returning to their respective duties. As twilight approached, they arrived outside Soto City. Upon their return, Dan did not head directly to the Great Soul Arena but instead opted to visit Guyi's medical clinic first. She desired to linger there for a while, wishing to spend quality time with him before returning to the arena. While Guyi escorted Dan back to the clinic, on the other side, the serpent spear Douluo, tracking Qian Renxue's presence from the Douluo forest, finally caught up with her. Upon confirming her safety, he was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. Approaching Qian Renxue, he earnestly expressed, "Young master, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed. My failure to protect you this time was a grave oversight on my part. However, it was unforeseen that we would encounter the Titan giant ape, the king of the forest. Thankfully, you have returned safely. Let us speak no more of this. It is time to return." After saying this, Qian Renxue continued on her journey. Her mission was to inspect the kingdoms under the dominion of the Tiando Empire. They had just completed their inspection of the Barak kingdom, which afforded her a brief window to seek the sixth soul ring before proceeding to the next destination, the Sylph's Kingdom, with the porcupine Douluo by her side. She felt assured that no issues would arise, yet she remained wary of potential dangers. Hence, she was eager to return. Furthermore, she had a deadline of 2 months to complete her inspections before returning to Tiando City. Afterward, she planned to devise a means to summon Guyu to Tiando City and find ways to bring him under her wing. Qian Renxue had meticulously laid out her future plans, a habit she had cultivated over many years. However, she had one more task to undertake upon her return, to relay information about Guyu back to the Spirit Hall. His ability to absorb a soul ring exceeding 20,000 years was astonishing, and she felt compelled to inform her esteemed sister, the Pope Bibi Dong. Additionally, there were matters she wished to discuss with her. Unbeknownst to Guyu, Qian Renxue had been orchestrating a series of events concerning him, including sharing his news with Bibi Dong. At this moment, he had returned to the clinic, feeling a profound sense of peace as he stepped into his home. Guyu reclined on the bed, cradling the delicate form of Kadan, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Their identities had been concealed upon entering Soto City, and thus he acquiesced to Kadan's desire to remain with him. Naturally, if Kadan stayed, the attendant Yin Shi would remain as well. Guyu proceeded to allocate rooms for the two. It was imperative for Yin Shi to have a separate chamber. He initially intended to assign a separate room for Kadan as well, but she insisted on sharing his space, compelling him to relent. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing returned to her quarters after completing her training, preparing to tidy up before heading to the arena for her duel. Zhuqing, I plan to participate in today's duel. Will you join? Zhu Zhuqing inquired as she approached Xiaowu's room. Xiaowu shook her head, replying, Zhuqing, I do not have a duel today, so I shall not attend. Perhaps you should check with Fatty and Dailong. Besides the group battle to Soto City, the individual duels of Shrek Academy's students occasionally occurred separately. Xiaowu's absence was evidently to await Tang San, desiring to accompany him, while suggesting Zhu Zhuqing team up with Daimubai, which Zhu Zhuqing understood to be a subtle matchmaking attempt between them. In recent days, Zhu Zhuqing had indeed noticed a transformation in Daimubai, prompting those at Shrek Academy to wish to resolve the relationship between the two. Unfortunately, Zhu Zhuqing regarded Daimubai with indifference, akin to that of ordinary classmates. Her focus remained solely on becoming stronger, with her thoughts primarily occupied by her teacher, Guyu. Very well, Xiaowu, I shall take my leave. With that, Zhu Zhuqing departed from Shrek Academy and headed straight to Soto City. Upon arriving at the Grand Arena, she engaged in her duel. This time, her opponent was a soul master with a soul power of level 36. Although the configuration of his soul rings was somewhat inferior to hers, his strength remained formidable. Ultimately, Zhu Zhuqing expended considerable effort to secure victory. By today, Zhu Zhuqing had participated in 15 duels, achieving an unbroken winning streak. Her name, the Spectral Cat, began to circulate widely within the Soto Grand Arena. After concluding her duels, the night had deepened, and it was already past 9 o'clock. Instead of returning to Shrek Academy, she made her way to her teacher's clinic, a routine she had established during her visits to Soto City. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, she refrained from returning to Shrek, opting instead to stay overnight at Guyu's clinic, planning to return to the academy the following morning. Upon reaching the clinic, she noted the doors remained firmly shut, prompting thoughts of her teacher, Guyu. It had been 10 days since he left, and she wondered when he would return. Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of longing for him, coupled with concern for both Guyu and Kadan, knowing their relationship was far from ordinary. Upon entering the clinic, Zhu Zhuqing typically spent an hour in Guyu's room, engrossed in the numerous books before succumbing to fatigue and resting there. She now headed directly to his chamber. As the clock approached 10, Guyu and Kadan, fatigued from their journey, had settled in for the night. Zhu Zhuqing moved with such grace that her presence went unnoticed by the already resting Yin Shi. However, Guyu, who had initially been oblivious, stirred awake upon hearing the faint footsteps approaching his room. As Guyu awakened, Kadan, nestled in his embrace, also stirred from her slumber. Clearly, she had heard the sounds of someone approaching their room. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open. Zhu Zhuqing promptly turned on the light and closed the door behind her. She intended to retrieve a few books from the shelf to peruse for a while before resting. However, as she took a step forward, she realized there were occupants in the room, since her teacher, Guyu, had not yet returned. Her instinctual reaction was to assume it was an intruder, and she cast a wary glance in their direction. Who is it? Upon Zhu Zhuqing's entrance, Guyu had already noticed her presence, and upon recognizing her, he let out a sigh of relief. Yet, her sudden exclamation left him somewhat helpless. As he was still in bed with Kadan, teacher, initially suspecting a burglar, Zhu Zhuqing's surprise turned to joy upon seeing her teacher, Guyu, on the bed. She had intended to rush over and embrace him, eager to inquire about various matters. However, upon noticing the presence of another person beside Guyu, her movements halted. Kadan. It was none other than Kadan, who was blissfully nestled in Guyu's arms. Zhu Zhuqing had suspected there was an intimate relationship between them, but had never anticipated encountering them in such a compromising situation, witnessing it firsthand. Teacher, you both. Zhu Zhuqing pointed towards the intimate scene with Kadan, utterly bewildered. Zhuqing, what brings you here? Gu Yi found himself in a rather awkward predicament. He had not anticipated that his intimate encounter with Cadden would be interrupted by Zhu Zhuqing, the beautiful disciple, who inadvertently witnessed their moment of vulnerability. Fresh from the soul-fighting arena, Gu Yi was taken aback as Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Cadden, who was embracing him with a sense of nonchalance. Seemingly unfazed by her presence, after all, she was merely Gu Yi's disciple, and it was of little consequence. "Master, when did you return?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Her attention fixed on Cadden as she addressed Gu Yi. "I just came back not long ago," Gu Yi replied. Noticing the glint of mischief in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as they lingered on Cadden, he subtly gestured towards Cadden, who appeared utterly indifferent to Zhu Zhuqing's scrutiny. She clung to Gu Yi with a fierce grip, as though wishing to meld their bodies into one. Moreover, Cadden's unwavering gaze directed at Zhu Zhuqing seemed to assert a claim, declaring Gu Yi as her man. This unspoken tension created a palpable atmosphere, akin to the scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. Humph. Zhu Zhuqing shot Cadden a piercing glance, followed by a disdainful huff before turning to exit the room. Her displeasure towards Cadden was evident, and it was clear that Cadden's presence was a source of frustration, for Gu Yi's attention was diverted from imparting knowledge, training her to grow stronger, and ensuring her happiness. Gu Yi watched as Zhu Zhuqing exited, helplessly turning to Cadden. "Please take a moment to rest. I shall step outside for a moment." "Very well, but do return swiftly. I await you in bed," Cadden posed suggestively, exuding an air of anticipation for an intimate encounter. Gu Yi cast a glance, feeling increasingly helpless. As he stepped outside, he encountered Zhu Zhuqing, who stood outside with an expression of anger, failing to even greet her teacher upon his arrival. It was evident that she was quite displeased with the presence of Cadden. Without Cadden, Gu Yi was solely hers, and she would spend countless hours with him each day. However, now that Gu Yi had Cadden, Zhu Zhuqing realized that her joy had diminished. "Zhuqing, it is late now. Please, go to your room and rest. We shall discuss matters tomorrow," Gu Yi suggested gently, leading Zhu Zhuqing to the adjacent room. Zhu Zhuqing followed him in silence, her demeanor contemplative. Just as Gu Yi intended to leave, Zhu Zhuqing grasped his arm. "What is it? Are you going back to her?" The pronoun her clearly referred to Cadden, and Gu Yi understood her implication. "You're overthinking it. I merely intend to return for a night's rest," Gu Yi replied with a wry smile, feeling exasperated. Did she truly believe that Zhu Zhuqing was an ignorant little girl? Who could predict what might transpire during the night? "Teacher, during your absence, I have many inquiries I wish to pose," Zhu Zhuqing stated, pulling Gu Yi onto the bed. Her intentions were unmistakable. She aimed to spend the night seated with Gu Yi, determined not to let him return to Cadden. Chapter 89. Inquiries about knowledge or posture. Seated on Zhu Zhuqing's bed, Gu Yi regarded her with a sense of resignation. He merely wished to return and rest with Cadden, yet Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have other plans. Not only had she pulled him onto the bed, but she also closed the door tightly, indicating an intention to occupy him for the entire evening. Noticing Gu Yi's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered her head. She harbored no ulterior motives. She simply had numerous questions she wished to discuss with Gu Yi. As he was her teacher, was it not entirely reasonable for a student to seek guidance from their mentor? Was it not also normal to inquire while seated on the bed? "Teacher, during your absence, I have discovered significant changes in my martial soul. Please help me examine it," Zhu Zhuqing said, naturally taking Gu Yi's hand and placing it where she needed his assistance. Gu Yi gazed intently at Zhu Zhuqing's chest. "No." He focused earnestly on the area she requested him to examine, probing with his hands. Indeed, it seemed that there was a noticeable difference. It felt as though it had grown, or rather, it had gained strength. Zhu Zhuqing observed Gu Yi as he meticulously conducted the examination, simultaneously listening intently. After a thorough inspection, Zhu Zhuqing revealed some perplexing matters, along with details regarding her recent soul battle competitions, to Gu Yi. "Teacher, just yesterday I achieved a breakthrough to the 32nd level." "A breakthrough?" Gu Yi replied, slightly taken aback as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. "Yes. When I absorbed the third soul ring, I sensed I was on the verge of reaching the 32nd level, but I was still a bit short. After engaging in soul battles and training for a while, I finally made the breakthrough yesterday." As Gu Yi listened intently and Zhu Zhuqing spoke eloquently, the night deepened. In Gu Yi's room, Cadden, who had been patiently awaiting Gu Yi's return to share her slumber, sensed that his prolonged absence was undoubtedly due to the enchanting Zhu Zhuqing, his stunning disciple. Cadden harbored a lingering animosity towards Zhu Zhuqing, whose remarkable beauty and figure evoked a sense of rivalry within her. This was primarily because the bond between Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing surpassed the conventional closeness of a master and his apprentice. Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing shared a mutual understanding, their bond laden with unspoken intricacies. Perhaps it was this very sentiment that led her to suspect that the relationship between the master and disciple held secrets of its own. Never mind, she thought. It's best to rest for now. Cadden chose not to wait any longer, for she was acutely aware that Zhu Zhuqing would never allow Gu Yi to join her in her bed. This insight stemmed from a woman's understanding of another woman. Indeed, as Cadden had surmised, Zhu Zhuqing had retained Gu Yi in her room, diligently seeking his guidance on various matters. Oh, not matters of intimacy, but rather knowledge. In the midst of their study, the exhausted Zhu Zhuqing unknowingly leaned against Gu Yi's shoulder and drifted into slumber. Observing her weary form, Guyi felt a pang of tenderness. He gently caressed her cheek, noting that even in sleep, a resolute determination lingered on her face. A testament to her unwillingness to let him go. Zhu Zhuqing, initially resting her head on Guyi's shoulder, had unknowingly shifted to embrace him. The warmth of his presence enveloped her, providing a comforting sense of solace. After a long day of training and participating in a spirited competition, followed by a night of learning from her esteemed teacher, she succumbed to peaceful sleep. How could one betray the earnest intentions of such a delightful companion? Guyi continued to stroke Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face, choosing to remain by her side. As for Cadden, who awaited him in the other room, Guyi had no choice but to endure her disappointment in silence, so as not to disturb his beloved feline disciple. The night passed quietly, cloaked in tranquility. As dawn broke, Cadden stretched languidly in bed, clad only in a sheer purple nightgown that had inadvertently revealed glimpses of her alluring form. The sight of the empty space beside her stirred a sense of annoyance within her. Guyi had not returned throughout the night. To her dismay, she realized that he had indeed spent the entire night with Zhu Zhuqing. Though she trusted that nothing inappropriate had transpired, a shadow of dissatisfaction lingered in her heart. Curiosity gnawed at her, compelling her to investigate what the master and disciple were engaged in, yet she ultimately refrained from doing so. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Zhu Zhuqing remained nestled against Guyi, appearing utterly enchanting in her slumber, though it seemed she was still lost in dreams. Her eyelids would occasionally flutter open to sneak glances at her mentor. The memory of sharing a night with him filled her heart with an inexplicable warmth, especially as she recalled holding him close. A rush of shyness washed over her, rendering her hesitant to rise. Guyi, having awoken early, pondered a dilemma. Should he turn over or remain still? To turn would mean enveloping Zhu Zhuqing in his embrace, while to stay put felt almost a disservice to the precious moment they shared. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately resolved to act against his better judgment. For he was indeed her teacher. Such intimate occurrences were not meant to unfold within the confines of their relationship. With a light cough, he rose from the bed, washed up, and began preparing breakfast. Upon noticing Guyi's departure, Zhu Zhuqing felt an unexpected sense of relief, yet a flicker of disappointment lingered within her. Dismissing the feeling, she promptly got up to tidy herself, eager to join her mentor in the kitchen. Just then, Cadden approached, swaying her hips and sporting a knowing smile. Truly, Cadden's allure was undeniable, particularly with the grace of a mature woman that left Zhu Zhuqing feeling somewhat inadequate. Perhaps this was the type Guyi preferred. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing was resolute. She would not concede defeat. With a determined huff, she brushed past Cadden and made her way to the kitchen. The sound of chopping soon filled the air, as Zhu Zhuqing and Guyi worked seamlessly together, a testament to her time spent as his disciple in the medical clinic. It was surprising to witness such a delicate and charming student adept at preparing breakfast. Clearly, her mentor had imparted considerable wisdom. Observing from outside the kitchen, Cadden could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy as she watched the harmonious exchange between the master and his lovely pupil. Guyi and Zhu Zhuqing were busy in the kitchen, leaving her alone outside, making her feel somewhat superfluous. After all, she was clearly Guyi's woman, while Zhu Zhuqing was merely a disciple. No, she had to join them to be with Guyi. Chapter 90. The uninvited guest. As Cadden was about to enter the kitchen to assist the three, she discovered that Guyi and Zhu Zhuqing had already finished. They emerged with a simple breakfast of 3 light dishes and white porridge. Upon seeing Cadden waiting at the door, Zhu Zhuqing let out a proud hum, as if to say, "Look, in the kitchen, Guyi is mine, and he will only work with me." Cadden observed Zhu Zhuqing's transformation from an aloof cat to a proud one, her expression slightly peculiar. She sat beside Guyi, chatting about the details of their evening piano session where they expressed their affections. What should have been a simple breakfast became charged with tension as Zhu Zhuqing and Cadden subtly competed against one another. After finishing their meal, Zhu Zhuqing had to leave the clinic and return to Shrek Academy. Before departing, she shot a fierce glare at Cadden. In the following days, Guyi enjoyed a unique treatment. Cadden's attentive service and Zhu Zhuqing's relentless pursuit of knowledge in the evenings created a lifestyle that continued for a week until Cadden had to return to the Grand Seoul Arena in Soto City. Once Cadden left, Zhu Zhuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. What delighted her most was the absence of Cadden at the clinic, which made it easier for her to visit Guyi at night to study. On a subsequent evening at Shrek Academy, after completing her training, Zhu Zhuqing intended to visit the Grand Seoul Arena for a soul battle before returning to the clinic to study with her teacher, Guyi. Just as she was about to leave, Xiaowu hurriedly called out to her. "Zhuqing, Master said our team battle is tonight, and we should go together. Isn't our team battle scheduled for tomorrow?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired. "The Master changed it last minute, so we need to participate in individual battles first, and then he will join us," Xiaowu explained. "All right then, Zhuqing, there is still some time before the battles begin. Let me find Rongrong, and we can stroll around the city before heading to the arena," Xiaowu suggested eagerly. Without allowing Zhu Zhuqing a chance to refuse, Xiaowu dashed off to fetch Ning Rongrong, and soon they were all headed to Soto City. Their training had been intense, and Xiaowu was eager to take this opportunity to enjoy some leisure time with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. As they wandered through the bustling streets of Soto City, Xiaowu pulled Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong along, excitedly exploring various shops, purchasing items without concern for their prices. They spent over an hour indulging in their shopping spree. As dusk fell, Xiaowu reluctantly announced, "Qing, Renxue, it's about time. We should head to the arena." "Yes, let us go." Zhu Zhuqing agreed, mindful of their upcoming battle. Unbeknownst to them, a figure was stealthily following behind. This man, appearing to be in his 40s, had dark skin and stood just over 5 feet tall, wearing a lewd grin. His right hand was bandaged, and he donned tattered shorts and flip-flops. This individual was none other than the notorious character, Douluo, from the original story. Douluo fixated on the trio's retreating figures, swallowing hard as he observed the alluring forms of Xiaowu, Ning Renxue, and Zhu Zhuqing. What stunning beauties! If only I could have my way with them, he mused. In a good mood, he had intended to enjoy a leisurely outing, but now he found himself captivated by 3 such enchanting women, particularly the one with long braids, Xiaowu. Today, Xiaowu wore brown pants and a simple white fitted top. Though her figure was not as voluptuous as Zhu Zhuqing's, her long, slender form possessed its own unique charm, especially her remarkably delicate yet resilient waist and the glossy braid cascading down her back, exuding a neighborly innocence. For someone like Douluo, a man of questionable character, Xiaowu's allure was particularly potent compared to that of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Renxue. He watched her move, her lithe waist swaying as she walked, and he felt an overwhelming urge to comfort his excited heart. Not only Xiaowu, but Zhu Zhuqing's strikingly voluptuous figure and her enchanting curves made Douluo yearn to embrace her. As for Ning Renxue, her figure had notably transformed after Gu Ye's healing, gradually developing from modest to impressive proportions, with a waist that was astonishingly slender, even surpassing that of Xiaowu. Douluo's gaze lingered on them, and an inappropriate thought began to take shape in his mind. He initially planned to follow them discreetly until they reached a secluded area where he could incapacitate them with drugs and indulge in his depraved desires. However, noticing that they were all soul masters with considerable strength, he reconsidered his approach, realizing he might be outmatched alone. Suddenly, he recalled his 2 accomplices. If Tianya and Lao Yi were present, they could easily subdue the trio without a sound. The prospect of such a scenario thrilled him. He would follow them, ascertain their destination and route, and wait for the opportune moment when they were alone. He chuckled lewdly to himself. Though he was lascivious, he was not foolish enough to act openly in public. After all, Soto City had its defenses, and if he were caught, it would spell trouble for him. Thus, he stealthily trailed Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Renxue, and Xiaowu. The bustling crowd provided ample cover, allowing Douluo, a soul master himself, to remain undetected as he followed them towards the Grand Soul Arena. Little did he know, they were indeed heading there for the soul battles, a situation that could complicate his plans significantly. Unhappy and somewhat troubled, Douluo dared not cause a ruckus in the Grand Spirit Arena, for he still clung to the desire to live. Yet, as he beheld the delicate and alluring silhouette of Xiaowu entering the arena, alongside Zhu Zhuqing's fiery figure and Ning Renxue's slender waist, a deep sense of discomfort welled within him. The thought of never experiencing Xiaowu's charms left him feeling that his existence was a mere farce. It seemed imperative for him to consult with Tianya and Old Goose upon returning. The path ahead was dim and secluded. Should they emerge, he could lure them here and, with Tianya and Old Goose, lay in ambush to ensure he would win the heart of a beauty. While consumed by lust, Douluo's mind raced swiftly. Discovering a narrow alley along the way, he decided to investigate. Ultimately, he resolved to find his partners, Old Goose and Tianya. If his hunch was correct, they were likely out enjoying the evening. He was well aware of their usual haunts. Soon, Douluo arrived at a secluded corner of Suatua City, where a row of low houses stood before him, their dilapidated facades barely reaching 3 meters in height. Pink lanterns adorned the entrance, under which stood several heavily made up, evidently not so young women of the night, enticing passers-by. "Oh, is that our esteemed Douluo? Would you like some special service today?" One of the heavily painted women called out to him. "Next time, perhaps," Douluo replied with a mischievous grin, politely declining her advances. He skillfully entered a room and called out, "Old Goose, Tianya." Hearing his voice, a head peeked out from behind a curtain in a nearby room. "Douluo, why did you arrive so late? I was nearly done with my break." "Forget your break. Where's Tianya? Come with me. I have something exciting to show you," Douluo urged, pulling his companion along and soon locating Tianya in the adjacent room. With all 3 gathered, they hastily departed. "Douluo, what has you so preoccupied that you would forego the company of women?" one questioned. "This isn't like you at all." Douluo chuckled, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he replied, "I've encountered 3 delectable targets." "Delectable? How delectable?" Tianya and Old Goose exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the implications. They had long roamed Suatua City, often seeking female companionship, but occasionally indulging in unsavory pursuits, purchasing sedatives and aphrodisiacs to use on unsuspecting girls, leveraging their power as soul kings and soul ancestors to carry out such misdeeds. Douluo's mention of delectable targets sent excitement coursing through Tianya and Old Goose. "You'll see soon enough. They're far more enticing than any before," Douluo teased. "However, these 3 are likely skilled soul masters and may have companions in the Grand Spirit Arena, so we must." Douluo grinned mischievously at Tianya and Old Goose. Understood. We have plenty of means at our disposal," they replied, revealing some powder with sly smiles. Chapter 91. Healing in the heart of the water. After finalizing their plans, Douluo, Tianya, and Old Goose proceeded to a secluded alley to set their trap, awaiting the appearance of their 3 delectable targets, after which they would enjoy their spoils. Each time Douluo envisioned Xiaowu's tender visage and springy waist, a surge of excitement coursed through him. He felt an unyielding obsession for her. He must possess her. Meanwhile, within the Grand Spirit Arena, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaowu encountered their fellow Shrek members upon their arrival. They then separated to engage in individual matches, paired battles, and ultimately group contests. During the course of these battles, Zhu Zhuqing not only participated in individual competitions but also teamed up with Ning Rongrong, the support-type Soul Master. Under the team name Colorful Spirit Cat, Zhu Zhuqing, whose strength was already formidable, had never lost an individual match at her level. Now, with Ning Rongrong's assistance, her power soared further, leading to an undefeated streak in their paired matches. Today, as they faced off together, the outcome remained unchanged. After their paired match, they enjoyed a half-hour break, during which Ning Rongrong recalled that Gu Yi had returned. Zhuqing, let's find Gu Yi. He must be around here, she suggested. All right, let's go. Zhu Zhuqing agreed, as it was customary for him to be in the medical room assisting the injured. Last night, she had spent a long time studying with Gu Yi in his chamber, eventually falling asleep beside him. Perfect timing, she thought, as she intended to inform Gu Yi that she could not return to the medical clinic tonight, for she had promised Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu that she would stay at the academy. The two made their way to the medical room within the Grand Spirit Arena. Upon arrival, they heard the sounds of treatment emanating from within. All right, spread your legs a bit. Yes, just like that. You're quite injured. I must use my hands to assist in your treatment. Now, let me examine your injuries closely. Yes, just like that. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances at the door, hesitating to enter. Who is Gu Yi helping? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. I don't know. Let's go in and see. All right, that works, Ning Rongrong thought, hoping to take advantage of the downtime to have Gu Yi massage her for a few minutes to aid her recovery. She found herself growing fond of Gu Yi's techniques, as they not only yielded effective results but also provided immense comfort. With that, they pushed open the door and entered the treatment room. The noise from their entrance momentarily interrupted Gu Yi, who was attending to a patient, but he quickly resumed his work. As Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing entered, they noticed the commotion behind the curtains surrounding the treatment bed and exchanged knowing glances. Zhu Zhuqing had become accustomed to Gu Yi's methods of treatment and took a seat nearby, while Ning Rongrong joined her to wait for Gu Yi to finish. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Yi pulled back the curtain and removed his gloves as he stepped out. Zhuqing, Rongrong, has your competition ended? He asked, glancing at the two seated women. Ning Rongrong nodded. We still have half an hour until our group battle, so we came to find you. Is that so? So, you both emerged victorious in your individual and paired matches? Gu Yi inquired. Of course. When Zhuqing and I team up, our strength surpasses that of ordinary soul masters. Ning Rongrong affirmed. Ning Rongrong smiled with pride. As she spoke, a stunningly graceful woman drew back the curtains and stepped out. A blush still lingered on her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with allure, making her exceedingly captivating. Thank you for your treatment, esteemed physician. It has truly enlightened me, the elegant woman said, gazing at Gu Yi with lingering appreciation. Then, she stood on her tiptoes and playfully kissed Gu Yi on the cheek before swiftly dashing away. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing regarded the departing woman with calm expressions, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. However, Zhu Zhuqing remained somewhat perplexed and inquired, Master, why do so many come here for your treatment? Moreover, what affliction does she have? I have seen her several times before. Previously, at the medical clinic, Zhu Zhuqing had witnessed the woman seeking Gu Yi's expertise, and now she had even found him in the soul arena. What ailment could possibly require such frequent visits to her master? It is known that her master's medical skills are unparalleled. How could one need treatment on so many occasions? What exactly is her ailment? Ning Rongrong also looked at Gu Yi with curiosity. Zhuqing, her condition is somewhat complex, requiring treatment from the outside to the inside. This process must be continuous and cannot be interrupted, hence the duration of the treatment is naturally prolonged, Gu Yi explained. I see. But master, what exactly is her ailment? Zhu Zhuqing persisted, still intrigued. The path is arduous and lengthy. One must navigate against the current. Reaching the center of the water, Gu Yi pointed out the nature of the ailment and his treatment approach. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong continued to gaze at Gu Yi, their expressions reflecting a determination to comprehend the matter fully. Gu Yi shook his head, deeming it better not to disclose such an intimate treatment method to Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. After all, this ailment was a matter of personal privacy. Noticing Gu Yi's silence, Ning Rongrong recalled her purpose for seeking him out. She leaned close to Zhu Zhuqing's ear and whispered before pulling Gu Yi into the sick room and drawing the curtain. Gu Yi, please assist me with one more treatment session. Ning Rongrong willingly lay down on the bed, gazing at Gu Yi with anticipation. Very well, but you do realize you are scheduled for a team competition shortly. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the treatment? Gu Yi inquired. Yes, I believe it will invigorate me for the upcoming match. Ning Rongrong replied eagerly. All right then, please lift your clothing. Gu Yi consented, taking a seat at the bedside, signaling for Ning Rongrong to proceed. Gone was the initial shyness of Ning Rongrong. After all, this was not her first encounter with Gu Yi for treatment. She displayed a confident demeanor, leaning forward to signal him to commence the procedure. Outside the curtain, Zhu Zhuqing pondered Ning Rongrong's earlier words, feeling a twinge of displeasure at the thought of her friend receiving treatment from Gu Yi. She glanced down at herself. Lost in thought, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Curiosity piqued, Zhu Zhuqing inched closer to the curtain, instinctively parting it slightly to peer inside. Her movements were subtle and delicate. Gu Yi, absorbed in his task, remained oblivious to Zhu Zhuqing's presence as he earnestly attended to Ning Rongrong. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong was wholly immersed in the treatment, unaware that Zhu Zhuqing was watching her intently. Through the narrow gap in the curtain, Zhu Zhuqing observed her teacher attending to her dear friend Ning Rongrong. Her mouth slightly agape and eyes widened in astonishment, unable to look away. Thump, thump. Her heart began to race, and she instinctively placed a hand over her chest. Realizing the rapidity of her heartbeat, she hurriedly returned to her seat, astonished at the revelation of how Ning Rongrong and Gu Yi conducted their treatment. Ning Rongrong appeared to be enjoying it. Zhu Zhuqing reflected on the expression of pleasure and eagerness she had just witnessed on Ning Rongrong's face, her fist clenching in a mix of emotions, anger, envy, or something else entirely. After a brief interval, Ning Rongrong and Gu Yi emerged from behind the curtain. A gentle smile adorned Ning Rongrong's face, as refreshing as a spring breeze, captivating and soothing to the soul. Gu Yi, this time, did not don gloves, and thus, upon exiting, there was no need to remove them. After all, the efficacy of treatment is superior without them. Zhuqing, let us depart. The team battle is about to commence, and if we linger any longer, the master will undoubtedly have something to say. Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she grasped Zhu Qing's hand and led her outside. Zhu Qing remained preoccupied with the memory of Gu Yi assisting Ning Rongrong during her treatment, particularly the expression of sheer delight on Ning Rongrong's face, her mind adrift as she allowed herself to be pulled away. Gu Yi discovered that there were currently no patients, and feeling rather bored alone in the medical room, he decided to step outside. He intended to observe the performance of the Shrek team in their ongoing competition. However, at that moment, a furtive figure caught his attention. The individual appeared to be in his 40s, with dark skin and a height slightly over 1.60 meters. A lascivious grin adorned his face, and his right hand was wrapped in bandages. He wore a pair of tattered shorts and flip-flops, clearly revealing his unkempt nature. This man was Douluo, who, along with Lao Yi and Tianya, had been waiting outside for a long time, hoping to ensnare a beautiful girl. With no one emerging, they decided to send someone in to scout. Naturally, this task fell upon Douluo. Upon entering, he encountered Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who were on their way to find the captivating Xiao Wu. As he followed them, Douluo's mind raced with the thought of enjoying a moment with all three, igniting a surge of excitement within him. It was precisely because he was fixated on Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu that Gu Yi, approaching from behind, sensed something amiss with Douluo. Furthermore, Douluo's unappealing appearance did not inspire any admiration in Gu Yi. After casting a few glances at Douluo without paying much heed, Gu Yi moved past him. After all, Gu Yi was unfamiliar with Douluo, and it was not uncommon for ordinary men to drool over beautiful women. As Gu Yi passed by, Douluo stole a glance back at him. To his surprise, he found Gu Yi's looks rather striking. A thought struck him. If Gu Yi donned women's attire, he would undoubtedly be a beauty. Douluo couldn't resist stealing a couple more glances. Yet, when Gu Yi shot him an intense glare, Douluo stumbled back a few steps in fright. So strong. Who exactly is he? Douluo pondered in shock, hastily lowering his head. He then surreptitiously observed his targets again: Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. When he noticed that his favorite, Xiao Wu, was conversing animatedly with a blue-haired fellow, Douluo silently vowed to make that guy pay when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, he saw the blue-haired man reach out to caress Xiao Wu's face. Filled with envy and resentment, Douluo glared at him, vowing that when the time came, he would ensure that the blue-haired man understood the true meaning of suffering. Chapter 92. Douluo's hatred for Tang San. Now, your team competition is about to commence. And once again, Xiao San, you shall take the lead. Yes, teacher. A staff member then approached to announce that the 7 members of Shrek were officially entering today's team match. Gu Yi did not enter the Shrek Academy's lounge, but instead chose to observe the arena from the periphery. Upon noticing that Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had taken the stage, he leaned against the nearby railing, attentively watching the proceedings. Coincidentally, Douluo had also positioned himself nearby, fixated on the combat of Shrek 7. However, Douluo's interest was not in the battle itself, but rather in the 3 enchanting women, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. As he watched, he quickly assessed their strengths: 2 soul sages and 1 great soul master. With the combined abilities of himself, Lao Yi, and Tianya, they could easily overpower the trio. At that moment, Douluo's gaze lingered on Xiao Wu, and a wicked grin spread across his face. Since he was not far from Gu Yi, his laughter was clearly audible, prompting Gu Yi to glance in his direction. Upon recognizing the rather unappealing figure, Gu Yi furrowed his brow. There was something vaguely familiar about this individual. After a few glances, You could not identify him as Douluo and soon dismissed the thought, redirecting his attention to the battle arena. On the fighting stage, Zhu Zhuqing and her companions were preparing for combat, led by Tang San. As a disciple of Yu Xiaojiang and a control-type soul master, the responsibility naturally fell upon Tang San's shoulders under Yu Xiaojiang's guidance. Zhuqing, why are you unwilling to let my blue-silver grass entwine around you? As the battle commenced, Tang San attempted to wrap his blue-silver grass around Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. However, when he sought to ensnare Zhu Zhuqing, she deftly evaded him. This left Tang San perplexed. No need, just focus on Xiao Wu and the others, Zhu Zhuqing replied coolly, resolute in her refusal to allow Tang San's thick blue-silver grass to envelop her. This was due to the ongoing conversation between her and Gu Yi. Tang San's blue-silver grass had tactile sensations. If it ensnared her, he would feel her presence as if his hands were on her. A notion that Zhu Zhuqing found exceedingly distasteful. It was precisely this reason that she had never permitted Tang San to wrap her waist with his blue-silver grass. Tang San, feeling a mixture of frustration and anger, was irked by Zhu Zhuqing's lack of compliance in the arena. He was oblivious to her awareness of the tactile nature of his blue-silver grass and would never discuss it with others. As for Zhu Zhuqing's refusal, Tang San merely assumed it stemmed from her excessive confidence in her own abilities, dismissing the need for his assistance. Go. With the battle underway, Dai Mubai charged forth, while Ma Hongjun unleashed ranged attacks and Xiao Wu leaped into action. Simultaneously, the opposing Soul Master team advanced towards the 7 Shrek members, igniting the combat. At the railing beside the arena, Gu Yi observed the clash below, forming a judgment about the strengths of Shrek S7. However, his primary focus remained on Zhu Zhuqing. He paid little attention to the others after a cursory glance. Damn it, how could such thick tendrils wrap around her waist? Douluo, not far from Gu Yi, seethed with indignation upon witnessing Tang San's blue-silver grass encircle Xiao Wu's waist, especially as he noticed the dark blue hue and robust thickness of the grass. Bu Li's thoughts turned sinister, wishing to dismantle Tang San piece by piece and subsequently confront Xiao Wu. At that moment, in the heat of battle, Xiao Wu nearly fell victim to an attack from the opposing Soul Master. Tang San swiftly tugged at the blue-silver grass, yanking Xiao Wu back into his embrace. Had Zhu Zhuqing been ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass, she would undoubtedly find herself in a similar compromising position. This blue-haired fool is absolutely intentional, Douluo fumed, gritting his teeth in fury at the blatant favoritism. How could he not see through such an obvious ploy? He glared at Tang San, wishing he could switch places with him and enjoy the embrace of Xiao Wu himself. Yet, Douluo could only fantasize, lamenting his predicament. If the opportunity arises, I must ensure that this blue-haired brat pays for his actions, Douluo vowed silently. For reasons unknown, Douluo felt an overwhelming possessiveness towards the delicate Xiao Wu. Seeing another man lay hands upon her ignited a fierce desire for retribution within him, particularly against the blue-haired Tang San, whom he yearned to capture and torment. As Tang San controlled Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun with his blue-silver grass, he suddenly sensed a tightening behind him. This chilling sensation sent shivers down his spine, akin to being hunted by a beast. Turning to investigate, he spotted the unsightly figure of Douluo glaring at him, eyes glinting with malice. After a fleeting glance, Tang San returned to the fray, mentally cataloging Douluo's appearance. Bang! Bang! The shadows on the battlefield surged as Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her speed to its utmost potential, her attacks raining down upon the enemy. With each slash of her claws, crimson streaks appeared on the opposing Soul Master's waist. Incredible speed! Tang San, stationed at the back, marveled at Zhu Zhuqing's agility. Having trained with her for some time, he was acutely aware of her prowess and had witnessed her steady growth. Her remarkable swiftness left him in awe. Quite impressive. At the railing, Gu Yi observed Zhu Zhuqing's display of speed and precision with great satisfaction. His late-night efforts to impart knowledge to her had not been in vain. Who would have thought this girl possesses such a stunning physique and such remarkable speed? Holding her close would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. Nearby, Bu Li's gaze remained fixed on Zhu Zhuqing, saliva nearly pooling at his feet. Observing the 3 women, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, his desires intensified. He quickly exited the arena to seek out Lao Yi and Tianya for preparations. Gu Yi paid little heed to Bu Li's departure, considering him merely an unattractive passerby. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had already secured victory on the soul-fighting platform. As the referee proclaimed her triumph, Zhu Zhuqing glanced in Gu Yi's direction, clearly aware that he was watching her compete. While she showed no particular action upon looking at Gu Yi, a subtle smile graced her lips, and intriguingly, the appendage resembling a tail behind her slightly curled upwards. Zhuqing, we have triumphed once more, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, joyfully rushing to Zhu Zhuqing's side and grasping her hand. Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Oscar shared in the jubilation. Subsequently, the 7 of them returned to the resting room, where Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang awaited their arrival. Upon seeing the complete assembly, Flinder announced, "You have all trained diligently over the past fortnight, and I have witnessed your progress. I am pleased to declare that you may enjoy a day of rest tomorrow." "Is that truly the case, Dean?" Ma Hongjun inquired eagerly, his gaze fixed on Flinder. "Indeed. It is, Flinder replied with a smile. Wonderful. I am utterly exhausted from this period of training. Tomorrow, I shall indulge in some leisure, he declared. Yes. I too shall take the opportunity to explore a bit, echoed the others, their spirits lifted. The 7 of them began to discuss their plans for the following day, while Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang departed for Shrek Academy. As for Tang San and his companions, they felt no concern, given that Shrek Academy was not far from Soto City, only a short journey away. Boss Dai, it is still early. Shall we venture into the city together? Ma Hongjun nudged Dai Mubai, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai immediately understood, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing before clearing his throat and saying, well, Xiao San, Qing, Rong Rong, Xiao Wu, Xiao Ao. Since the day is still young, why don't we all head into the city together? I happen to know a restaurant renowned for its exquisite cuisine. Only if you're treating, Ma Hongjun retorted playfully. Absolutely, Dai Mubai responded with a flourish, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Wu and the others. Just no backing out. Xiao Wu chimed, her eyes sparkling at Dai Mubai. If Dai Mubai was to cover the expenses, there were many things she wished to acquire. The mere thought brought a smile to her face. No backing out, Dai Mubai replied, though a slight twinge of discomfort crossed his expression. Yet, upon considering Zhu Zhuqing, he quickly made his decision. You all go ahead, I will sit this one out. With that, Zhu Zhuqing intended to leave. For she had planned to seek out her teacher for further learning that evening. She had resolved that rather than inviting Gu Yu to her room, she would proactively visit him to acquire knowledge. Zhuqing, the dean has generously granted us a day off. You can always go tomorrow, urged Xiao Wu, pulling at Zhu Zhuqing's hand to prevent her from leaving. Initially, the Shrek 7 had experienced some discord, but as they spent time together, their relationships improved. However, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Dai Mubai observed that Zhu Zhuqing seemed somewhat aloof or reluctant to integrate with the group. This prompted them to encourage a closer bond between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, hoping to resolve any existing tensions. An evening meal together seemed a most fitting occasion. Seeing that Xiao Wu was not letting go, and after glancing at the others, Zhu Zhuqing reluctantly agreed. Before departing, she visited the medical room to seek her teacher, only to discover that Gu Yi had seemingly left the Grand Soul Arena. Ultimately, Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to accompany Xiao Wu and the others into the city, deciding that after their outing, she would visit the clinic to seek Gu Yi for her studies. As the 7 members of Shrek conversed cheerfully, they exited the Grand Soul Arena. At that moment, Douluo, who had long harbored designs on Xiao Wu, spotted her and excitedly conspired with Lao Yi and Tianya in a nearby alley. Look at those 3. Aren't they plump for the taking? Douluo pointed at Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing as they emerged from the arena. Tianya and Lao Yi, upon beholding the voluptuous Zhu Zhuqing, the charmingly delicate Xiao Wu, and the elegantly slender Ning Rongrong, could not help but widen their eyes and swallow hard. How beautiful! Douluo, we must have those 3. Douluo proclaimed with a wicked grin. Indeed, they are ours for the taking. That fiery one belongs to me. I shall claim the slender one. Humph. The delicate and charming one shall be mine, added Tianya, Lao Yi, and Douluo, each already plotting their claim with mischievous smiles, revealing their nefarious intentions. However, Tianya and Lao Yi shared Douluo's concern regarding the prowess of the 7, having witnessed their skills during the recent competition. They feared that confronting them individually would be unwise, but together, that posed a significant challenge. Considering the patrols in Soto City, while not numerous, they could swiftly escalate any disturbances. Such endeavors were best conducted in secrecy. Then, Douluo devised a cunning plan. Smirking as he leaned in to whisper his scheme to Tianya and Lao Yi, their eyes lit up with excitement. Perfect, let us proceed with this plan. This is one Chunfin in the night and day reversal powder, regardless of gender, a mere willful incite uncontrollable desire. When the time comes, they each took one of the substances, sharing wicked grins. The 3 of them stealthily followed the 7 members of Shrek Academy. About a kilometer from the Grand Soul Arena lay a dim alley, where after a brief reconnaissance, they resolved to execute their plan. Douluo stepped forward, clad in shorts and flip-flops, boldly blocking the path of the Shrek 7. It's you, Douluo. Ma Hongjun immediately recognized him upon sighting Douluo, recalling their past encounters at the brothel where Douluo was a frequent visitor. Ah, isn't this ma fatty? I heard you had a rather embarrassing incident last time you visited the brothel, playing with the ladies but failing to pay, Douluo mocked, leaning in with a smirk. The 6 looked at Ma Hongjun, eager to discern whether Douluo's claims held any truth. Feeling the weight of their gazes and recalling the mortifying episode, Ma Hongjun found himself at a loss for words. Huh, ma fatty, you're not going to deny it, are you? Only you would be foolish enough to play with the ladies and skip out on the bill, Douluo guffawed. The taunting tone, coarse voice, and unattractive visage of Douluo fueled Ma Hongjun's irritation. While it was embarrassing to have the incident exposed, it was all the more intolerable coming from someone like Douluo. Douluo, get out of my way. I have no time to waste on you. Ma Hongjun retorted angrily. Get out? Why should I? Perhaps you could teach me how it's done, Douluo sneered, unperturbed. Displeased, Douluo sought to provoke a confrontation, aiming to distract the group of men. Now that Ma Hongjun had presented him with such an opportunity, he had no intention of squandering it. He then turned his gaze towards Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, a lewd smile spreading across his face. Ma fatty. No wonder you've been absent from the brothels these days. It seems you've been graced with such exquisite companions. Look, we both share the same woman in this establishment. Surely, we are kindred spirits. Why not introduce me to these lovely ladies? I would very much like to sample their charms. Rest assured, I am not the type to skip out without settling the bill. Douluo's lascivious stare at Xiaowu and the others ignited a spark of anger in Tang San, Daimubai, and Oscar. Even Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing were incensed by Douluo's insulting remarks. Such demeaning words would provoke ire in anyone. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun seethed with rage. Douluo was clearly looking for trouble, or perhaps his lustful impulses had taken over, fixating on Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. This fool was courting death. Daimubai, unable to contain his temper as Douluo brazenly gazed at Zhu Zhuqing's chest, felt his anger boil over. Tang San stepped forward in fury, asserting that while he could tolerate insults directed at himself, he would not stand for any disrespect towards his sister, Xiaowu. Wait a moment, third brother, Xiaowu interjected, halting Tang San and Daimubai. With a playful flick, she tossed her scorpion braid behind her, a harmless smile gracing her face. Just watch. What is she up to? Ma Hongjun wondered, observing Xiaowu approach Douluo, confusion etched on his face. You'll find out soon enough, Tang San replied, calming down as he realized Xiaowu's temperament, though he felt a sense of helplessness. Xiaowu, now with her hands behind her back, took petite steps towards Douluo. As Douluo beheld her advancing form, his heart raced uncontrollably. It must be said that beneath the night sky, Xiaowu appeared irresistibly charming. Her youthful, fair visage, long and glossy scorpion braid, and a figure that, though not overly voluptuous, possessed a certain allure. Especially with the innocent blush on her cheeks, were overwhelmingly enticing to a lecher like Douluo. His eyes gleamed as he regarded Xiaowu, mentally exclaiming, what a beautiful, adorable little girl. Oh heavens, she must be a gift from the universe. Yet, as she approached him, Douluo recalled the strength of her companions and the potential arrival of Tianya and Old Goose, quickly regaining his composure. He masked his lascivious gaze, adopting an expression of feigned attraction as he moved closer to Xiaowu. While doing so, he discreetly retrieved a packet of powder from behind him. Though his actions seemed subtle, Tang San immediately sensed something was amiss as Douluo advanced towards Xiaowu. Xiaowu, be careful, he called out. But it was too late. Douluo's hand swiftly shot forward with malicious intent. Do you truly think I am defenseless? Xiaowu retorted with a haughty tone, launching a kick at Douluo. The impact was expected. Her strike connected, yet it failed to topple him, for Douluo was a sole master of considerable strength. Just then, Douluo's fist, which had been braced to block her kick, suddenly opened, releasing a projectile aimed at her. What is that? Xiaowu instinctively countered. But as she did, the object exploded, enveloping her in a cloud of white powder. She inhaled it against her will. Haha, little sister, this is a marvelous concoction. Douluo leered at her as the powder took effect. Coughing, Xiaowu realized something was amiss. Her body felt foreign, her face flushed. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground. You'll regret this. Tang San's fury ignited upon witnessing her fall. He would not allow anyone to harm Xiaowu. As a member of the Tang sect, he recognized the powder as a vile substance. Seeing Tang San charge towards him, Douluo let out a wicked laugh and dashed into a shadowy alley, moving with remarkable speed. Zhu Qing, take care of Xiaowu. I'll bring this scoundrel back. Tang San instructed Zhu Zhuqing, trusting her formidable abilities. I'll assist their brother, just in case, Ma Hongjun added, feeling that Douluo's presence was suspicious. And he pursued after Tang San. At that moment, Tang San sensed something was off as he reached the alley's end, where Douluo awaited him. A grin on his face. What's wrong, third brother? Ma Hongjun asked as he caught up. That guy is right ahead, but something feels off here, Tang San replied, scrutinizing the dark alley. Activating his purple extreme demon eyes, he perceived the danger lurking within and charged forward, intent on eliminating Douluo. As he entered, Ma Hongjun followed closely behind. At that moment, Douluo erupted into laughter. Haha, you've fallen into my trap. Heavenly net, double enclosure. Not good. Tang San gasped in shock as he realized he had been ensnared. The dark nets were a type of martial soul, designed to capture. Haha. Within my heavenly net double enclosure, one soul sovereign and one great soul master will find escape nearly impossible. Douluo cackled with glee as he maintained the constraints on Tang San and Ma Hongjun. Old Goose and Tianya were likely preparing to strike as well. The thought of Xiaowu's face and figure made Douluo's heart race with anticipation. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, having collapsed, was being supported by Zhu Zhuqing. Noticing Xiaowu's flushed face and fevered body, Zhu Zhuqing quickly deduced that she had been affected by Douluo's powder. Recognizing the signs from her studies with Gu Yi, Zhu Zhuqing attempted to suppress the effects. Dai, third brother, and Fatty have been gone for too long. Could they be ambushed? Oscar voiced his concerns. Yu Qing, keep an eye on Xiaowu. I'll investigate the situation, Dai Mubai declared, sensing the escalating tension. But just as he began to leave, two figures approached from the shadows, Tianya and Old Goose. Who are you, and what do you want? Dai Mubai questioned warily as they drew near, sensing their sinister intentions. Hee. What do you think? Tianya smirked, raising his right hand, which shimmered with a vivid green light. A sharp blade had materialized in his hand. accompanied by 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. Despite the ordinary attributes of these soul rings, he was undeniably a soul king of over 50 levels. Upon realizing that his opponent was a 5-ring soul king, Dai Mubai felt a sense of foreboding, recalling the earlier encounter with the troublesome Douluo. Currently, with his soul master strength, even the combined efforts of Zhu Zhuqing would not suffice to contend with a soul king. Chapter 94. Separation of Corpses. Old Goose. Just to be cautious, swiftly eliminate them and seize the plump prey. Understood. Tianya and Old Goose, eager to taste the succulent prey, immediately engaged in combat. White Tiger's fierce light wave. Upon witnessing Tianya's attack, Dai Mubai did not hesitate to unleash his ultimate move. However, against the Soul King level Tianya, the 37th level Dai Mubai appeared almost trivial. Bang! Tianya deftly evaded Dai Mubai's strike, delivering a powerful kick to his waist that sent him crashing to the ground. Haha. Kid, your strength is commendable, but that's all there is to it, Tianya sneered, gazing down at the fallen Dai Mubai. Yet, Dai Mubai was filled with rage. 3 soul rings lit up, and a brilliant white light erupted from him. His chest muscles swelled as he leaped up, aiming a punch at Tianya. The sudden counterattack caught the overconfident Tianya off guard, but he quickly regained his composure, thrusting a dagger glowing with green light toward Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, refusing to be outdone, invoked his 3rd soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, amplifying the brilliance of his fist as he charged at Tianya. Although Dai Mubai's soul ring quality and martial spirit advantages surpassed Tianya's, the disparity in soul power levels was insurmountable. Bang! Bang! As the two clashed, Dai Mubai exerted all his strength, barely managing to hold Tianya at bay. Meanwhile, Old Goose had already reached Oscar, who posed little threat as a support-type soul master. Seeing the unassuming Oscar, Old Goose swiftly kicked him away, sending him hurtling towards Ning Rongrong. He had Ning Rongrong's slender waist and alluring figure, clearly harboring sinister intentions. With no hesitation, he reached into his back and produced a packet of powder, tossing it towards Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been suppressing the poison affecting Xiao Wu, was compelled to intervene against Old Goose, but she was a moment too late. The powder dispersed, enveloping Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, that powder is toxic. Hold your breath. Netherworld's 100 claws. Zhu Zhuqing warned, her form blending seamlessly into the darkness as she vanished before Old Goose. Where did she go? Old Goose was startled to find Zhu Zhuqing's attack had suddenly disappeared. But the next moment, he felt a chill at his back and instinctively struck out. Clang. Old Goose blocked Zhu Zhuqing's strike, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Thinking of sneaking in a back attack, huh? Haha, little girl. Soon you'll witness what a back attack truly entails. Old Goose's familiarity with the term was evident. However, Zhu Zhuqing coldly raised her hand, and black flames erupted from her claws, merging with the night, catching Old Goose off guard. What is this? Realizing too late that the black flames were scorching his hand, Old Goose was taken aback. In a panic, he attempted to repel Zhu Zhuqing, extinguishing the encroaching flames, but her black flames, capable of burning the soul and inflicting mental harm, were not so easily quelled. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing launched another attack. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, holding her breath, suddenly felt a surge of heat throughout her body, rendering her weak and collapsing to the ground. Her consciousness began to fade, her hands instinctively tearing at her clothing, clearly under the influence of the drug. Similarly, Xiao Wu, also affected by the drug, had already torn some of her own clothing away. At that moment, Dai Mubai let out a pained cry. Under the assault of the Soul King level Tianya, he had managed to hold on until now. However, he lay on the ground, a bloody hole punctured in his waist, blood flowing profusely. Yet, Dai Mubai refused to relent, clutching his waist and struggling to rise. Damn it! Zhu Zhuqing observed Dai Mubai's condition, along with the unconscious Oscar. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong lay poisoned and incapacitated. She was the only one left capable of fighting. Yet, facing the formidable Tianya and Old Goose, her 32nd level soul power was insufficient to withstand them. She had only managed to endure thus far due to her speed advantage. This won't do. I can't hesitate any longer. I must use that. In this life and death crisis, Zhu Zhuqing resolved to employ her external soul bone. For only then might she have a fighting chance. But just then, a familiar voice halted her. Bullying my disciple? You must be tired of living. The sudden voice made Tianya and Old Goose pause. Who dares to play tricks? Step forward, and I'll show you what I can do. Old Goose cursed, searching for the source of the voice. Tianya did the same. Whoosh. The sound of swiftness echoed as a figure suddenly appeared beside Zhu Zhuqing. It was Guyi. Are you all right? Guyi looked at Zhu Zhuqing with concern. I'm fine, teacher, these two want. Zhu Zhuqing attempted to explain, but Guyi raised a finger to her lips, signaling her to refrain from further words, for he understood completely. For Guyi, anyone who dared to lay a hand on his disciple Zhu Zhuqing would meet but one fate, death. Guyi turned to Tianya and Lao Yi. He was oblivious to their identities and had little desire to uncover them, for in his eyes, they were already as good as dead. Who are you to dare disturb my hunt for plump prey? He demanded. Lao Yi, let us confront him together. The two young women had already fallen victim to our inversion elixir, and if we delayed further, they would be deprived of a man's affection, which would be disastrous. Very well, Let us unite and eliminate this troublesome interloper. With that, Tianya and Lao Yi summoned their 5 vibrant soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and launched themselves toward Gu Yi in a fierce assault. Gu Yi raised his hand, and a silvery radiance materialized within his palm, revealing a scalpel, with arcs of electricity dancing around it. With a mere wave of his hand, Gu Yi summoned a flash of silver light in the darkness, which swiftly traversed the Tianya and the necks of the 2 old geese. In the blink of an eye, the silver light returned to Gu Ye's grasp. This is Uft. Before the 2 could articulate their thoughts, their eyes widened in astonishment, their voices caught in their throats. A vivid crimson thread appeared around the necks of the 2 old geese, and then, like a curtain unfurling, the red line cascaded downward, expanding in size. As the crimson drapery reached a certain magnitude, 2 thuds resonated as 2 objects fell to the ground from the necks of the 2 old geese. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the fallen items, her pupils dilating in shock. After a few moments of stunned silence, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea surge within her, the discomfort causing her complexion to pale. Unpleasant? Gu Yi observed the expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face. It was evident that she was witnessing such a peculiar demise for the first time. The horrifying scene of a corpse severed by a single stroke would understandably cause a sense of nausea. Gu Yi had personally witnessed such a terrifying scene, and upon his first encounter, he bore an expression akin to that of Zhu Zhuqing. Struggling to suppress her emotions, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and, avoiding a glance at the 4 objects on the ground, approached Gu Ye's side. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yi instinctively embraced Zhu Zhuqing. Such individuals are unworthy of lamentation. After all, they dared to mistreat my Zhu Zhuqing. Gu Yi smiled tenderly as he ruffled Zhu Zhuqing's hair. In response to Gu Ye's affectionate gesture, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt a sense of comfort within her heart. By the way, teacher, what brings you here? Well, I had just emerged from the soul arena and noticed some commotion, so I came to investigate. Gu Yi would not disclose to Zhu Zhuqing that he had just exited the cardan room and encountered her on his way back to the medical hall. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who lay on the ground, groaned in discomfort. Upon hearing their sounds, Zhu Zhuqing quickly reacted. Teacher, Xiao Wu and Rongrong have been poisoned by these 2. Could you please take a look? Gu Yi approached Ning Rongrong and reached out to examine her, momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, he checked Xiao Wu and discovered that she, too, had fallen victim to an intense aphrodisiac, just like Ning Rongrong. What is wrong, master? Zhu Zhuqing inquired anxiously. The situation is not good. First, take them back to the medical clinic and lay them on my bed. Gu Yi spoke solemnly, glancing at the unconscious Oscar nearby, as well as Dai Mubai, both of whom were in a state of unconsciousness, one rendered senseless by a direct blow, the other gravely injured. If the wound on Dai Mubai's waist were left untreated, it would not be long before he succumbed to excessive blood loss and met his demise. Gu Yi approached Dai Mubai, administering a brief treatment before awakening Oscar. Gu Yi, how did you end up here? What about Rongrong? Is she all right? Oscar, now conscious, anxiously searched for answers. Take Dai Mubai to my clinic. If he dies, it will not be my concern, Gu Yi instructed, swiftly moving to take Ning Rongrong from Zhu Zhuqing and hurrying back to the medical facility. Had it not been for Dai Mubai's potential usefulness, Gu Yi would not have bothered to save him. While holding Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing expressed her concerns about Tang San and Ma Hongjiwen's conditions to Gu Yi. Yet, Gu Yi remained unconcerned, believing that with Tang San's strength, he would not perish. Moreover, there might still be a certain Tang Ritian lurking in a corner. His worries were negligible. The priority now was to bring the drugged Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu back to his clinic. No, rather to the sickbed in the clinic's room. Once Oscar realized Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing had departed, he left a marker and supported Dai Mubai on their journey back to Gu Ye's clinic. Meanwhile, Tang San, trapped within the confines of the Buell's barrier, suddenly felt restless, his thoughts drifting to Xiao Wu. Without further hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of hidden weapons, shattering the barrier. Bang! Bang! In that moment, Tang San furiously brandished the Haotian hammer, striking wildly. How can this be? You are far too strong. Damn it! Buell cried out in pain, unable to defend himself against Tang San's relentless assault. Die! With one final strike, Tang San exerted all his strength, sending Buell crashing to the ground. Buell, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, struggled momentarily before collapsing lifelessly. Observing this, Tang San's expression remained utterly unchanged. Eradicating the roots of evil ensures that it does not return. As a member of the Tang sect, he was inherently cold-blooded. Murder was merely a fundamental task. Subsequently, Tang San moved to assist Ma Hongjun, who lay unconscious, lifting him and heading back. Upon returning to their previous location, Tang San was momentarily stunned by the 4 items on the ground. However, he did not see Xiao Wu, and, filled with urgency, began searching frantically until he discovered the message left by Oscar, hastening towards Gu Ye's clinic. In the alley, Buell, who should have perished, somehow managed to rise again. Chapter 95, Ambiguous Treatment Cough. Cough. Damn it, this pain is unbearable. That blue-haired brat. I will remember you. If I ever find the opportunity, I will ensure your demise. Buell painfully leaned against the wall, struggling to rise. Had he not feigned death and relied on the self-protection of his martial soul, The Tian Luo double shield, he would have already met his end at Tang San's hands. Now, having narrowly escaped, the depth of his hatred for Tang San was palpable. After regaining his composure, he painfully crawled out of the alley. Initially intending to seek out Lao Yi and Tianya, he reconsidered, realizing they might have already joined forces. Given their numbers and his own injuries, charging in would undoubtedly lead to disaster. Though Buell was lecherous and covetous of Xiaowu's form, he still understood the gravity of life and death. Recognizing the futility of his intentions, he wisely chose to retreat. As for Lao Yi and Tianya, while they were good comrades and allies, his own safety took precedence. Buell's decision to flee proved fortuitous, as he would soon encounter a fortuitous event that would significantly enhance his strength. Naturally, what followed would be, but that is a tale for another time. Meanwhile, Guyi had returned to the clinic, cradling Ning Rongrong in his arms, while Zhu Zhuqing brought back Xiaowu. Oscar, already injured, could not match the speed of Guyi and Zhu Zhuqing, especially while burdened with the weight of Dai Mubai, making their return to the clinic even slower. After Guyi gently placed Ning Rongrong on the bed, he intended to administer treatment. However, the poison that had long since infiltrated her body and mind rendered Ning Rongrong delirious. As Guyi held her, her hands roamed over him indiscriminately. Now, sprawled on the bed, she wrapped her arms around his neck, repeatedly taking liberties with him, her kisses coming unabated. Both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were evidently affected by the potent aphrodisiac, and the situation was dire. At this moment, the skin of both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu glowed a fiery red, and even through their clothing, Guyi could feel a wave of heat emanating from them. What should we do now, teacher? Zhu Zhuqing inquired with concern, glancing at Guyi. The condition of both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong clearly indicated they had been subjected to a powerful aphrodisiac, which typically has no antidote, as it is not classified as poison but rather a catalyst that amplifies the body's instinctual reactions and desires. Zhuqing, remove their clothing, Guyi instructed. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by his words. Is it really appropriate to undress them like this? If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Hurry, Guyi urged. Understood, teacher, Zhu Zhuqing replied, placing her trust in Guyi, believing that this was merely a necessary step for treatment. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong had already been seen by Guyi, so another glance would not matter. Guyi often claimed that he had seen many women's bodies, and Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu were no exception. To save Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing resolved to act without hesitation and began to remove their upper garments. Guyi merely cast a few fleeting glances and then turned away. Similarly, Xiaowu exhibited the same disinterest, while Ning Rongrong had already stolen several looks. Preferring instead to observe Zhu Zhuqing, Guyi maintained a rather indifferent attitude towards Xiaowu, harboring no significant thoughts. He then ascended to the bed and began to administer treatment to Ning Rongrong. This catalytic potion was notoriously difficult for others to handle. However, for Guyi, endowed with the ability to manipulate surgical spaces, it posed no challenge at all. He extended his hand, gliding it over Ning Rongrong's fair and delicate skin. With each inch his fingers traversed, a luminous white radiance emanated from her body, while the crimson heat gradually dissipated. The treatment administered by Guyi appears deceptively simple, yet the process is fraught with immense difficulty. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong, lying on the bed, and Xiaowu, positioned behind him, have both succumbed to enchantment. Ning Rongrong stands before Guyi while Xiaowu lingers behind, both employing various tactics to gain an advantage over him. Although Guyi could suppress his lack of action, he instinctively raised his head in respect when tempted by the two delicate beauties, observing Guyi's treatment from the side. Zhu Zhuqing did not hesitate to pull Xiaowu away, feeling it was unjust for Xiaowu to take advantage of her teacher. However, Zhu Zhuqing could only separate Xiaowu, as Ning Rongrong was receiving Guyi's treatment, leaving her to watch helplessly. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing noticed that Ning Rongrong, lacking in martial ethics, had audaciously launched an attack on Guyi, her eyes widening in surprise. Was Ning Rongrong attempting to give a warm welcome? Zhu Zhuqing felt she could not remain passive any longer. She had to take action. Her gaze fell upon Ning Rongrong's errant hands, and she fell silent for a moment. Just then, Oscar rushed in carrying the unconscious Dai Mubai, exclaiming, Zhuqing, is Rongrong all right? Boss Dai is gravely injured. Please ask Guyi to assist with his treatment. Inside the room, Guyi, who was aiding Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, turned to Zhu Zhuqing upon hearing Oscar's arrival and said, Go check outside. I have stabilized Dai Mubai's waist injury for now. Just fetch some hemostatic medicine for Oscar to use on him. Understood, teacher. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu before stepping outside. She then retrieved some hemostatic medicine from the pharmacy and emerged once more. Zhuqing, where's Rongrong? Is she all right? Oscar inquired anxiously as Zhu Zhuqing appeared. She is fine. My teacher is attending to her. Here are the medicines for hemostasis and recovery. Please apply them to Dai Mubai. Oh, understood. Relieved to know Ning Rongrong was safe, Oscar took the medicine and began tending to Dai Mubai's wounds. A low groan, tinged with pain, emanated from the room, clearly from either Ning Rongrong or Xiaowu undergoing Guyi's treatment. Zhu Zhuqing, hearing this sound, contemplated entering to check if her teacher, Xiaowu, or Ning Rongrong was in distress. However, seeing Oscar and Dai Mubai, she refrained from stepping inside. In the room, Gu Yi continued to treat Ning Rongrong, but with Zhu Zhuqing's restraint lifted, Xiao Wu, now poisoned, became increasingly unruly. Gu Yi exhibited little interest in Xiao Wu, as he was preoccupied with treating Ning Rongrong and could not afford any distractions. He directly applied pressure to a specific acupoint on Xiao Wu, rendering her immobile. Subsequently, he devoted his attention to Ning Rongrong's treatment. Before long, Ning Rongrong was the first to be healed by Gu Yi, after which he casually attended to Xiao Wu as well. With her consciousness gradually returning, Ning Rongrong awoke to find herself embracing someone she knew all too well. His figure was etched in her memory. Whenever she recalled Gu Yi's hands aiding her recovery, an array of unbidden thoughts would surface in her mind. Now, upon awakening and seeing him, her embrace tightened, and she instinctively drew closer to the man who stirred her heart. Although her mind was clear, remnants of residual toxins lingered in her body, prompting her to act on impulse and bestow upon him a passionate kiss. This was her first kiss, which she believed to be a beautiful gift. However, as Ning Rongrong pressed her lips against his once more, Gu Yi's eyes reflected a profound sense of helplessness. Since the onset of the treatment, he had lost count of how many times Ning Rongrong had ambushed him. You should have regained your senses, he declared without hesitation, gently pushing her away. A shiver ran through Ning Rongrong's body upon hearing his words, and she quickly recalled the events that had transpired. Despite her earlier confusion, her memory remained intact. The sound of Ning Rongrong's exclamation echoed through the room. She leapt from the bed and hastily donned her clothes. Her movements fluid and swift, leaving Gu Yi utterly astonished. As Ning Rongrong regained consciousness, Xiao Wu also stirred. Similarly, after recollecting her earlier disoriented actions, Xiao Wu stood frozen for a moment. Mimicking Ning Rongrong, she exclaimed, and jumped down, quickly putting on her clothes. Coincidentally, at that moment, Tang San arrived outside the medical hall. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice, he rushed inside without hesitation. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Tang San pushed the door open. Scanning the room, he spotted Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and the unconscious Dai Mubai before hastening to Zhu Zhuqing's side. Zhuqing, where is Xiao Wu? What happened just now? His expression was fraught with concern, clearly anxious about Xiao Wu's safety. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated. Oscar, observing the back room, appeared equally bewildered. It was evident that he had overheard the earlier commotion from Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Noticing their expressions, Tang San wasted no time and rushed into the back room. Xiao Wu, he called out anxiously, approaching Gu Yi's room. Without a moment's pause, he forcefully pushed the door open and entered. Gu. In the room, Xiao Wu, who had just finished dressing, called out nervously upon seeing Tang San burst in. Ning Rongrong was inquiring about the situation before Tang San interrupted her with his entrance. His gaze first swept over the bed, noticing the disheveled bedding, which seemed slightly damp, causing him to frown. He then turned to Gu Yi, finding his demeanor calm and untroubled, before directing his attention back to Xiao Wu. He approached her with concern, asking, Xiao Wu, are you all right? Xiao Wu, avoiding his gaze, replied, I'm fine. Thanks to Dr. Gu, otherwise. That's a relief. That's a relief. Tang San sighed in relief, then turned to Gu Yi, expressing his gratitude. Dr. Gu, thank you. Gu Yi stood up and approached Tang San, gently patting his shoulder as he spoke calmly. It's perfectly fine. This is what I ought to do. However, Tang San, you must refrain from acting so impulsively in the future, for the consequences can be dire. Just like with Xiao Wu earlier, she was afflicted by an exceedingly potent aphrodisiac. Had I not intervened to assist her, she might have succumbed to its effects and perished by now. Gu Yi's earnest words were deeply moving, yet Tang San felt an unsettling dissonance as he listened. His sister, Xiao Wu, had succumbed to a potent aphrodisiac, and Gu Yi was employing his hands to administer treatment. But how exactly was he conducting this remedy? Just as Tang San was engulfed in confusion, a realization struck him. Gu Yi's formidable medical expertise, which even inspired his admiration, offered him reassurance. Most importantly, his sister Xiao was unharmed, which alleviated Tang San's concerns. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. You may rest for a while before coming out. Afterwards, we shall return to Shrek Academy, he concluded before departing from my clinic. After Gu Yi finished speaking, he turned and walked out. Ning Rongrong followed closely behind him. Tang San, meanwhile, observed Xiao Wu, unsure whether his concern stemmed from worry for her or something else entirely. Chapter 96, Dai Mubai sustains a kidney injury. Teacher, Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing emerged alongside Gu Yi, inquiring briefly before approaching him. Upon noticing Ning Rongrong peculiarly trailing her teacher, Zhu Zhuqing's scrutinizing gaze pierced through, causing Ning Rongrong immense discomfort. She recalled the earlier moment when Gu Yi had treated her and lowered her head, unable to meet Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Rongrong, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed, Oscar said as he approached Ning Rongrong, exhaling a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, Ning Rongrong's cry had filled him with dread. He had feared that something untoward had occurred between her and Gu Yi, but it now appeared he had been overly concerned. Cough, cough. At that moment, Gu Yi coughed softly and glanced at Dai Mubai, who had already received his treatment. How is his condition? He inquired. The bleeding has ceased, but he has sustained serious injuries from that assailant. Is that so? With my medicine, his recovery will be swift. We shall settle his medical fees once he awakens. After all, this is a clinic, not a charity. No one opposed Gu Ye's statement. Given the remarkable efficacy of his medicine, it was only natural that he would charge a fee, especially considering that Dai Mubai, who had sustained a severe injury, was able to be healed. Shortly thereafter, Tang San and Xiao Wu emerged from the room. Upon seeing them, Oscar and Ma Hongjun hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation, sharing previous events as well. Upon learning that their salvation was due to Gu Yi, Tang San and Xiao Wu expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards him. Had it not been for Gu Yi, they might have faced dire consequences. Now that we are safe, let us return to the academy. Otherwise, the dean will undoubtedly worry about our absence. Agreed. After reaching a consensus, Tang San and the others prepared to leave the medical clinic. Before departing, Tang San made sure to convey his thanks to Gu Yi for saving Xiao Wu. Throughout this exchange, Xiao Wu remained silent, clearly expressing her gratitude through her quiet demeanor for Gu Ye's assistance in alleviating her predicament. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, accompanying Dai Mubai, departed alongside the group of 6, leaving Zhu Zhuqing behind. As Gu Ye's disciple, Zhu Zhuqing realized the significance of strength after nearly encountering peril at night. This experience fueled her determination to grow stronger. Returning to Shrek Academy seems less appealing than staying at the clinic tonight. Teacher, shall we return to the room? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Gu Yi with anticipation. Very well. Gu Yi did not decline, and, taking Zhu Zhuqing with him, returned to the room. Bang! The door slammed shut heavily. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to approach the bed, eagerly awaiting Gu Ye's presence. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's urgency, Gu Yi shook his head with a wry smile. Zhuqing, you have no classes tomorrow, correct? Gu Yi inquired as he retrieved a book from the table and took a seat before her. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and replied. It was precisely because we have no classes tomorrow that Xiao Wu and the others wanted me to accompany them for a stroll, only to encounter those 3 individuals. It was during the fight with that person that I realized I was no match for him. Had it not been for you, teacher, we would have been in grave danger. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at her teacher, Gu Yi, filled with gratitude. As she looked on, Zhu Zhuqing found herself contemplating the unique feelings she harbored for Gu Yi, lowering her head in silent reflection. After careful consideration, Gu Yi resolved to intensify the knowledge infusion for Zhu Zhuqing this evening. Otherwise, with her current level of strength, it would pose a grave danger for her should she encounter men who covet her body in his absence. As Gu Yi instructed Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San and his companions had already returned to Shrek Academy, recounting their recent encounters to Flander. Upon hearing the news, Flander erupted with fury, exclaiming that daring to harm his disciples was tantamount to courting death. Tang San, where are those 3 individuals? He demanded. I will confront them immediately. Principal. Tang San replied calmly, the 2 who injured Dai Mubai have already been dealt with by Gu Yi, and the last one has met his end at my hands. The act of killing had become as mundane to him as drinking water. However, he acknowledged that had it not been for Gu Yi, Xiao Wu, Rong, and Dai Mubai could have been in grave danger. It seems I owe him yet another significant favor, Flander mused, feeling a mix of gratitude and helplessness, especially knowing that his students were unharmed. Though Dai Mubai had sustained severe injuries, Gu Yi's medical expertise had ensured he clung to life. And upon returning to the academy, he had received adequate treatment. Yet, Flander felt a surge of irritation. Not only had Dai Mubai been wounded in the chest, but he also bore a stab wound to his side that had impacted his kidney. This matter required him to consult Gu Yi once more, as it was prudent to seek the assistance of a professional for kidney-related concerns. Zhuqing is still at Gu Yi's clinic, isn't she? Flander inquired. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing, perhaps influenced by recent events, wishes to grow stronger. She mentioned that remaining with Gu Yi would allow her to acquire more knowledge to enhance her abilities. Though she has not returned, Tang San explained. Understood. You all should return to rest. We will discuss other matters tomorrow. Yes, Principal, Tang San replied, and he, along with Oscar and the others, departed to rest. After their departure, Flander thought of Zhu Zhuqing. He held no objections to her staying at Gu Yi's clinic, especially since Gu Yi was her teacher. Furthermore, having Zhu Zhuqing there would facilitate taking Dai Mubai to Gu Yi for further examination. It appeared that Soto City was not as tranquil as it seemed, yet this incident served as a valuable lesson for the 7 little monsters, teaching them about the treachery of human nature. Flander contemplated how this experience would influence their future training. The following day, within the male dormitory of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai awoke, relieved to find himself alive and back in his room. The sensation of surviving a calamity washed over him. Ugh, it hurts. A sudden pang in his side contorted his expression with pain. He instinctively covered his waist, recalling the wound inflicted by the Soul King's weapon the previous night. His heart raced as he examined the area, and upon noticing that the wound was beginning to heal, he let out a sigh of relief. However, the lingering pain remained distressing, especially given its proximity to his kidney. Worried, Dai Mubai began to probe his injury, feeling an unusual ache that only intensified his concern. I must consult the principal, he resolved, clutching his waist as he ventured out in search of Flander. Coincidentally, Flander was approaching Dai Mubai at that moment, having come to check on him. With Shrek Academy on break that day, Flander intended to express gratitude to Gu Yi alongside Xiao Gang and the others. while also escorting Dai Mubai for a medical checkup. Principal, Dai Mubai greeted, struggling to move towards him. Are you feeling any better, Mubai? Flander observed his labored movements with concern. Dai Mubai shook his head. The pain in his side was intense, and he hesitated, recalling the knife wound from last night, which deepened his pallor. Let me take a look, Flander said hastily as he approached to examine the injury. After assessing the wound, he surmised that it had indeed affected the kidney, but he lacked the medical expertise to provide further insight. Easy now, Principal. That hurts even more when you touch it. Dai Mubai protested, stepping back cautiously. Flander, noticing his discomfort, patted Dai Mubai's shoulder reassuringly. It's merely a kidney injury. You should be fine. It will likely heal in a few days. Dai Mubai stared at him in disbelief, questioning whether Flander truly understood the gravity of a kidney injury for a man. Clearing his throat, Flander replied, Fortunately, we can visit Guye's clinic shortly so he can examine you. If it weren't for him last night, your situation could have been dire. Is that so? Well then, let us seek his assistance, Dai Mubai conceded, though his expression remained troubled. Yet, considering Guye's formidable medical skills, there was hope for his recovery. Thus, Flander led Dai Mubai to the meeting point in the plaza, where they gathered with Xiao Gang, Tang San, and the others, preparing to visit Guye in Soto City. Meanwhile, at Guye's clinic, Zhu Zhuqing continued to sleep soundly, having exhausted herself the previous night. In contrast, Guye was already awake, attending to his tasks. As she stirred from her slumber, Zhu Zhuqing rubbed her eyes and noticed that her teacher was absent from the bed. Although she felt a sense of relief, a tinge of disappointment flickered within her heart. After freshening up, she made her way to the kitchen, eager to assist Guye. Guye was already busy preparing breakfast when he spotted Zhu Zhuqing entering the kitchen. He welcomed her to join him in his endeavors. Teacher, you are truly remarkable, she remarked, admiring Guye's exceptional skills. It's nothing special. With practice, you too can achieve such proficiency. Moreover, I possess many talents, Guye replied, continuing with his tasks. Zhu Zhuqing assisted him, and together they prepared breakfast, which was completed in no time. After finishing their meal, Zhu Zhuqing lingered in the clinic, helping Guye with various chores since there were no classes that day. Before long, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the rest of the Shrek Academy group, accompanied by Flander and Xiao Gang, entered the clinic. Guye and Zhu Zhuqing were diligently occupied in their seats, showing no sign of interruption upon the arrival of Flander and his companions. Ah, Dr. Gu. It has been quite some time, Flander greeted with a smile, casting a curious glance at the proximity of Guye and Zhu Zhuqing. The two not only sat closely together, but also exhibited an intimate demeanor. One might easily mistake them for sharing the same chair if not observed closely. Chapter 97. Dai Mubai's illusion. Guye cast a glance at Yu Xiaojiang behind Flander, and at Dai Mubai, who was clutching his waist, and said calmly, Flander, you came here with them regarding last night's incident, correct? Indeed, indeed. I must express my gratitude to Dr. Gu for his assistance last night. Otherwise, my students here at the academy would have been in peril, Flander replied, turning to Dai Mubai and Tang San. You should thank Dr. Gu. Dai Mubai and Tang San, though reluctant, swallowed their feelings and stepped forward, saying, Thank you, Dr. Gu, for saving us last night. Following this, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, their cheeks flushing as they recalled how Guye had dispelled the poison from them. After a brief moment of silent understanding, they looked down, choosing not to speak. Xiao Wu resolved to act as though nothing had transpired, especially not divulging to her brother about Guye's treatment that had alleviated the effects of the aphrodisiac. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, was unperturbed by the fact that she had attempted to ambush Guye using her two heads and had been treated by him. Instead, she found herself somewhat enamored by the gentle manner in which he had attended to her, fostering a desire for a repeat of that experience. Stealing a glance at Guye, her heart brimmed with secret delight as she contemplated various thoughts. Guye, indifferent to Flander's formalities, was already aware of the purpose behind Flander's visit. Indeed, Flander's face soon broke into a cunning smile as he approached Guye to articulate his true intent. While expressing gratitude for Guye's rescue of his students was merely a formality, his real request was for Guye to assist Yu Xiaojiang with his martial soul deficiency and attend to Dai Mubai's injuries. Guye had no qualms about treating Yu Xiaojiang, as they had already discussed it beforehand. Moreover, the first dose of the special hormone had already begun to take effect within Yu Xiaojiang's body, indicating that it was time for the second injection. With this in mind, Guye cast a knowing glance at Yu Xiaojiang. As expected, the stubble that had once adorned Yu Xiaojiang's face was noticeably diminished, and it would not be long before it vanished entirely. Once the second dose was administered, he would officially embark on the path of transformation, while the treatment was assured. Guye pondered whether Dai Mubai should first settle the expenses. As for you all, Oscar and the others, while I did save you last night, though it was a mere trifling act, I am no philanthropist. The necessary fees should be addressed, he stated. Flander inquired, What amount does Dr. Gu require? I am not particularly concerned about money, as I am not in want of it. You should be aware that, aside from being a physician, I am also an enthusiast of martial soul research. Therefore, I require their martial soul blood as compensation for their treatment and for the life-saving service rendered last night, Guye replied. Upon hearing this, Flander turned to Dai Mubai and the others. Did you all hear that? The compensation must be duly given. Dai Mubai, feeling the pain in his waist, stepped forward. I agree. How do you wish to collect it? In comparison to his own kidneys, the martial soul blood was of greater significance to them, especially given the obligation to repay a life debt. Very well, in that case, simply release your martial soul, Guyi instructed. Casting a glance at Dai Mubai before summoning his surgical knife as his martial soul, having previously drawn martial soul blood from Ma Hongjun, they believed there would be no adverse effects, thinking merely that Guyi had a penchant for research. Yu Xiaojiang, who was particularly curious about martial souls, stepped forward, eager to observe this so-called martial soul blood closely. As Dai Mubai released his martial soul, Guyi swept the knife across, and a droplet of energy-like blood flowed forth from Dai Mubai's martial soul. Yu Xiaojiang watched in fascination, intrigued by how Guyi accomplished this feat. Having dedicated his life to the study of martial souls, he was unaware that martial souls possessed blood. He yearned to inquire about the situation and conduct research. If he could unveil this secret and share it, it would undoubtedly benefit humanity. Yu Xiaojiang resolved to ask Guyi during the treatment session later, choosing not to pose his questions now out of consideration for Flander and the presence of Tang San and others. Thus, the conversation drew to a close. After Guyi collected Dai Mubai's martial soul blood into the system, he glanced at the information regarding Dai Mubai's martial soul. The White Tiger martial soul is renowned in the Douluo continent and is considered to be of the highest caliber. After obtaining Dai Mubai's martial soul blood, Guyi turned his attention to Oscar. Due to Guyi's rescue of Oscar the previous night, Oscar had no choice but to allow Guyi to extract his martial soul blood. Once Oscar's martial soul blood was collected, only Tang San and Xiao Wu's samples remained among the Shrek 7. Acquiring Tang San's blood posed a challenge as he was highly cautious, making it difficult to obtain under these circumstances. Xiao Wu, still affected by the events of the previous night, would certainly be reluctant to have her blood taken. So Guyi decided to wait a little longer. Dr. Gu, please take a look at me. My waist is in excruciating pain. Dai Mubai implored while clutching his lower back. You have sustained an injury to your kidneys, and it was caused by a sharp object. Had it not been for the medicine I administered last night, your kidneys would have been irreparably damaged, Guyi replied. Is there still a chance for treatment? Dai Mubai asked anxiously, fearing a negative response. Come inside, Guyi said without answering directly as he walked towards the treatment room in the backyard. Seeing this, Dai Mubai paused momentarily before following him without a second thought. Guyi entered the treatment room and noticed Dai Mubai following closely behind. He gestured towards the white bed and said, Please lie down. Very well. Dai Mubai obediently reclined on the bed. Master Gu, I must admit I held some misconceptions about you in the past, and I sincerely apologize. I implore you to help me recover. I am willing to meet any of your demands. In his pursuit of healing, Dai Mubai humbled himself, casting aside all arrogance. Not a problem. Guyi replied with a smile, picking up a needle from the side and summoning his martial spirit, the surgical knife. He intended to assist Dai Mubai in achieving a semblance of recovery, albeit superficial. As for the deeper issues, he would allow them to fester, thereby preventing Dai Mubai from causing further distress to other women. Thus, Guyi commenced the treatment. Dai Mubai, witnessing this, glanced at Guyi with gratitude. Suddenly, he realized that Guyi was not as intolerable as he had initially thought. Although Zhu Zhuqing had grown overly close to him, frequently wishing to spend the night instead of returning to Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai dismissed any lingering thoughts since Zhu Zhuqing was now Gu Ye's disciple. Now, under Gu Ye's care, his fondness for the healer surged significantly. Little did Dai Mubai know that mere moments ago, Gu Ye had entertained the notion of extracting his kidneys for the black market. Had he been aware, his feelings toward Gu Ye might have taken a different turn. This thought had crossed Gu Ye's mind several times. Were it not for the presence of Flander and Tang San outside, Dai Mubai's kidneys would have long been in jeopardy. Gu Ye's treatment was swift, as it merely involved assisting Dai Mubai in his recovery, requiring but a short span of time. Moreover, during this brief procedure, Gu Ye administered an injection that would prove immensely beneficial to Dai Mubai. All right, you may rise now, Gu Ye stated matter-of-factly, removing his gloves and permitting Dai Mubai to depart. As for the injection, it was a routine procedure, devoid of any cause for surprise or concern. Dai Mubai stood, descended from the bed, and instinctively touched his waist, discovering to his astonishment that the pain had indeed dissipated. He gazed at Gu Ye with profound gratitude. Thank you. Physician Gu, please exit and summon your master, as well as Zhu Qing, Gu Ye instructed. Yes, I shall do so at once. Without a hint of reluctance, Dai Mubai stepped outside to call for Yu Xiaojiang, concurrently requesting Zhu Zhuqing to join them. As for the relationship between Gu Ye and Zhu Qing, Dai Mubai harbored no doubts whatsoever at this point. How do you feel, Mubai? Excellent. I feel invigorated, as if my entire being is brimming with strength. I am completely healed. It seems Physician Gu's medical skills have indeed reached new heights. Indeed they have, Dai Mubai replied, feeling his waist. Astonished to find no trace of his previous injury, and he held Gu Ye in the highest regard for his extraordinary abilities. Within the treatment room, Yu Xiaojiang entered and expertly reclined on the bed, having undergone treatment more than once before. Zhu Qing, please fetch the medicine. Yes, teacher, Zhu Qing responded. promptly retrieving the special hormone from the shelf. She was unaware of the nature of this hormone, as Gu Yi had not disclosed its specifics. However, she knew it was to be injected into Yu Xiaojiang's body. Since my treatment, have you experienced any discomfort, master? Gu Yi inquired, drawing the special hormone into a syringe. None at all. In fact, I feel significantly better, Yu Xiaojiang replied, dismissing any concern regarding his thinning beard, particularly since the loss was not yet substantial. That is reassuring. As I mentioned earlier, treatment requires time. You are now undergoing your second session. By the third and fourth sessions, you may begin to sense an enhancement in your martial soul, and you might also attempt to break through the threshold of your 30th level of soul power. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang was filled with elation. He had long awaited this day, and at last, hope had emerged on the horizon. As Gu Yi beheld the smile adorning Yu Xiaojiang's face, a sense of joy blossomed within him as well. To congratulate Yu Xiaojiang, he administered a special hormone injection. Yu Xiaojiang felt the liquid swiftly permeate his body, enveloping him in comfort and amplifying his happiness. With each injection, he drew closer to remedying his martial soul deficiency, a thought that resonated deeply within him. Following the treatment of Yu Xiaojiang, it was Ma Hongjuan's turn. For Gu Yi, treating Ma Hongjun was a straightforward task, completed in mere moments. After tidying up briefly, Gu Yi departed the treatment room alongside Zhu Zhuqing. In the hall of the medical clinic, Flender approached them with warm greetings upon their exit. All right, you may return now. I will have Xing inform you about the next appointment. Thank you, Dr. Gu. Flender replied with an air of politeness. We shall take our leave now. Gu nodded slightly, as Shrek Academy had no classes today. Zhu Zhuqing naturally would not leave with Flander and the others. Ning Rongrong, however, chose to stay as well, claiming that she wished to accompany Zhu Zhuqing. Flander paid no mind to this, for Gu Ye's medical clinic was exceptionally safe. It was entirely reasonable for the two young women to remain with him. Chapter 98. Zhu Zhuqing continues to strain for 2 months after Flander and his group departed. Ning Rongrong observed Zhu Zhuqing seated with a mortar and pestle, grinding something. Curiously, she approached her and inquired, Xing, is this what you and Gu Yi usually do? Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a nod. The teacher says that grinding medicine enhances control, allowing me to better manage my strength. Furthermore, these herbs are what I use for my baths. Bathe. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing in confusion. This is a medicinal bath, Zhu Zhuqing explained. It can improve physical conditioning and accelerate cultivation, making me stronger. No wonder you are so powerful and your cultivation speed is so rapid. I almost wish to take Gu Yi as my master. That is not possible. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively retorted upon hearing this. Ning Rongrong, puzzled by Zhu Zhuqing's unusual reaction, regarded her with curiosity. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Ning Rongrong's gaze, hastily clarified. The teacher has said he will only accept one disciple. I see. Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of regret. However, she soon had a brilliant idea. Zhuqing, may I stay with you tonight? It has been quite a while since we shared a room. Zhu Zhuqing was naturally reluctant to agree, as she had to study with Gu Yi every night, and Ning Rongrong's presence would only serve as a distraction. Yet, Ning Rongrong would not afford Zhu Zhuqing the opportunity to decline. Having made her request, she entered the pharmacy to discuss her intention to stay with Gu Yi for the night. Gu Yi did not refuse. Staying was acceptable. But this was not a benevolent temple. Zhuqing had to work every day while residing here. Do you understand? I understand. It's merely work, isn't it? If Zhuqing can manage, I certainly can as well. Ning Rongrong's face, brimming with determination, made Gu Yi want to laugh. He was tempted to say, Zhuqing studies with me in bed until the late hours every night. Can you handle that? However, before he could speak, Ning Rongrong had already excitedly dashed out to inform Zhuqing of Gu Ye's agreement. After a flurry of activity, the day quietly passed. By 5 in the afternoon, Gu promptly closed the clinic. At that moment, in the bathroom of the backyard, Zhuqing, as usual, poured today's medicinal concoction into the bathing tub. After filling it with water, she unfastened her black leather bodysuit, her alluring figure now exposed to the air. Subsequently, Zhuqing lifted her delicate foot and stepped into the tub, immersing herself in the medicinal bath. How delightful, she sighed in bliss, leaning back against the tub and closing her eyes. This herbal bath was specially prepared for her by her mentor, Gu Yi. Initially, the effects of the medicine made her feel quite uncomfortable, but having soaked for some time now, she had grown accustomed to that sensation and even began to relish the tingling warmth it provided. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the bathroom. At this moment, only she, Ning Rongrong, and Gu Yi were present in the clinic. As soon as the footsteps sounded, Zhuqing immediately recognized who it was. Rongrong, what brings you here? She called out. Zhuqing, it's been ages since we bathed together. Let us do so today. Ning Rongrong's playful voice rang out. And before Zhuqing could respond, she had already pushed the door open and entered. Typically, with only Gu Yi and herself in the clinic, Zhuqing wouldn't bother to secure the door tightly. Now, with Ning Rongrong entering so boldly, she had taken advantage of Gu Ye's absence. Upon stepping in, Ning Rongrong was greeted by the sight of Zhuqing soaking in the tub. Although this was not her first time intruding on Zhuqing's bath, She couldn't help but feel envious of Zhu Qing's figure. What followed in the bathroom were sounds of playful laughter interspersed with playful screams. In the chamber of Gu Yi, the proximity to Zhu Zhuqing's room was evident, as the sounds of laughter emanating from her bathroom soon reached his ears. The enchanting image of a beautiful woman frolicking, particularly that of his lovely disciple Zhu Zhuqing, invariably stirred boundless fantasies within him. After their refreshing bath, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong made their way into Gu Ye's room. "Teacher, when shall we visit the soul arena to partake in the soul battles?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Each evening, participating in the soul battles had been a task assigned to her by Gu Yi, and she had never once forgotten it. Moreover, she and Ning Rongrong planned to team up for the upcoming duel battles. "Tonight, there shall be no soul battles. Take a day of respite," Gu Yi replied. "For in the coming month or two, you will find yourself quite occupied and fatigued." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of anticipation for the days ahead, well aware that Gu Ye's notion of exhaustion was indeed profound. After each session of vigorous activity with him, she would experience a period of fatigue that she cherished and savored. Given the day of rest, Gu Yi refrained from assigning Zhu Zhuqing any tasks that evening. Instead, he engaged in leisurely conversation with both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong in the medical hall, assisting them in the kitchen to prepare a delightful meal. It marked Ning Rongrong's first night at Gu Ye's abode, and she was filled with curiosity regarding their nocturnal activities. Eagerly, she immersed herself in their evening routine, discovering boundless enjoyment within. As the night deepened, Ning Rongrong did not hesitate to seek Gu Ye's assistance for a healing touch. And before one could blink, a month or two had swiftly passed. Drink, clap, bang bang bang. In the backyard of the Gai Medical Hall, the sounds of intense combat reverberated continuously. "Teacher, I am utterly exhausted. Teacher, let us take a moment to rest. Teacher, I am on the brink of collapse." Zhu Zhuqing gasped, her breath coming in labored bursts as she exerted every ounce of her strength to evade Gai's relentless assaults. Yet, each strike from Gai landed with unwavering precision, rendering her defenses nearly futile. As Gai had remarked, for the past 2 months, Zhu Zhuqing had been utterly drained. Both physically and mentally, her limbs heavy and weary, often succumbing to fatigue by the late hours of night. However, Gaia's attacks were simply too swift and powerful for her to withstand. Every part of her body, the chest, waist, and back, had felt the brunt of Gai's vigorous strikes. Now, she sensed her stamina was rapidly depleting. "Zhuqing, to grow stronger, one must endure hardship. This level of fatigue is trivial. Moreover, you must not concede defeat," Gai admonished, showing no signs of relenting. With a forceful push, he struck her squarely in the chest, propelling her several meters away. Zhu Zhuqing staggered back, and upon regaining her balance, she collapsed to the ground with a thud. In her present state of utter exhaustion, she felt drained beyond measure. Otherwise, a person as reserved and taciturn as she would not have uttered such words moments ago. Breathing heavily, Zhu Zhuqing lay on the ground, her breaths ragged and labored. Yet the pain coursing through her body rendered her immobile. Summoning all her strength, she lifted her gaze to Gai, only to find disappointment lingering in his eyes as he approached. With a determined bite of her lip, she attempted to rise and continue. But her body was devoid of any strength. As soon as she managed to prop herself up, she collapsed once more with a thud. Gu Yi observed Zhu Zhuqing lying on the ground, realizing that she had reached her limit. "All right, Zhuqing, you need not rise. We shall conclude here for today," Gu Yi declared, gently lifting Zhu Zhuqing's limp form into his arms. Cradled like a princess, her eyes held a trace of despondency. "Teacher, have I disappointed you?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her spirits low, fearful that she had fallen short of Gu Ye's expectations. Gu Yi smiled and said, "How could that be? I have witnessed your efforts over the past couple of months, and I am quite pleased." "Really?" Zhu Zhuqing's spirits lifted with joy. "Indeed," Gu Yi confirmed with a nod. "There are few spirit masters capable of advancing 2 levels in less than 2 months. I have observed your remarkable progress. During the month of training under Gu Ye's guidance, Zhu Zhuqing had achieved a spirit power level of 34. Reflecting on her journey, she gradually felt her earlier gloom dissipate. "Now that your body is in optimal condition, go take a bath," he advised. Over the past nearly 2 months, after each training session with Gu Yi, she had found herself utterly exhausted, making it the perfect time for the medicinal bath. In such a state, it was also most conducive for enhancing her physical attributes and unlocking her latent potential. This was a result of the special concoction Gu Yi prepared for her, one of the reasons for her remarkable rise in spirit power within such a short span. Subsequently, Gu Yi carried Zhu Zhuqing back to her room. "Is the medicine ready today?" he inquired. "Yes, I have ground it, and it's in my room," she replied. "All right, then remove your clothes and step into the bath. I will fetch the medicine for you." "Thank you, teacher," Zhu Zhuqing said, her eyes reflecting a unique gratitude towards Gu Yi. "No need for thanks. You are my favorite person," Gu Yi replied, ruffling Zhu Zhuqing's hair with a smile before stepping outside. As Gu Ye's words resonated within Zhu Zhuqing's heart, she felt a flurry of emotions. The person he cherishes the most must simply be a fondness for his disciple, right? While pondering the implications of Gu Ye's statement, she unfastened her garments and stepped into the bath, yet, still weak from her exertions and preoccupied with her thoughts of Gu Yi. She accidentally stumbled on the edge of the tub. Ah! She exclaimed in surprise, followed by a resounding splash as she fell completely into the water. Outside the room, Gu Yi, having just retrieved medicine, heard Zhu Zhuqing's startled cry and hurried in, his concern evident. Zhu Qing, how could you be so careless? Upon seeing her submerged in water, he gently reproached her, reaching in to assist her back to safety. Zhu Zhuqing leaned against the edge of the tub, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Her earlier distraction had stemmed from her overthinking. However, her embarrassment only deepened as she glanced at Gu Yi, who stood beside her, supporting her shoulder. Although this was not her first medicinal bath in his presence, the situation felt different now. Lowering her gaze, she observed her exposed form above the water's surface. A complex mix of emotions swirling within her. Strangely, she felt a sense of secret delight. Gu Yi, having encountered such situations numerous times, was far less troubled by them than Zhu Zhuqing. Furthermore, as her teacher, it was a matter of routine for him. Now, the medicine today differs from what you've had before. You must brace yourself. It will be quite painful, understand? He instructed. Yes, master, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her spirit lifting as she sat upright. The water, which had previously reached her chest, now revealed more of her delicate form as she positioned herself. Gu Yi, after a few habitual glances, could not help but exclaim in admiration for his disciple, Zhu Zhuqing, before pouring the medicinal concoction into the water. Chapter 99, The Royal Academy of Heavendale. Master, I can endure this. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, signaling to you to add more. Very well. Observing the resolute expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face, Gu Yi complied and poured the entire contents of the vial into the bath. The medicine would greatly benefit Zhu Zhuqing. The pain was merely a prelude, with the true agony yet to come. I will step outside. If you feel better later, please let me know, Gu Yi instructed. I understand. Master, Zhu Zhuqing replied with all her strength. Gu Yi glanced around a few more times, confirming that Zhu Zhuqing was safe before stepping outside. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, within the training grounds, the sounds of combat echoed. Bang, bang, ha, ha. Tang San and Dai Mubai were engaged in a fierce battle, unleashing their soul skills and soul power without restraint. Over the past month, Zhu Zhuqing's rapid advancement had instilled a strong motivation in them, each striving to catch up with her, resulting in a significant increase in their training intensity. Ning Rongrong, seated nearby and resting, observed the duel between Tang San and Dai Mubai. She recalled a recent visit to Gu Yi, where she witnessed his instruction of Zhu Zhuqing, and shook her head. In comparison to Gu Ye's teaching abilities, she found Yu Xiaojing, the so-called master, to be rather unimpressive. When measured against Gu Yi, his reputation as a master in the soul master community seemed hollow. This was the truth she had come to realize. If only Gu Yi would take me as his disciple, Ning Rongrong mused, glancing down at her chest. The size of her little buns had more than doubled since her arrival at Shrek Academy. Although not as large as Zhu Zhuqing's, they had reached a satisfactory size. Yet, she envied Zhu Zhuqing for having Gu Yi as her teacher, not only receiving his direct guidance but also benefiting from his assistance and becoming stronger. Throughout the past month, Ning Rongrong had frequently visited Gu Yi, hoping to share in Zhu Zhuqing's benefits. As a result, her soul power level had risen to 28, surpassing the rate of advancement depicted in the original story. All right, we can stop now. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang called out to Tang San and Dai Mubai. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Yu Xiaojiang's beard had vanished, and his once dark and rigid face had softened and lightened. Such a transformation had not raised any eyebrows among the Shrek students, as they had witnessed it gradually unfold before their eyes, becoming accustomed to it. They believed it to be a benefit of Gu Ye's treatment, as Yu Xiaojiang's spirits had improved significantly. Once the duel between Dai Mubai and Tang San concluded, they approached Yu Xiaojiang, who gathered the 6 of them and announced, I hereby declare that there will be no classes this afternoon. You may rest for now, but be sure to assemble before 6 o'clock, as you have an important team soul battle tonight against formidable opponents. Yu Xiaojiang's words filled Ning Rongrong with joy, as it meant she can spend the afternoon with Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Yi. As for the soul battle, she would think about it later. After the announcement, Ning Rongrong eagerly ran off to Soto City to find Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, outside the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, an 8-member team entered. Leading the group was a man in his 30s, Qin Ming, a student from Shrek Academy. Beside him stood a tall young man with long black hair, whose features were not particularly handsome, his expression rarely changing, seemingly stiff. He wore a blue outfit devoid of any embellishments. This was Yu Tianheng, a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and Yu Xiaojiang's nephew. Next to Yu Tianheng was a striking woman with short deep purple hair and piercing green eyes, exuding an enigmatic charm, Dugu Yan, the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo and a possessor of the emerald lizard martial spirit. Beside her was a slender, silver-haired girl, Yi Lingling, who remained silent. The remaining team members, Yu Feng, Aosu Luo, Shimo, and Shimo completed the 8-person team, which was the Tiendo Royal Academy battle team that appeared in the Soto City Grand Soul Arena in the original story. As the 8 individuals entered the arena, a beautiful woman in a purple low-cut dress swayed her hips towards them. It was Cadden. Upon seeing Qin Ming and his group, Cadden approached with a smile. Welcome to the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Her personal greeting piqued the curiosity of the attendants and passers-by in the arena, all of whom turned to observe the 8 newcomers. Qin Ming acknowledged Cadden with a noble gesture and politely addressed her. You must be Madame Cadden, the head of the Soto City Grand Seoul Arena. Cadden smiled and nodded. Indeed, you are Qin Ming from the Tiando Royal Academy, correct? It is an honor for our arena to host you. Madame Cadden is too kind. We are here at the invitation of the Soto City Grand Seoul Arena, hoping to provide my students with some valuable experience. Qin Ming replied, turning to the 7 students. Tianheng, Yin Yin, please greet Madame Cadden. She is the head of this grand arena and a formidable Soul King, though they would eventually attain the rank of Soul King. Cadden's dual role as the head of the arena and a Soul King commanded their respect. The 7 stepped forward, each offering their greetings to her. There's no need for formalities. Please follow me. I have prepared a resting room for you, Cadden said with a smile, leading the 8 to the highest level of the Grand Seoul Arena, to the 3rd VIP room. The first VIP room was Cadden's personal residence, reserved solely for her, even excluding Shui Hong. The second VIP room was designated for Gu Yi, thus unavailable for guests. Consequently, the 3rd VIP room was arranged for Qin Ming and his students. The 3rd VIP room was luxurious, spanning over 200 square meters, with a vast genuine leather sofa, exceeding 15 meters in length, comfortably accommodating several individuals. The room's decor was predominantly gold, featuring golden palace lamps, wallpaper, and various gilded embellishments, evoking a sense of opulence. In front of the immense white leather sofa was a crystal coffee table adorned with exquisite snacks and beverages. Notably, one wall of the room was a single pane of transparent crystal, specially treated to allow a view outside while ensuring that the interior remained concealed from those outside. Beyond this crystal wall lay the central battle arena of the Soto Grand Seoul Arena, the most significant location within. Here is where you shall rest. There are ample rooms for your comfort, as the soul battles commence in the evening. If you find yourselves bored, I can arrange for my staff to guide you around Soto City. Cadden smiled at Qin Ming. Thank you, Madame Cadden. But I will seek you out when the time for the soul battles arrives, Qin Ming replied. Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform the arena staff. You are esteemed guests, and I will do my utmost to accommodate your needs. Cadden politely exchanged a few words before departing from the VIP room number 3. This place is rather splendid, Yu Feng remarked as he surveyed the luxurious space, expressing his satisfaction. Indeed, it was impressive. Du Guyan took a seat on the sofa, finding it quite comfortable. Teacher Qin, it's only noon. We still have an entire afternoon before the battle. Are we just going to wait here? Qin Ming pondered for a moment and agreed. Very well. If you wish to stay here and cultivate, feel free. If you prefer to explore the city of Soto, you may do so. But remember to return here by 6 o'clock. Understood? Yes, Teacher Qin, Yu Shenheng, Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and the others replied cheerfully. Without a moment's hesitation, the 7 of them left the Grand Seoul Arena and began to wander around Soto City. As for cultivation and preparations for the battle later that evening, they felt that there was no need to concern themselves with any formidable opponents in this modest Grand Seoul Arena. Had it not been for their boredom in Tiando City and the invitation from the nobles of Soto City, they would not have come here at all. Seeing the 7 leave so carefree, Qin Ming could only smile wryly. He then sought out the manager of the Grand Seoul Arena to acquire information regarding elite teams competing in Soto City. Their purpose for being here was to enhance their team's strength through competition, and it was essential to understand their opponent's capabilities before the battle. This was also part of his responsibility as a teacher. Since Cadden had announced that Qin Ming was a distinguished guest, he quickly received the requested information about the Soul teams. After perusing the details, Qin Ming found himself quite familiar with the various teams and their strengths. However, one particular team caught his eye, the Shrek Academy team. Upon seeing that familiar name, Qin Ming was suddenly reminded of his own teacher. He wondered what kind of extraordinary students Dean Flender would recruit for the Shrek Academy team while they were here competing. After reviewing the Shrek Academy team's strength, an idea sparked in his mind. If the opportunity arose, he wished for the students of the Tiando Royal Academy to face off against those from Shrek Academy. As soon as this thought emerged, Qin Ming approached the arena staff to request detailed information about the Shrek Academy team. Chapter 100. The ambiguity with his disciple Zhu Zhuqing unbeknownst to Yu Shenheng and his companions, who had just exited the Grand Seoul Arena. Qin Ming had already arranged a battle for them. The 7 were now joyfully exploring Soto City. Sister Yen, this Soto City looks quite impressive, exclaimed the silver-haired maiden Yi Lingling, linking arms with Du Guyan, her eyes darting around in curiosity. Du Guyan glanced around, nodding in agreement. Though it cannot compare to Tiando City, it certainly has its merits. Osro, observing Yu Shenheng beside Du Guyan, teased, hee, Yin Yin. I heard there's a place in Soto City called the Rose Hotel, reputed to be a haven for couples. Should we leave you 2 alone to visit that place? Osro, you dare to tease both the boss and Sister Yen. I think you're asking for trouble. Yu Feng shot Osro a playful glare. Yu Shenheng also cast a disapproving look at Osro. Although he and Du Guyan were a couple, this was hardly the time for such frivolities. Osro chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Boss, I heard that aside from the Rose Hotel, there's south another place that is particularly famous. What place? A clinic called the Hand of God. They say the physician there possesses miraculous skills. Every patient who enters is cured. Is it truly that miraculous? I find that hard to believe. Yu Shenheng retorted, his discerning eye unimpressed. If someone could cure all ailments, why would they remain in a small place like Soto City? Boss. That's what I heard from the locals, and they even say this physician can bring the dead back to life and mend flaws and martial souls. Wait a minute. You mean he can treat flaws and martial souls? Yu Shenheng suddenly became intrigued, looking intently at Osro. That's just what I heard from the people of Soto City. I can't vouch for its truth, Osro explained. Yu Shenheng and Douluo exchanged glances, both understanding each other as thoughts. With nothing else to occupy their time, they decided it would be worthwhile to visit the clinic. Really? Does the boss intend to seek treatment? Osro blurted out, only to realize too late that he had spoken out of turn, quickly covering his mouth. Yu Shenheng glanced at Osro but paid it little mind. The seven then inquired about the location of the Guy Clinic. In Soto City. It was well known among the local young women. A casual inquiry soon led them to the clinic's whereabouts, and they promptly set off towards it. Meanwhile, at Guy Clinic, Zhu Zhuqing was languidly reclined against the edge of the bath, her body weakened by the intense herbal soak. She gasped for fresh air, struggling to lift her arm in an attempt to exit the tub. However, as soon as she attempted to rise, she collapsed back into the water with a splash. Teacher. In her exasperation, Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to call for Gaia's assistance. Gu Yi, upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's call, paused his cultivation and walked inside. Teacher, I lack strength again. Please carry me. Zhu Zhuqing extended her hand towards Gu Yi, feeling somewhat shy as she lowered her head, burying it against her chest. Gu Yi, however, thought little of it. This was not the first time such a scenario had unfolded. He picked up a nearby towel and wrapped it around Zhu Zhuqing's delicate form before lifting her from the bath. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing wore only a thin towel draped over her, clinging closely to her damp, tender skin. Her alluring figure was fully revealed before Gu Yi. Gu Yi gazed openly for a few more moments. Truly beautiful, indeed commendable. One could say she is worthy of being Zhu Zhuqing. Teacher. Zhu Zhuqing, noticing Gu Yi's gaze, shyly called out. What is it? Gu Yi, after lifting Zhu Zhuqing, did not immediately proceed to the bed, instead feigning ignorance as he looked at her. Nothing. Zhu Zhuqing, perceiving Gu Yi's calm demeanor, which seemed entirely natural to him, chose to remain silent. Once she left the medicinal bath, she felt her hands gradually regaining strength. Habitually, she raised her arms to wrap around Gu Yi's neck. However, as Zhu Zhuqing embraced him, her body shifted upward slightly. In the princess carry, Gu Yi could distinctly sense Zhu Zhuqing's impressive figure almost within reach. Zhu Zhuqing, too, evidently realized the intimate nature of their position. Though a hint of shyness flickered within her, she did not resist. Instead, she clung tightly to Gu Yi's neck, as if fearing she might tumble to the ground. Gu Yi cast a serious glance before carrying Zhu Zhuqing out of the bathroom. Zhu Zhuqing was remarkably light. Despite having held her before, Gu Yi was still perplexed by her weight. With this slight bewilderment, he approached the bed intending to place her down so she could rest and recuperate. However, as he lowered her, Zhu Zhuqing clung to Gu Yi's arm as if frozen, refusing to release her grip, causing both of them to tumble onto the bed. The moment they fell, Gu Yi's vision was engulfed in darkness. Zhu Zhuqing, gazing at Gu Yi nestled against her chest, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Yet her grasp around his neck remained unyielding. It was not that she wished to hold on, her hand had simply become rigid. This might well be one of the effects of Gu Yi's medicinal bath. Gu Yi reclined against Zhu Zhuqing's bosom, savoring the exquisite sensation bestowed by his disciple before lifting his head, his gaze gradually regaining focus. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, a hint of reproach in his voice as he remarked, What is it? Do you so enjoy embracing your teacher? Gu Yi lay upon Zhu Zhuqing's chest, under normal circumstances. One might think that Gu Yi was taking advantage of Zhu Zhuqing. However, given that Zhu Zhuqing is now Gu Yi's disciple, this notion must naturally be reconsidered. Gu Yi's admonition towards Zhu Zhuqing for taking advantage of him was indeed warranted. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling bashful, remained silent. She wished to release her grip on Gu Yi, but found it rather challenging. Teacher, my hand. It feels somewhat numb. Could you take a look? Zhu Zhuqing stammered. Is that so? Let me see. As Zhu Zhuqing clung to Gu Yi's neck, the two lay on the bed. And when Gu Yi reached out to examine her arm, their positions brought them even closer together. It was then that Gu Yi discerned the reason behind Zhu Zhuqing's stiff arm. The potency of his medicine was overwhelming. The meridians in her arm had been fortified. Yet due to her earlier anxiety, her cells had contracted, causing her pores to close and her meridians to harden, resulting in the stiffness of her arm. Yu Qing, you are holding on to me tightly. You are indeed quite tense, aren't you? Gu Yi inquired gently. I am not, Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head softly. Zhuqing, the stiffness in your arm is a direct result of your tension causing the cells to contract and the meridians to harden. Now, try to clear your mind. Do not overthink it, Gu Yi advised soothingly. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing acquiesced, following Gu Yi's guidance, and soon discovered that she was indeed able to move her arm with much greater ease. Gradually, she regained her mobility. Once she released her hold on Gu Yi's neck, He lifted his head. Now, both were lying on the bed, and as Zhu Zhuqing let go, Guyi could clearly see her face. Illuminated by the soft glow of the spring light, Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks were flushed and radiant, akin to the state she had just emerged from the bathroom. Moreover, her shyness added an alluring hue to her complexion. Guyi observed intently, casting several earnest glances. Zhu Zhuqing, initially somewhat bashful under the gaze of her teacher, found herself yearning for his attention to linger a little longer. Unconsciously, her previously relaxed hands found their way around Guyi's waist. Even she was perplexed by this instinctive action. Perhaps it stemmed from the affection, care, and admiration she had grown accustomed to during their time together. Zhu Zhuqing discovered a sense of reliance upon Guyi, and she found herself developing a fondness for that feeling of dependence. As for whether she had developed feelings for Guyi, she remained uncertain, for such affection felt inappropriate, given that he was her teacher. Guyi gazed at Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face, gradually leaning closer until their cheeks were nearly touching, just a breath away from a kiss. In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced uncontrollably. As she watched Guyi draw nearer, she found herself yearning for his lips to meet hers. Just as Guyi was about to press his lips against Zhu Zhuqing's, he reached out to gently caress her forehead, saying, "Why is your face so flushed? Are you feeling unwell?" His words jolted Zhu Zhuqing back to reality. Instinctively, she released her grip on Guyi and averted her gaze. "Teacher, I'm fine. It might just be the effects of the medicine," she stammered. "As long as you're all right, please rest well. Once you've recuperated, come out, understood?" Guyi expressed his concern. Zhu Zhuqing, with her hand pressed against her chest, managed to form an astonishing curve beneath the bath towel she wore, nodding at Guyi. At that moment, her graceful back was exposed to Guyi's view, and the enchanting curve of her figure left him in awe. Satisfied with the sight, Guyi turned and departed. Once Guyi departed, Zhu Zhuqing, lying on her bed with her hand pressed against her chest, gradually felt her body recovering. She rose, donned her attire, and then reclined back onto the bed. "Teacher, did he truly wish to kiss me just now?" Reflecting on Guyi's earlier ambiguous intent, Zhu Zhuqing lightly touched her lips. "It mustn't be true. He is merely my teacher, and how could a mentor kiss their disciple?" She shook her head, banishing that strange notion from her mind. Their relationship was one of teacher and student. Such impropriety was out of the question. Surely, Guyi had only intended to pat her head, nothing more. However, as Zhu Zhuqing recalled the sensation when Guyi had leaned against her chest, she touched her heart. Realizing how rapidly it was beating, that feeling, it was akin to what a teacher might. Such thoughts were difficult for her to articulate. Chapter 101, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, the twin maidens. Outside the medical clinic, due to its closure for the day, Guyi's regular patrons had received the news and refrained from visiting him for their ailments. This allowed Guyi, often preoccupied, a moment to relax. He settled into a common chair within the clinic's hall, contemplating various matters. Just moments ago, he had nearly succumbed to Zhu Zhuqing's allure, a matter for which he needed to reflect. Zhu Zhuqing was the most pivotal figure in his cultivation plan. He could not allow her to be diverted from their path. Should their current relationship be disrupted, the consequences would be dire. Tonight, I must also pay a visit to Cardan, he decided. He had been so engrossed in teaching his disciple that he had neglected her. Tonight, he would administer her treatment and soothe her both physically and mentally. At that moment, 7 individuals approached the medical clinic. It was Yu Tianheng and the Du Guyan combat team, seeking Guyi. Oslo arrived outside the clinic, surveying the surroundings before stating, "Boss. Yin, this must be the place." "Indeed. According to the descriptions we received, this should be it, and there is only this clinic nearby. Let us enter and verify." He continued, "I am curious to see if the physician within possesses the reputed skill." Without knowledge of the clinic sign indicating free medical service, the group of 7 entered without hesitation. Inside the clinic, upon hearing a flurry of footsteps, Guyi glanced toward the entrance. Initially, he assumed it was the group from Shrek, but upon seeing 7 unfamiliar faces, he felt a measure of surprise. As Oslo stepped inside and spotted Guyi seated within, he approached and inquired, "Are you the physician here?" The brothers Shimo and Shi Imo also regarded Guyi with intrigue. Yu Feng and Yi Lingling shared the same curiosity, while the Guyan and Yu Tianheng scrutinized Guyi with keen interest. Guyi, upon encountering the peculiar and impolite Osro, chose not to respond to his inquiries. Instead, his gaze shifted towards Du Guyan and Yi Lingling. Du Guyan, with her deep purple hair, exuded an air of confidence complemented by her striking green eyes, giving off an enigmatic aura. She possessed a tall and elegant figure, radiating an extraordinary charm. In contrast, Yi Lingling, with her silvery short hair, appeared delicate and charming, embodying the gentle allure of a neighborly sister, evoking a desire to protect her. Guyi observed the 2 young women closely, sensing the presence of significant ailments within them. He proceeded to scan them using his system. Du Guyan, gender, female, age, 21, martial spirit, phosphor snake, level, 38 control system soul master. Soul ring configuration, 2 yellow. 1 purple. Ailment, uncontrolled toxicity from the phosphor origin snake leading to self-poisoning. Yi Lingling, gender, female, age, 15, martial spirit, 9 heart begonia, level, 35 Support System Soul Master. Soul Ring Configuration, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Ailment, Martial Spirit Defect, Hereditary Flaw. As Guyi scrutinized Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, they too regarded him with curiosity. His strikingly handsome visage evoked an innate fondness among women, yet this alone did not account for their intense scrutiny. Yi Lingling, a healer, felt intrigued as she had heard of Gu Ye's reputation in Soto City and was eager to discern the character of this esteemed physician. Du Guyan pondered whether Gu Yi, who claimed to possess the ability to cure all ailments, could indeed remedy her poisoning caused by her martial spirit. Hey, I'm speaking to you. Are you the physician here? And what is it with your lingering gaze upon Lingling and Yin Yin? Osro interjected, noticing Gu Ye's lack of response and his rather inappropriate stare at his companions. Osro, do not be so rude, reprimanded Yu Tianya, casting a disapproving glance at him. With an innocent expression, Osro raised his hands defensively. Boss, it's not my rudeness. It's just that this person seems incapable of understanding human speech. I asked him a question, yet he remained silent while ogling at Yin Yin and Lingling. Osro's remarks prompted Yu Tianheng to observe that Gu Yi was indeed fixedly gazing at Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, and the nature of his stare was rather unsettling. While he wouldn't mind others looking at his girlfriend, Du Guyan, he felt a twinge of discomfort seeing Gu Yi alternate his gaze between the two young women. Yu Tianheng, unlike Osro, exhibited a degree of decorum. He approached Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, politely inquiring, "May I ask if you are the physician here? Or could you direct me to the physician's whereabouts?" "Well, you are not entirely unpleasant." Gu Yi acknowledged Yu Tianheng's courteous demeanor with a hint of appreciation. Yu Tianheng, the captain of the Tiando Royal Academy battle team and heir to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, as well as the nephew of Yu Shaojiang, was indeed a noteworthy individual. Gu Yi quickly recognized that these 7 were the members of the Tiando Royal Academy battle team from the original narrative. According to the storyline, they had now arrived at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Gu Yi scrutinized Yu Tianheng further before responding, "Indeed, I am the physician here. You have come seeking medical attention, correct? Or rather, it seems that these 2 ladies are in need of my services." Gu Yi gestured towards Du Guyan and Yi Lingling with a smile. Du Guyan furrowed her brow, regarding Gu Yi with scrutiny, remaining silent. Yi Lingling, perplexed, gazed at Gu Yi, questioning how a healer could have an ailment, especially since she felt perfectly well. Osro, possessing a naturally sharp tongue, became displeased upon hearing Gu Yi imply that their cherished companion, Yi Lingling, was unwell. Just as he was about to protest, Yu Tianheng shot him a warning glare, prompting Osro to obediently close his mouth. "This physician, what do you mean by that?" Yu Tianheng inquired politely, maintaining eye contact with Gu Yi. "Are you not here to seek treatment? If not, then please do not disturb my practice." Gu Yi indicated towards the exit, suggesting that the 7 should take their leave. It was a waste of his time for them to be there if they were not seeking medical attention. However, Gu Yi scrutinized the woman, Yi Lingling, and a peculiar thought began to form in his mind. As Gu Yi appraised Yi Lingling, she approached him and inquired, "Dr. Gu, earlier you mentioned that I came to seek your treatment. Might you enlighten me as to what you meant by that?" Yi Lingling's voice was soft, exuding a soothing quality that was quite delightful to the ears. Gu Yi has always held a fondness for beautiful women, and he certainly does not harbor any disdain for someone as stunning and courteous as Yi Lingling. As for the martial spirit of 9-heart begonia, do you, as its possessor, not understand where the root of the ailment lies? As Gu Yi spoke, Yi Lingling looked at him in astonishment. Dong Guyan, Yu Tianheng, and several others shared the same sentiment. They were certain this was their first encounter with Gu Yi. Yet he was able to instantly recognize that Yi Lingling was the possessor of the 9-heart Si-Tang weapon soul. This was somewhat peculiar. Gu Yi paid little heed to the expressions of those around him. He turned to Du Guyan and remarked, "You, possessing the blue scale serpent martial soul, have unfortunately fallen victim to its venom. Should time pass, the poison will surely wreak havoc upon your heart, causing excruciating pain throughout your body. Am I mistaken?" Gu Yi's words caused Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng to no longer underestimate him, for the mere ability to discern Du Guyan's affliction and its symptoms was sufficient to demonstrate his medical prowess. "Esteemed physician Gu, since you can identify Yin Yan's condition, might you possess a remedy?" Yu Tianheng gazed at Gu Yi with a glimmer of hope. His purpose in seeking out Gu Yi was to ascertain whether there existed any possibility of curing Du Guyan's poison. Du Guyan was his beloved, and even the faintest glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. However, Du Guyan herself held little expectation. She was acutely aware of her own poison, and even her grandfather, the renowned Douluo Du Gubo, was unable to resolve it. How could a physician with modest repute in Soto City possibly succeed? "Indeed. Do you spoke in a calm tone? Is what you said true?" Yu Tianheng looked at Gu Yi with uncertainty. Du Guyan was also drawn in by Gu Yi's statement. Yi Lingling, Yu Feng, AOC Luo, and Sure Mo all turned their gazes towards Gu Yi. They were all aware of the poison afflicting Du Guyan, and now Gu Yu claimed he could cure it. His confident demeanor did not suggest he was jesting. "Master Gu, are you certain? Can it really be done?" Yu Tianheng's voice was solemn as he regarded Gu Yi with earnestness. No one knew how desperately he wished to alleviate Du Guyan's affliction. Each time he thought of their intimate moments marred by the need to resist the venom of the green scale serpent within her, Yu Tianheng felt a profound sense of helplessness. Now, Hearing Gu Ye's assertion of a possible cure, he was filled with excitement. You are not worth my jesting, Gu Ye replied. However, even if I can rectify her green scale serpent martial soul's deficiency, you would not be able to afford the treatment. Furthermore, young lady with the 9-heart Si Tang martial soul, I would be quite willing to assist you in resolving your martial soul's flaw, but not at this moment. Come to me when you have made your decision, and I trust that, as a healing-type soul master, you will understand what I desire. Gu Ye smiled at Yi Lingling. For someone like Yi Lingling, who possessed a comprehensive restorative martial soul, Gu Ye was determined to acquire her blood. In due time, he could bestow the 9-heart Si Tang martial soul upon another. The notion of lineage held no significance in the face of martial soul blood. Upon hearing Gu Ye's words, Yi Lingling, Du Guyan, and the others fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng remained fixated on the idea of curing Du Guyan's poison. He gazed at Gu Ye, urgently inquiring, "What is the cost of your treatment? As long as you can heal Yin Yan's affliction, I will agree to your terms." Gu Ye shook his head. Among those possessing the azure scale serpent martial spirit, there exists only the esteemed Douluo, the poisoned Douluo, whose lineage you seem to belong to, if I am not mistaken. However, the cost of curing your martial spirit deficiency is rather exorbitant, and I fear that you do not possess the means to afford it. Gu Ye's words caused Yu Tianheng to furrow his brows, while Du Guyan fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, Gu Ye realized that Du Guo's presence did not evoke their surprise. After all, Du Guo was quite renowned on the Douluo continent. After pondering for a moment, Du Guyan once again sought confirmation, asking, "Can you truly cure my poison?" Chapter 102. The Drama of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Gu Ye remained unperturbed by Du Guyan's skepticism. After all, it was hardly believable that one could resolve a poison that even a titled Douluo could not. Nevertheless, Gu Ye had no desire to engage in further discourse. Whether they chose to believe him or not was inconsequential. If there were no further matters, they could take their leave. Yu Tianheng, eager to inquire further, was internally stirred by the rare opportunity of encountering a physician who claimed to have a remedy for Du Guyan's poison. However, the mention of unaffordable fees by Gu Ye left him perplexed. If the costs were indeed prohibitive, why not articulate it clearly? His longing to alleviate Du Guyan's affliction was palpable. As her boyfriend, he yearned for an intimacy that remained elusive, a source of profound distress for him. Yet, upon witnessing Gu Ye's distant demeanor, he resolved to depart. Yi Lingling glanced at Gu Ye before following Yu Tianheng. Du Guyan cast one last look at Gu Ye. Just as the 7 of them exited the clinic, Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the backyard. Simultaneously, a woman entered the clinic from outside, Ning Rongrong. Noticing a few individuals at the entrance of Gu Ye's clinic, curiosity piqued within her. Upon seeing Yi Lingling, an inexplicable sense of rivalry surged within her, akin to encountering a formidable adversary. Yi Lingling felt similarly, pausing to assess Ning Rongrong. Upon spotting Gu Ye inside, Ning Rongrong's earlier apprehension evaporated, and she swiftly bypassed Yu Lingling to enter. "Yu Qing, you're here," Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully as she